Chen believed that the history major in this parallel universe held little promise. So after some deliberation, he switched to medicine, only to find himself plunging directly to a veritable inferno of challenges, confronting his most primal fears. Wastewater from a certain island nation has been discharged into the sea, unleashing unspeakable horrors within the depths as bizarre symptoms proliferate. The luminous beacon of civilization flickers perilously, like a candle in the wind, with the very foundations of society teetering on the brink. What can this young man possibly do in the face of such calamity? If our civilization's every miracle is akin to a card, then language and writing are our ultimate trump cards. Everything else may be wagered upon the table. Let us ponder, how many more tokens do we possess to stake? Sir, why? We have not yet reached the final hour. No, we have arrived that we still hold a hand of cards, yet our opponents are far from their limits. Chapter 1. The typhoon approaches. The island authorities, disregarding international condemnation, have already discharged 340,000 tons of wastewater, and relevant personnel are currently assessing the potential hazards. Certain marine products have been found to contain trace amounts of radiation exceeding safety limits. Outside, the wind howled ferociously as darkness enveloped the night. Chen stared blankly at the small television brought over by his dormitory roommate, which displayed the news broadcast. He felt as though life had devolved into a mere farce, having traversed a parallel universe. How could he still be entangled in trivial matters? Old Su, look at this situation. It is truly outrageous. Just a couple of days ago, they reported a surge in cancer cases along the coast, and the uproar has yet to subside. Yet they continue their broadcasts as usual. The speaker, filled with indignation, was none other than Song Tian, Chen's rather opportunistic roommate, who had temporarily brought over the television. After switching to a medical major, Chen found himself without a dormitory, as all had been allocated. Consequently, he was placed in a dormitory with only one other person, who was not even in the same field of study. Despite their differing majors, they got along remarkably well, their camaraderie reaching the point of your belongings are mine, and my belongings are also mine. Aside from wallets and phones, nothing with safe lost items could invariably be found on the other's bed. Little coward, you're mistaken, they are not even human to begin with. So what kind of human affairs can they manage? Chen did not hold back, relishing the opportunity to belittle. However, be honest, I am somewhat concerned about the impact of this drainage on us along the coast compared to the inland regions. Song Tian was taken aback for a moment before reassuring him, do not worry if the nuclear wastewater is of this magnitude. The pollution will be confined to the ocean, affecting on LY coastal areas. As for tritium that can circulate through the water vapor, I inquired with a senior, and its impact is limited. Suddenly, the television host paused, pressing a finger to her earpiece, her expression turning grave. Little coward, look, is something about to happen? Chen's gaze remained fixed on the television, observing the host's every movement with keen interest. Song Tian cast a fleeting glance before fixing his gaze, unmoving. It seems so, but tell me, given the current circumstances, what significant events could possibly unfold? Why speculate so much? Let's just listen. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly, yet Chen merely brushed it aside, his eyes still glued to the television. An urgent announcement to the entire nation. An urgent announcement to the entire nation. The government has decided to initiate a Level 1 response to a major public health emergency. Concurrently, the air raid sirens outside the dormitory began to wail, and Chen could distinctly sense the dormitory's atmosphere growing tumultuous. Under the night sky, the previously dark building began to illuminate with lights, one by one. A few boisterous individuals with impressive lung capacity, upon hearing the commotion, leaped into a frenzy. What's happening? Who's attacking? Nuclear bombs are coming. Nuclear bombs are coming. Woo! They all appeared to revel in chaos. Additionally, phones buzzed incessantly, joining Song Tian's device in an unrelenting chorus. According to investigations, the island nation has unilaterally concealed facts, discharging over 10,000 tons of untreated water. The Academy of Sciences and Meteorological Departments have declared that this poses a significant threat to our public health. A typhoon has made landfall. Damn it, I knew it, this is worse than a beast. Song Tian shouted, his voice nearly drowning out the prolonged wailing of the air raid sirens outside. This outburst successfully diverted Chen's attention, while Song Tian glared at him in indignation. Old Su, I misspoke earlier, and now the repercussions are significant. If it concerns untreated water, considering the impending typhoon's landfall, then tritium will circulate inland with the water vapor. Su Chun had heard of this and understood some aspects. Not just that, Song Tian pointed towards the coastal map on the television. The ocean, under the force of strong winds, will generate radioactive aerosols that can be carried to Eve. Re-inhabited area along the coast that Su Chun comprehended why a level 1 response had been initiated. If not managed properly, the coastal regions would face dire consequences, and even the inland areas susceptible to moisture would experience a substantial impact, particularly an elevated risk of cancer. Although as a newly enrolled medical student, he had yet to acquire extensive knowledge, he grasped the immense and enduring pressure the situation could impose on the national healthcare system. It was no exaggeration to state that, if left unchecked, the medical framework would undoubtedly collapse. Residents are advised to remain indoors, utilize covered areas and civil defense structures, comply with directives and heat evacuation orders. Do not venture out in the rain, avoid contact with rainwater, and refrain from consuming food contaminated by rainwater. At that moment, Su Chun retrieved his phone, inundated with urgent notification messages from the country, province, city, and rural areas. One was insufficient, as several had arrived. Along with incoming calls. Su Chun answered one, which was also an emergency broadcast. Our nation has implemented mandatory measures to halt the island's subsequent sewage discharge, striving to prevent this catastrophe. Su Chun pondered for a moment and realized that, although he felt out of place when he first arrived in this world, his parents here were unaware of his status as a time traveler. Even as new parents, they had taken great care of him, and he had long regarded them as his family, fully integrating into their lives. Now, with such a significant event unfolding, he was genuinely concerned for the safety of his family. Fortunately, it was an unexpected situation. Many people had not thought to contact their families, and the mobile network was not yet congested, allowing Su Chun to quickly reach. Yes, I will heed Grandpa Yang's words, you can rest assured. Please remember to let my dad know as well. After hanging up the phone, Su Chun glanced at Song Tian and asked, Why aren't you calling, coward? Song Tian looked at his phone and smiled. There's no need to call. If anything, they should be the ones reaching out to me. Su Chun was taken aback, puzzled by the response. My family situation is somewhat complicated. Su Chun understood, although he did not grasp the full extent of it. He recognized that such an approach could make him appear more astute. Before long, the school's public address system began broadcasting once more, merely reiterating what had been said in the news. As one of the premier comprehensive universities in this parallel universe, it boasted well-developed systems and facilities, including an alert system that could function effective. Even as evening approached, the university leadership had also received notifications, convening a meeting at the end of the workday. Visionary administrators immediately contacted the campus cafeteria, retail department, and suppliers to ensure a continuous supply of resources within the institution. It was not just the school. The military and government have received orders to commence frequent mobilizations, conducting inspections of grain reserves and water stations across various regions, summoning militias in preparation for support directives. Transportation hubs have been fortified and assumed control as the entire nation unites in purpose, executing in countless orders with precision. The country operates seamlessly in accordance with its emergency response plans. It seems this calamity serves merely as a minor trial. Though the nation may encounter setbacks, it shall ultimately prevail. Despite the arduous journey filled with tribulations, it has experienced both brilliance and despair. Yet, its spirit remains unyielded, its momentum unbroken. Each challenge leads to a rebirth, propelling it forward with renewed vigor. However, in the unseen corners of Su Chen's perception, peculiar events unfold. Whether they are fortuitous or ominous remains uncertain. Chapter 2. Taihao. Within the Coastal Meteorological Research Institute, a colossal panel displays the imagery of the formidable typhoon, its swirling patterns resembling a gigantic eye. Below, a dozen individuals fixate on this tempestuous orb, as if entranced, murmuring the two syllables in hushed tones. Taihao. These utterances, akin to a fevered dream, are indistinct yet sufficiently captivating. What is happening to them? An elderly man inquires anxiously of the medical personnel assessing the situation. The emergency physician, after a thorough examination, appears equally bewildered. I have never encountered such a condition. Their physical health is intact, yet they exhibit symptoms of delirium. Psychological symptoms. Oh dear, what shall I do? They are all my students. It is my pressure that has led to this predicament. I owe an apology to their parents. The elderly man's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart heavy with anguish. Dr. Wong, this is not your fault. Recently, everyone has been working overtime, and you being on the front lines could not have anticipated such a situation, a colleague of Dr. Wong reassured him. Indeed, these young ones, to be honest, do not endure the same intensity of work as we do. It may not necessarily be your issue, another colleague added. Dr. Wong shook his head, his gaze still filled with concern. If it's not my problem, then it is my responsibility. I proposed the project, I brought them here. If anything happens to them, I bear the weight of that responsibility. The doctor surveyed the group of students in the hall and reached a conclusion. I truly cannot discern the specific symptoms they exhibit. Even in cases of brain disorders, it is improbable that they would all manifest simultaneously. Moreover, given that they have been eating and living together, it does not appear to be food poisoning. Then, what is the situation? Dr. Wong inquired. I suspect it may be mass hysteria, though it is quite rare, and I cannot be entirely certain, the doctor replied. Dr. Wong, already fraught with worry, was momentarily taken aback. Hysteria? Are you suggesting they are experiencing hysteria? That is my suspicion, but do not be alarmed. I will report this to the higher authorities. Subsequently, more specialized physicians will investigate the matter and arrange for transport. Old Wong, do not fret. Did the doctor not say that it is merely a psychological issue? It is nothing serious, perhaps just the weight of stress. Soon, our superiors will send reinforcements to relieve us, and we shall observe their condition, allowing them ample time to rest. Dr. Wong disregarded this and turned to the doctor. If that is the case, why is it that only my students exhibit such hysteria? Why do we not? The doctor surveyed the research institute, uncertain, and replied, I'm not well versed in mass hysteria, but given the circumstances here, I suspect it may be related to age. Dr. Wong glanced around and noted that indeed his students are the youngest cohort in the institute, leading him to ponder life's uncertainties. Do the younger generations face overwhelming pressure? The doctor contemplated for a moment and nodded affirmatively. Tai Hao, upon hearing this, Dr. Wong looked over to find his students still murmuring vacantly, which heightened his anxiety as he checked on them one by one. After reporting the situation, the doctor remained in place, awaiting assistance from above. His curiosity piqued regarding the cause of this collective hysteria. He leaned closer to hear their murmured words more clearly. Tai Hao. The doctor furrowed his brows and echoed the murmurs. Tai Hao? So wonderful? Was to be elevated. Following the gaze of these individuals, he turned to the ominous eye of the wind field diagram. Dr. Wong, this typhoon surely has a name, does it not? Is it called Tai Hao? Dr. Wong shook his head, while an elderly colleague from the Research Institute chuckled lightly. The naming of typhoons is not arbitrary according to the International Typhoon Naming List. This storm should indeed be called Sonda. Isn't it Tai Hao? The doctor mused, stroking his chin, unable to fathom any term that phonetically resembled Tai Hao. The sound of an ambulance echoed around the Research Institute, and the doors burst open with fervor. Where is the patient? Dr. Wong immediately looked up, spotting a throng of doctors in white coats rushing towards him, among them several seasoned physicians. Realizing they were emergency responders, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Here, doctors. In no time, a multitude of doctors hurried over, equipped with instruments. After a cursory examination of the patient, they commenced a thorough assessment. Ultimately, their findings mirrored those of the younger physician, a suspicion of mass hysteria posing no immediate life threat, yet necessitating treatment. These students would be transported to the Central Hospital for care, with expenses covered by public funds. This greatly eased Dr. Wong's concerns. The medical prowess of the Central Hospital ranked among the best along the coast and nationwide. If recovery was unattainable here, it would be fruitless elsewhere. The hospital had arranged an ample number of ambulances, and with a bit of coordination, all patients could be bundled and dispatched to the hospital in one go. As the last ambulance departed, the remaining physicians tidied up briefly. After relaying instructions to Dr. Wang, they prepared to take their leave. Tai Hao. The voice emerged like a whisper from a dream, imbued with an air of yearning. The expressions of those in the research institute shifted dramatically as they turned to the source of the sound. It was none other than the young emergency physician, who was entranced, gazing intently at the typhoon's wind field chart. Director Feng, you are the leading expert in psychiatry. You shall preside over the proceedings from here on. Very well. I shall begin. We possess scant information regarding this mass hysteria thus. Our treatment approach shall primarily rely on conventional methods. Moreover, the emergency department physician, who succumbed to mass hysteria in merely a matter of minutes, presents an opportunity for us to investigate the underlying mechanism. Its emergence and transmission. This warrants meticulous documentation. Bang! The conference room doors were thrust open with force, revealing a physician, terror etched across his face as he surveyed the assembly. This hysteria is contagious. Dr. Wang and the psychiatric assistant nurse have both been infected. What? A wave of shock rippled through the gathered physicians. The initiator of the meeting, the esteemed director of the central hospital, swiftly sensed the impending peril and decisively declared, "We must immediately implement emergency protocols as per infectious disease regulations and proceed with reporting." Is this mass hysteria categorized as an infectious disease? If we handle in such a manner, we risk sealing the hospital. The director hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "It qualifies. Expedite the reporting, and do so under my authority." Director Feng, the vice president, reacted most vehemently upon learning of Dr. Wang's infection, as he was one of his own. He hurriedly made his way to Dr. Wang's side, albeit with the awareness to don protective gear to prevent microbial contamination, thus donning a hazmat suit. However, to speak candidly, this infection is rather peculiar, as no evident pathogenic microorganisms were detected on the patient prior to their admission. Dr. Wang and her nurse were in the office, while the others, adhering to the recently announced infectious disease protocols, spontaneously engaged in cleaning, disinfection, and elation. As Director Feng opened the door, he beheld Dr. Wang seated and murmuring softly in her chair, accompanied by the nurse beside her. Subsequently, several doctors from the conference room, including the director, arrived late, clad in protective suits, crowding at the office door to peer inside, all of them hearing her murmurs. Tai Hao. Chapter 92 International Negotiations. This is merely to avert unnecessary misunderstandings. Otherwise, we can hardly ensure that certain measures will not be undertaken. Please, do not react so vehemently. I believe this does not bode well for the circumstances between our two nations. It is essential to acknowledge that ambassadors stationed in foreign lands are often the most averse to the prospect of war between their homeland and the host nation. For once hostilities commence, they find themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. Although various nations have enacted legislation to safeguard their personal security, such assurances can be rather hollow in countries where governmental functions are lacking. Moreover, they confront nations whose military prowess is comparable to their own. During times of peace, they might quibble over minor issues, confident that such disputes will not escalate. However, when the situation becomes even slightly tumultuous, they must tread carefully. We find ourselves in such turbulent times now, and they have yet to receive any communication from their homeland regarding the aerial reconnaissance squadron and fleet's deployment. In the absence of clarity and a grasp of the homeland stance, they can only refrain from making any statements. Yet, in an effort to diligently avert conflict, they must repeatedly explain to the accountability personnel, reiterating their points time and again, striving to placate the agitated individuals. Even if the latter's aggression is merely a fade, it still requires soothing. Meanwhile, the staff behind them have inundated relevant domestic agencies with calls via satellite phone, yet still, they are met with silence. This ambiguous attitude is precisely what the consuls of these embassies fear most. The leader sits in his office, observing in real time the conversation between his consul and the consul of the American embassy. Simultaneously, the embassy stationed in the United States is exerting pressure on its government. The situation there is even more dire. The relevant authorities have not been informed of this matter and are utterly oblivious to the inquiries directed at the embassy. Left in a state of confusion regarding the nature of these questions, their approach is both ostentatious and clandestine, creating a profound contradiction. Does the Strategic Analysis Department have any insights? Indeed, They believe that the American actions are likely a response to an unforeseen circumstance of a particularly urgent nature. Are they aware of the situation? No, but it seems certain that it bears no relation to our country. Their demeanor does not suggest an intent to breach our borders. The leader breathes a sigh of relief, yet remains cautious. Even so, we must not let our guard down. Yes, a radar network has already been deployed along the coast. They cannot penetrate it. However, the most pressing concern remains to ascertain their activities. What events could necessitate the sudden mobilization of such a multitude of aircraft and warships? The logistics involved must require considerable time and effort. I find it hard to believe that there is nothing substantial at play here. The leader concurs with the political commissar, imperceptibly nodding in agreement. A knock sounds at the office door. Enter. Report. A soldier strides in, clutching a document bag, which he places upon the leader's desk. Already cluttered with papers. The American military has proactively reached out to us, providing information pertinent to their extensive military operations. The leader, adopting a serious demeanor, picked up the folder. Understood, you may leave. Received. As the office door closed, the leader retrieved the documents contained within the folder. A mere glance caused his expression to shift dramatically. He scrutinized the contents intently, paging through diligently. After a considerable time, he finally set the document aside. Leader, this document states, the American military claims that an individual with extraordinary abilities has emerged among them. The leader, somewhat uncertain, glanced at the document once more, questioning whether he had misread it. Is this truly what it says? After confirming, he realized he had not erred. Indeed, it was as stated. They referred to a figure within their ranks as the messenger of God, self-styled as the White Horse Knight, capable of delivering various prophecies about the future. This is rather absurd, the political commissar pondered, opting for a different term. Somewhat unbelievable? Could it be a fabrication? The leader shook his head. I do not know. The document indicates that the American organization has conducted secret validations through several prestigious national and even international universities, such as the Trinity Academy and the Ma Rope Institute, confirming that his prophecies possess a degree of authenticity. However, the specifics of these prophecies are tightly guarded, with not a single word disclosed to us. In the absence of guaranteed truth, we cannot wholly rely on his assertions. After all, we have yet to witness this extraordinary individual with our own eyes. However, does this have much to do with their military operations? No, it is indeed relevant. The leader tapped his fingers on the documents. The American military is acting based on the prophecy of the White Knight. And this operation is even personally guided by the White Knight himself, directing aerial reconnaissance teams and fleets, searching within the Pacific for organizations or intelligent beings responsible for disseminating globally mutated fungi. The reason why some of these organizations have not caught wind of this is that they deem the rationale somewhat absurd. And there is a lack of consensus among the higher-ups, resulting in this peculiar mobilization, acting first and reporting later. This aligns quite closely with the sudden situation you mentioned. They have already begun to provide explanations to Congress. The political commissar furrowed his brow. This seems rather frivolous, doesn't it? Mobilizing the military base solely on the so-called prophecy of the White Knight? To be honest, I can somewhat understand, Commissar. Let us not forget Chen, in my eyes. That little fellow can also be considered an extraordinary individual. If he were to uncover something necessitating military mobilization, I would certainly deliberate carefully. The leader ceased his tapping on the documents. Moreover, if this matter is true, and Ameriking has discovered something, we could find ourselves at a disadvantage. Let us not forget, both of our academicians sacrificed themselves for the nation. Their grievances remain unavenged. The political commissar fell silent. The office door was once again knocked upon vigorously. Come in. Chen pushed the door open and looked at the leader. Hello, leader. The leader, somewhat taken aback, thought to himself, speak of the devil. Chen? Lieutenant Su, what brings you here this time? I have come to report on the recent developments. The leader nodded. You must have just assumed your position, correct? If it is merely a status update, you could have your subordinate, team leaders you prepare a report for submission. Only if there are significant or urgent matters should you come to me. Chen pondered over his recent discoveries. Although they all seemed quite pressing, they hardly warranted the leader's attention, or rather, there was little utility in him being informed. Having Zhu draft a report would suffice. However, there was indeed one particularly challenging request, or rather an urgent situation, that necessitated his personal presence. I understand, but since I am here, may I proceed with my report? Chen intended to initiate the conversation by explaining the context of his request through work-related matters, thereby clarifying his reasoning. The leader, intrigued by any recent findings from Chen, nodded in agreement. Chapter 93, The Card Table. Discussions with Director Yang regarding the existence of deep divers. Establishing contact between Coastal Heavy Industries and Shangyun Ocean University for the development of deep-sea sonar. Linkai is already devising solutions to the problem of special corrosion. The implications extend far beyond these issues. I have issued orders for the Public Safety Department to seize control of these servers, prohibiting any unauthorized research. Until we ascertain the extent of the information's impact, we must proceed with utmost caution. Moreover, the servers of national-level museums possess data that seldom exhibits information distortion. According to our expert analysis, this phenomenon may correlate with the degree of attention. The more individuals that peruse the information, the lesser the occurrence of data distortion. Currently, experts are still engaged in organizing research. However, the prospects appear dim, and this is approximately the situation at present. Chen gazed at the leader, who was attentively listening. And after a brief pause, he articulated his request. Furthermore, I wish to examine the original manuscript of On Protracted War, which I mentioned earlier. The leader furrowed his brow. I comprehend your intention. You wish to ascertain whether the manuscript has sustained any damage, correct? I shall arrange that. It is astonishing that so many events are transpiring right beneath our noses, resulting in such grave consequences. He truly intends to obliterate all vestiges of human civilization. However, the leader shifted his tone. You have demonstrated commendable capability. In just a few days, you have grasped how to fulfill your responsibilities and respond aptly to various incidents. I have perused the report, Lieutenant Chu. I did not misjudge you. Chen shook his head. This is insufficient. We must exercise even greater caution. This is an adversary humanity has never encountered before, and no amount of vigilance is excessive. The card table is indeed an apt metaphor. Your discourse is neither obsequious nor arrogant, reminiscent of one who has weathered many storms, exhibiting remarkable maturity. My own son at your age could not accomplish what you have. Chen felt a jolt within. He had nearly forgotten that he was a time traveler. No matter how seamlessly he integrated into this world, the echoes of his past life were not so easily diminished. Could it be that the leader's discerning gaze has already unveiled his identity as a traveler? After all, time travel isn't a crime, is it? However, the leader merely seemed to express approval before picking up the documents on the table and handing them to Chen. Well, this is for you as well. Since you are here, you might as well take a look. Chen curiously accepted the papers, scanning through them with haste. Soon, a sense of astonishment washed over him. A White Horse Knight? An aerial reconnaissance squad? Capable of prophecy? He turned to the leader with a look of desperation. Is this information legitimate? Chen fell silent, re-examining the documents, his gaze lingering on the title of the White Horse Knight. He felt an eerie familiarity with the knight's deeds. Prophecy, guiding fleets. Indeed, prophecy. Isn't that akin to what Grandpa Yang does? If the White Horse Knight claims to be a messenger of God, then... Chen's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He tirelessly endeavored to piece together the events in his mind, a myriad of questions emerging, the most pressing of which was the nature of the god behind this White Horse Knight. Initially, he considered that if the god behind the knight were genuine, then according to the biblical descriptions of omniscience and omnipotence, there would be no need for such mystique, nor to send a White Horse Knight. A mere gesture could have sufficed to vanquish Cthulhu. If that were not the case, then this god might resemble the likes of Taihao, merely a self-proclaimed entity. And the information he provided could be less of a prophecy and more of knowledge he possessed. The White Horse Knight, in that context, would simply be a conduit, akin to Grandpa Yang. They possess knowledge of the ancient secrets and can perceive the extraordinary, even having the ability to resist the incursions and corruptions of these otherworldly beings. Although Taihao appears to be at a disadvantage in a struggle against the whispers of Cthulhu, it is evident that such murmurs are equally powerless against him. Why do these beings, capable of contending with the old ones, refer to themselves as Taihao and claim divinity? What are they truly? This knight on a white steed bears resemblance to my grandfather, Yang. Chen expressed his speculation. If this is the case, it is no wonder they are secretive about the verification of prophecies. They are likely just placating us. The leader did not erupt in fury. Instead, he remained inscrutable, for a simple reason. They did not disclose the existence of Taihao and Director Yang, merely deflecting inquiries toward one another. Were it not for this grandiose operation, they would have certainly remained silent. Without the presence of Taihao and Director Yang, the leader might have believed this narrative, but now, the American's proactive release of information, intended to obscure the matter, has instead unveiled their extraordinary existence. He soon resolved to maintain discretion. The situation remains uncertain, and information regarding the extraordinary must remain confidential. While accountability may yield information from the American, detailed revelations would undoubtedly raise suspicions of similar existences within their own ranks, a misstep he does not intend to repeat. Thus, his approach to this matter is to feign ignorance. Their objective is not merely to seek, but to annihilate that race, Chen continued. The leader's pupils contracted. The document merely indicated a search. Ah, I understand now. Chen, do you believe they can succeed? Chen shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps you could inquire with Dean Yang. After all, our understanding of them is exceedingly limited. The leader fixed his gaze on Chen, then sighed. If they can eradicate that race, it would indeed be a boon. I have no qualms about who avenges our academicians. I simply hope their endeavors are fruitful. At the table of civilization, after the entity played several cards, humanity began to struggle in their counterattack, but what would be the outcome? Before the dust settles, this question remains unanswered. Chapter 94. Transformation into monsters in the physician's office. A group of individuals sat before academician Chi, with those in the front fixated on the curtain behind him, while those in the back busily scribbled notes and engaged in rapid discussions, seemingly embroiled in a debate. The identities of these individuals comprised some of the nation's foremost biologists and doctors, occasionally gracing the screens of central television channels. Academician Chi, the patient continues to undergo transformation. Should we not cease the nutrient injections? No, we cannot halt them. Academician Chi set down the CT scan in his hands, gazing intently at his researchers. The patient's condition is far from optimistic. If we were to halt treatment, his body's normal organs would cease to receive nutritional support, rendering any chance of recovery utterly hopeless. Thus, despite the transformation, we find ourselves at a loss. Our most pressing concern is to preserve his life. It is imperative that medications such as methylprednisolone, tacrolimus, azathioprine, and rituximab are administered without interruption. The researcher, clad in a lab coat, hurried away to execute Academician Chi's orders. Academician Chi surveyed the surrounding doctors and professors. His expression grave. I continued, stating that after stabilizing the original condition, aside from skeletal deformities, the patient could potentially return to a normal state with adequate nourishment. However, the situation has escalated. He has developed pronounced amphibious characteristics, including skin reminiscent of amphibians or cartilaginous fish, and web tissue has begun to form between his fingers. Now, even his internal skeletal structure is undergoing a series of transformations. Initially, the changes in his bones were subtle, but the current state is unmistakable. These alterations seem to be steering humanity towards a being adapted for aquatic existence. We have come to realize that this is the result of a certain force at play. The culmination of this transformation is unlikely to be favorable for us. The only means to alleviate the situation is to cease nutritional supply, thereby decelerating cellular differentiation. Yet, it appears that the priority of the patient's cellular transformation supersedes the instinct for survival. Not all energy is acquired by cells for sustenance. Rather, it undergoes differentiation and transformation. Only an abundance of energy can enable cells to maintain their functions post-transformation. In other words, once the patient ceases to receive nutrient solutions, death ensues. There have been numerous patients like him emerging across the nation, and the situation is growing increasingly severe. At present, he remains the most critical case. Now, you are all esteemed domestic experts in biology and medicine whom I have invited. Please express your thoughts freely, without the fear of making mistakes, and let us explore potential solutions to alter this dire situation. The projector behind Academician Chi displays the patient in the hospital bed. His cranial structure has altered, and his visage contorts grotesquely, resembling anything but a human. He is equipped with a specialized respirator, which contains vapor, moistening his lungs that crave hydration with each breath. His body is unrecognizable, draped in numerous wet towels. Through the uncovered areas, one can discern skin marred by extensive edema and vast patches of discoloration. These towels serve to retain moisture. Without them, his transformed skin would swell or crack due to dehydration, rendering it unfit for survival in air. His limbs are grotesquely swollen, revealing prominent veins akin to varicose veins, suggesting a horrifying inflammatory response. His skeletal structure is warped, deviating from the human form, and even between his fingers and toes. Membranes of flesh have sprouted, resembling webbing. This grotesque creature, neither fully human nor entirely beast, lies with closed eyes, greedily inhaling the moisture-laden air, its chest rising and falling with great difficulty as it clings to life. Intravenous tubes are inserted into its left limb and subclavian area, delivering sustenance. The transformation it endures demands an immense amount of energy, far beyond what its digestive system can provide. Thus, it relies solely on nutritional infusions for sustenance. These infusions are intended for individuals in the advanced stages of cancer who can no longer eat, comprising carbohydrates, amino acids, lipid emulsions, electrolytes, trace elements, vitamins, and water, with the potential addition of insulin as deemed necessary. The carbohydrates primarily consist of glucose, the most suitable fuel for human physiological needs, readily utilized by all organs. This concoction is particularly fitting for the patient, supplying sufficient energy to transform him into a being that has lost its human form, a striking irony. However, should Song Tian arrive at this place, even in the face of this almost unrecognizable entity stripped of human traits, he would be able to discern that this patient is indeed his father, left aghast at the transformation his father has undergone. He is the patient suffering from chronic myeloid leukemia, Song Tian's father, whose treatment was taken over by academician Qi following a reminder from Su Chen. It is difficult to ascertain whether such a state of existence is a blessing or a curse. A young surgeon raises a hand, proposing whether surgical intervention might resolve the issue by excising the proliferative tissues, such as the web structures of his fingers, to restore their functionality. This is a method, albeit his transformation is still ongoing and has not ceased. Skin can be grafted, bones can be corrected, and even hyperplasia can be excised. However, this merely addresses the symptoms. I seek a fundamental solution. At this moment, the group behind has completed their discussions and raised their hands to speak. I conferred with my colleague, and if this patient's transformation had been previously established, then chronic myeloid leukemia was not the cause of the transformation, but rather the transformation itself led to his chronic myeloid leukemia. His immune system has been thoroughly altered, resulting in a mutation in his hematopoietic system. Hence the appearance of such conditions. Academician Qi contemplated for a moment. This is a novel perspective. Please continue. The biomedical speaker resumed. Recently, aside from cancer patients, those suffering from immune diseases are the most numerous. These immune disorders are an eclectic mix, and we have yet to identify a common causative factor. While we suspect that there is a force at play, we ponder whether this force is truly so occupied as to create distinct triggers for each individual patient. Concurrently, the incidence of cancer patients has surged, indicating a potential commonality between the two. Previously, you mentioned that certain substances bear similarities to the properties of mutated fungi, which is indeed the case. It is observable that these immune disease patients consistently exhibit certain pathogenic sources that are exceedingly active. Someone in the audience posed a question to the speaker. If you assert this, do you then possess knowledge of how these patients develop their conditions? Precisely. The issue lies within this transformation. Please direct your attention to the patient displayed on the screen. I have conferred with my colleagues, who are also biologists, and discovered that the characteristics exhibited by these amphibians and fish are merely in the early stages of development. Continuous observation has revealed that as of yesterday, their development has ceased and they have assumed a definitive form. In other words, while they may potentially develop additional non-human traits in the future, their original characteristics appear to have reached full maturation and are no longer progressing. The individual glanced at the screen and posed a question. Is there an issue with this? Indeed, the matter is quite serious. The non-human traits present in him have not fully developed at all. These features in fish are considered to be deformed. For instance, his web fingers are partially too thin, partially incomplete, and in some cases, not developed at all, lacking the function that webbing should possess. He is fundamentally not whole, akin to malformative development. The questioner remained perplexed. Is this not normal? After all, the emergence of such traits in humans is inherently illogical, especially given the severe rejection responses. Previously, I conducted an experiment on mice to grow ears on their backs, and nearly none of the human ears produced were normal. If there were no malformative development, that would indeed be strange. The questioner appeared even more bewildered, gazing vacantly at the speaker, uncertain of the discourse. However, academician Qi grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that he may possess the capability to transform humans into an entirely developed monstrosity? Precisely. If there are no immune diseases, cancer and an ample supply of energy, this is indeed feasible. The condition of this patient is akin to that of a fetus suffering from intrauterine malnutrition and undergoing rejection attacks, resulting in severe developmental impairment, which consequently leads to malformations and a myriad of ailments. Academician Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The speaker, lost in thought, articulated ideas with the rapidity of a barrage of cannon fire. I comprehend your point. However, some colleagues might not fully grasp it. You must elucidate further, Academician Chen remarked, accompanied by a sigh. The speaker nodded in acknowledgement. Perhaps cellular differentiation? One individual ventured uncertainly. Cellular differentiation refers to the intricate process whereby pluripotent or immature cells gradually evolve into specific types of mature cells. Throughout this process, cells acquire distinct morphology and functionality to execute particular biological tasks, and differentiation forms the cornerstone of development and maintenance of tissue structure and function in multicellular organisms. Generally speaking, only pluripotent or immature cells possess the capability to differentiate. Once differentiation is accomplished, they cannot revert. It is only in rare instances, such as during tissue and organ damage or pathological conditions, that mature cells may re-enter the cell cycle to proliferate and differentiate. However, this patient is atypical. Nearly all of his mature cells are undergoing differentiation, resulting in a comprehensive alteration of his condition. A hallmark characteristic of this patient is that the already formed skeletal tissue continues to undergo transformation. Cellular differentiation is regulated by a complex array of signaling pathways and regulatory factors, including transcription factors, growth factors, extracellular matrix components, and signaling molecules released by neighboring cells. These factors and pathways coordinate the internal and external cellular environments, guiding cells towards specific differentiation trajectories. Now, with our ability to edit DNA, can we not induce differentiation in mature cells? Are there any further challenges that remain? How does the human body survive underwater? If that is the case, extensive genetic editing involving disparate genes across different taxonomic groups could potentially result in erroneous gene compilation, leading to a plethora of mutations and aberrant cells. However, we possess the capability to significantly enhance cellular division activities, allowing for the self-destruction of numerous abnormal cells upon detection, all achievable through DNA editing. This heightened cellular activity necessitates an abundance of energy, and with boundless division, the lifespan of these cells is likely to be exceedingly brief. This predicament can be addressed by providing the human body with ample nutrition and modifying DNA to remove cellular lifespan restrictions, thereby permitting infinite division. Would this not render them akin to cancer cells? Indeed, that is precisely the objective. However, they would function as controlled cancer cells, retaining the capabilities of normal cells. Are these DNA alterations gradual or rapid? Similar to this patient, they are gradual. In that case, we must also consider that the differentiated cells resulting from DNA editing may not align with the body's original tissues, potentially inciting rejection responses. Can we alter this through DNA modification as well? Absolutely. We can adjust the expression of the immune system's DNA to prevent the occurrence of rejection. It appears that the crowd is beginning to grasp the implications. Not a harbinger, their ailments stem from incomplete transformations. If I would only need to exert half my effort to render humanity imperfectly transformed, leading them to perish from complications arising from such transformations. This is intentional on his part. He does not aspire to transform humanity. He merely seeks to annihilate it. The old physician pondered. How can you be so certain? Because of him. The speaker pointed at Song Tian's father on the screen. Due to this patient, we have discerned the amount of energy required for transformation. Statistically, the nutritional intake during the patient's transformation process is several dozen times that of an adult male. Yet humans can only obtain energy through food. And no matter how much one consumes, the digestive capacity of the stomach has its limits, which are far from sufficient to meet the energy required for transformation. In other words, these individuals rely on various medications and devices. Even if they do not succumb to complications, they will ultimately starve when fully transformed. A profound silence enveloped the entire conference room. Chapter 95, Powerlessness. The report conveys the latest news from Academician Chen. They have preliminary speculations regarding the increasing number of patients. The leader took the document, glanced over it. So that is the case. However, it is unfortunate that even with this knowledge, they remain incapable of counteracting it. There is no need for such pessimism. Resolving this issue is merely a matter of time. the political commissar stated. One should not be blindly optimistic. While accelerating has its merits, the ability to apply the brakes is of even greater significance. Please deliver this report to Chen and let him peruse it for a better understanding. Furthermore, inform him that our situation is not promising and he should act decisively. Chen is currently engaged in a conversation via landline with the director of the laboratory at Chen University, discussing the development and fabrication of advanced sonar technology. Although American has already dispatched fleets and reconnaissance aircraft to search for the deep diver, Chen believes in the necessity of taking precautionary measures. Chen is among the first batch of provincial capitals in the country to open up, leveraging its unique and advantageous geographical location to attract numerous enterprises and investments both domestically and internationally, thus emerging as one of the most developed provincial capitals in the nation. The hosting of the Xiaoyun Expo has further enhanced its international reputation. The rapid development has led to an abundance of educational resources, with numerous prestigious universities. Xiaoyun University, due to its coastal location, has a profound expertise in marine research, making it a formidable institution among the renowned universities in Xiaoyun. Once ravaged by war, Xiaoyun's history is one of resilience, ultimately responding to the nation's call by transforming from aquaculture to oceanography, addressing critical knowledge gaps, and nurturing the talents most needed by the country, resulting in its current stature. Having gained insight into this university, Chen recognizes its capability to design what he envisions, which is why he confidently entrusts them with the task at hand. The focus of this discussion is primarily to consolidate state-owned heavy industry enterprises along the coast to procure several vessels equipped to install advanced sonar systems. In the center of the Pacific, to achieve the precision you require, even the deployment of active sonar may likely overlook vast expanses of the ocean floor, given the intricate topography beneath the waves. After all, sonar is not infallible. Is there a solution? Indeed, the submarine sonar. Do you recall the Jialong? Ah, yes. The submersible capable of diving to depths of 7,000 meters? It is more than just a submarine. It is more accurately classified as a manned deep-sea submersible. If we could harness the deep-sea technology it employs, coupled with advanced sonar, we might gain comprehensive insight into the entire oceanic seabed. Very well. Tell me whom I should contact. The Shipbuilding Industry Corporation, the Academy of Sciences, and the Institute of Engineering Physics. They collaboratively developed the Jialong and possess the requisite technological resources. No problem. Chen promptly agreed, for this lay within his purview, enabling him to mobilize any necessary resources at his discretion. The agreement stipulated his considerable authority, which, while somewhat excessive for his position, rendered him all the more vigilant and cautious. A knock echoed through the office, and Chen swiftly remarked, "I will reach out to the Academy of Sciences and the Engineering Institute. I will provide you with all the essential resources. The urgency of developing advanced sonar cannot be overstated." Understood. Chen terminated the call and addressed the door. "Please, come in." Team leader Zhu entered, presenting Chen with a document. "This is the urgent information entrusted to me by the leader, along with a message for you." "What is it?" Chen inquired with curiosity. "Our situation is not optimistic. We need you to act freely." Chen's curiosity faded, and his expression turned serious as he took the documents from team leader Zhu. After a brief perusal, he grasped the leader's intent. They could alleviate certain symptomatic ailments. Yet they were powerless against this reversal. Chen glanced at the photograph of Song Tian's father. His appearance indeed resembled that of the deep diver he had previously seen in his hallucinations. This suggested that it was quite possible that the deep diver was responsible for these occurrences. Did they possess the ability to transform humans into their kin? Or was this the manifestation of some divine power? He continued reading and encountered the statistical data compiled by academician Qi regarding various patients. The statistics indicated that there were no extreme cases as severe as that of Song Tian's father, while many fortunate individuals could avail themselves of the nation's full medical resources, clinging to life against the odds. Most reached a stage of clear mutation symptoms similar to those of Song Tian's father only when they were already in the terminal phase of complications brought on by the transformation. Although certain organizations exhibited overtly non-human characteristics, these were trivial when compared to the deadly late-stage cancers and superimmunological diseases, as they all faced the inevitable end of life. Academician Qi had attempted to assist some who had the potential to survive, but over time, apart from the increasing severity of complications, their non-human traits became increasingly pronounced, and they required substantial nutrition. However, none of these individuals had outlived Song Tian's father. In the eyes of the outside world, they did not exhibit any apparent signs of transformation. All succumbed to various ailments. Had they not exerted every effort to save a seemingly doomed patient, they would never have fathomed the intricate reasons underlying these events. Furthermore, Chen furrowed his brow as he encountered the most pivotal sentence pinned by academician Chi in this document. We remain unclear about the conditions that trigger the disease. After extensive data investigation, it was revealed that the myriad ailments arising from such transformations bore no discernible correlation with the immune system, gender, genes, environment, or age, often yielding paradoxical outcomes. Why do some patients fall ill while others do not? Why do the progression of illnesses vary among patients? These questions lingered in perplexity. Upon reading this sentence, he was indeed struck by curiosity. Why, indeed, do some patients become ill while others remain unscathed? Why do some present with mild symptoms while others suffer severely? Moreover, if the immune system is not implicated, what then could be the cause? Could it be that those afflicted possess some unique characteristics? Is Officer Liu still outside? Indeed, they are in discussions with the Strategic Information Department, seeking the latest updates on the movements of the American. I wish to converse with them. Understood. Chapter 96, Calm Ryan. A private in the command ship of the American Third Fleet, after a long day of arduous labor, arrived on the deck, leaning against the railing to enjoy the cool sea breeze while indulging in a cigarette. In the midst of a demanding workday, he remained steadfast at his post, where smoking was strictly prohibited and leisure moments were a rarity. Now, as the sun dipped into the horizon and the moon ascended, he sought to seize this precious opportunity for relaxation. Unlike his comrades, who retreated to the communal lounge for drinks, banter, or the fleeting thrill of video games, activities he neither enjoyed nor excelled at, he preferred solitude. He relished the caress of the salty sea breeze, gazing at the shimmering ocean beneath the moonlight and contemplating the vast expanse of stars, allowing his mind to drift into a tranquil void. The moon hung elegantly in the night sky, illuminating the surface of the sea. Here, far from the blinding glare of urban light pollution, the moon appeared infinitely brighter, up to twice as luminous than it did in the city. Countless twinkling stars adorned the sky, a breathtaking spectacle that was utterly invisible amidst the neon glow of urban life. Together, they formed a dreamlike celestial panorama, under which one could easily sense their own insignificance and vulnerability. Reaching into his pocket, Ryan retrieved a cigarette case and an electric lighter, igniting it with a flicker of flame. The winds over the sea were capricious, far more so than those on land. A conventional lighter would easily be extinguished. Even wind-resistant lighters might falter in the harsh maritime conditions, which is why he had specifically acquired this specialized lighter, designed to withstand any adversity. After lighting his cigarette, Ryan took a deep drag, stowed the lighter away, and exhaled a plume of smoke, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Ryan was indifferent, as he still had several cigarettes remaining. He relished merely the sensation of holding a cigarette between his fingers. Whether he took another puff or refrained from it made little difference to him. He rested his arms on the railing, allowing his full weight to lean against it, enabling the sturdy structure to bear a significant portion of his mass, which brought him a sense of comfort. The night at sea was profoundly tranquil, interrupted only by the soft lapping of waves against the vessel and the distant hum of the ship's engines and generators, sounds that were inevitable yet familiar to him. Disregarding these, was the night not serene? Ryan took another drag, flicked the ash away, which danced into the wind, and gazed towards the direction of the sign 083, where a shadowy figure loomed on the water's surface. He recognized it as the Huckleton, a cruiser and the very target his escorting frigate was assigned to protect. With a sigh, he confessed to himself that he remained uncertain of his purpose. Despite the fleet's formidable presence, it felt as though they were not conducting exercises, intimidating foes, or engaging in conflict, but rather meandering aimlessly in this maritime expanse for several days. Even their captain incessantly lamented, asserting that this was one of the most ill-advised orders from the operations department. Days passed without any tangible results. As their fleet meandered through the waters while aircraft launched from the rear, carrier occasionally soared overhead, only to sporadically descend during twilight or nightfall. He pondered how much longer this aimless situation would persist, leaving him feeling increasingly restless and impotent. The captain had vaguely mentioned that the expedition to this location was based on someone's orders to search for something, yet the details remained elusive. Ryan found himself puzzled about what could warrant the near-total mobilization of the Third Fleet. As he leaned forward, contemplating the answer to this enigma, a sudden frown creased his brow, interrupting his train of thought. He noticed something amiss with the ship's paint. Positioned at the vessel's midsection, he could observe a portion of the hull below, where the paint exhibited an unusual hue. Disposing of the remaining cigarette but into the sea, he grasped the railing with one hand for support while tentatively reaching down to touch the hole beneath the deck with the other. Raising his hand, he examined the area where his fingers had made contact with the paint, discovering fragments of flaking paint adhered to his fingertips, mingled with tiny, pale gray particles. He pinched and rubbed this substance between his fingers. It bore the dampness of seawater and a coolness, proving resilient and unyielding. Seemingly just an accumulation of grit that had settled there unbeknownst to him. Reflecting on the recent maintenance, which had been conducted shortly before their departure, he mused that such paint should not have been peeling away. Was it a lapse in diligence on the part of the maintenance crew? Or perhaps a defect in the paint's composition? He speculated, intending to report this anomaly later, for the ship's coating was indispensable in safeguarding the hull. Without it, the vessel would be susceptible to rapid corrosion from the sea and wind, hastening its deterioration. Just as he prepared to turn away, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the deck, prompting Ryan to instinctively glance in that direction. A young man clad in a blue uniform, his face pale and his movements tinged with apprehension, hurriedly made his way towards the foredeck passage. With a glance at his uniform, it became evident that he was an officer on duty at the bridge. As he approached, Ryan recognized his features with a sense of surprise. It was none other than James. "James, where are you headed?" Ryan called out. Hearing his name, James turned, his initial fears swiftly replaced by relief upon seeing Ryan. "Ryan, what brings you here?" "I came to enjoy the sea breeze." "James, do you have any lighting equipment?" "No, I don't." "Damn it. This isn't the time for that. Let's put the lighting equipment aside for now." "Ryan, do you know where the first officer is?" Noticing a strange expression on James's face, Ryan sensed something was amiss and replied, "The last time I saw him, he was in his public lounge." "All right, I'll check there." Just as James was about to hastily depart, Ryan stopped him. "James, can you tell me what's going on?" With a serious demeanor, James replied, "There is indeed something happening at the Combat Command Center." He repeated this, but his subsequent words became jumbled, leaving Ryan confused, and then James took off. Puzzled, Ryan glanced at the edge of the deck. Despite James's odd behavior, he resolved to heed James's warning. However, there was still one task left undone. He needed to inspect the damage to the ship's hull paint. He pushed open a heavy watertight door and entered the cabin. Descending further, he arrived at the storeroom. After rummaging through numerous storage boxes, he finally located a flashlight on a shelf. Testing it confirmed its functionality, and he nodded in satisfaction before returning the box to its place. Faint sounds of commotion drifted in from above. That was the communal lounge near the cabin. Ryan felt a twinge of irritation, as these noises reinforced his conviction that stepping onto the deck for some fresh air was indeed a splendid choice. As he replaced the last storage box, he noticed that the bottom of it was somewhat damp. Frowning, he mentally cursed the crew member responsible for cleaning. Rising, he surveyed the storeroom, where several water stains marred the floor, seemingly remnants of an inadequate mopping. It was not a grave issue, merely a slight nuisance, if anything. He could report it to the sanitation supervisor tomorrow. For now, it was far more pressing to inspect the condition of the paintwork. Ryan dimmed the flashlight and ascended the stairs. Chapter 97. Barnacle waves. Upon reaching the deck, he activated the flashlight, and a brilliant beam burst forth. He pointed the light towards the ocean, but the sea appeared as an abyss, swallowing every ray that touched its surface. Even with illumination, the ocean remained shrouded in darkness. Perhaps it was the chill that made him shiver. The sound of footsteps echoed from the foredeck passageway, and Ryan turned to see James hurrying along with another individual, evidently on their way to the bridge. From the white uniform of that individual, it was evident that he was the first officer. Instinctively, Ryan saluted the two men. Yet James, his face ashen, merely offered a faint nod in return, while the first officer, with a grim expression, did not even cast a glance at Ryan as he hurried past. The sound of their swift footsteps gradually faded into the distance, causing Ryan to lower his arm and contemplate their departure. There was undoubtedly something amiss in the battle command center. But what could provoke such a pallor and fear in James, the officer on bridge duty, that he sought the first officer's attention? The surrounding sea remained tranquil, with only the sounds of water and machinery, which seemed to be diminishing. There were no enemy fleets in sight, no urgent assembly orders, nor the thunderous roar of shells and missiles. It was difficult for him to fathom what could have caused James to appear so flustered. He turned once more, leaning over the railing, and directed his flashlight towards the hull of the ship. Peering down, he was met with a sight that sent his thoughts spiraling into chaos. In the undulating black waves, a multitude of eyes stared back at him. The swirling sea was teeming with countless eyeballs, clinging to the ship's surface, their sheer number causing them to stack upon one another, growing like tentacles, and the deeper one looked, the more numerous they became. Even the seabed seemed nearly obscured. The eyes illuminated by the beam of light appeared as if they had been provoked, all fixating on him, emerging from some unknown and terrifying dimension. Seemingly perplexed by the presence of a watcher among them, why would anyone dare to gaze upon them? Ryan stared in terror at the myriad of writhing, layered entities below. As they seemed to reach out towards him like some insidious plant, their movement almost reaching for the sky. He could even hear a faint, disquieting rustling sound, eerie and unsettling. No matter how resolute one's spirit, it is nearly impossible to maintain composure in the face of such a sight. He felt as though fear had seized his throat, stifling his breath, rendering him voiceless, entranced only by the gaze of the eye that met his own. These eyes were drawing closer, a ceaseless exchange of stares, an endless connection. His soul seemed on the verge of being ensnared, destined to succumb to the frigid depths of the sea. The waves began to swell, crashing relentlessly against his vessel, causing it to sway gently. He suddenly pushed against the railing, using the force to propel himself away, staggering onto the deck, gasping for air, the flashlight rolling away from him. As the ship rocked with the rhythm of the waves and the moonlight dimmed, Ryan gradually regained a fraction of the strength lost to his fright. He retrieved the flashlight that had rolled to his side and illuminated his surroundings. To his horror, he beheld an eye upon the deck. His heart momentarily halted before he processed the sight. After a brief hesitation, he directed the flashlight towards it, cautiously approaching. As he drew nearer, he realized it was not merely an eye. Though it was largely pallid, its form was unmistakably irregular, its shell resembling that of a lifeless object. Finally, Ryan mustered the courage to pick up this peculiar thing. The white object, resembling a diminutive volcano, appeared remarkably sturdy. Within its shell, something was stirring, and at first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a rolling eyeball. He quickly recalled what this peculiar entity was, a barnacle. Its exterior was a volcanic-shaped structure, a calcareous protective shell, while its true form resided within, subsisting on plankton or organic matter, posing no threat to humanity. Realization dawned upon Ryan as he grasped the flashlight and climbed over the railing, directing the beam toward the hull of the ship. Once stabilized, he finally discerned the true nature of the so-called eyeballs. They were indeed barnacles, thousands of them, densely packed, layered, and writhing in motion. Together, they formed a disconcerting tapestry of fear. Unbeknownst to him, a multitude of barnacles had attached themselves to the hull, increasing in number the further down he looked. They even overlapped and clung to one another, revealing a colossal outline beneath the inky waters. These barnacles proliferated from the surface downward, with a significant portion extending above the waterline. It was a mystery how they had managed to grow in such a location, given that they could only thrive in aquatic environments. However, he soon recognized the anomaly. Typically, barnacles would attach themselves to underwater reefs, rocks, turtles, fish, whales, drilling platforms, or any human constructs within the ocean. Yet, these barnacles appeared to be fully matured, seemingly brought in by the waves, adhering to surfaces as if coated in glue, and their numbers were astonishingly vast. He instinctively glanced at the barnacle on his hand. Its underside, although coated with a peculiar slime, bore no remnants of rock or other substances, suggesting it was not a mere detachment from a nearby locale. He then scrutinized the multitude of barnacles clinging to the vessel, his brow furrowing in concern. It is well known that barnacles will parasitize any surface conducive to their predation, with human ships proving to be an excellent choice. However, a substantial infestation of barnacles not only damages or corrodes the ship but also disrupts its hydrodynamics, creating significant drag and adding unnecessary weight. To combat barnacle colonization, modern vessels are typically coated with toxic paints designed to deter aquatic organisms, especially barnacles. This is particularly critical for naval ships, where such coatings must be meticulously maintained. So how did these barnacles manage to attach themselves? Upon closer inspection, Ryan observed that when waves crashed against the hull, mature barnacles would adhere to the ship's surface. Initially, he assumed the barnacles would succumb to the toxicity of the paint. However, his eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the paint around the barnacle not only bubbling and flaking but gradually peeling away. This barnacle was impervious to the paint. In fact, it appeared to be damaging it. The flaking paint he had first noticed was likely a result of this very phenomenon. Soon after, Ryan discovered an even more alarming reality. The number of barnacles was far greater than he had initially perceived. Beneath the surface, their numbers had escalated to a point where they were affecting the navigation of an 8,000-ton displacement frigate, significantly reducing the vessel's speed. The slower the vessel's speed, the more susceptible it becomes to the adhesion of barnacles. Ryan firmly believed that these barnacles would not spare the ship's propulsion system, particularly the submerged propeller. When the density of barnacles beneath the water reaches a critical point, it can impede the rotation of the propeller. Should the rotational speed of the blades diminish even slightly, their terrifying numbers would undoubtedly overwhelm the propeller. If the propeller were to become infested, this warship would find itself ensnared in the very heart of the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 98. Embedded in flesh and blood, Ryan realized the gravity of the situation. Although he was uncertain about the nature of these barnacles, he understood the necessity of reporting to his superiors. He instinctively glanced toward the bridge, recalling James's earlier words regarding a situation in the Combat Command Center, which might be connected to these barnacles. After a moment of internal conflict, he decided to report to the Combat Command Center. The possibility of the warship losing speed could lead to dire consequences, and these peculiar barnacles could potentially cover the entire hull. Only through prompt action could they hope to avert disaster. He was unsure whether the issues at the Combat Command Center were related to the barnacles, but he dared not take the risk. With the barnacle in hand, he hurried towards the warship's Combat Command Center, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing once more along the deck's corridor. The command center of the warship is typically situated on the bridge or at the core of the vessel, serving as its pivotal hub. Here, the captain and the first officer issue their orders. Ryan, as the seasoned veteran with the longest tenure aboard this frigate, was well aware of its precise location. Upon ascending to the bridge, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. The watertight door to the command center stood ajar, and within, there was a flurry of activity accompanied by the sounds of clattering tools and faint, indistinct groans. Cautiously, Ryan pushed the door open and encountered James and the first officer, who were blocking the entrance, preventing Ryan from seeing inside. Upon noticing Ryan's arrival, they both turned to him, the first officer's expression darkening ominously. Observing the first officer's grim demeanor, Ryan hastily explained, "I have an urgent matter to report that requires immediate attention from the captain. It concerns the very survival of our warship." Just as James was about to respond, he was silenced by the first officer, Private Ryan. "The captain is currently unable to fulfill his command duties. If you have information, you may relay it to me." Confused yet resolute, Ryan produced the barnacle he held in his hand. To his astonishment, the moment James and the first officer laid eyes on it, their faces transformed, revealing a mixture of anxiety and fear. As if confronted by a formidable adversary, they even took a small step back. It was then that Ryan noticed a ship's doctor crouched on the floor, laboriously engaged in some urgent task. "Where did you acquire this?" the first officer inquired, his tone tinged with alarm. Ryan felt a faint prickling sensation where his hand made contact with the barnacles. However, recalling the multitude of barnacles clinging to the battleship's hull, he promptly stated, "It's related to the waves crashing onto the deck. The emergency I mentioned pertains to this." Waves crashing onto the deck? The first officer's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Yet, glancing at the barnacles on Ryan's hand, he urged, "Continue. Show me that barnacle." Indeed, I discovered a vast accumulation of these barnacles on the port side of the main hull, brought by the waves. Their numbers are beyond imagination, and they have clung so abundantly to the vessel that they are impeding our frigate's navigation. As Ryan spoke, he suddenly faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had intended to pry the barnacle from his palm, but to his astonishment, it seemed as if it were welded to his skin, resisting all attempts to remove it. Moreover, he noticed that the area in contact with the barnacle was becoming increasingly painful as time passed. In a moment of desperation, he abandoned all pretense of decorum in front of the first officer, bending down forcefully to try to scrape off the barnacle, but it remained stubbornly affixed. The first officer observed this troubling situation and turned to shout, "Medical officer, send someone to halt the treatment and assess his condition." "Yes." The nearest medical officer quickly responded and rose to assist. Ryan cast a fleeting glance at the spot where the medic had just been, and his gaze was irresistibly drawn rendered immobile in sheer astonishment. He maintained a comical posture, momentarily oblivious to the sharp pain inflicted by the barnacles upon his hands. For before him was the person whom the medic had endeavored to save. His mind experienced a profound shock, taking an agonizingly long time to comprehend the sight before him. The individual was nearly engulfed in a veritable swarm of barnacles, large and small, adorning their legs, arms, chest, face, hair, and clothing. These barnacles had penetrated fabric and flesh, embedding themselves within the very sinews and bones. They served as their attire, a confining cage that restricted movement to mere clumsy twitches. It appeared that the medic had attempted to forcibly remove these barnacles, as blood seeped from the areas devoid of their grasp, trickling down but never reaching the ground, seemingly absorbed by the barnacles clinging to the individual. Surrounding him lay a scattered array of blood-stained barnacles, each flecked with white remnants of flesh, resembling fallen petals. These were the medic's futile attempts, for against such a pervasive infestation, they bore little efficacy. Each barnacle removed necessitated the excision of the underlying flesh, for to dislodge them without such measures was an impossibility, as if they were one with the very being. It was as though he had traversed the depths of the ocean over an eternity, or perhaps existed as a whale amidst the vast sea. Besieged by countless barnacles that had made a home of his flesh, encroaching upon his vitality. His chest still heaved, and unconscious groans escaped his lips. An apparent testament to a profound attachment to life itself. Even a soldier like Ryan, who lacks any medical knowledge, could discern that the unfortunate individual afflicted by barnacles was on the brink of death, perhaps with little time left. The other medical officers aboard the ship were present, all engaged in a flurry of activity. Ryan could easily imagine that their patients were similar to this barnacle-ridden soul. The medical officer instructed James and the first officer to step aside and took hold of Ryan's hand for examination. "Young man, your condition is critical and requires immediate attention. I will not administer anesthesia, so you must endure." Ryan, momentarily bewildered, gazed blankly at the medical officer. "But that's the communications officer. What has happened to him?" "I don't know. By the time I discovered them, this is how they were. Just hang in there, young man." A surge of excruciating pain shot through Ryan's hand, causing him to cry out. Looking down, he saw the medical officer wielding a bloodied scalpel in one hand and a tourniquet in the other, probing beneath the barnacles that clung to his skin. The agony was nearly unbearable, as if a part of his very soul, along with his flesh, were being excised by the scalpel. Yet, upon witnessing the fate of the communications officer, despite his anguished cries, his arm remained taut and steadfast, refusing to move. The medical officer, having gained experience from the previous treatment, swiftly and decisively carved away the affected flesh and proceeded with the hemostatic procedure. Ryan observed the pale, severed tissue discarded like refuse, transformed by the barnacles into a form that bore no resemblance to human flesh. Its texture and hue evoked memories of uncooked tuna. The barnacle's essence seemed to sense its detachment from the host, anxiously extending its tentacles and waving its fronds. The first officer breathed a sigh of relief upon observing the barnacle excised from his hand. "Ryan, do you think the extensive adhesion of these barnacles to our vessel is affecting our speed?" A medical officer, perspiring profusely, rose to report. "The navigation officer has also fallen victim to these barnacles. He has now lost consciousness and the ability to act." "What of the deputy navigation officer?" "Report. The same fate has befallen him. All officers in the Combat Command Center have suffered the same misfortune. Our command hub is now incapacitated. You are the only senior officers remaining on this ship." The first officer gritted his teeth, pushed past the medical officer, and strode purposefully towards the control panel. Glancing at the parameters, "Send a message to the Huckleton and the command center, informing them of our predicament." "Yes. Ryan, the situation is critical. How's your hand?" Ryan attempted to flex his fingers. Although the medical officer had tended to his wound and applied a bandage, his right palm still throbbed with pain and felt utterly powerless, beyond his control. Nevertheless, he trembled as he looked at the first officer. "Report. I still have my other hand." "Excellent. Have you studied navigation piloting skills, safety management, or any other relevant disciplines?" "Yes, I have." The first officer patted his shoulder. "Then you are now the navigation officer. Keep a close watch on the speedometer. Should there be any decrease in speed or other irregularities, communicate via radio. I need to assess the situation you describe and personally head to the cabin to select soldiers for the reorganization of the command hub." James, have we established contact with the Huckleton?" The first officer inquired of James. However, James lay prostrate over the control console, his complexion ashen as he turned to face the first officer, his lips trembling, nearly unable to articulate his thoughts. "Captain, we have lost all signals from the Huckleton. She has vanished from the radar." Chapter 99. Engulfed in bone, the first officer fell silent for several moments before softly asking, "Are you certain you made contact with the Huckleton? Are you sure she has disappeared from our radar?" "Indeed, she has vanished completely, without a trace," James reported hastily, utterly at a loss for what to do. The vessel he was tasked to protect had seemingly evaporated without a hint of fire or the sound of an explosion, an utterly inconceivable scenario. Could she have sunk silently? Damn it. Could we be experiencing electromagnetic and communication suppression? No. Captain, our radar and communications are fully operational, and the radars of our allied frigates are functioning normally. Only the Huckleton has disappeared. James suddenly gazed incredulously at the allied radar. "Captain, the radar for the Little Duns has also vanished." The captain's eyes widened in alarm. With the disappearance of the second allied ship's radar, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no mere coincidence. He immediately glanced at the fallen barnacle creature, horrific thoughts flooding his mind. This is an attack. This is an attack. There can be no delay. Hasten. Issue the command for battle readiness. Position the soldiers. We must swiftly ascertain the enemy's whereabouts and the origin of this infernal barnacle. Yes. The signals from the Huckleton and the other frigates have vanished. The aircraft carrier behind us must also be aware of the situation here and will hasten to provide support. We must first comprehend what has transpired and re-establish the command center to devise a strategy. I must venture out personally to inspect the situation. The ship is swaying more violently, and the fierce winds of the sea begin to assail us. Ryan fixates on the speedometer, noting a sudden drop in speed. The first mate, understanding the urgency, swiftly opens the watertight door and steps outside. James presses the emergency button, sounding the alarm throughout the frigate. Ryan suddenly feels a sharp pain in the wound on his previously numb hand, frowning at the bandage wrapped around it. He presses it with his uninjured left hand in an attempt to quell the discomfort, only to discover something solid and gritty within. "Medic, my wound feels rather uncomfortable. There seems to be something inside, as if it has not been properly cleaned." The medic who had previously treated Ryan's injury, crouching on the ground, reflexively exclaimed upon hearing Ryan's words, "Impossible. To thoroughly excise that barnacle, I even expanded the incision, and your wound was quite clean. I rinsed it thoroughly. How could there be any foreign object?" Ryan feels the sharp pain in his hand intensifying, his brow furrowed. "Well, perhaps you are correct, but my wound feels distinctly wrong at present. Could you kindly attend to it?" The physician observed that Ryan indeed seemed to be experiencing discomfort in his palm. So he lowered his gaze to the communications officer, who was entirely overrun by barnacles, with spots produced by the barnacle larvae dotting his face. Given the current circumstances and his level of expertise, he was utterly incapable of addressing the situation. There was no hope. "No problem. I shall assist you." The medical officer relinquished his attention from the unfortunate individual under his care and approached Ryan's bandaged hand, which was already seeping blood through the wrappings. After attempting to apply pressure a couple of times, he discerned a peculiar sensation of hardened nodules beneath his touch. His expression shifted. As he began to doubt whether he had truly cleaned the wound thoroughly before bandaging it, he hastily unwrapped the bandage. As it was completely removed, the medical officer was taken aback. The area of muscle had once again transformed into a ghastly white mass, its base having penetrated through the pallid tissue. It was easy to envision that the metacarpal bones had been deeply anchored by the barnacle's base. These barnacles secreted a unique gelatinous substance that not only altered the flesh to which they clung, but also corroded and digested it to extract the minerals from the bones to form their shells, while the arterial supply in the palm continuously delivered nutrients. Thus, the barnacles that enveloped the arterial regions developed to their fullest and most rapid extent. In contrast, a few newly formed larvae, situated far from the nutrient-rich arteries, appeared to be struggling to grow, merely taking on a granular shape. This peculiar yet vibrant scene was something he had failed to notice prior to the bandaging, implying that this growth had occurred only after the wound had been dressed. They are likely experiencing an astonishing rate of development. With a little more observation, one might even witness their rapid and vigorous growth. Ryan exclaimed in terror. Fortunate that the medical officer grasped his arm just in time. "Doctor, what on earth is this?" It was already excised, wasn't it?" Ryan's mental defenses crumbled in an instant upon witnessing the small entity rooted in the muscles and bones of his palm, feeding on his flesh and blood. How could it have reemerged if it had indeed been removed? It was as stubborn as a festering sore. Trembling, he shouted, especially upon seeing those barnacle-covered individuals lying on the ground. The physician had nearly abandoned the effort to extract the barnacles from them, now focusing on sustaining their vital signs or attempting other interventions. Beads of sweat adorned the doctor's brow as he continuously reassured Ryan. Calm down, calm down. I will find a solution. We just need to perform a minor procedure again. I'll fetch the anesthetic. No. Doctor, your hand. Ryan screamed. The physician, bewildered, raised his arm to examine the back of his hand. A cluster of tiny barnacles had taken residence there. Incessantly extending tentacles, or what one might call filtering appendages, devouring the blood that had oozed from the surgical site. He felt a prickling sensation on the back of his hand. The situation with the 3rd and 12th escort cruiser formations is dire. They are gradually going dark, radar signals are fading, and our calls go unanswered. We have dispatched reconnaissance aircraft and other fleets to investigate the matter. The signals they transmitted were exceedingly faint, rendering them nearly indecipherable and consisting of mere invalid information. It is plausible that we have fallen victim to electromagnetic and communication suppression. Excellent. Praise be to my Lord. It appears I have apprehended them. What is the precise location of their formation's disappearance? At our 11 o'clock position, 18 nautical miles away. Ah, he proclaimed, you shall utterly destroy all the inhabitants of this land. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show them mercy. Relay this message to the homeland. It is now my duty to bring them death. Chapter 100. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. The office door was thrust open as the political commissar, accompanied by several officers, burst in with expressions of urgency. The flight paths of these 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles are alarmingly perilous, directed towards our northeastern territory, even penetrating deep into the heart of the Russian Federation. Our missile defense interception network has been passively activated. The triad strike has been positioned since the warning was issued, and the long-range interceptors are fully prepared. Our national defense, national security, intelligence, and 2nd Artillery Corps are all intensifying their assessments regarding the possibility of interception. The triad strike refers to the 3 distinct nuclear strike capabilities: land-based, sea-based, and air-based, ensuring the effectiveness and flexibility of nuclear deterrence. The triad strike encompasses the following 3 elements: land-based nuclear strike forces, which refer to nuclear weapons deployed via missile launchers on land. This capability typically comprises intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, and short-range ballistic missiles, SRBMs. The adversary's nuclear strike cannot obliterate all land-based nuclear deterrent forces in a single blow. Upon being attacked, an immediate counterattack will ensue. Sea-based nuclear deterrent forces refer to missile systems equipped with nuclear warheads, carried by submarines or naval vessels. This capability typically comprises submarine-launched ballistic missiles, SLBMs, and cruise missiles. Nuclear submarines will maintain silence following the launch of a suspected enemy's intercontinental ballistic missile bearing nuclear warheads, passively receiving domestic broadcast information. Should they lose this broadcast information? It indicates the destruction of the broadcasting apparatus and an attack on the homeland, prompting them to strike predetermined targets. Offshore nuclear missile vessels behave similarly. As long as they are not incapacitated in a single wave, they too will retaliate following an assault on the homeland. Airborne nuclear deterrent forces involve nuclear warheads carried by strategic bombers. This capability generally consists of strategic bombers and cruise missiles. They will ascend in response to the launch of a suspected enemy's intercontinental ballistic missile carrying nuclear warheads, evading the ensuing devastation and delivering an equivalent retaliatory strike against the enemy's homeland. Currently, aside from the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, only a handful of nations possess the triad strike capability. It can be asserted that countries endowed with triad strike capabilities form the foundational deterrent strength of the contemporary global landscape. If it is impossible to instantaneously eradicate all the forces of a nation possessing triad strike capabilities and utterly dismantle its retaliatory potential, the ensuing catastrophic revenge would be insufferable for any nation on Earth. However, American, fully aware of the existence of the Trinity Strike Force, nonetheless launched an intercontinental ballistic missile with an unknown warhead and an ambiguous target, undoubtedly unsettling the current equilibrium of nuclear deterrence. It has crossed the line. The leader furrowed his brow. How much time do we have to make a decision? The Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile boasts a range of 700 miles, capable of reaching nearly every corner of the Earth. Its reentry vehicle can soar to an altitude of 700 miles above the Earth, surpassing the orbit of the International Space Station, which stands at 253 miles. Its three-stage rocket can accelerate it to Mach 23, and it can carry 3 W-78 or W-87 nuclear warheads, each possessing an explosive yield 20 times greater than that of the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, capable of obliterating a small nation with ease. Is there no response from American? They have assured us that these two intercontinental ballistic missiles will not cross our borders. But if we fail to react now, the window for counteraction will be minuscule by the time these missiles reach their midpoint. You may need to take emergency shelter. No, there is no need. American would not dare launch missiles into our territory. Besides, we are not currently in the northeastern hinterland. The leader steadied himself. This is likely not directed at us. It is probable that their aerial reconnaissance squadron and joint fleet have discovered something, necessitating a missile response. They cannot afford the consequences of war with us. Otherwise, they would need to launch a greater number of intercontinental ballistic missiles to inflict significant destruction upon our nation. It is noteworthy that our land area spans 9.6 million square kilometers. Even if equipped with the W-87, or even the W-870 and W-8700, capable of devastating an area of 1 million square kilometers, there would still remain 3.6 million square kilometers of territory. The remaining three strike forces should not be underestimated, as they are formidable enough to pose a significant challenge. Indeed, the consensus among the defense and intelligence sectors is as such. However, the 2nd Artillery Corps and National Security assert that they cannot bear the consequences should these missiles cross into our territory, firmly insisting on an immediate countermeasure. What is the situation in the northeastern hinterland? The local authorities have already organized province-level, large-scale emergency nuclear strike drills. The civil defense fortifications and protective interception networks we have in place there are sufficient to counter 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles. Upon hearing this, the leader exhaled in relief. The nuclear strike drill is indeed a prudent strategy. Should those 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles be armed with nuclear warheads, the destruction and losses incurred would still fall within an acceptable range. Can we monitor their missile trajectories? Yes. Our military satellites are continuously observing their movements. The officer accompanying the political commissar promptly responded, affirmative. They hurriedly departed to connect with every relevant department in the nation via satellite phone. The leader furrowed his brow and looked at the political commissar. If my memory serves me right, the listening plan is also a product of the 88 plan, comparable in stature to the Fish Eagle system. Yet our listening system has been activated with such ease. It seems that Americans' missile launch was as abrupt as the deployment of their aerial reconnaissance squadron and the 3rd Joint Fleet. The political commissar sighed softly. I too did not anticipate the sudden activation of the listening system. Now, it appears that American will realize we possess an eye capable of observing their very doorstep. Indeed, this was the case. Suddenly, the leader recalled something. By the way, we must ensure that the warning line does not encroach upon Americans' doorstep. Intercepting them at the border would make us the provocateurs. The political commissar was taken aback, recalling the recent alarming statements from the 2nd Artillery and National Security. He broke into a cold sweat. He could not guarantee that, as the information regarding the entity and that underwater intelligent race was not widely known among the military. To some, Americans' actions seemed particularly provocative. Shall we also participate in this command, leader? The leader pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, I need to ascertain the precise intelligence. Let us proceed to the Operations Command Room. Chapter 101. Nuclear Explosion Upon arriving at the Operations Command Room. The leader observed the large screen displaying 2 intercontinental cruise missiles soaring across the Pacific Ocean. Furthermore, along the coastal border, a green line marked the boundary of the Fish Eagle system's strike range. Although this warning line is sufficiently distant to encompass our secure operations, it remains the most prudent distance for ensuring interception. After all, our missile defense needs time to ascend. What does the Russian Federation have to say? It remains unclear. They may have engaged in negotiations with the Americans. We have just detected unusual military movements on their part, with radio communications occurring at an alarming frequency. They too have identified the 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles following our detection. It is highly probable that the Russian Federation's nuclear triad has already been activated. The leader sighed, gazing at the 2 red dots soaring across the Pacific on the map. What of their joint fleet and aerial reconnaissance units? Are they positioned along the trajectory of these missiles? Indeed, our satellites have already pinpointed their precise locations, right here. As the screen magnified, several blue dots emerged prominently. Our capacity for restraint stems from our belief that modern warfare has yet to commence. Otherwise, our satellites would be the first targets of a lethal strike, as they would strive to dismantle our surveillance network. Thus, our ability to observe their maneuvers serves as a declaration of safety. The leader remained silent. Acutely aware of this reality, modern warfare among great powers is fundamentally an information war. The one who can blind the adversary wins half the battle. Should the opponent remain unblind, their military strength can be fully realized, relying solely on their armament. While the Americans may be a superpower, engaging in a direct confrontation would yield unpredictable outcomes and prove utterly futile. Their very essence dictates that they will not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. A war without gain does not align with their interests, particularly one against us. Maintain vigilant surveillance. Do not let your guard down until the warhead has landed. Indeed, the leader observed the trajectory of the intercontinental ballistic missile, its speed displayed prominently, currently reaching an astonishing Mach 18 and still accelerating. It has traversed a considerable distance. Although the leader understood that these two intercontinental ballistic missiles were not aimed at his nation, he remained solemn as they approached relentlessly. With each inch they encroached upon his territory, the risk to the inland increased. Mach 21, Mach 23, the missile had accelerated to its maximum velocity, now 14 times faster than the active F-35 fighter jet, achieving a staggering speed of 7,800 meters per second, making interception exceedingly challenging. Report. It has now entered orbital maneuvering flight. The thrusters of the maneuvering vehicle emitted blue flames as it adjusted its posture, captured by military satellites. The originally blurred image was clarified before being displayed on the large screen. It has completed its predictive entry window. We are assessing its trajectory to determine the potential strike range. It has released the re-entry vehicle. It is already engaging. The target is not us. The announcer monitoring the intercontinental missile exclaimed with excitement. The re-entry vehicles are equipped with an unknown payload, the nature of which, whether it contains a nuclear warhead or conventional explosives, remains a mystery. As they rotate and are propelled by the force of Earth's gravity, they achieve a terrifying velocity, a manifestation of physical power that far exceeds the limits of human acceleration on this planet, excluding nuclear-powered manhole covers. The leader gazed at the three descending re-entry vehicles, now spinning, and finally felt a sense of relief. But what was their intended target? We are hastily calculating. The target of their assault. The announcer stared in astonishment at the map displaying the strike location, which fell within the confines of the blue zone, uncertain. Were they attacking their own fleet? The leader furrowed his brow, perplexed. Are you suggesting that they are targeting objectives surrounding their fleet or their own vessels? The announcer anxiously scrutinized the dense flow of data arriving from his computer, engaging in meticulous calculations. Report. They are indeed striking the location of their own fleet. The leader was taken aback. Furthermore, the 6 re-entry vehicles exhibited a peculiar attack formation, arranged in a linear sequence. As he spoke, the screen displayed a row of descending warheads, reminiscent of falling candied hawthorns. The leader's astonishment deepened. He scratched his head, unable to comprehend the trajectory of these warheads. For if they were to descend in such a linear manner, the subsequent warheads would land within the explosive radius of the preceding warheads, resulting in a catastrophic series of detonations at the same site, leading to exceedingly severe collateral damage. Could it be that the fleet, fearing annihilation by nuclear bombardment, is poised for resurrection? The decision to unleash such a ferocious assault, deploying 6 warheads in one fell swoop, raises unsettling speculation within the leader's mind. The surveillance satellites relay imagery of the onslaught, which is aimed squarely at their own naval forces, armed with nuclear warheads. A colossal mushroom cloud materializes on the large screen, a testament to the airburst, its towering form ascending steadily, potentially reaching an altitude of 40 kilometers. Yet, one cannot ascertain whether the subsequent warheads will be compromised by this aerial detonation. Soon enough, the leader discerns the outcome. The mushroom cloud swells further. This warhead appears to have undergone special modifications, or perhaps it inherently possesses the capability to detonate under such extreme conditions. In any case, it has contributed additional fuel to this cataclysmic explosion, allowing the mushroom to expand even more. Several swift, Dark specks plunge into the cloud, yet this time, the potency seems unchanged. We have already captured its nuclear detonation characteristics and tentatively determine 1 airburst, 1 surface detonation, and 1 underwater explosion. The leader is further astonished. What significance does this hold? Indeed, the analysis team informs us that the American nuclear strike aims to exploit the underwater cavitation created by the nuclear explosion to initiate a deep-sea detonation, thereby targeting the enemy fleet directly beneath them, at depths unknown. Deep sea? The leader recalls Chen's development of advanced sonar technology. Their joint fleet must have encountered unforeseen circumstances or unearthed something significant in the abyssal depths. Moreover, this is undoubtedly a situation beyond our imagination. Otherwise, they would never relinquish that joint fleet and launch these 6 nuclear warheads under the weight of global scrutiny. Chapter 102, Deep Sea Strike. Chen held a jade pendant and let out a barely perceptible sigh. His attempts had already ended in failure. This jade pendant had been meticulously replicated 1-to-1, with every detail and pattern painstakingly matched, yet it still yielded no results. He had experimented with numerous methods to recreate this ancient seal, but, unsurprisingly, all had met with failure. These were merely ineffective stones. According to the Research Institute, the cost of the equipment and materials used to produce these small stones had exceeded tens of millions, and although Chen could insist on continuing, he harbored doubts about their utility and whether further efforts would be futile. Had he perhaps embarked on the wrong path from the very beginning? Very well. Let it be so. I shall slow all activities related to the seal's production. You, focus solely on the most fundamental research. I need to contemplate where the issue lies. Director Su, have these not met your expectations? Indeed. Chen replied wearily, placing the replica jade pendant on the testing platform. We must be missing a crucial step. Mere replication is altogether unfeasible. Understood. I will proceed to delay the seal project. As the researchers departed, Chen sat on the stool by the testing platform, silently gazing at the jade pendant before him. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Chen retrieved it from his pocket. Glancing at the screen, he immediately answered. Hello, political commissar? An urgent meeting? Understood. Chen hurriedly exited. Upon entering the conference room, Chen encountered a leadership team he had never seen before. Each member bore a grave expression, and some looked at him with surprise upon noticing his arrival. Most attendees were dressed in formal attire, military and political figures clad in their appropriate uniforms, while Chen appeared almost like an accidental passerby in casual clothing. However, given the stringent security measures in place, it was evident that Chen could not have stumbled in by mistake. He was indeed a person of significance. A military officer had been observing Chen since his entrance. As Chen approached, the officer saluted him, and Chen promptly returned the gesture. I am General Huang Guangming, commander of the Central Theater Command. You must be Chen? Chen was taken aback, studying the general. Though his demeanor was amiable, he exuded an undeniable authority, reminiscent of the unease one felt in the presence of a strict school principal during middle school. This man wielded real military power, holding a rank equivalent to that of a general in a major military district. Indeed, I am Chen, he replied. General Huang scrutinized Chen with keen eyes, finally resting a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I have already been informed about the circumstances surrounding Professor He and Lieutenant Chu. Their sacrifices for the nation are an irreplaceable loss, yet the decisions made at that time were a necessary cost. Your duty now is to honor their legacy. Chen nodded earnestly. Sigh, I am uncertain whether Captain Chu's decision aligns with ours. Commander Huang expressed a hint of melancholy, gently shaking his head. Although you are nominally under the chief's command, you remain a part of our military district. For the upcoming meeting, you shall sit beside me. Chen felt a sudden stiffness, burdened by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The mobilization orders issued by the chief were analyzed and executed by the 5 commanders of the military districts. Commander Huang, may I inquire who will be present at this meeting? Commander Huang glanced at the young man seated next to him, nodding slightly to clarify his confusion. Starting from our side, the attendees include the commanders and political commissars from the West, East, South, North, and Central districts, along with the armed police, administrative staff, mobilization units, management, support, technology, and subordinate units. Across from them sat representatives from national defense, state affairs, joint staff, political directors, and military discipline. Chen felt bewildered and, after a moment, foolishly asked, Such a grand assembly? Is the Little Days launching a counteroffensive on the mainland? Commander Huang chuckled softly. If only it were so, our sword would be quite effective. Ever since the deployment of the Osprey system, they have become as malleable as clay, utterly unable to resist. Whatever we say goes. And they dare not provoke us. Then why is it so, Solemn? It is likely due to your situation, Commander Huang remarked with keen interest. Me? Do I possess such great influence? Perhaps you indeed do. We have convened previously to discuss you. Do you believe your current position is merely a coincidence? Is it because of Captain Chu? He could only make suggestions. The authority to decide rests in our hands. Oh, Chen suddenly noticed a folded note on the table. Inscribed with a name and military title, Political Commissar of the Central Theater Command, Zheng Xian. Is there someone occupying this position? It matters not. The one seated here is my political commissar. If I occupy this seat, isn't there nowhere for the commissar to sit? Who says so? Can he not take your position instead? Chen glanced towards the main seat, observing the bewildered expression on the leader's face as he regarded the political commissar of the Central Theater, perplexed by his presence in Chen's seat. The commissar explained something to the leader, who then turned his gaze towards Chen with a resigned look. He too had recognized Chen. The meeting room was gradually filling up, and a hush fell over the attendees. Comrades, I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. Some of your departments may have already received the news, yet others may still be unaware, so I shall reiterate. More alarmingly, their nuclear weapons have even affected their own fleet. Conservatively estimated, they have lost 3 cruisers and 8 frigates in this nuclear explosion. Their base may still lie deep beneath the ocean, a location where conventional weapons carried by the fleet cannot reach. However, given the urgent circumstances of their fleet, they could only rely on locally launched missiles for such unconventional assaults. Chen felt a jolt of astonishment. He glanced at Commander Huang, who appeared to be deep in thought, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Intriguing. Commander Huang noticed Chen's gaze and, in turn, regarded the young man with a perplexed expression. Why are you looking at me? Chen chuckled awkwardly. I do not comprehend what the commander is saying. Could you kindly elucidate? Commander Huang, with great consideration, provided Chen with an explanation. Chen, what do you believe is the maximum depth to which modern military submarines can descend? Well, the Jiaolong can dive to 7,000 meters. Surely military submarines are not far behind, perhaps 2,000 to 3,000 meters? You are gravely mistaken, Commander Huang gently mocked Chen. The deep-sea vehicle capable of reaching 7,000 meters is specially designed. Currently, the deepest our military submarines can dive is approximately 1,000 meters. I cannot disclose the exact depth. But do you now grasp the situation? Grasp what? Thus, the enemy discovered by American must be situated at a much greater oceanic depth. As one descends, the water pressure intensifies to the extent that even deep-sea bombs can be crushed by the pressure. They lack the weaponry necessary to effectively target such profound underwater objectives. They can only utilize nuclear explosions to create temporary cavities, allowing the remaining warheads to strike deeper targets. It is no surprise that they are an established capitalist nation with an abundant wealth of nuclear experimentation data, enabling them to conceive such methods. Consequently, comrades at the military-industrial complex will likely be occupied for some time, developing weapons capable of engaging deep-sea targets. Commander Huang marveled at the ingenuity of American's assault strategy, while Chen fell into deep contemplation. The realization that these deep-sea dwellers could survive under pressures capable of crushing even deep-sea bombs was certainly not a promising revelation. Chapter 103. Promotion. The leader continued to speak. Currently, I can inform you that the intelligent beings sought by American are a race known as the Deep Dwellers. This information was provided by Lieutenant Su, and the reason it has not been disclosed until now is that he himself cannot ascertain the existence of such intelligent life forms, as they may potentially mislead our current strategies. However, based on Americans' response, it is highly probable that the enemies they are attacking are indeed the Deep Dwellers. They have helped us confirm the existence of this intelligent race, which is why I now dare to share this information with you. Many individuals acquainted with Chen turned their gazes toward him, while those unfamiliar with him scrutinized him alongside the crowd. Chen felt somewhat uneasy under the intense scrutiny of these prominent figures. They are likely the cause of the various supernatural forces and plagues that have emerged in our nation and even in the world. Yet, our knowledge remains limited. Aside from knowing their race is called the Deep Dwellers, that they reside in the deep sea, and possess supernatural powers, we are almost entirely ignorant. The one certainty we possess is that the death toll caused by the deep dwellers has reached an astonishing number. These aberrations are our enemies, and there is no possibility for us to negotiate or maneuver around them. Annihilation must be their ultimate fate. Currently, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is still engaged in negotiations with the Americans to obtain information. We are calculating the parameters of the nuclear explosion we have detected to assess its underwater lethality. However, we find ourselves at a disadvantage compared to the Americans, as we significantly lack data on underwater nuclear detonations. Therefore, one should not hold excessive hopes. We remain entirely ignorant about the deep divers and are uncertain whether the Americans have annihilated all of them, which places us in a potentially precarious position in future conflicts. Consequently, our other deployments cannot merely be reactive. We must undertake proactive measures. Chen found himself somewhat at a loss in the face of the sudden interrogation. In this era, warfare is essentially an information battle, yet the intelligence provided is so vague that I must ascertain its accuracy. I cannot treat the lives of my soldiers as mere trifles. It is absurd. Without the information Chen supplied, you would still be in a state of confusion, unaware of what the Americans are engaging in at sea. Enough. The leader interjected sternly, halting their debate. The reliability of the intelligence will naturally be assessed by your respective intelligence agencies. We have time, but it should not be squandered here. Commander Kong furrowed his brow as he regarded Chen, then turned to Commander Huang. Fine, I shall not argue with you. However, you must ensure he elucidates how this intelligence was acquired. Seeing the shift in tone, Commander Huang's expression softened slightly. Now that is more like it. Had you asked this earlier, would we have needed to quarrel? Chen, please elaborate on how you came to know of the deep divers as a species. He pondered earnestly over the credibility of the intelligence. After all, we have never engaged in combat with such an adversary, nor do we possess the requisite equipment. The leader nodded. Regarding reconnaissance, Chen had some thoughts. When he realized that the leader had turned the conversation toward him, he felt a bit bewildered, but quickly grasped that the leader was referring to the advanced sonar system he had spearheaded. The technologies integrated into the Jialong submersible were such that the only way the deep-sea entities could evade detection would be to retreat to depths of 7,000 meters. However, at such depths, carbon-based life forms would indeed struggle to survive. Those capable of existing there are invariably specialized organisms that have either evolved or simplified to an extreme degree. Yes, I have already commissioned the China Science and Technology Corporation, the Engineering Institute, Shangyun Ocean, and Dahua Heavy Industries to manufacture advanced sonar to track the movements of the deep-sea entities, but the progress will require time. Not enough, since it pertains to marine sonar. The political commissar from the Southern District mused for a moment. I will reach out to Shigong, Hargong, and other universities involved in marine military equipment, as well as our military heavy industries in the war zone to provide support for you, while also decentralizing these technologies to develop deep-sea weaponry. The Naval Command Staff also interjected. Do not assume that Shigong and Hargong lead in marine military equipment. Other universities are formidable as well. The discussion continued to unfold. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided to contact the 7 defense entities and domestic military heavy industry enterprises to collectively support Chen's advanced sonar project. As some specifications within the advanced sonar aligned with the requirements for underwater weaponry, they would collaboratively develop equipment for a combat system tailored to deep-sea operations. Chen was taken aback to discover that what he initially envisioned as a research initiative to develop sonar technology for tracking deep-sea divers had now transformed into a military endeavor. Although this was temporary, the project had escalated from a scientific pursuit to a military-grade operation, expanding in scale manifold, based on the frenzied ideas of the Southern District commander. There were even considerations to develop deep-sea guided nuclear missiles. Fortunately, this notion was dissuaded, yet the project was merely postponed. Humanity's combat systems had never relied on the depths of the ocean. Thus, the only conceivable adversaries for such a costly scientific endeavor were the deep-sea divers. At last, the weaponry designed by humankind had finally shed the curse of fratricidal conflict, turning its fangs not against brethren, but towards foreign foes. Subsequently, discussions ensued regarding the deployment of naval forces and the operational efficiency of shipyards along the coast. By the time these deliberations concluded, a clear directive for future military actions had emerged. Excellent. The strategy for military force deployment would be executed as agreed. And the next matter at hand was concerning Chen's proposed position. Chen felt somewhat bewildered. However, the leader regarded the equally puzzled assembly with a grave demeanor. Recently, you may have come across intelligence regarding extraordinary phenomena, such as information distortion, anomalies in relics, and the correlation between fungi and the rising domestic diseases. These were discoveries made and insights provided by Chen. It is foreseeable that he may play a more significant role in the future. Hence, I hope to grant him greater authority. The crowd remained perplexed, and one individual voiced, "Why so? Is not Chen's current position and authority already sufficient?" "No." The leader shook his head. "Essentially, he still falls under our jurisdiction. All actions require our authorization and oversight. What we are encountering now is a different kind of warfare, one that does not merely pit firearms and firepower against each other. The American operation appears exceedingly hasty, yet the potential benefits are immense, possibly inflicting considerable damage upon the deep divers. This implies that we may need to abandon conventional methods in our approach to this conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, we must shift our perspective." The assembly promptly began to murmur, and soon someone inquired, "What prompts such a notion? Do you harbor concerns regarding our military apparatus?" "Yes, indeed. My thoughts stem from the American White Knight. I and the General Staff have observed that the authority of the White Knight within the American military is alarmingly high. He can even operate independently of congressional and parliamentary oversight, directly commanding the armed forces. However, this also ensures he rarely misses an opportunity in battle, as evidenced by the recent attack on the deep divers." "I understand." The leader paused, then continued, "Thus I am not merely elevating his status out of whim. Instead, I urge you to deliberate once more, fully recognizing Chen's significance to us. It is imperative to assign him a more appropriate position and authority, enabling him to fully utilize his capabilities." At this point, the room fell silent. Commander Huang turned to Chen and asked, "What say you, young man? What do you think of the leader's proposal?" Commander Huang expressed his approval, neither sorrowful nor joyful, but rather contemplating responsibilities and consequences. "In my view, you certainly have the potential to progress further." "You jest," Chen replied with a hint of resignation, believing that Commander Huang was merely joking. The recent operation by the White Knight revealed the recklessness of their actions. Although the extent of their gains remains uncertain, the loss of part of their fleet is an unacceptable cost. As far as I know, this White Knight is merely a pilot, and the devastating losses sustained by the fleet are undoubtedly linked to the command of those unrelated to the White Knight. Indeed, indeed. Commander Huang's eyes sparkled with increasing approval as he exclaimed, "It is rare for you to consider this. Your current reflections far surpass the triviality of that White Knight." As he continued to observe Chen, his satisfaction grew, culminating in a statement, "Leader, since you have proposed this suggestion, you must have a plan in mind. I wonder, what kind of authority do you intend to grant Chen?" The leader cast a surprised glance at Commander Huang, but did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Picking up his notebook, "I intend to grant Chen and his subordinates autonomy, truly bestowing military power upon him, and at least a divisional rank, allowing him to participate directly in military deployments to prevent missed opportunities. A divisional rank generally enables one to command a military district or even a fleet. The leader hopes Chen can enjoy a status comparable to that of the White Knight, though this may not be feasible, necessitating a compromise." Commander Huang pondered seriously for a moment and asked, "So, will this divisional structure be separated from the troops, or?" "Separation. You are capable of reorganizing a division of regimental scale on your own." "Well, now we have something to discuss." After a series of tedious negotiations, matters have finally reached a conclusion, with Commander Huang making invaluable contributions. Chen has been promoted to the rank of colonel, holding a division-level military position, and has been granted command over the Dongshan fleet, effectively becoming the direct superior of the airborne division. However, when Chen is not on duty, the fleet will continue its regular operations. In addition to naval power, he possesses the ability to engage with commanders from the 5 major military regions, requesting essential assistance such as missile strikes. As compensation, or perhaps as a matter of course, the Navy will receive significant investments, and it is foreseeable that in the near future, the coastline will witness a substantial increase in naval vessels. When Chen exited the conference room, he felt somewhat dazed. However, the leader swiftly wrapped things up and joined him. "So what are your thoughts on this meeting?" the leader inquired with a smile. Chen responded with a bitter expression, "Leader, alas, you have placed me on the hot seat." The leader shook his head in disagreement. "That is not how you should frame it. This is a responsibility you must bear. Chen was somewhat perplexed. You may not be aware, but in addition to assigning you the task of investigating supernatural phenomena within the country, I have also established other investigative teams, yet their findings pale in comparison to yours. Upon learning that the American White Knight commands their fleet, I realized that this realm is likely beyond the reach of mere mortals. Only someone of your extraordinary caliber can perceive the exceptional and acquire more information than we do. Commander Kong is indeed correct. Modern warfare hinges on information. Chen gazed at the leader, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier upon his shoulders. Should the Americans succeed in annihilating the deep-sea divers with their nuclear strike, it would be manageable. However, if any adversaries were to escape, we could be faced with a formidable battle. To know both oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in countless confrontations. Currently, you are the most informed individual regarding them. Yet, I lack the ability to command, do I not? Haha. The leader chuckled. You need not command. The fleet's supreme commander remains in place, albeit now under your authority. If you require any mobilization, simply issue the orders. Chen felt a sense of relief. He had feared he would need to take command, but it turned out he merely had to relay orders, which he could accept. Nevertheless, he recalled the actions of the White Knight, which still represented a power so vast that it seemed precarious. How could attending a single meeting result in such a heavy burden? Chapter 104. Chen thought he was free to go, wishing to depart. He had numerous matters demanding his attention. However, just as he took a few steps, Zhao Yixin called out to him. Hey, where are you off to? Chen replied, somewhat surprised, Is there something else? However, the manuscript cannot be transferred from its institution, so you'll have to go and see it yourself. Oh, is that the case? Not a problem, not a problem. Chen suddenly realized. Recently, he had been engrossed in the project of replicating old prints, leaving him no moment to spare. Coupled with the absence of any news from Zhao Yixin, he had overlooked certain details. It now appeared that Zhao Yixin was indeed quite reliable. Furthermore, based on your observations, we have indeed noted numerous records of book destruction during World War II. Previously, we assumed this was an inevitable consequence of war, given that it was the largest, most extensive, and profoundly impactful global conflict in human history. Anything that transpired during this war did not surprise us. However, according to the information you provided, subsequent investigations revealed certain anomalies. Have you discovered anything? Indeed, Zhao Yixin sighed. The information I just mentioned comes from the findings of other investigative teams, which were established by students from military academies. They lack your perceptive abilities and rely solely on mathematics, probability, and statistics, traversing vast regions and remote areas to derive their conclusions. These students are truly remarkable. Chen agreed, recognizing that had he not possessed such heightened inspiration at present, uncovering those contaminated anomalies would have proven exceedingly difficult. It was astonishing that they managed to calculate these solely through mathematics. This required an extraordinary mathematical sensitivity. For instance, when Old Gum merely hinted at something, he could swiftly deduce the discrepancies. So what did they uncover? They established a model for the deterioration of books and discovered that the damage to books in various regions indeed deviated from the data of provincial capitals affected by the ravages of war. Moreover, even with transcriptions and copies, it was exceedingly difficult to preserve them, as a peculiar form of corrosion seemed to take effect on these volumes. However, the value of this data merely served to validate your conjectures. Zhao Yixin could not help but shake his head, despite their considerable efforts. They paled in comparison to your moment of inspiration. Without a clear direction, we would remain oblivious to the anomalies within. You're extraordinary. He hesitated, ultimately refraining from pursuing the topic further. You should go to the helipad and take a plane. The manuscript of Protracted War was securely housed in a secret cabinet within the Central Archives. Chen was granted access to the confidential document room only after undergoing rigorous identity verification by the guards. He was permitted to don gloves and peruse the manuscript in the designated area, and the staff even thoughtfully provided him with an exquisite magnifying glass. The personnel then carefully opened the storage cabinet, retrieving the manuscript and placing it upon the table before Chen. He opened it, marveling at the calligraphic title and author's name. Fortunately, he recognized the title. Otherwise, it could have been quite challenging to discern. Upon turning the pages, he found the contents adorned with flowing cursive script, leaving Chen momentarily bewildered. He suddenly recalled that the characters were indeed beautifully crafted. Yet this manuscript was not a mere exercise in calligraphy. It was a spontaneous outpouring of thoughts, as if the words in his mind were leaping onto the paper with eager abandon. As I composed this original manuscript, thoughts flowed like a spring, and in my eagerness to transcribe my ideas swiftly, I employed a blend of cursive and semi-cursive scripts. The characters are grand in stature, yet few possess the ability to decipher them. It appears that comprehending the content within poses a challenge. However, fortunate for Chen, his interest does not lie primarily in the content itself. His main focus is on the preservation status of this manuscript. Subsequently, he methodically perused numerous pages and discovered that the manuscript was remarkably intact, even in the presence of some wear. It seemed that such imperfections were inherent to the manuscript's original creation. Due to its meticulous preservation, its condition was exceptionally pristine. The manuscript had not suffered from any peculiar corrosion, resembling the state of other national treasures. Chen's breath quickened in anticipation. Previously, he had reviewed the list compiled by Elder Gu, which indicated that literary artifacts were among the most challenging to preserve, thus being the primary victims of deterioration. As he continued his examination, he found those literary artifacts to be in a lamentable state. According to calculations, the cultural remnants within this book were assessed at 100, signifying that only civilization could have birthed such a creation. To eradicate the traces of human civilization from such a book would necessitate its complete destruction. Therefore, the evaluation of literary artifacts does not hinge on the degradation of cultural remnants, but rather on the extent to which the inscriptions and content remain legible. Chen observed that none of the values exceeded 70. He speculated that the deterioration of these books could be attributed to various factors, notably that books, unlike other artifacts crafted from metal or stone, are inherently more susceptible to damage. For instance, inscriptions made with a pen upon stone are inherently more susceptible to deterioration than those etched with a blade. Conversely, optical discs possess a superior longevity compared to solid-state storage mediums. Books follow a similar principle, with the application of additional energy and processing. They can be preserved for an extended duration compared to their unprocessed counterparts. The preservation of information is profoundly influenced by the medium, information density, and recording methods. Regrettably, books do not exhibit the same resilience as inorganic materials in safeguarding information. They are evidently more vulnerable to the effects of entropy. However, this appears to be an exception. The administrator, the one who had escorted Chen, turned his gaze towards him, puzzled by his call. "Is there something amiss?" he inquired. "No. I merely wish to inquire whether there are any other handwritten manuscripts available here." The administrator regarded Chen with curiosity before nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, however, your current application permits access solely to this manuscript. You will not be able to peruse any others." Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, but pressed on with his inquiry. "May I ask about the preservation status of other manuscripts in this collection, aside from this handwritten one?" The administrator pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "The condition of the other manuscripts is fairly satisfactory. Only a few insignificant ones exhibit minor damage." "Minor damage to insignificant ones?" Chen furrowed his brow, his mind racing with thoughts. "I have finished perusing this manuscript. What shall I do next?" "Finished so soon?" The administrator looked at Chen in astonishment. "Very well, just leave it there. I shall take care of the organization." With someone else to handle the tidying, Chen found himself lost in contemplation. He had previously harbored doubts regarding the disparate degrees of corrosion observed in cultural relics. Most artifacts from the Paleolithic era have been significantly eroded, while many modern artifacts remain well preserved. The initial conjecture was that this phenomenon could be attributed to age, a hypothesis proposed by Chen and later endorsed by Elder Gu. It was suggested that traces of ancient civilizations are prioritized for destruction. Consequently, Elder Gu speculated that this entity intended to systematically erase humanity from the temporal dimension. Following archaeological investigations, Chen discovered that the older the dynasty, the scarcer and more severely damaged its artifacts were, with data supporting this correlation. Although this explanation was coherent, Chen sensed that something was amiss. Ling Kai's inquiries prompted Chen to ponder the true onset of this peculiar corrosion. He deduced a rough timeline for when this distinctive corrosion began based on the cultural strata. While these corrosive processes occurred simultaneously, the extent of damage to the artifacts varied markedly, leading to but one plausible explanation, as Elder Gu had indicated. There was indeed a deliberate intent behind the actions, targeting the oldest artifacts first for destruction. However, this raised an intriguing question. Chen had long observed that not all ancient artifacts suffered equally. Many significant relics remained largely unscathed. For instance, the Sword of Gojian, listed previously, has endured over 2,000 years, its intricate designs remaining vividly intact and its edge unblunted. It is worth noting that this sword was crafted during the spring and autumn period, and it would not be difficult for it to suffer damage from peculiar corrosion. Among its contemporaries, this sword boasts the finest preservation among bronze artifacts. At that moment, Chen initially believed that these artifacts, likely housed within a museum, would remain untouched by the insidious decay of Cthulhu, given the multitude of visitors. He thought that such national treasures would be spared from any clandestine corruption, or perhaps that Cthulhu had no intention of acting upon them just yet. However, after perusing the manuscript, another possibility began to gnaw at his mind. It is worth noting that this manuscript does not possess the fame of the Sword of Gojian. In fact, it has scarcely been seen by many. Currently, the museum showcases merely the first batch of printed publications from that era. Yet, astonishingly, this original manuscript has been preserved in its entirety, seemingly endowed with a capacity to resist peculiar forms of degradation, much like the Sword of Gojian. It appeared to have endured only the slightest touch of time's harshness, remaining otherwise unchanged. This led him to ponder whether Cthulhu's reluctance to obliterate such manuscripts and artifacts stemmed from an inability to do so. Upon this realization, Chen felt he had grasped a crucial insight and continued to contemplate what commonalities existed among these artifacts that could not be destroyed. He could not resist bidding a hasty farewell to the curator, aware that he could not consult his phone for information in this place. Once he stepped through the grand doors of the Central Archives, he eagerly activated his phone. Within it lay records of artifacts that had either escaped peculiar decay or suffered only minimal deterioration. He meticulously scrolled through the details, deep in thought. After an extended period of scrutiny, Chen was astonished to discover that many of the items listed were indeed quite renowned, possessing significant notoriety. These artifacts were marked by a high degree of informational prominence, indicating the level of public interest they garnered. After several confirmations, Chen finally validated his hypothesis. Merely glancing at the list of artifacts conjures vivid images of their forms and appearances in his mind, indicating that he has previously encountered these relics through various channels. Many of them were gleaned from history books, academic courses, or online resources. Even those he may not recognize are familiar by name. The high visibility of an artifact signifies its widespread recognition, akin to the renowned Sword of Gojian. His recollection of these pieces reflects their prominence in public consciousness. Were an artifact obscure, it would likely remain unknown to him. The case of protracted war exemplifies this phenomenon. Although it is not publicly accessible, its renown is substantial, ensuring that anyone who has undergone compulsory education is likely aware of it. Consequently, it possesses significant informational prominence. Conversely, artifacts that lack visibility and are forgotten risk fading into oblivion without a trace. Those that are widely known or celebrated can withstand unique forms of decay. This notion may partially contradict his previous thoughts. Standing at the entrance of the Central Archives, Chen resembled a pillar, though fortunately, the area was typically devoid of crowds, allowing him to remain undisturbed and not hinder others. The guard, standing tall at the entrance, could not help but wonder why Chen lingered there as he did. Nevertheless, this did not interrupt Chen's contemplation, which soon expanded into thoughts of conflict. The peculiar decay does not exempt artifacts within museums from deterioration. Cthulhu surely lacks the inclination to methodically destroy each item. Rather, it must have unleashed a global area of effect, indiscriminately targeting all relics. Otherwise, if each artifact is treated with meticulous care, especially those of unique historical significance, would it not lead to exhaustion? If this is the case, then the artifacts housed within museums are indeed the most sought-after treasures, thus remaining unscathed by peculiar forms of decay. This brings clarity to the question of why cultural continuity appears to have faltered during the tumultuous times of World War II. In chaotic eras, gold thrives, while in prosperous times, antiquities flourish, such is the cycle. During that period, when the populace struggled for survival, safeguarding even one's own existence was a daunting task. Consequently, the significance of these relics and manuscripts diminished drastically, rendering them vulnerable to exploitation and severing the threads of heritage. Chen contemplated the long-lost I Ching, his heart weighed down by the thought. However, there remained a point of confusion for him. Although some artifacts indeed have historical lineage, a substantial number of newly excavated items do not share this legacy. The prior significance of these artifacts was, at best, obscure, often remaining unnoticed. It is noteworthy that the Sword of Gojian, a relic unearthed in 1965, was virtually unknown before its discovery. Chen doubted anyone had prior knowledge of this sword buried in the earth, if not for the significance attributed to it. Why then did his research yield data so intricately linked to this notion of significance? Chen found himself perplexed. Was it the intrinsic uniqueness of the artifacts that enabled them to withstand peculiar forms of decay, thus elevating their significance? Or was it the elevated significance that endowed the artifacts with exceptional qualities, allowing them to resist such decay? Chapter 105. Closed-door meeting behind the American building on the East River in New York. The United Nations headquarters square was adorned with a row of flags from various nations, among which a blue globe encircled by golden wheat stood out prominently. A bulletproof vehicle, cloaked in black glass, glided through a special passageway into the heart of the city. Bypassing security checks, the vehicle came to a halt, and an individual hurried forward to open the rear door. The leader emerged from the back seat, standing upon this land. After expressing gratitude to the doorman, he cast his gaze upon the towering edifice before him and the row of national flags behind, shaking his head ever so slightly. The imposing structure ahead was the Secretariat building, while the shorter building nearby housed the United Nations General Assembly, a place where numerous declarations with profound implications for the world have been made, striving to maintain the precarious balance between great powers and smaller nations amidst turbulent undercurrents. Notable agreements such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Paris Agreement, the Chemical Weapons Convention, and the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons have emerged from these halls. These treaties aim to forge a harmonious planet, yielding some degree of success. However, not all nations adhere strictly to these regulations. Many engage in covert maneuvers, and had it not been for such subterfuge, the world would have long since embraced peace, leaving no room for crises or humanitarian conflicts. Leader, are we headed to the United Nations General Assembly building? Inquired a member of the entourage. The General Assembly typically convenes in the larger building, which boasts a grand hall capable of accommodating representatives from all nations. In contrast, the adjacent building remains relatively obscure. Situated on the eastern bank of the East River in New York, serving as an office for the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Despite its prime location within the United Nations headquarters, this visit was shrouded in secrecy. The United Nations General Assembly building, despite allowing tourists during meetings, was deemed an unsuitable venue for such a gathering. Consequently, all subsequent proceedings were to take place within this conference center. Once everyone disembarked, the individual designated to open the door for the leader guided the entourage towards the rear, swiftly arriving at their destination, a modest conference room within the building. Upon the door's opening, the leader surveyed the room, noting that the representatives from the 5 permanent members were already seated at the expansive round table, their expressions inscrutable as they regarded him. These individuals were all high-ranking military officials or prominent leaders. Unfazed by their gaze, the leader nodded in acknowledgement before gracefully making his way to his designated seat, followed closely by his accompanying personnel, who also took their places in succession. The leader then turned his attention to the host of this closed-door meeting, the military representative from America and chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Muir. He bore the quintessential appearance of an American, with a face that displayed the signs of middle age, marked by the unwelcome encroachment of excess flesh. Were it not for his attire, one might mistake him for a character aged from a cinematic portrayal of a superhero. Muir exhibited no sign of ire at the leader's tardiness. Rather, upon witnessing the leader's entrance, he appeared visibly relieved. His demeanor suggested profound fatigue, likely a consequence of recent tribulations, yet he mustered a faint smile after glancing at the other seated members. Finally, he picked up the remote control, adjusting it with care. As the screen behind him illuminated, the leader donned his translation device and regarded Mark attentively. I apologize for the abrupt nature of this emergency meeting. Our preparations were rather insufficient. Let us dispense with any meaningless chatter. You must promptly elucidate the circumstances surrounding the launch of the 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles. A voice of impatience emanated from the side. The leader turned to see Valery Vasilyevich Gerasimov, chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, who, now approaching the twilight of his years, did not embody the robust and frost-defying figure often associated with Russian military personnel. He lacked the pronounced features typically attributed to Russians. Yet none could deny the formidable power he wielded. Gerasimov appeared decidedly displeased with Chairman Myrie's opening remarks, but maintained a commendable restraint. I, along with our Eastern allies, have grown weary of your evasions. You would do well to provide us with a satisfactory explanation. Chairman Myrie offered a wry smile, refraining from rebuttal, and merely nodded in acknowledgement of Gerasimov. After all, the unannounced launch of nuclear missiles from the high seas would incite outrage in anyone, should the roles be reversed. One might act with even greater fervor than the President of the Russian Federation. I sincerely apologize. Allow me to clarify the antecedents of this situation. Gerasimov appeared somewhat taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to the chairman's rather subdued demeanor. His pressure tactics were all too apparent, as one would expect a performance in negotiations. However, he had not anticipated that the American side would truly acquiesce to his demands. The attitude of the Americanians signifies their indifference towards the potential damage to their reputation, as they prioritize more pressing matters and wish to avoid squandering time on futile disputes. The leader maintained a composed demeanor, observing those present, aware of much, yet choosing to remain discreet until the value of his knowledge was ascertained. Gerasimov nodded slightly, prompting Chairman Myrie to continue. It is believed that a dreadful superfungus has emerged within your territories several months ago, inflicting severe repercussions on your domestic health security. A subtle shift in Gerasimov's expression was noted, yet the leader remained unfazed, directing his gaze towards the representatives of the two other European nations, whose visages appeared somewhat strained. Indeed, this is the case, but it bears no relation to your missile launches, correct? No, Chairman Myrie shook his head, indicating that there is a connection. Since the outbreak of the superfungus, we have commenced the development of a remedy. However, to this day, only your Eastern allies possess the means to curtail the spread of this fungus. Gerasimov exchanged a glance with the leader, his surprise evident. My friend, do you truly have a remedy for that superfungus? The leader nodded affirmatively. Chairman Myrie ceased his discourse. Initially, the Americanians had voluntarily shared their domestic data on the superfungus, leading to a mutual exchange of information, through which they became aware of the remedy developed by Academician Chi. Academician Chi hopes to acquire comprehensive experimental data regarding the application of this remedy. It is undeniable that the United States has made significant investments in the fields of medical and biological sciences, establishing a gap that is incomparable to other nations. And they are indeed able to provide quite authoritative data. However, this is merely one reason. The second reason is that the domestic superfungal infections have already been brought under control. Academician Chi is unable to find regions with widespread infections for experimentation. Moreover, this agent is a semi-permanent chemical substance that is extremely difficult to degrade and is highly toxic. Were it not for the fact that this agent is the only one on Earth capable of effectively eliminating these particular fungi, it would have long been sealed away. The reason this double-edged sword still exists is simply a matter of weighing the lesser of two evils. My dear Eastern friend Zhao, do you still have reserves of that agent? The leader shook his head this time. Gerasimov felt somewhat disappointed. Gerasimov, the reason we have not provided this agent to the world is not due to profit considerations. I must remind you that this agent is merely a semi-finished product with extremely severe side effects. It is a semi-permanent chemical substance with strong biological toxicity, causing nearly catastrophic destruction to the environment and ecology. Although we manufacture it in large quantities, it has all been utilized to support the control of the special fungi within the borders of Bharat. However, should you require it, we can, through cooperative arrangements, provide the Russian Federation with the method of producing this agent, allowing you to manufacture it yourselves. Gerasimov's eyes brightened once more. The Russian Federation is in dire need of this agent, willing to pay any price for it. However, given the advanced state of our domestic heavy industry, if we were to learn the method of its production, it might be easily manufactured. Nevertheless, the focal point of our meeting remains the question of why American launched intercontinental ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads. As for the specifics regarding the agent, we can discuss that in detail upon our return home. Indeed, that is correct. Gerasimov nodded excitedly, feeling that this trip was worthwhile. Chairman Myrie, you may proceed. Chairman Myrie nodded and continued. In the process of developing the drug, we discovered anomalies related to this superfungus. After thorough assessment, our organization unanimously believes that this fungus may have been artificially created. Moreover, we have concluded that the global spread of superfungi is part of a horrifying biochemical terror attack. The DNA editing technology involved in this super fungus is extraordinarily sophisticated. Certainly not something that a mere terrorist organization could easily conjure. Even our own domestic biochemical laboratories would struggle to produce such a perfect and uncontrollable super fungus. Behind the creation of this fungus, there must be an unimaginably vast organization. The leader's expression finally shifted, and Grasimov nearly leaped up in excitement. Chairman Myrie sighed wryly. Ultimately, we found nothing. Grasimov was taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. The leader, however, understood that this super fungus was disseminated by deep divers. An American's current surveillance and investigation yielding no results was quite normal. Perhaps you have not scrutinized all the biochemical laboratories on Earth? Is it possible that there are secret laboratories built? Grasimov inquired. Impossible, responded Chairman Myrie. We possess world-class advanced biochemical equipment, and all data is under our control. Unless he can entirely free himself from dependence on high-end experimental apparatus, we can undoubtedly acquire certain information. Chairman Myrie articulated this while casting a glance at the leader. Of course, aside from that, we indeed possess alternative methods to confirm that this fungus does not originate from any biological laboratory in the present nations. And then, Grasimov finally rose, staring in astonishment at Chairman Myrie. However, the leader frowned. He had already learned of this matter through Chen. Other civilizations? Indeed, Chairman Myrie replied. Pressing the remote control, and the screen behind him finally displayed several images. They showcased a deep gray arm-like structure on a white cloth, reminiscent of a human limb, with smooth, slimy skin and webbed tissue between the fingers. This is a limb of a race known as the deep divers, retrieved by our fleet, which salvaged a batch of wreckage. You may dispatch specialized personnel to collaborate with us for further research on the specifics. It is these beings that have produced this super fungus. They have already caused the deaths of 10 million individuals within America, with a conservative estimate of 160 million lives lost worldwide due to this biochemical assault from the super fungus. This has already amounted to a declaration of war against us, and indeed against the world. We have ample reason to believe this constitutes a provocation against us. And even against human civilization, the prospect of negotiation between us is utterly non-existent. To them, there was no need for humanitarian discourse. Aside from the leader, the rest were utterly astonished, gazing at Chairperson Myrie in disbelief. They had no means of acquiring information regarding the deep divers and were consequently oblivious to the existence of such a race, their worldview having been profoundly shaken. Thus, we launched a nuclear strike. This encapsulates the entirety of the events, a legitimate act of self-defense, devoid of any grounds for reproach, as Chairperson Myrie gestured with open hands. Chapter 106, Concealment. Despite the nuclear launch, we undeniably lacked experience in underwater combat. While we are certain that these nuclear warheads inflicted severe damage upon the deep divers, based on the assessment of underwater nuclear explosion potency and their population density, it is highly probable that we did not eradicate every single deep diver. It resembles a biological weapon born from advanced biotechnological research, an organism capable of rapid growth, exhibiting remarkable adaptability and destructive potential, akin to barnacles, which share unique characteristics with superfungi. Our scientists have confirmed that these creations likely originated from the hands of the deep divers. In light of this situation, I propose the establishment of a military alliance against the deep divers, even if only temporarily. We require the most formidable combined forces, swift action, until we can thoroughly eradicate this group of deep divers from our planet. The military representatives from the two European nations, along with Grasimov, were fixated on the backdrop behind Chairperson Myrie, where various recovered limbs and some barnacles were displayed. Grasimov pondered the pros and cons. The two European nations seemed to waver, yet neither made an immediate declaration. This matter entailed numerous domestic implications, and their voices carried significant weight, though they could not decisively dictate the outcome. The leader observed Chairman Myrie with a calm demeanor, attempting to discern his thoughts. He sensed that beyond Myrie's aspiration to forge a military alliance, there lay ulterior motives. After all, Amirkan boasted of possessing the mightiest army on this planet. Although he presented justifications, they appeared insufficient upon closer scrutiny, and Amirkan concealed certain truths. Relying solely on this information would not suffice for determining the feasibility of military collaboration. Grasimov stated, I even believe we could operate independently, delineating our respective areas of responsibility. You have misunderstood my concept of a military alliance. I do not aim to command you or solicit your support. Chairman Myrie replied with a genial smile. On the contrary, our forces shall remain relatively autonomous, engaging in only limited cooperation and information sharing. Formalizing a military alliance merely ensures that we will not react adversely to large-scale military movements by member states. Otherwise, when we launch nuclear missiles at the deep divers, we would still find ourselves under pressure from you, even with the push of a button, potentially jeopardizing our strategic advantage. Once we establish a military alliance, we can manage information and deploy troops more flexibly, free from various constraints. After all, we are all aware of who our true adversary is, are we not? The leader grasped the essence of Chairman Myrie's intentions. The military maneuvers of America have garnered global attention. Any minor disturbance resonates throughout the geopolitical landscape. Consequently, any large-scale mobilization will undoubtedly capture the world's gaze. This time, America's unprecedented military operation is potent enough to ignite any conflict. Fortunately, there is clarity regarding their intended targets. Even the Russian Federation, shrouded in uncertainty, has positioned troops at the border, with missiles poised at mid-range, their fingers hovering perilously close to the nuclear retaliation button. Absent military alliances or specific agreements, they would indeed find themselves constrained in the confrontation against the deep dwellers. Moreover, America has already incurred considerable costs for this undertaking. The leadership has recently become aware of the events unfolding within America, particularly how the deployment of nuclear weapons has shaken their standing on Earth. Not only has there been discontent abroad regarding America's military actions, but their foreign military deployments have also been disrupted, leading to a decline in regional control. Domestically, social unrest fueled by a widespread fungal infection has further condemned their military initiatives. Critics argue that the nation should exert every effort to aid its citizens rather than squander taxpayer money on warfare. While the revelation of the deep dwellers' existence could indeed justify their actions, the potential ramifications remain uncertain. After all, this represents a civilization unlike any other known on Earth, and hastily disclosing information about this species could lead to unforeseen complications. For instance, the emergence of a deep dweller protection organization or campaigns advocating for aquatic life could arise. Various nefarious groups may proclaim apocalyptic theories, and some might exploit the situation for their own agendas. The revelation of the existence of the deep divers is likely to incite global turmoil. At that moment, the leader realized the true intentions of American. Despite the extensive rhetoric of Chairman Myrie, their underlying message was succinct: a more agile control of information. The leader pondered deeply. American does not wish for news of the deep divers to be leaked. Indeed, they may prefer to keep such information from other nations altogether. However, this remains an impossibility. Although American is formidable, it does not possess the power to disregard all constraints. If they steadfastly suppress the information, they will inevitably endure relentless pressure from both the world and their own internal factions. After all, apart from American and themselves, the world is oblivious to the existence of unknown adversaries lurking in the depths. The inexplicable launch of nuclear missiles would undoubtedly instill unease among other nations and within their own populace. Ultimately, should the situation escalate within their own country or involve the Russian Federation, or even other forces, they would find it impossible to maintain the secrecy of this information. Thus, it would be more prudent for American to proactively convene the 5 permanent members of the United Nations to address their concerns, making them aware of the gravity of the situation. By taking the initiative to secure information regarding the deep divers solely within the confines of the 5 permanent members, they would effectively represent the collective voice of all global powers. That which they wish to prevent will assuredly not come to pass, and that which they wish to eliminate will certainly cease to exist. The individuals present are astute and will naturally implement appropriate measures. Do you intend to confine this information within a limited scope? Chairman Myrie was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the leader, a slight smile forming on his lips. Engaging in discourse with the wise is indeed a delightful endeavor. This aligns with our objectives. Only we can possess the intelligence regarding the deep divers. And I trust you understand the rationale behind this. What of the fleet you have lost? As long as you maintain a veil of secrecy, we have our methods. Chapter 107. The White Knight and the Prophecy Through This Exchange. The leader confirmed American sincerity and considered the formation of a temporary military alliance to be a prudent strategy. This would not only prevent other nations from intervening, but also mitigate the risk of information leaks. while consolidating the mightiest military forces on Earth to specifically target the deep divers. American recognized the uniqueness of the deep divers and did not intend to regard them as a primitive nation that could be easily manipulated. They had already perceived the deep divers as adversaries of civilization, willing to incur certain costs in their relentless pursuit of their annihilation. However, the leader was not so quick to express his stance, as he harbored some uncertainties. I fundamentally concur with this notion, however. I possess a lingering question that I hope you can elucidate, he stated. Chairman Murray nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, I shall address any inquiry you may have. The leader inquired seriously. He was aware that extraordinary individuals existed in the world, such as Chen and Yang Tianyu. And he also recognized that the White Knight bore a resemblance to Yang Tianyu. However, he understood that this was merely an exception. He sought to comprehend the true nature of the White Knight and the perspectives or discoveries the American side held regarding him. As the leader's words resonated, the other three members of the council turned their gaze towards Chairman Murray, their curiosity piqued by the question. After all, the reverberations from that nuclear explosion lingered, making it difficult for them to ignore the mastermind behind it. Chairman Murray's expression suddenly turned sour. He helplessly turned to one of his aides behind him. It was then that he noticed that two of Chairman Murray's attendants were present, one recording the meeting's content while the other seemed to be attentively observing the situation at the conference table. They mentioned you, and now it is your turn to clarify their doubts. Tom, our White Knight. Tom possessed a quintessential Western visage, tall and imposing, beneath his formal suit. It was evident that he was in remarkable shape. After all, he was a pilot, and without excellent physical condition, one could never pass the rigorous selection process for pilots. He had been intently listening to the discussions among the leaders at the round table, only realizing the attention directed at him when the leader invoked his title. A smile then graced his face as he looked at the leader. The second in command of the Eastern Power, I am the Knight of the White Horse, the envoy of my lord, Tom Cruise. I express my gratitude for your restraint in not intercepting our missiles as I launched an assault on those wretched deep divers. In the face of a common adversary, I am pleased that you have placed your trust in us and demonstrated a degree of moderation. Should you have any inquiries, I am more than willing to provide answers, barring a few matters that require confidentiality. After all, we truly need to unite in confronting this foe. It appears that the Americans harbor no intentions of secrecy, boldly presenting the Knight of the White Horse to the forefront without any hesitation regarding his presence. The knight seems devoid of prejudice or bias against other nations or alliances. On the contrary, he displays a remarkably amiable demeanor. The leader, witnessing the extraordinary individual from America for the first time, observed him closely and found nothing in his appearance that distinguished him from others. This is, of course, unsurprising, as both Yang Tianyu and Chen also lack any extraordinary physical traits. Mr. Cruise, I trust you do not mind my addressing you thus? You are free to refrain from using the title Knight of the White Horse until you have confirmed my credentials. You possess that right. After a nod of agreement from the leader, he began to voice his inquiries. How did you come to know of the deep diver's existence? It is by the guidance of my lord. He has revealed to me that all calamities arise from the depths of the northwestern seas, from the unfathomable depths. And that caution is imperative. The leader furrowed his brow immediately, as the words he heard through the simultaneous translator were exceedingly awkward. However, he was at least able to grasp their meaning. What do you mean by master? How does he know of the deep diver's existence? Cruise was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the leader, and he too was rendered speechless. The entourage behind the leader, upon hearing Cruise's inquiry, was filled with confusion, unable to contain themselves, and promptly began to question. As far as I know, the White Knight and the Grey Knight should be allies, correct? This Grey Knight is not merely a Grey Knight. He symbolizes the calamities of this world. It was then that the entourage comprehended his implication. It was merely a metaphor. The question was how the extraordinary being behind Cruise had come to know the whereabouts of the deep divers. One must understand that even Taihao had not disclosed the location of the deep divers to Chen and Yang Tianyu. While they were still developing advanced sonar to search for that race, American had already commenced missile strikes. Regrettably, I can only convey this to you. Is it due to the necessity for confidentiality? No, it is simply the truth. The leader felt rather uneasy, as he was not particularly fond of such mystical discourse. Allow me to rephrase my question. How do you communicate with your master? He converses with me in my dreams, revealing all that is to come. The future? Is this the prophecy you mentioned earlier? If that is the case, it seems you could alter the future. How then did you allow your own fleet to suffer such tremendous losses? Cross shook his head, stating that the prophecy had not revealed such matters. It was a future that had already been altered. The leader and the others appeared somewhat astonished, grasping his meaning. He possessed the ability to foresee the future. Yet what he foresaw was not an immutable fate, but rather an altered destiny, suggesting that Cross could, at any moment, reshape the future through his predictions. Unlike the futile gaze upon an unchangeable outcome, he foresaw the cause, not the effect. The leader seemed to comprehend why American held this white knight in such high regard. Should this prophetic ability be harnessed for warfare, foreseeing events in advance would undoubtedly grant Americans' forces a significant advantage in battle. Grasimov even rose to inquire, can this prophetic ability be applied in warfare? Upon hearing the translated words from the simultaneous interpreter, Cross paused, then slowly shook his head. No. What belongs to God is God's, and what belongs to man is man's. The Lord does not intervene in the disputes among his subjects. He desires only that I confront his enemies. The leader's gaze flickered. This statement was profoundly intriguing, perhaps even a smokescreen. He did not intend to take it at face value. I have one final question. You mentioned you were once a pilot, previously unremarkable in any regard. How is it that you can now converse with your Lord? In other words, how has your Lord made such a promise to you? After a moment of silence, Cross began to speak. Because I witnessed the arrival of the gray night in Bharat, in a land devoid of life. In that moment of clarity, I understood in my heart, as the Lord spoke to me, those who follow me shall never walk in darkness, but shall receive the light of life. Thus, I chose to follow him. Chapter 108, The Lost Book of Changes. Ultimately, this clandestine closed-door meeting concluded with the 5 constants establishing the fundamental military alliance regulations. However, this does not imply an immediate formation of an alliance. The prejudices arising from the confrontation between the two factions cannot be swiftly eradicated. Yet it remains merely a matter of time. Among nations, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. The deep divers undoubtedly stand opposed to all countries in the world. They possess both the capability and the legitimacy to encourage the global community to set aside biases and unite, even if only temporarily. Moreover, the existence of the deep divers necessitates evidence. They require scholars from their own nations to verify and confirm the authenticity of the remnants of the deep divers salvaged by American, ensuring it is not merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by American itself. The likelihood of this is slim. American, being astute, would not deceive other Western nations. Nevertheless, solid evidence is essential to genuinely persuade dissenting voices within their own countries. Upon returning to their nations, these leaders will dispatch expert scholars to Americans' biological laboratories to collaboratively research the deep divers and the other biological remnants retrieved. Once authenticity is confirmed, efforts will be made to ease internation relations, conducting nominal military exercises while thoroughly sealing off the waters of the North Pacific. To the nations of Earth, the international situation appears to undergo an inexplicable easing as the conflicts or confrontations between the two major factions become less contradictory. The American side may concede on various issues. Their leaders might seize subsequent opportunities for diplomatic visits, thereby conveying amicable signals. This could lead to a decline in American's international standing and regional dominance. Yet it is the price they are willing to pay for the formation of a superficial military alliance. They have consented to this cost. Once large-scale military exercises commence, the military capabilities of the 5 permanent members are likely to enclose the entire North Pacific region, designating it as their exercise area. The entire North Pacific will become a private enclave for the 5 powers, where deep-sea entities will find themselves with no avenue for escape. Upon the leaders' return home, an urgent meeting was convened to assess the feasibility of the military alliance. Ultimately, they unanimously resolved to first observe the signals emitted by the American side and to dispatch biologists to verify the authenticity of the deep-sea remnants. Advanced sonar projects and deep-sea weaponry will prove invaluable treasures for future encounters with these oceanic beings. Chen had engaged in discussions with professors from the history department regarding the theory of artifact information resonance. However, they were left perplexed. Thus, these conjectures were entrusted to the think tank for resolution. In the end, after integrating all the information provided by Chen, these experts seemingly made a significant discovery. While Chen was jotting down thoughts in his notebook, the veteran detective approached him, bearing a weighty expression. already armed with conclusions. Chief Su, based on the information you provided, we have made some preliminary deductions, and the results are now in. Su Chen set down his pen, eagerly gazing at the seasoned detective. Recently, he had been overwhelmed by a plethora of information, leaving him devoid of inspiration. Had it not been for the presence of his think tank, a remarkable external brain to assist him in contemplation, he would have nearly reached a breaking point. Observing the seasoned detective's demeanor, it appeared that the think tank had indeed arrived at some conclusions. Officer Liu, have you uncovered anything? Please, share your findings. Well, this report was submitted by Professor Su from the History Department of Jiangxia University. He organized a team to compare ancient texts and artifacts from various institutions, confirming that your hypothesis regarding the heat of information could potentially be accurate. Furthermore, he corroborated that the degree of information distortion is also related to this information heat, using active databases and data from local museums and prominent universities. Excellent. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had proposed the idea, verifying it alone would be quite arduous. After all, the number of artifacts worldwide, let alone within national borders, even after special corrosion, was not in the hundreds or thousands. Undertaking this task single-handedly would be exhausting. He never anticipated that someone else had already undertaken the verification. The seasoned detective remained unfazed and continued, in addition. Regarding the lost book, the I Ching, there are indeed fragments in some ancient texts that attest to its existence. It is speculated that there are quite a number of such lost ancient books. What do you mean by that? Su Chen suddenly encountered an unfamiliar term, struggling to comprehend its meaning. This is a perspective posited by Professor Su, suggesting that he employs a method of destruction distinct from the entropy-driven annihilation of civilization. Su Chen's mind began to engage, leading to an epiphany. Please continue. Professor Su extended a question based on your concept. Throughout history, what has been the most revered artifact in terms of informational significance? Is it the imperial jade seal and the 9 provinces tripod, symbols of power that promise dominion over the realm? Or perhaps the legal codes and decrees, which, when enacted, ensure societal stability? Or could it be the exquisite creations of craftsmanship, capable of captivating the world? In a fleeting moment, Su Chen dismissed all the items mentioned by the seasoned detective. Drawing from the preceding information, he effortlessly articulated his answer. It is books, the vessels of culture, the embodiment of words and heritage. They have the power to enlighten the world. Their influence is not ephemeral, nor confined to a single generation. If they endure, their thoughts and knowledge can remain immutable across the ages. A look of approval emerged on the detective's face. During his examination, Professor Su discovered that a portion of the fragmented manuscripts referenced the Book of I Ching or contained similar content. If one were to speculate based on the existing quantity of these texts, I Ching must be an exceptionally significant work. Its historical prominence must have been substantial to warrant such extensive influence and give rise to numerous derivative texts. According to the description of informational significance, it once held unparalleled prominence in antiquity. Yet, inexplicably, it has vanished from existence. Chapter 109. Memory. Su Chen was suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation, as if suffocation were his constant companion. Professor Su speculated that if your conclusion regarding the information's popularity were accurate, then entropy attacks would, for some reason, be incapable of obliterating the carriers of information with exceptionally high heat, much like the Book I Ching. Su Chen gazed at the old detective, remaining silent, his expression somber. For instance, in times of war, a sudden realization dawned upon Su Chen. His suspicions were confirmed. After all, their carriers were still merely physical books. Even if the reasons for resisting the extraordinary remained unknown, their essence could still be easily torn apart. A single flame could incinerate them. An immersion in water would render them to pulp. There were numerous methods to destroy them, exemplifying a curve of attack. Perhaps some individuals had memorized these texts, yet amidst the ravages of war, they too would likely face unforeseen calamities. Thus, this book could become lost forever. Was this the fate of the derivative text of I Ching as well? Indeed, we have likely suffered considerable losses, yet remain utterly unaware of what has been lost. Similar to I Ching, which possesses an exceptionally high informational heat, data calculations suggest that there should be many such works. However, traces of their existence are exceedingly difficult to capture. Even I Ching itself was only discovered through your prompt, amidst a sea of fragmented texts. Had it not been for your keen observation of this book's historical existence, we might have completely forgotten it. it is not entirely implausible. We have ample reason to suspect that throughout history, numerous classic texts have been irretrievably lost. We are even unable to find any evidence of their prior existence. Su Chen furrowed his brow. No, that cannot be right. If that were the case, a considerable portion of the artifacts housed in our museums, which have not been subject to unique forms of decay, would also be at risk. Why then has no action been taken against them? The seasoned detective paused, then reflected before speaking. Well, this is merely my own conjecture, not something the consultant has stated. As of now, we are aware of only one text, the I Ching, which has been utterly obliterated. As for the other texts that have met a similar fate, we have no knowledge of their nature, and without any comparative reference, analysis is impossible. Su Chen rested his forehead on his hand. He indeed recognized a significant number of classical titles. Yet during his extensive readings in that previous life at around the age of 20, so much time has now elapsed. He lacks the gift of eidetic memory, his recollection being rather unremarkable. Apart from the most striking impressions, the vast passage of time has rendered much of his knowledge elusive. This very limitation is why he finds himself so sluggish in the presence of the Cthulhu-like entity. Only when confronted with distinctly recognizable features or ample clues can he summon forth those memories long buried. For instance, those fragments of ancient texts. At this moment, he must strive to recall what he had examined in his previous existence, akin to attempting to discern objects obscured behind frosted glass. Beyond the striking memories, other knowledge exists in his mind merely as outlines and concepts. He found it challenging to recall much knowledge from his previous life. The sensation was akin to fishing for loaches in a muddy swamp. He felt that with just a bit more effort, he could remember. Yet he was utterly unable to grasp what it was. His thoughts began to disperse, endlessly exhausting every possibility, only to arrive at nothing. Suddenly, Su Chen had a flash of inspiration as he gazed at the seasoned detective. Detective Liu, if you were to apprehend a crime lord who possesses crucial evidence, what methods would you employ to elicit a confession? The veteran detective blinked in confusion, unsure why Su Chen's topic had taken such a sudden turn. They had just been discussing ancient texts, and now the conversation had shifted to the handling of criminals. Well, let me think. I'm not from the interrogation department, but generally it involves alternating high-pressure tactics. Those in the interrogation unit often study psychology, employing various linguistic techniques to encourage suspects to speak frequently, thereby exposing logical inconsistencies in their statements. Identifying a single flaw can often dismantle their defenses. Moreover, evidence is not solely reliant on the suspect's admissions. It is primarily gathered by our colleagues. Whether they cooperate or not, they have already committed a crime. Can we really expect them to provide evidence? And what if a suspect is particularly resilient? Must they be the ones to furnish incriminating evidence? Such tactics may prove ineffective. In that case, the detective appeared to struggle, as it had been a long time since he had engaged in interrogations or dealt with particularly obstinate individuals. After pondering for a while, he finally responded, one must appeal to their emotions and reason. After all, one cannot possibly clash with the prospect of reduced sentencing, can one? Such an egregious crime, as odious and unyielding as a stone in a latrine, compels your eager curiosity to uncover its secrets. What course of action should one take? The seasoned detective regarded Su Chen with a puzzled expression. If evidence exists, we should apprehend and prosecute. Such secrets are best left undisclosed. For instance, the use of a truth serum. The veteran detective furrowed his brow, cautioning Su Chen. Commissioner Su, we operate within the bounds of the law. Such methods are not permissible. Until a crime is adjudicated, human rights must be upheld, and such measures cannot be employed. Does that imply that such substances do exist? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. The detective's countenance darkened as he scrutinized Su Chen, perceiving him as a wayward youth on the brink of criminality. They do exist. Albeit not within the law enforcement system, you would not have access to them. Moreover, what would you intend to do with such substances? For personal use. Su Chen's blunt admission nearly startled the veteran detective. Indeed, the thought had crossed Su Chen's mind. The constituents of a truth serum include substances such as scopolamine or sodium thiopental, barbiturates, and the like. Fundamentally, these are tranquilizers and anesthetics. Their primary function is to disrupt one's judgment and higher cognitive functions. Lying is a complex cognitive activity, while memory operates on a much simpler level. Memory merely requires recording, whereas lying necessitates creation. This phenomenon, often referred to as speaking the truth under the influence, exemplifies this distinction. He need not divulge any veracity, but rather, he seeks to unearth the obscured fragments of his memory. He hopes that these substances will merely stimulate recollection, although uncertain of their potential efficacy. The notion itself offers a glimmer of hope. For personal use, the seasoned detective gazed at Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, he felt compelled to caution Chen. Truth serum is not a benign substance. Surely you do not believe it can be employed without consequence? Chen, however, assured him, I am well aware that it certainly possesses certain side effects. The old detective regarded Chen thoughtfully, gradually recalling that, beyond being a colonel, he was also a medical student. It was not surprising that he had some knowledge of such drugs. If you are cognizant of the dangers associated with these substances, why would you still consider using them? The detective found himself at a loss for how to respond to Chen, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Is what you have forgotten of great significance? Chen nodded in affirmation. Then you ought to consult a psychologist. Among our advisors, there are many esteemed scholars in the field of psychology, all of whom possess professional credentials. It would be prudent to seek their counsel. Chen concurred, recognizing that his solitary approach was indeed less beneficial than consulting an expert. Very well, I shall inquire with those psychologists. Do they possess any additional insights? Little did he know, what Chen had forgotten was not a trivial matter, but rather the entirety of the magnificent cultures he had observed, read about, touched, and felt, elements that were conspicuously absent and forgotten in this world. He had yet to grasp the true value of the knowledge that lay dormant within his mind. A portion of that knowledge remained, albeit scant, yet sufficient to trace the history and legacy of this world. Indeed, besides the perspectives proposed by Professor Su, Professor Chen also offers an intriguing viewpoint. Chen felt a surge of interest, as he had not anticipated the surprise that awaited him. Professor Chen opined that the book I Ching was distinct from other artifacts. Oh, in what way is it different? Chen inquired. The distinction lies in the fact that the I Ching was obliterated by him. Chen was taken aback, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Are you suggesting that I was unaware of its destruction? What was the purpose of convening this meeting otherwise? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. The seasoned detective nodded in agreement. Indeed, at present, we still possess highly revered texts, such as Analects, Mencius, Great Learning, and Doctrine of the Mean. These works have profoundly influenced successive dynasties. Although many passages are now lost, they at least endure. Their significance is no less than that of the I Ching. However, why was the I Ching utterly annihilated while other equally esteemed works have survived or remained unscathed? Chen fixed his gaze upon the seasoned detective. It cannot be without reason. While the existing ancient texts are missing passages, your argument holds merit. Why does he treat these texts differently? What sets the I Ching apart from other destroyed works and those that continue to exist? Could it be that he was simply incapable of destroying so many texts within that brief period? Did those professors mention anything about this? Perhaps the existence of these texts poses a threat to him. They might influence his apocalyptic designs or contain information he wishes to conceal from us, among other possibilities. Professor Chen posits that even if one can merely grasp the essence of the ancient text I Ching, it may be possible to infer his intentions, perhaps even to recalibrate his plans. This theory enjoys widespread acceptance among scholars. Chen was profoundly astonished. He had encountered fragments of ancient texts before. Those artifacts, if not scrutinized with great care, would scarcely reveal their antiquity, most of them being in a state of severe disrepair. Chen had seen some cases during his lectures, such as a tome discovered at the corner of a table in a farmhouse attic, where the pages, subjected to sunlight, humidity, and oxidation, had become moldy and brittle, seemingly ready to disintegrate at the slightest touch. Nevertheless, such a book could be considered relatively well-preserved. Many others were in even worse condition, often beyond salvage. Numerous texts undergo scanning and are subsequently recorded onto magnetic discs, processed meticulously to retain as much of the original writing as possible. However, given the extensive damage, extracting meaningful information from these remains is exceedingly challenging. Should Professor Chen choose to embark on this endeavor, the magnitude of his undertaking would be staggering. Chen then recalled that he had once perused the I Ching himself, having casually picked up a volume. What was its opening line? Yuan Hong Li Zhen? And Qian Long Wu Yong? Suddenly, he stumbled upon a book that seemed somewhat familiar. He frequently encountered this term at a fortune-telling stall near the park. I Ching. An idea struck him. Could he perhaps divine his own fortune? What secrets lay within its pages? He took the book down, noting its slender form. and proceeded to leaf through it. Su Chen experienced a throbbing headache, contemplating whether to give that tedious child a good scolding, compelling him to finish reading and subsequently memorize the material. At this moment, he could only hope that the psychologists might offer him a modicum of surprise. Chapter 110. Professor Su. The external cognitive apparatus provided Su Chen with substantial support. If they possessed sufficient information, they could meticulously unravel the concealed insights within, which might illuminate Su Chen's areas of ignorance. However, these well-informed consultants, professors, and experts could keenly discern any nuances, ensuring that nothing went unnoticed. At the very least, they had already conveyed two critical pieces of intelligence to Su Chen. First, he must devise a means to recover a portion of the ancient texts. Second, the accuracy of the information's prominence was evident. The professors recognized that perhaps they could artificially enhance its visibility to avert potential degradation. Suddenly, Su Chen jolted awake to a realization. The deeper their research delved, the more likely it was to attract the attention and even retribution from him. They had already lost 2 academicians and a professor. They could not afford to lose more scholars. The veteran detective grew solemn. Was it not only knowledge closely tied to him that drew his scrutiny? This was intrinsically connected to him. Su Chen cautioned, the costs of engagement do not exempt them from peril. Their research bears significant risks. The veteran detective inhaled sharply, acutely aware of the grave consequences as Su Chen's subordinate. Hearing this, he was immediately engulfed in worry. Should I intervene to halt their endeavors? Su Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the necessity of halting their endeavors. However, a resolute voice interrupted, no, I disagree. Turning to investigate the source, Su Chen beheld a professor clad in reading glasses, identifiable as Professor Su from his name badge. The door to the conference room behind him swung open, suggesting he had been listening for quite some time. It was only after Su Chen expressed concerns for their safety and proposed to cease the research that Professor Su chose to voice his dissent. Professor Su, you have already provided me with a considerable amount of information. Continuing this line of inquiry is perilous, and I wish to avoid another incident like that of Professor He. Su Chen stated. Professor Su's face was etched with anger. Not enough, far from sufficient. It has already obliterated countless texts, the wisdom and heritage of our predecessors. Now lost to the annals of history, never to be known again. I refuse to accept this. He stamped his foot, gritting his teeth. Those that have not been preserved are forever beyond our reach. Su Chen exchanged glances with the veteran police officer, ultimately striving to placate him. Professor Su, please calm down. It is merely a cowardly gesture, unworthy of your ire. To Su Chen's surprise, Professor Su erupted in bitter laughter. At my age, you still attempt to deceive me? If such a gesture could annihilate so many texts and artifacts, what does that make us? Your attempts at consolation lack sincerity. Feeling awkward, Su Chen scratched his head, acknowledging his ineptitude in offering comfort. Regardless, he resolved that he would not cease this research on the topic of information fervor. And he suspected that Professor Qing shared the same sentiment. Su Chen found himself in a rather exasperating predicament. The reason he had ceased his research was to first endeavor to apply his own methods. After all, among the multitude at the entire base, he alone possessed a certain resilience to the forces of Cthulhu. He had a margin for error, whereas Professor Su and the others did not. Professor Su, listen to me. I refuse to listen to your ramblings, Su Chen retorted, momentarily stifled by the absurdity of the situation, before breaking into an exasperated smile. Lu Gang. Yes. Inform him who holds the authority here. Report, Commander Su, it is you. Professor Su suddenly recalled that Su Chen seemed to have received yet another promotion, and that all the members of his think tank were now under his command. Very well, then I hope to put an immediate halt to their ongoing research. Agreed. Let it be so. Professor Su was taken aback. Despite the smooth progress of his current research, the rapid pace was fundamentally reliant on national resources. After all, coordinating data from so many locations was not impossible for an individual and local institutions, but it was undeniably challenging. He hastily added, Commander, that is not necessary. If we are unable to reach an agreement, we can still negotiate. Su Chen, with a bemused smile, replied, then let us temporarily suspend the relevant research. I shall personally verify your conclusions, for you are aware of my unique circumstances. Professor Su appeared troubled, gazing at Su Chen with concern. No. Perhaps your current safety is merely a stroke of luck? We are all willing to take risks, but you would be best advised to proceed with caution. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Su Chen murmured, if something were to happen, it would have happened long ago. Professor Su remained silent for a moment, then muttered. This research on information heat cannot be halted. We may be on the verge of uncovering a fragment of his mysterious power, perhaps even discovering why he is so apprehensive about what he wishes to obliterate. Let us consider this. If you fear that the entire advisory team will attract his attention, it would be wiser to grant authorization solely to me. I do not require assistance from others. One person suffices. Su Chen gazed at Professor Su, uncertain of his unwavering determination. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the historian's relentless pursuit? Ultimately, he shook his head. No, that won't do. However, I am not entirely inflexible. Once I have no results on my end, I will naturally allow you to proceed, at which point you will have no choice but to continue. For now, however, I must insist that you pause your work. Professor Su looked into Su Chen's eyes, his expression contemplative. Then he relented. Very well, I acquiesce to your directive. We shall suspend our research and await your updates. There is no need to disband the advisory team. Su Chen agreed. That is acceptable. Professor Su then turned slowly and departed. Yes. He stroked his chin, contemplating his next course of action. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, as soon as Professor Su stepped into the conference room, he quickened his pace, moving with an invigorated urgency. He swiftly joined the circle of advisors in the history department. Addressing a fellow professor and his eager students, quickly, gather all those documents and proofs for me. The professor and the students were perplexed. Ahem, Professor Su, what troubles you so? Is there truly a need for such haste? A student hesitantly produced a file pouch, which contained various certificates issued by the military district. Professor Su snatched it and quickly opened the pouch, spilling its contents onto the already chaotic desk. Chapter 111. Eternal Species. Su Chen ultimately issued a directive. He, following the counsel of the think tank, artificially elevated the visibility of certain cultural relics through various forms of online promotion. This included integrating a wealth of knowledge about relevant artifacts into educational curricula, encouraging children to attend more history classes, providing free museum exhibitions for secondary relics, and organizing youth excursions to view them. The logistics involved were exceedingly intricate. Fortunately, Su Chen merely needed to give the command while others managed the ensuing arrangements. After confirming the successful transmission of his order, Su Chen intended to consult a psychologist to explore the depths of his memory. However, a message from the leader left him momentarily stunned. Instantly, he set aside thoughts of the psychologist and called for a plane to the Biological Research Institute where academician Chen was located, eager to examine the remains. This experimental suit felt rather cumbersome. Su Chen waited uncertainly. The staff member nodded. This was specially commissioned by academician Chen. It contains a layer of material designed to shield against minimal radiation. Subsequently, the staff produced a helmet. This helmet, too, was subject to the same instructions. As per academician Chen's directive, anyone entering the laboratory must don all protective gear. Although the radiation levels, post-treatment, may not be excessively potent, any residual dosage should be mitigated whenever possible. After all, this is not an elixir of invulnerability. It is prudent to minimize exposure to radiation for the sake of one's health. With this in mind, Su Chen hastily donned his lab attire and various pieces of equipment before opening the door. Upon entering, he discovered a group of individuals clad in identical gear, gathered around the dissection table, intently focused on their tasks. Their movements were slight, as they engaged in meticulous operations. Cautiously, Su Chen approached, only to find that, apart from the assisting researchers, the leading figure was none other than academician Chen himself, wielding a scalpel and performing exceedingly delicate maneuvers on a severed limb. Observing their demeanor, it was evident they had been laboring under the weight of specialized protective suits for several hours. Nearby, numerous tissues had already been excised and placed in containers. Awaiting further processing, Su Chen examined the severed digit, which appeared to be from an upper limb. The skin had been meticulously removed, revealing the pale flesh beneath. Academician Chen was scrutinizing the muscle tissue within. Despite his mask, the gravity and seriousness of his expression were palpable. Record this. The muscle fiber type of the specimen appears consistent with that of a normal human, he instructed. Teacher, I've documented it, came the reply. Let me see your notes, academician Chen requested as he set down the scalpel and stretched momentarily, accepting the notebook from his student. After casually glancing over the scene and confirming its accuracy, he nodded in agreement. All right, collect these specimens for analysis and expedite the investigation of their various indicators. Understood, Professor. The researchers gathered around the dissection table responded in unison, carefully taking a container filled with the excised tissues for examination. Only 2 remained at the dissection table. While Chen gazed in puzzlement at the severed limb before him, its muscular structure bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, clearly exhibiting standard slow-twitch and fast-twitch muscle fibers, rather than the red and white muscle fibers characteristic of fish. This indicated that the organism's physiology was more aligned with that of humans, suggesting that its body could not withstand the intense pressure of deep waters. To be precise, at least this arm would be incapable of enduring the pressure found in profound depths. Generally, for every 10 meters of water depth, oceanic pressure increases by approximately 1 atmosphere. At a depth of 1,000 meters, the pressure reaches 101 atmospheres. If one considers the human body as occupying 1 square meter, it would bear a weight of 1 ton. Such pressure renders the human lungs utterly incapable of respiration, crushing them as if they were an aluminum can, forever unable to regain their original form. The greatest depth humans can reach without specialized equipment is merely around 100 meters. Below that threshold, without submersible apparatus, lies a realm where human life cannot survive. Yet, this life form, resembling humanity, seemed to possess alternative means to withstand the crushing pressure of the deep. While Chen continued to observe, academician Chi approached his side. This creation is indeed remarkable. When I first learned of the existence of deep divers, I initially suspected it might be a fabrication by the Americans. Chen glanced at academician Chi, who had already resumed his dissection with the scalpel. However, the colleagues dispatched from that side dispelled his doubts. This entity was indeed a species previously unknown to them. The American laboratory had conducted DNA testing, and molecular biology could elucidate the organism's closest relatives through its DNA sequence. Ultimately, it was revealed that this creature had no biological kin on Earth and could not be classified within the existing biological taxonomy. Rather, they bore a closer resemblance to those afflicted by transformation diseases. Having reviewed academician Chi's data, Chen comprehended the implications of his words. Yet he remained perplexed. Had not the cell's DNA been damaged by radiation? Could this be discerned? It appeared that a substantial portion of the DNA remained intact, and their genetic material was far more exquisite and perfect than that of transformed patients. In contrast to human transformations within the remnants of the deep diver's cells, they discovered remarkably intricate organelles, novel cellular structures absent in all earthly life forms. The American laboratory designated these as immortal anel, which functioned as a substitute for DNA telomeres. Immortal anel? Chen echoed, eternal organelles? So, their cells do not require telomeres for division? Precisely, came the affirmation. These organelles adeptly repair the chromosomal instability caused by the absence of telomeres, preventing the loss of chromosomes or genetic information during cell division. In other words, their lifespan is significantly prolonged. They represent an immortal species. Chen was taken aback. Regarding this organelle alone, we can conclude that it is undoubtedly not a product of natural evolution on Earth. Life, as long as it can perpetuate, does not necessitate immortality. Academician Chi meticulously dissected the muscle from the limb and placed it upon the dissection table, under the illumination of the lights. This muscle appeared so pallid that it was hard to believe that its owner, bearing muscles indistinguishable from those of humans, could indeed achieve immortality. Chapter 112. Biological weapons. The finitude of life is intrinsically linked to the equilibrium and evolution of the natural world. Death is one of the pivotal mechanisms for resource redistribution, adaptation, and evolution within biological populations. Through death, individual organisms bequeath resources, genetic information, and opportunities for survival to their progeny. Academician Chi continued his dissection of the specimen, intent on meticulously slicing the thoroughly separated tissues for further research. The remains of these deep divers possess immense biological research value, as their morphology may closely resemble that of humans, suggesting that we could potentially draw insights from their organelle structures. Should we succeed in replicating such organelles and applying them to the human body, it is conceivable that human lifespan could be significantly extended once more, as academician Chi posited. The first substantial increase in human lifespan occurred during the Industrial Revolution and the advancement of modern medicine, a phenomenon driven by the interplay of hygiene, healthcare, nutrition, and socioeconomic factors, each element being indispensable. In ancient times, the average lifespan of humans was approximately 20 to 30 years. In the Middle Ages, the average lifespan of humans was approximately 30 to 40 years. By the late 19th century to the early 20th century, the average lifespan in developed countries had increased to around 40 to 50 years. Today, the global average life expectancy is about 72.6 years. After enduring the passage of time, humanity has witnessed such significant growth in longevity. The pursuit of extending human life through medicine remains an unending endeavor, albeit a gradual one. However, the immortal organelles found within deep-sea dwellers have instilled a newfound hope in mankind. Academician Chen, an individual with an acute sensitivity to medical advancements, boldly asserts that the next substantial enhancement in human lifespan lies within these organelles. He truly perceives the immense potential these unique cellular structures hold in prolonging human life and is unwavering in his belief in their value. Chen acknowledges this perspective, yet expresses a greater curiosity about the morphology of these deep-sea dwellers. Indeed, as they describe, the retrieval of these limbs proves exceedingly challenging, as the deep ocean teems with biological weaponry deployed by these entities, resulting in a limited number of successful recoveries. Having researched the biological weaponry they refer to, I am convinced they speak the truth. Biological weaponry? Academician Chen gestured towards a nearby laboratory table, upon which rested a large transparent container. Chen approached and, upon inspection, felt a chill run down his spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. At first glance, it appeared as though a multitude of eyes were observing him intently. There exists a notion that the phenomenon of trypophobia, or the fear of clusters, is rooted in the evolutionary instincts of humanity. In the natural world, all entities that gather closely are deemed perilous and should be approached with caution, as they signal extreme danger. For instance, consider the structure of a beehive. The maggots found on carcasses in the wild, or the numerous clusters of blisters or other maladies manifesting on human skin. Chen, upon observing these densely packed barnacles, finds this assertion profoundly resonant. His active mind readily conjures images of these creatures proliferating over his own body. Were it not for the knowledge that these organisms pose no threat of sudden movement or unexpected leaps toward him, Chen would be disinclined to linger in their vicinity for even a moment longer. These barnacles serve as biological weapons, their cellular activity remarkably vigorous, akin to that of superfungi. It is precisely this entity that compelled the Americans to relinquish portions of their fleet, ultimately forcing them to resort to nuclear ordnance to eradicate the threat. Chen gazes incredulously at the barnacles, struggling to fathom how such organisms could compel the Americans to abandon their naval forces. You may appear skeptical. However, despite their resemblance to whale barnacles, I have verified that their DNA sequence has undergone significant alteration, rendering them no longer identifiable as whale barnacles. Thus, do not underestimate these barnacles. They possess the ability to secrete and absorb most compounds of dissolved silicon and calcium, and they can even corrode metal to form their protective shells. Furthermore, they induce cellular degeneration, making them more suited for parasitism, with an extraordinary rate of growth. According to reports from American, their warships had largely lost contact when they launched an assault on the deep divers. These barnacles had silently taken over the vessels, and it was said that none of the personnel aboard survived. These individuals had been parasitized by the barnacles, to the extent that even the calcium within their bones was extracted to form the barnacle shells. Consequently, this sample was transported under the highest standards of biochemical sealing, with even the water tank specially crafted from polymer materials to ensure that it could not compromise the container. Moreover, can you imagine that in the container sent by American just a day prior, there were only 2 such barnacles? Chen was once again astonished by the rapid growth rate of these barnacles, which exhibited properties akin to those of superfungi. These minute creatures reproduce at an astonishing pace, one capable of wreaking havoc on vessels, while the other poses a lethal threat to humans. Suddenly, Chen recalled his advanced sonar systems, which also require vessels or submersibles for operation. Should they encounter these barnacles, as described by academician Chen, they would likely face catastrophic consequences. The existence of such entities raises the question, how shall we confront this menace? However, there is no need for excessive concern. While the barnacle secretions are troublesome, they are not universally corrosive. For instance, the container itself has been tested by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, which has successfully developed materials resistant to these barnacle secretions. This revelation did bring Chen some relief. He then recalled his earlier inquiry. Academician Chen, can you discern from these remains why they are capable of thriving in the deep sea? Academician Chen finally set down the scalpel, gazing at Su Chen with a blend of perplexity and resignation. "This is precisely what perplexes me," he remarked. According to reports from America, these deep divers had already been detected by their fleet sonar. Although, theoretically, military sonar should not be capable of detecting such depths. Military equipment often possesses a degree of redundancy. From vague sonar data, they deduced that the active range of these deep divers lies between 2,000 to 3,000 meters, where the water pressure is exceedingly formidable. Unless their physiology can withstand the crushing force akin to that of a tank, reminiscent of the superhuman traits depicted in films, or unless their cellular structure can maintain a balance between internal and external pressures like certain deep-sea species, survival at such depths seems implausible. However, tests indicate that they have not altered their cellular functions, suggesting they must endure the water pressure through sheer resilience. Chapter 113, Deep-Sea Weapons Professor. "We have received the latest news from America," someone shouted from outside the laboratory. Taken aback, academician Chen swiftly tidied up and exited the laboratory to find his student at the computer. His student informed him, "Colleagues from America have observed their pressure experiments and confirmed that these organisms possess a certain capacity to withstand deep-sea pressure. However, as their bodily activity diminishes, this capability is rapidly declining." Su Chen leaned in for a closer look and inquired, "Did they mention any underlying principles?" Academician Chi's student shook his head, expressing their uncertainty, concluding that it must be a phenomenon of unknown origin. Su Chen nodded, having already obtained the desired results from Academician Chi. Previously, Academician Chi had proposed a hypothesis suggesting that if they could control the barnacles, these creatures might extract materials from the deep-sea floor, constructing a sufficiently robust sanctuary with their shells. However, Su Chen refuted this notion, pointing to the arm, an appendage that clearly could not exist in the depths of the ocean. Unscathed by the immense water pressure, with its cells remarkably intact, although the method by which American had retrieved this specimen remained unclear. It was believed that they had not developed any form of transdimensional teleportation technology to facilitate such a recovery. Thus, it could only be salvaged by American. Externally, the structure appeared unremarkable, indicating that extraordinary forces were at play, which was Su Chen's greatest concern. He preferred the notion of the deep diver being merely a physically formidable entity rather than confronting the mysteries of the unknown. Yet, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. A suffocating sense of helplessness enveloped him, signifying that the application of the deep diver's extraordinary abilities was more extensive than Su Chen had anticipated, while their own understanding of such forces remained woefully limited. In the face of the deep diver in the future, unforeseen circumstances were likely to arise. Su Chen lay silently on the bed, which seemed to engulf him, listening to the words of the psychologist, one of the few in the think tank who balanced the roles of psychologist and hypnotist. After Su Chen made his request, an entire team convened to deliberate before nominating him. They meticulously crafted the process of hypnosis, claiming it would undoubtedly aid Su Chen in recalling forgotten memories, entirely devoid of any pharmacological intervention. However, Su Chen had already been lying in this dimly lit and warm room for over an hour, cooperating with the hypnotist. As he immersed himself in the experience, he pondered the scene I had painted for him. What sensations emerged? Su Chen squirmed slightly on the bed, savoring the comfort. This bed is quite pleasant." The psychologist observed Su Chen's expression for a moment before ultimately shaking his head with a sigh. "All right. You may rise. Your mental state is extraordinarily tense, rendering you unsuitable for hypnosis. If I am not mistaken, you harbor a certain wariness towards me. Perhaps concealing matters you wish to keep hidden?" Su Chen sat up, offering a dry chuckle. He indeed felt that way, not only regarding his secret as a time traveler, but also recalling the unsettling knowledge of Cthulhu and other ancient deities that lingered in his mind. No longer a novice, he understood that these old gods and their names held unfathomable mystical power. If, in a state of hypnosis, he were to be led into uttering those names, he could not guarantee that dire consequences would not ensue. Perhaps even the detonation of a nuclear bomb would be a lighter fate than the aftermath of such an event. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to embrace the hypnosis. I assure you that the privacy of the hypnotized is paramount. This is the fundamental ethical principle of a psychologist. There is no need for such animosity. This is not meant to convey hostility towards you. It is merely my inquiry. Su Chen did not put the hypnotist in a difficult position. There are indeed matters I cannot disclose to you. The hypnotist, feeling helpless, could generally discern the truthfulness of individuals from their expressions, and in Su Chen's case, he sensed that Su genuinely believed in his own convictions. Do not entertain the notion of utilizing truth serums or similar substances. Those require the guidance of professionals. Without proper direction, you would merely experience a sensation akin to anesthesia, ultimately resulting in nothing more than a brief slumber. Chen, listening to the hypnotist's words, nonchalantly agreed before donning his attire. Once dressed, he hastily made his way to his office. He recalled that among the 5 advisors left by Captain Chu, one was a psychologist with the surname Wang. Given that they had previously dealt with the most perilous information, they had signed a more stringent confidentiality agreement, thus becoming Chen's direct subordinates. Consequently, he decided to approach him. Upon entering his office, Chen glanced around and spotted the psychologist among the 5 individuals. "Advisor Wang, are you currently occupied?" Chen inquired, noticing the substantial pile of documents on his desk, feigning ignorance. A bit," Advisor Wang hesitantly replied. "It appears you are not too busy after all." "Very well, come with me." With that, Chen took the lead, pulling Advisor Wang towards his office. Chen's peculiar behavior drew the attention of others, particularly Officer Liu, who gazed at Chen in bewilderment, uncertain of what had prompted such an unusual outburst from his superior. The door to his office suddenly shut. Chen pressed his hand on Consultant Wang's shoulder, urging him to take a seat on the sofa, while he himself settled onto the adjacent couch. "Consultant Wang, if I recall correctly, you hold a doctorate in psychology?" "Indeed," Wang replied. "Then your understanding of psychological principles must be quite profound. Are you familiar with hypnosis?" "Well, I have studied it to some extent," Consultant Wang admitted candidly. A look of enlightenment crossed Chen's face. He rose and retrieved paper and pen from his desk, beginning to write fervently. After a considerable period, he glanced at the content on the paper before sliding it toward Consultant Wang. The moment Wang laid eyes on it, his expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth to speak, but Chen raised his hand to silence him. "I previously visited the Central Archives and consulted Academician Qi. It appears that the deep divers may be far more formidable than we have anticipated. Consultant Wang, our prospects are rather bleak." Chen remarked with a hint of melancholy in his tone. "You seem to suggest that this is unrelated to what we are discussing," Wang said, shaking the paper Chen had provided him. "Administering such substances to ordinary individuals is a violation of protocol, and your approach may not be feasible. It is not as simple as you propose. If your orders are unreasonable, they will be subject to scrutiny later. This is not a concern for you. If you disagree, consider this my directive to you," Chen stated firmly. Consultant Wang felt a sense of frustration, silently contemplating the contents written by Chen in his hands. After a prolonged period, a significant decision was made, and with a nod, it was affirmed, "Certainly, but this necessitates preparation time. I must first acquire relevant knowledge before proceeding with hypnosis, as this will enhance the likelihood of success." "Excellent." Chen finally smiled. A firm knock echoed at the door, and Advisor Wang glanced at Chen. "Someone has arrived, so I shall take my leave." Chen nodded and called out, "Come in." "Team leader Zhu opened the door, and Advisor Wang exited. "Report," Zhu announced. "The chief wishes to see you." "Where?" Chen inquired. "North Military Industry." "North Military Industry?" Suddenly, Chen recalled that he was the director of deep-sea weaponry and advanced sonar systems, with the North Military Industry being involved in the development of deep-sea weapons. Although he had not been directly overseeing any matters, it was nevertheless a project he had initiated. Due to various otherworldly phenomena caused by specific corrosions, he had not paid attention to them for quite some time. "Did the chief mention anything else?" "He urged you to hurry over." Those Su departed immediately. The journey to the North Military Industry consumed the entirety of the afternoon, and he arrived just in time. After undergoing rigorous verification of his identity, he was informed that the chief was situated at the testing site. Even before approaching the testing area, Chen could hear intermittent explosions. His curiosity piqued regarding the chief's summons. Upon entering the testing site, he discovered that it bore no resemblance to a shooting range, but rather appeared as an artificial lake. Surrounding the area are walls and trenches constructed of red bricks. The leader and several others are engaged in a discussion behind a sandbagged shelter by the lake, accompanied by a few frogman soldiers. Chen hurried over and saluted the leader. After the leader returned the gesture, he smiled at Chen, saying, "I heard from the director of the Northern Military Industry that you have never been here before. It seems you have been assigned to oversee the production of deep-sea weaponry. Even if you lack relevant knowledge, shouldn't you at least set a few parameters? How can we expect them to figure it all out on their own?" Chen's heart sank. He realized he had indeed been neglectful. After all, he had only commissioned the development of advanced sonar, with no specifications for weaponry. Although he had since been promoted and given a plethora of responsibilities, the Advanced Sonar Project had also been incorporated into a deep-sea weapon development initiative. In the ensuing chaos, he had entirely overlooked such matters. "I have been preoccupied with other tasks." A plump, balding middle-aged man quickly interjected, "Director Su is correct, leader. If an outsider were to come and offer guidance, it would only complicate matters for us." The leader shook his head. "There is no need for concern. We do not expect you to design any weapons. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Your role is irreplaceable, which is far more significant than weapon design." Upon hearing this, the balding man's expression soured. "Oh, Director Hu, I am not referring to you. The weapons developed at your factory are crucial to our military strength and national security. Their importance is undeniable. The lives of our soldiers and the security of our nation rest firmly in your hands." At this, Director Hu regained his spirits, albeit with a humble retort. "You flatter me. You flatter me." Chen felt a sense of relief. Realizing that the leader had never truly been concerned about his weapon development, he had meticulously arranged all matters long ago, and even the title of director was merely nominal. "Leader, you summoned me for a particular purpose?" The leader gestured towards the firearms nearby. "I wish for you to assess the potency of these weapons. Although you have pioneered the development of sonar technology, possessing vision without armament is futile. I have observed the weaponry produced by northern military industries, and it is quite impressive." Chen stood in astonishment, gazing at the firearms perched atop the sandbags. One particular weapon caught his eye, as its magazine was remarkably oversized, too large to be grasped by a single hand. This must be the QBS-06 underwater automatic rifle. It appeared to have recently emerged from the water, bearing some moisture, although it was nearly dry. "Is this the QBS-06? Director Hu was taken aback, looking at Chen with surprise. "You actually recognize it?" Chen scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "Well, I am an enthusiast of firearms and have perused relevant materials." However, as far as he knew, this type of firearm was only marginally suitable for amphibious operations, given that its underwater range barely reached 50 meters at best. Furthermore, the greater the depth, the shorter its effective range due to the increasing water pressure. This is a challenge that must be addressed even in the realm of deep-sea weaponry. Any kinetic weapon, when submerged in seawater, experiences a significant absorption of its projectile's kinetic energy, resulting in a substantial reduction in lethality. It can be asserted that the underwater environment is nearly a forbidden zone for conventional firearms. To effectively engage a deep-sea intruder, reliance on such weaponry is insufficient. Director Hu hastily set aside the firearm he had just handled, then gestured towards a large, still dripping object in the center of the sandbags. "That previous weapon is merely a control sample. This is the deep-sea weapon we have developed." Chen was momentarily taken aback, for the object Hu pointed to bore a striking resemblance to a 20mm caliber autocannon. However, the ammunition beside it was elongated and peculiar, seemingly modified for a specific purpose. Chen suddenly felt a surge of anticipation regarding their potential power. Chapter 114. Firearms, Cannons, and Firepower. This weapon, designated the QSY-03 Heavy Underwater Rifle, maintains an effective range of 200 meters at depths of up to 400 meters. However, its range diminishes rapidly with further descent. Chen gazed in astonishment at the heavy underwater rifle, increasingly recognizing the object adjacent to it. He recalled that it was an ammunition belt for an autocannon. With this caliber and belt, was it not essentially a small caliber autocannon? Why then was it classified as a rifle? Upon hearing this, Director Hu's interest was piqued. Why should it not be? From the very inception of its development, it was unequivocally established that this weapon must serve as a personal armament, rather than a tool for squad or tactical support, not even qualifying as a machine gun. When utilized underwater, equipped with deep-sea apparatus, one could effortlessly carry ample ammunition for an entire combat scenario. This personal weapon, being portable, is merely larger than a conventional firearm. Is it not akin to a rifle? Chen found himself at a loss for words, remarking that such a statement seemed akin to proclaiming, if it can zoom in and deliver a single fatal shot, it must be a sniper rifle, without a doubt. However, he had indeed overlooked this aspect. Despite the numerous drawbacks of underwater combat, there exists a distinct advantage. The buoyancy of seawater allows for the carriage of greater equipment. Yet, what of the recoil of such a firearm? As soon as Chen posed this question, he realized it might have been rather foolish. Director Hu chuckled softly. Director Su, you likely have never fired a weapon underwater, have you? Su Chen remained speechless. He had not only never fired a weapon underwater, but, despite having attained the rank of colonel, had yet to even handle a firearm. He pondered whether it was high time he practiced shooting. After all, what sort of officer is one who has never even touched a gun? The actual recoil experienced when firing underwater differs significantly from that felt in the air. Much of the weapon's recoil is absorbed by the water medium. Coupled with a specially designed muzzle brake, it can effectively mitigate the majority of recoil, rendering concerns about underwater kickback largely unnecessary. It was then that Su Chen noticed the muzzle of this underwater heavy rifle featured a cruciform muzzle brake, and he suddenly understood. How is it possible for such ammunition to achieve such remarkable distances? I recall that no bullet in the world can shoot so far. Director Hu smiled and said, you have finally touched upon the crux of the matter. This marvel is a product of our National Defense University's collaborative research. A technology that exists nowhere else in the world, the microventing supercavitation device. He proceeded to detach a bullet from a heavy underwater belt and held it up for Su Chen to see. Su Chen observed that the bullet's tip was not the conventional design. Instead, it featured a small aperture at the front. The challenge lay in the word micro. In order to create a weapon suitable for individual soldiers, our engineers have lost copious amounts of hair in the process. This bullet's tip houses a microventing supercavitation device that allows for gas to be expelled from the front, forming a gas sheath that does not come into contact with the water, significantly reducing resistance and minimizing kinetic energy loss. This is precisely why it boasts such an impressive range. Su Chen suddenly comprehended the origin of Director Hu's baldness. However, Director Hu expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, this generated cavitation can be crushed under extreme water pressure, rendering the gas cavity incapable of enveloping the projectile, which results in a substantial increase in resistance. Thus, as the water depth increases, the effective range of this bullet diminishes drastically. Su Chen took the bullet, feeling its cool and exquisite texture. A weapon designed for combating alien species was born right here. Nearby, two frogman soldiers, though resting, had not removed their equipment. They appeared to be outfitted with small underwater thrusters attached to their legs and arms, and their diving suits seemed somewhat distinct. These must be the diving apparatus that Director Hu had mentioned. Their equipment intrigued Su Chen. Director Hu smiled and said, "Indeed, Director Su. They have just completed a demonstration and are now rather fatigued. Let us draw closer and observe." Su Chen, not one to lack compassion, approached the frogman soldiers. Although they were too exhausted to stand, they still saluted Su Chen in unison. After returning the gesture, he meticulously examined the gear worn by the two soldiers. A battery pack was strapped to their backs, accompanied by 4 thrusters. Above the battery pack, there appeared to be additional space for further attachments. While these components could provide propulsion underwater, they were merely burdensome on land, which explained why even these robust soldiers needed to sit down to rest. The deep-sea diving suit had been developed by the Yunyuan Institute, featuring a support structure that rendered it somewhat heavy. However, it could withstand a certain degree of water pressure, enabling operational depths of up to 150 meters, with an absolute limit of 210 meters. The thrusters were designed to accommodate both covert and overt scenarios. When operating at full power, sacrificing stealth would allow for greater payload capacity. 210 meters? Su Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating. I learned from academician Shi that our adversaries operate in the depths of the ocean, well below 1,000 meters. Our operational range barely extends to 400 meters. This capability is insufficient. Patience, Director Su, who remarked, glancing at the leader. Leader, you should also take a look at some other weapons and equipment we have developed. The leader nodded affirmatively. Very well. Director Hu, lead the way and enlighten us. Thus, Director Hu guided the two towards the distant factory buildings. The reason this heavy underwater rifle fell short of range specifications was that it was designed as a defensive weapon. A defensive weapon? Indeed. Its purpose was to provide underwater defense, should those aquatic creatures attempt to approach our fleet. Our soldiers could congregate beneath the vessels and utilize this heavy rifle to deter their advance. Naturally, relying solely on this may prove insufficient. And I have also developed offensive weaponry. Director Hu swung open the factory door, revealing to Su Chen and the leader a massive tank ensconced between two machines. Through the thick glass, Su Chen could discern a war machine inside, accompanied by a firearm even more formidable than the QSY-03 heavy underwater rifle he held. Allow me to introduce this. It is an exoskeleton designed for underwater combat, along with underwater rocket launchers. Chen gazed at the humanoid mechanical apparatus within the expansive tank. It was hardly an exoskeleton. He would believe it to be a mech if someone claimed such. The weapon he held, more fearsome than the heavy underwater rifle, boasted a caliber of no less than 40 millimeters. To describe it as a cannon would not be an exaggeration. Surrounding the tank, numerous individuals gazed upward, recording parameters, while others communicated with the test subjects inside via walkie-talkies. Soldiers clad in powered armor were firing, seemingly conducting tests. Judging by their shooting frequency and speed, it appeared to operate similarly to an automatic rifle. The water tank left behind a series of white voids, which then dissipated into tiny bubbles. The test personnel momentarily paused upon seeing Director Hu before pressing the intercom to convey something. The soldier clad in mechanized armor ceased fire. The technician noted the parameters in his notebook before turning to Director Hu. Director, what is this? Engineer Lee. I brought Director Su and the leader to observe the deep-sea weaponry we are developing. Engineer Lee, understanding the context, gestured for his subordinates to deactivate the machinery, causing the pressurization apparatus beside the tank to emit a thunderous roar. The soldier in mechanized armor then swam over to the mechanical arm, which retrieved both the armor and the weapon from the water. Chen noticed that the weapon was immensely large, even equipped with thrusters. Is this an exoskeleton? Indeed, these are previously established technologies, modified for underwater use, with an exterior designed to withstand deep water pressure. This individual exoskeleton for underwater combat can extend a soldier's operational range to depths of 1,000 meters. That range is still insufficient. It remains too shallow, Chen cautioned. Director Hu, with a proud demeanor, gazed at Chen and approached the weapon beside the powered exoskeleton, his fingers brushing over the firearm, which continued to drip water from its recent immersion. And what about this? Chen furrowed his brow at the rather difficult-to-describe weapon. What is this? Is it still an underwater infantry weapon? No. Director Hu promptly denied, then smiled at Chen. You need not doubt this. It is indeed an underwater cannon, specifically the QSD 40mm cannon. However, its ammunition is somewhat unique. Unlike the QSY-03, which is excessively heavy and burdensome to transport, particularly for individual soldiers, limiting their ammunition capacity and hindering the full potential of its firepower. I see that your exoskeleton resembles a mech, and this combination is quite commendable, the leader remarked with interest. At that moment, Director Hu began to shake his head and approached the ammunition bay of the underwater cannon, meticulously disassembling a round by hand. Upon witnessing this, the leader understood why Director Hu asserted that the exoskeleton would struggle to unleash its full power. The round was notably thick and lengthy. Even lifting it with one hand would pose a challenge. Despite the reduced gravity underwater, its size restricts the amount that can be carried. While it may be feasible if fire density is not a concern, achieving effective fire coverage would indeed be difficult. Director Hu turned to Chen. Director, this cannon's operational depth underwater can reach a maximum of 400 meters. Beyond this depth, the firing mechanism may sustain damage. The engineers developed this not for personal use, but rather for deployment within submersibles. Chen furrowed his brow. Submersibles? That is a joint development between the munitions factory near Nanhu and the shipyard, creating underwater weaponry capable of reaching depths of 4,000 meters. Although they are still in the development phase, they are nearing completion. The underwater cannon is designed to function effectively only when mounted within a deep submergence vehicle that can accommodate a substantial quantity of ammunition. Director Hu laboriously lifted the bullet in his hand, stating, however, the development of this cannon is merely a trivial matter, as long as the materials meet the standards. The design and manufacture are not particularly challenging. Our primary concern lies with this bullet. Director Su, have you heard of rocket-propelled bullets? Chen hesitated. Is that the concept for the failed bullet? Is this underwater rocket shell a type of rocket-propelled bullet? It seems you have some knowledge of it. Director Hu replied with admiration. Rocket-propelled bullets utilize their propulsion systems to provide additional thrust during flight, akin to rocket artillery. However, due to the limited mass of the bullet's warhead and the constraints on structural modifications, their performance is often unpredictable and unsatisfactory. In contrast, this underwater rocket shell benefits from the inherent stabilization capabilities of the cavitation bullet, resulting in remarkably effective propulsion. Moreover, being submerged in seawater allows for cooling without concerns over the cannon's overheating, enabling sustained and continuous firing. Chen examined the bullet head. noting that its circumference resembled that of a corn cob stripped of its kernels. Is this still relying on kinetic damage? Director Hu then offered a rueful smile. Initially, I intended to incorporate explosives for detonation. However, with the addition of a miniature cavitation generator, the space for explosives was significantly reduced. Even if explosives were added, they would not inflict considerable damage in the deep sea. If you seek weapons capable of underwater explosions, I recall that other armaments factories are currently developing deep-sea torpedoes. They commenced their research concurrently with us, working tirelessly, and I estimate they are now nearing completion. Chen nodded thoughtfully. What about the parameters of this autocannon? At a depth of 4,000 meters, its effective range is 200 meters. As one ascends, the range slightly increases, limited only by the activation time of the supercavitation generator. For 1,000 meters, 200 meters, sufficient. Chen could not resist picking up a round for this autocannon, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy, extremely weighty. Moreover, it is indeed possible to induce an explosion, provided we can procure explosives with a higher energy density. Director Hu could not help but interject. You must expedite this process. If necessary, I can assist in coordinating efforts. The leader nodded in agreement. Director Hu felt a surge of joy. He had thoroughly researched the explosives currently in widespread use and could not innovate further, yet new types of explosives with higher energy densities were still confined to laboratories, hindered by cost, production challenges, and various flaws that prevented large-scale manufacturing. With the leader's endorsement, he could now urge those research institutions focused on energetic materials to accelerate their breakthroughs, striving to mass-produce the explosives that had long evoked his envy. After promising Chen, the leader continued, recently, we have engaged with Americans and other nations, and it is highly likely that a joint fleet will form to combat deep divers. You have seen these weapons. The senior military leaders, buoyed by the remarkable achievements of the American forces, expressed a sense of optimism regarding the prospect of defeating the deep divers. However, I harbored some concerns. In your opinion, do you believe that even with the implementation of these weapons, what are our current odds of success? Chapter 115. Retribution from the Abyss. Chen gazed intently at the leader, scrutinizing his expression. The leader appeared solemn and earnest. He genuinely believed what he was saying. I have heard it said that weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival, but rather arrogance is. This is an ominous sign, and we must urge them to exercise caution. The leader sighed. Arrogance. You are indeed correct. If we do not heed the lessons imparted by the American fleet, it will be our soldiers who pay the price. However, your words suggest that you do not hold much faith in the notion that these weapons alone can vanquish the deep divers, do you? Chen silently regarded the bullet in his hand, its surface gleaming with the sheen of human industrialization. The power of this ammunition is beyond dispute. Should it strike a human target, the consequences would undoubtedly extend far beyond mere bruising. If it were to impact a deep diver, assuming they possess little in the way of defense, the outcome would likely be grim. Judging by the recovered limbs, it is evident that these deep divers cannot simply disregard modern weaponry. Yet, Chen recalled the body that had withstood the crushing depths, and he slowly shook his head. The deep divers wield extraordinary powers. They are foes unlike any humanity has ever encountered, and we are utterly oblivious to their hidden strengths. The leader immediately appeared troubled. Your perspective is indeed intriguing. However, you are not entirely incorrect. Understanding both oneself and one's adversary is essential to ensure victory in conflict. The greatest folly in warfare lies in engaging with an enemy whose nature remains unknown. Yet, these adversaries have commenced their assault upon us. And despite our ignorance of their capabilities, we find ourselves compelled to confront them. What do you believe is the key to overcoming them? Chen shook his head. Alas, it may require sacrifices. Perhaps we ought to emulate the Americans, modifying nuclear weapons to strike once we detect the presence of deep divers. The leader fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before responding with a shake of his head. From the outset until now, we have adhered to a doctrine of limited nuclear response, employing our warheads solely for retaliation and deterrence, never contemplating their use in proactive offensives. Our stockpile of warheads is limited. We lack the extensive arsenal possessed by the Americans. Are those nuclear arms incapable of being utilized against the deep divers? They could be. However, it is imperative to recognize that our knowledge of the deep divers is woefully inadequate, including their distribution, given our limited inventory of warheads. Any nuclear strike must yield tangible results. The leader gazed meaningfully at Chen. Even if we maintain a thaw in relations with the Americans, and other Western nations. The fundamental necessity of preparedness remains paramount. This concerns national security, detached from questions of international reputation. Each nuclear missile we launch inevitably diminishes our deterrent capability. Nuclear arsenals constitute a vital component of national power, and the nuclear warheads stored by America exemplify this notion. With their vast resources, they can afford to deploy a few for mere demonstration, serving as a deterrent to smaller nations and instilling fear across the globe, compelling many countries to retreat in caution. Historically, two nations within the first island chain were enveloped under America's nuclear umbrella, a testament to the confidence derived from possessing an extensive stockpile of nuclear weapons. It was only with the advent of the MD missile defense and the Osprey system that the blockade of the first island chain became a mere formality, silencing its presence entirely. The recent nuclear response from America has revitalized the MD and its accompanying interception systems. However, our own nation faces limitations. Constrained by the theory of limited nuclear retaliation, our production is modest and the quantity remains insufficient. This scarcity undermines our perceived strength. As the number of nuclear warheads is a hallmark of a nation's striking capability, each warhead used diminishes our deterrent effect. Chen pondered the fact that America required the deployment of 6 nuclear warheads to effectively target a population of deep-sea dwellers. By such calculations, our nation's total nuclear arsenal would permit approximately 70 strikes. Moreover, the varying quality of these warheads necessitates careful selection of those suitable for targeting deep-sea entities. Ultimately, Chen sighed, acknowledging that the only recourse is to urge the soldiers to exercise heightened vigilance. The leader nodded in agreement. While he advocated for prudent use of nuclear weapons, he would not hesitate to employ them if they could inflict damage upon the deep-sea dwellers. These individuals do not fall within the purview of the no first use of nuclear weapons commitment, as they do not represent nations in the context of human civilization. That being said, the unconventional bombing techniques employed by American merely expedite the deployment of nuclear ordnance to the depths of the ocean under immense water pressure. The nuclear engineering team has already intensified their modifications to ensure compatibility with deep-sea conditions, or perhaps we shall embark on the creation of a new type of nuclear weapon. As the leader spoke, a peculiar glimmer illuminated his eyes. At that point, the required quantity of nuclear weapons might not need to be so extensive. While the leader was addressing the assembly, Chen observed a soldier entering through the main door, holding something in his hand. After conversing with the staff by the entrance, the personnel gestured towards them. The soldier hurriedly approached the leader, his expression betraying a sense of urgency and anxiety. He moved swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the leader, clearly bearing significant news to convey. "Report, leader, your call." The leader paused, seamlessly accepting the military satellite phone, pressing it to his ear. The content of the conversation rendered his expression dark and somber, as he listened intently to the voice emanating from the receiver. A palpable tension began to permeate the testing workshop, and Chen sensed an impending storm. "Yes, I understand." The leader concluded the call and returned the device to the soldier, fixing his gaze upon Chen. Chen. Just as Chen had been pondering whom the leader was conversing with, the formal address caused him to come to an abrupt halt. "Stand down." Chen observed the usually impassive leader, whose eyes now brimmed with fury, seemingly having received distressing news that stirred uncontrollable emotions. "A moment ago, number 1 had called me, revealing that all patients afflicted domestically were progressively and significantly deteriorating, with many already teetering on the brink of life and death. A considerable number of individuals have succumbed to this sudden exacerbation of their conditions, had it not been for the makeshift hospitals and various measures in place. We would have faced even greater losses among our populace. It appears that the American nuclear arsenal has not eradicated them entirely. This is, indeed, a retaliation from the deep divers, a provocation against our nation and humanity as a whole. Chen, even if we are utterly oblivious to them, we must respond with equivalent measures of retribution without delay. In any case, we cannot allow them to harm our people. Otherwise, our military name shall not rightfully bear the word people. Chen was momentarily taken aback, but he soon grasped the gravity of the situation. Having reviewed the list from the hospitals, he was acutely aware of the number of afflicted patients, a figure substantial enough to jeopardize national stability. The toll of casualties could very well reach into the millions. It is no wonder the leader was so enraged. "Your fleet will receive the forthcoming new deep-sea weaponry. Thereafter, I shall expedite the establishment of a joint fleet and military alliance. I must ensure that your fleet can swiftly strike and even annihilate these deep divers. Affirmative. The leader suddenly had a thought, turning to Chen, his tone settling into a calm demeanor. Of course, beyond that, you should also be aware of one of the projects within our 88 plan. The leader's words were rational and composed. Yet Chen felt a surge of shock and disbelief at what was conveyed. Chapter 116. European fungal infection. The Whitehall district in Britain serves as the epicenter of the British government, housing numerous national institutions, including the Cabinet Office and the Prime Minister's residence. This area is steeped in history, with many of its buildings tracing back to the 18th century, predominantly designed and constructed under the oversight of architect William Kent. Many of these structures suffered damage during World War II, but were later restored or rebuilt. Consequently, one can easily admire the exquisite architecture that features Georgian and Victorian neo-Gothic styles, along with other traditional British architectural designs. Among these edifices is the office of the British Secretary of State for Defense, who gazes out at the street through glass windows. The pedestrians below appeared numb, their strides heavy and mechanical. They moved in silence, devoid of noise and conversation, as if walking had become their sole purpose. Bright sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the office and infusing it with warmth. However, for those who took notice of the Secretary of State for Defense, now past 50, the lines etched upon his slightly aged face revealed the passage of time, yet his eyes remained bright and spirited, exuding a vitality that rivaled that of youth. Upon closer observation, under the radiant sun, each breath of the Minister of Defense releases particles imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only through the sun's diffuse reflection. The door to the office was knocked upon, and the minister, leaning against the window, turned his gaze toward the wooden portal. "Come in," he beckoned. The door, aged by at least a century, creaked open to reveal a young man, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care of Britain. With an impassive expression, he glanced at the minister before closing the door behind him. Almost immediately, the health secretary emitted an unbearable cacophony of mutterings and howls, a sound only the most intellectually resilient could endure. Should there be an individual well-versed in the myriad local dialects of Britain, capable of withstanding such a sound, they might discern that the language spoken by the health secretary resembled an obscure, ancient form of English, distinctly different in pronunciation and grammar from the modern vernacular, both archaic and peculiar. The retribution of the elder brother has commenced. To align with their scheme, we must relinquish certain deeply infected individuals to conceal our presence. It is unsurprising that the elder brother would make such a decision, having suffered considerable losses among their kin. Thus, we shall acquiesce. Even the deeply infected are but puppets. Given time, we can always infect another cohort. However, this may impede our progress, rendering it improbable to exert control over all of Europe within the designated time frame. We shall forever remain subservient to our elder brethren, existing solely to fulfill their desires and obey their commands, though such matters are of little consequence. The Minister of Health nodded in agreement, then swiftly shifted the discourse. The great powers are now inclined to unite. Should they conjoin their forces, it may pose a threat to our elder brethren. We must devise a means to swiftly undermine their plans. The Minister of Defense shook his head, asserting that disrupting their schemes would be rather straightforward. The history of these insects is rife with internal strife and suspicion. We merely need to hurl their own weapons back at them, and they will inevitably turn on one another. Curiously, the Minister of Health inquired, "Have you already acquired nuclear weapons?" The Minister of Defense shook his head this time, tapping his own temple. Their neural systems are exceedingly intricate. Even with the most cautious parasitic methods, we would still risk erasing a significant portion of their memories. Presently, we can only command a scant fraction of this nation's nuclear arsenal. The entire launch process of these warheads is under the control of our infectors, thereby circumventing the decision-making protocols. However, the quantity of these warheads is limited, and the time is not yet ripe. How long will it take for you to seize control of all nuclear weapons? The Minister of Defense gazed at the Minister of Health and replied, "At present, aside from the few warheads we can command, the majority of the authority rests with our esteemed Prime Minister. This includes several that have already been deployed on submerged nuclear submarines. We are incapable of infecting those submarines stationed far from our shores, and their resupply schedules are not imminent. We lack the time to execute an infection. If we wish to launch a nuclear strike, we cannot bypass the Prime Minister's authorization under any circumstances. However, should we manage to infect the Prime Minister, It is quite likely that he may suffer from memory loss and forget the authorization for the nuclear weapons. At that point, the situation would become quite troublesome. Would we not then be unable to control all nuclear arsenals? The Minister of Defense grinned mysteriously. These creatures are weak species, bound by so-called morals and familial ties. We have numerous methods at our disposal, so there is no need for concern. The Minister of Health, filled with excitement, inquired, "Then, will this be sufficient?" "No. We must await news from France. With their nuclear capabilities added to our own, we could dismantle their alliance. We shall join the coalition fleet alongside France as allies, and when they let down their guard, we will obliterate their warships while sowing seeds of doubt and chaos. Our nuclear arsenal will ascend in unison, executing a saturation strike to envelop their strategic locations, for their interception systems will be unable to counter so many warheads simultaneously. Following their nuclear devastation, our ground forces will advance eastward. At that time, our spores will disseminate across all territories we conquer, providing a ceaseless supply of troops from every land we tread upon. We shall delay our elder brothers long enough, even annihilating those two nations to clear all obstacles, allowing our elder brothers to usher in the resurrection of our Lord, heralding the return of that great presence to eternally reign over this planet." The Minister of Defense spoke in a chilling tone, his voice increasingly resembling an unintelligible murmur, with not a single breath taken from beginning to end. Conversely, the Minister of Health grew ever more exhilarated, as if he could envision everything that was being described. What we are capable of achieving far surpasses the mere notions of the end of all things and endless fractals uttered by those lesser beings. We shall receive even greater divine scrutiny. His breathing became more labored, and with each breath, large swathes of particles floated through the air, reminiscent of swirling smoke. They appeared as if a hidden hand had sprinkled a mysterious powder, dancing lightly in the atmosphere. The minuscule and delicate particles shimmered faintly in the sunlight, resembling a constellation of twinkling stars. Chapter 117. Rising temperatures. The President of America paid a visit today, arriving in Tianjin at 6:47 p.m., marking one of the most positive signals released by Western nations in recent years. Significant proposals were made regarding border tariff negotiations and various advanced technological matters. Certain concessions were made concerning the global deployment of military forces. Currently, the drilling machinery at the Fudao nuclear power plant has been fully assembled, operated by stationed troops using equipment made of specialized materials. They will gradually extract and properly secure the molten cores of Reactor 1 and Reactor 2. Recently, Chen has been engaging with museums and relevant institutions to assess the effectiveness of artificially enhancing the prominence of cultural relics. Upon receiving the results from laboratory tests, his attention was captured by the television that had just been turned on. Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the screen, contemplating the significant maneuvers between nations that had been previously mentioned by his leader. Setting aside the easing of relations between the two major factions, it is the situation on Xioriho that occupies Chen's thoughts. It is crucial to note that previously, those entities had been discharging processed nuclear wastewater, and then, as time progressed, they began releasing untreated nuclear-contaminated water. Had it not been for this nuclear pollution, the awakening of the deep divers might not have transpired. Yet, he finds himself in a quandary, for without the actions of the deep divers, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Chen to detect the peculiar corrosion originating from Cthulhu. However, the current situation has escalated to such a degree that should another typhoon or natural disaster occur, coastal residents would be confronted with substantial peril once more. Therefore, addressing the molten core on Redao has become an urgent priority. If the core continues to melt unimpeded, it will not only persist in generating nuclear wastewater but may also breach the protective structures beneath, ultimately affecting the groundwater region of Shidongbad. At that juncture, not only would Xioriho suffer, but the entire island's groundwater and the surrounding water supply areas would also be jeopardized, leading to further contamination of the seawater. The efficiency of this pollution would surpass that of the previous discharges by several magnitudes. In recent days, the station military forces have not been idle. They have been intensifying efforts to cool the molten core while also undertaking various engineering operations. It is important to understand that the radiation surrounding nuclear power plants is not akin to that of an atomic bomb, which, after devastating cities like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, allowed for reconstruction within a few years. Instead, the radiation stemming from nuclear power plants results from a gradual, lingering exposure. The pollution following a nuclear incident is both persistent and insidious. Radiation monitoring devices are positioned along the 15-kilometer stretch of road and within a 2-kilometer radius. The radiation dosage is comparable to receiving an X-ray every 2 hours, although the location where they are stationed may be relatively safe. The levels of radiation they encounter remain above normal thresholds. Furthermore, the equipment required for the extraction operations must possess immense capabilities. As the molten core now represents a blend of nuclear fuel, continuously releasing substantial heat even during its slow reaction. This heat is potent enough to penetrate the concrete beneath. Additionally, the core continues to emit various forms of radiation, rendering any instruments or electronic devices ineffective due to this exposure. Consequently, the extraction equipment must exhibit both high-temperature resistance and radiation shielding to function adequately. After mechanical production, they engage in assembly operations while enduring radiation. And it is possible that the decision to commence extraction operations was made only after a recent thaw in relations. Even though Chen recognizes that adequate compensation has been provided, he still harbors feelings of indignation. It feels as though others are shirking responsibility while he is left to clean up the mess. Were it not for the fact that deploying nuclear weapons would only exacerbate the spread of contamination rather than eliminate the molten core, Chen would seriously consider proposing the use of several nuclear bombs to resolve the situation once and for all. Report. Enter. Chen's gaze remained fixed on the television, where a colossal machine stood amidst the ruins, his thoughts veiled in uncertainty. Leader Zhu, unfazed by this, opened his notebook to report to Chen. Regarding the formulation of the 3 chemical agents, Academician Qi's research team had relinquished any hope of further improvement. The current state represented the definitive outcome of these agents, with no potential for enhancement. They claimed that even if an equally effective molecular structure were constructed, its efficacy would not be markedly superior. Rather, it would exacerbate environmental harm, potentially leading to nearly irreversible ecological devastation. Chen silently contemplated the news he had received. To him, this organic toxic chloride, despite its considerable toxicity, remained the most formidable weapon against the super fungi, provided it could stem their proliferation. Furthermore, the production and distribution of the 3 chemical agents domestically had been transferred to our agency. At present, the leader had authorized our organization to oversee all matters related to the export of these 3 agents to Bharat. Chen's eyes flickered with curiosity. Bharat? What is the current situation there? Have they not transmitted any information? Leader Zhu sighed with a wry smile. Bharat has implemented the most extreme measures of information suppression, severing the national network and communication stations, blocking all transportation, preventing foreign journalists from entering, and even executing power outages in certain areas. It appears they intend to maintain a complete news blackout. He suddenly pondered that if Bharat were truly indifferent to these matters, it would indicate that there must be far more pressing issues deserving their attention. Such an unabashed concealment of information could mask problems that extend far beyond those uncovered by American. Chen felt an unsettling notion that Bharat was stealthily laying a bomb, believing that others would remain oblivious to his actions. The fungal infection within Bharat, if it were to spread to the borders, could lead to catastrophic consequences. You tell them that, out of humanitarian concerns, we are willing to send aid. No, we have already attempted that. Team leader Zhu looked at Chen helplessly. Bharat's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has rejected all our offers of assistance, apart from our relief supplies. They have declined any other support. Chen furrowed his brow. What if you played the role of the bad cop and threatened them with the supplies? I believe they are utterly indifferent to the materials we are prepared to deliver. The foreign ministry they engage with seems merely a faade to appease us. At this point, team leader Zhu expressed a hint of indignation. I even suspect that those supplies, if they were accepted, would not be utilized for the benefit of their populace. Chen's brow was tightly knit. Our surveillance satellites should be able to monitor their situation, right? Yes, but we are unable to gather any useful information. At best, we can only observe the extent of their infection and their military movements. Regrettably, there is no pertinent information to be had. What about condemning them and applying pressure? The Americans have already taken action, utilizing international humanitarian organizations to voice concerns, alleging that an appalling humanitarian disaster is unfolding within Bharat and expressing a desire to send journalists there. And what was the outcome? Bharat remains indifferent. Chen glared at Chief Shu, a sardonic smile creeping across his face in exasperation. They did not rebut. They remained silent. Although Chen was still seething with anger, an inexplicable premonition suddenly surged within him. He sensed that something significant, perhaps even more grave than what the Americans perceived, was transpiring within Bharat. Instantly, Chen picked up the landline on the desk and dialed the previously noted number. "Connect me to Commander Huang Guangming of the Central Theater Command." "Yes, this is Chen. Commander Huang, do you have any special forces capable of executing infiltration missions or operations?" "Indeed, I require a covert reconnaissance unit. I suspect that there are large-scale biochemical weapons posing a threat to our national border security within Bharat. Specifically the end of all things. It is quite possible that they have not dispatched personnel to contain it, and should we wait for it to spread within their territory, it could result in severe repercussions for neighboring countries, including our own border." "Yes, I understand. Please expedite this." After hanging up the phone, Chen finally exhaled, the premonition within him settling down. He pondered and deliberated repeatedly, affirming that he had made no error in his course of action. Although he was uncertain of Bharat's true intentions, dispatching a special forces unit for reconnaissance would undoubtedly unveil the concealed truths. At that time, countermeasures could be taken according to the circumstances. After all, if the front lines were engaged in battle with deep divers while our home was being plundered, there would be little point in the struggle, and one would likely have to start anew. Such acts of intelligence gathering, if detected, could lead to severe international condemnation, jeopardizing our standing in these crucial moments of diplomatic thawing. Suddenly, Director Zhu interjected. "No, that won't happen." Chen glanced at him in surprise, then shook his head. "The leader has told me that unity is not the end goal. It is merely a prelude to forming a joint fleet. They will certainly turn a blind eye to such matters." Moreover, Chen looked at Director Zhu. "How can you be certain that they would not be pleased to see us in this position?" Director Zhu was taken aback, meeting Chen's gaze, which seemed to carry an inscrutable depth. "If there were to be a price, it should not be one we would bear." Chen's thoughts drifted to the troops stationed on Radiant Island, and his fists tightened on the table. After a moment's contemplation, Director Zhu replied, "I understand. Is there anything else?" "Yes, the Russian Federation has requested the formula and key equipment for the third agent, and if possible, they hope to acquire a batch of the third reagent as well. Does this also fall under my jurisdiction?" "Indeed. The production and allocation of the third chemical reagent have been fully entrusted to us." Chen was uncertain of his feelings. Yet he began to grasp the leader's line of thought. This is a relinquishment of power unto oneself. The leader perhaps believes that only he can respond appropriately to the Cthulhu, the Deep Ones, and other enigmatic supernatural forces. He is arming himself as much as possible, bolstering his own strength. Chen recalled a highly classified project from the 88 plan that the leader had previously discussed with him. Yet, this is not the time for such thoughts. The Russian Federation, do they also face a superfungus infection? Team leader Zhu stated gravely. Yes, however, due to the vast expanse and sparse population of the Russian Federation, coupled with a colder climate, the spread of their superfungus is not rapid. Chen sighed. Indeed, such advantageous climate and conditions render the superfungus difficult to propagate. Even so, has their superfungus begun to spread? Precisely, according to their reports. The superfungus has mutated twice already and has spread to the vicinity of their capital, which is why the Russian Federation is particularly concerned about our three agents. After we provided Barlet with a sufficient quantity of the three agents, do we still have any stock left? Team leader Zhu shook his head. The produced agents have already been dispatched to Barlet. Apart from a small reserve of standard agents currently stationed in Taiping Town, Yujing Province. To prevent a resurgence of the superfungus in the infection zone, we possess no other inventory. Is it possible to expedite the production of another batch? I fear not. The chemical plant workers are currently overburdened with overtime, and there have been recent production accidents. In the future, those chemical plants may even need to scale back production to ensure safety. Very well, let us proceed to provide them with the formula for number 3, along with the necessary equipment they require. Chapter 118. Dilution. Only after team leader Zhu departed to execute the orders did Chen find the opportunity to meticulously examine the investigation results. In a bid to validate the theory of information heat, Professor Su meticulously organized a team comprising historical consultants, mathematicians, and statisticians to collaboratively design an experimental plan. They sought to test the efficacy of various methods aimed at amplifying information heat through controlled variables. The regulations drafted by Professor Su and his advisors were densely packed with detail, almost overwhelming in their thoroughness, covering every conceivable aspect, even stipulating the precise number of complimentary tickets to be distributed across various museums. Naturally, to ensure the safety of those scholars in the think tank. Chen declined their request for participation and instead took it upon himself to issue strict orders to his subordinates to adhere to Professor Su's plan. The items being enhanced in information heat were predominantly collections that remained unexhibited in the museums, some teetering on the brink of deterioration, following their digital scanning and preservation. These artifacts were relocated to storage. Other plans were executed with equal diligence. The preliminary results have begun to show promise, and upon conducting a statistical analysis, Chen placed the data upon his desk. He silently perused the investigation report. However, after only a few pages, he realized he had overestimated his own capabilities. These data do not represent a neatly organized outcome. They are intertwined with an immense volume of information. Chen, lacking any relevant knowledge, stared at the document, recognizing each character, yet failing to grasp its meaning, feeling as though he were a sightless person amidst clarity. After a prolonged silence, he rose and made his way to the office. The office was quite spacious. Apart from consultant Wang, who had gone for further studies, only the veteran detective, Chen, remained to work. Chen had contemplated recruiting additional personnel to bolster the central operations of his department. But given the high risk of information contamination in such a sensitive area, he deemed it prudent to maintain the status quo. The veteran detective was the least occupied, as he was not a scholar and did not handle any paperwork. He leaned against the window, perusing documents with one hand while the other held a cigarette, puffing intermittently. After exhaling, he used the papers to fan the smoke out the window, contributing to the pollution of the outside atmosphere. Upon noticing Chen exit through the door, he pressed the cigarette into the ashtray on the windowsill and approached him. Chen, Director Su, what brings you here? Chen lifted a substantial stack of materials in his hands. The records of the information heat have been compiled. I require assistance in reviewing this data and summarizing it. Detective Liu paused in surprise before turning to a middle-aged man who was silently sifting through materials and calculating figures. Professor Mingxia, if I recall correctly, you specialize in mathematics, do you not? The man, upon hearing his name called, appeared bewildered, looking at Chen with confusion, uncertain of what was transpiring. Chen approached his workstation and noticed that the documents on his desk appeared somewhat familiar. Professor Mingxia, what materials are you currently working on? Chen inquired with curiosity. Professor Mingxia, with a pen tucked behind his ear, adjusted his glasses and gazed at his notes. These are records of the recent information trends I have just received. They contain raw data that I am analyzing for conclusions. Chen was taken aback, recalling that these documents were not solely intended for him, as several backups had been provided to his department. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anxiety. Wait, has this information been shared with the consulting team? Professor Mingxia shook his head. No, you had suspended their research in this area, remember? Currently, they have received directives from the leadership, and their research focus has shifted to plans regarding the operations of deep divers. What about the historians? Are they studying this as well? Chen pressed. Professor Mingxia, momentarily speechless, eventually clarified, the historical consultants are engaged in other research that does not pertain to special corrosion. Chen nodded in understanding, feeling a sense of relief. The absence of research on this topic provided a degree of safety. He then leaned down to examine the extensive notes that Professor Mingxia had produced. So, do you have any conclusions at this point? Professor Mingxia suddenly appeared somewhat troubled. Director Su, while processing this raw data is not particularly challenging, it does involve certain historical knowledge and parameters. I believe I will require the assistance of a historian. In an instant, Chen thought of Professor Su, the initiator of this project, who would be the most suitable candidate for the task. However, his initial intention was to prevent these esteemed scholars from delving deeper into their research to avert potential dangers. Now faced with a predicament, must he personally draw them back into this quagmire? Are you unable to manage this on your own? Professor Mingxia nodded affirmatively. There are certain matters only they can comprehend, and if feasible, it would be best to consult the historical advisors who were involved in formulating the plan. Chen, feeling helpless, turned to the veteran detective Liu. It seems we have no alternative. Please assist in summoning Professor Su. Detective Liu was taken aback, then shook his head. Professor Su has already taken leave a few days ago. He is not with us at present. Chen furrowed his brow. Did he mention where he was going? It appears he has personal matters to attend to. The confidentiality agreement we signed does not restrict his freedom. His leave request was duly processed. Indeed, we have all been informed, and those documents have been invalidated and destroyed. Unable to identify any further issues, Chen ceased his inquiries. If Professor Su is unavailable, which professors should we call upon for assistance? Professor Chen would suffice. Chen concurred. Let us summon Professor Chen to lend his support. Professor Chen entered the office alongside Detective Liu, his demeanor grave. He scanned the room before his gaze settled on Professor Mingxia. Approaching swiftly, he disregarded Su Chen and fixated intently on Professor Mingxia, speaking succinctly, devoid of superfluous words. Professor Mingxia was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this was perhaps a scholar who preferred brevity in conversation. Although such scholars are few in number, their presence is not surprising, and generally, they possess profound expertise in a particular academic field. Professor Chen, have you participated in the customization of this information popularity program? Professor Chen nodded. What does AD signify? It stands for absolute dating, a method used to determine the precise age of artifacts. And what about KD? It corresponds to the age calculated based on the K value. We assess how long these artifacts have endured under specific corrosive conditions, which helps evaluate the severity of the corrosion they have suffered. What is the VK value? Professor Mingxia and Professor Chen engaged in a rapid exchange, and soon he began discussing the values he had calculated with Professor Chen. Based on this, the KD values of certain artifacts have decreased compared to previous measurements. Setting aside potential errors, this overall decline suggests that these measures are indeed effective, does it not? Professor Chen leaned forward intently, examining the data word by word, then nodded affirmatively. If these records are accurate, your assertion is likely correct. However, it may only be potentially effective. I have noticed a peculiar situation. But could you clarify the significance of the markings above this name? Professor Chen examined the matter in detail and subsequently elucidated. Artifacts are categorized into two types: precious artifacts and ordinary artifacts. The precious artifacts are further divided into three tiers. Artifacts of particularly significant historical, artistic, or scientific value are classified as first-tier artifacts. Those of substantial historical, artistic, or scientific value are designated as second-tier artifacts. And those of comparatively important historical, artistic, or scientific value are deemed third-tier artifacts. Artifacts possessing a certain degree of historical, artistic, or scientific value are considered ordinary artifacts. The inscription on the Warring States period bronze mirror, marked with a 3, signifies its classification as a third-tier artifact, while West indicates it as an ordinary artifact. Professor Mingxia then proceeded to make calculations in his notebook, his brow furrowed upon arriving at a conclusion. Professor Chen was equally drawn to the content inscribed by Professor Mingxia, and upon seeing the results, his expression soured. This poses a bit of a dilemma. Chen observed that they seemed to have reached a conclusion and approached to inquire. Professors, have you arrived at a conclusion? Professor Mingxia glanced at Professor Chen, who gently shook his head, signaling that he would not elaborate for Chen. Thus, Professor Mingxia turned to Chen and remarked, Director Su, your conclusion regarding the information intensity, based on this record, is indeed correct. Oh, that is splendid. But I overheard you mention some trouble? Professor Mingxia nodded. Indeed. We find ourselves in a predicament, for even if the theory of information intensity holds true, we cannot rely on it to counteract the unique corrosion of artifacts. Chen's demeanor turned serious. This outcome was unexpected, and he instinctively inquired, why? Due to the so-called popularity of information. Professor Mingxia contemplated for a moment before arriving at a suitable metaphor. It can be diluted. To elaborate, through this data, I believe that people's attention is finite. The intensity of the information they provide is a fixed value. Even with an increase, it will not amount to much. Chen felt somewhat disheartened. Please continue. What led you to this conclusion? It is the data that. Setting aside first-level cultural relics, I observed that the newly displayed third-level cultural relics, like ordinary artifacts, experience a deceleration of unique corrosion due to heightened information popularity. However, Professor Mingxia reiterated, nonetheless, the originally exhibited second and third-level cultural relics have begun to suffer from unique corrosion. I can assert that the attention towards first-level relics is so overwhelming that they remain impermeable to such corrosion. In contrast, second and third-level relics, while renowned, do not possess substantial fame. The newly introduced artifacts, displayed alongside them, are destined to overshadow a portion of their information popularity, ultimately leading to their unique corrosion. Chen's heart sank. At least it could mitigate the damage to most artifacts? Professor Chen shook his head. Rare to speak, The displayed items inherently belong to a high-value category. Even among third-level relics, there are distinctions. Should this plan continue? It would be a losing venture for us. Chen did not anticipate this outcome. He had hoped to discover a means to halt the unique corrosion, only to find himself at an impasse. He found a chair and sat down, deep in contemplation. After a prolonged period of reflection, he reluctantly conceded defeat. At this juncture, his only hope rested upon Lingxi's ability to devise a solution for the peculiar corrosion. Chapter 119. The Prime Minister of Britain inscribed his signature upon the document using the elegant Shelley script copperplate handwriting. Despite appearing rather fatigued from the relentless barrage of paperwork and various responsibilities in recent days, his signature remained graceful, imbued with a sense of buoyancy. However, it was not long before the cabinet secretary placed a fresh document before the Prime Minister, eliciting a look of consternation upon his face. Could they not have postponed this until next week? He inquired. The cabinet secretary, with a grave demeanor, responded, Prime Minister, this is a crucial agenda item for the cabinet. They assure me this is the final document. Damn it! The Prime Minister exclaimed, clenching his fist and slamming his pen onto the table. How can they do this? For the past few days, I have been tirelessly traversing the country, attending the House, the Cabinet, Parliament, and delivering public addresses. Even my meals have been hastily consumed, leaving me no moment of respite. Yet, the paperwork they assign me never diminishes. There always seems to be one more document to address, and it feels endless. Bernard, I am utterly worn out for the sake of this nation. The cabinet secretary continued to regard the Prime Minister with a serious expression, reiterating, indeed, you have dedicated yourself exhaustively to this country. The Prime Minister glanced at the clock and remarked, I have already instructed them to deliver the documents I need to address within the stipulated time frame. Why, after so many days, is there still so much pending? Prime Minister, we face numerous issues in our collaboration with the Russian Federation, particularly regarding the opinions of our citizens. The root cause lies in the haste of our union, replied an aide. Damn it. Our populace seems rather short-sighted. The Prime Minister sighed, his anxious gaze wandering aimlessly. Oh, Prime Minister, the cabinet secretary ventured, glancing around the office where no one else was present. Such words should not escape your lips. The Prime Minister rose, visibly agitated. Listen, Bernard. The situation is far more grave than either of us can fathom. Our scientists have made it abundantly clear. This cooperation must proceed, even with that white nation, the Russian Federation. I concur with your perspective, Prime Minister, but I assure you this is the final portion of the documents. With a sense of resignation, the Prime Minister picked up the file and began to examine its contents. It was a proposal to procure new weaponry from America, put forth by the Minister of Defense. A look of relief washed over the Prime Minister's face. This is the Minister of Defense's proposal? The acquisition of missiles? And they have even tentatively agreed to sell us nuclear warheads? Indeed. Why? Our Polaris submarines and Trident missiles are outdated, to put it bluntly. They are relics from the last century and are ill-equipped to meet the demands of modern warfare. They can no longer provide an effective nuclear deterrent. The Prime Minister fell silent for a moment, for the truth was undeniable. During the Cold War between the two great camps of the last century, the Americans were somewhat insulated by the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean from the Soviet Union, whereas Britain was in much closer proximity, rendering intercontinental ballistic missiles unnecessary for a nuclear strike. Consequently, a significant quantity of nuclear armaments was deployed at that time, many of which, after maintenance, remain in service to this day, albeit with little potential for enhancement or modification. Presently, the missile interception technologies of major powers have advanced rapidly, implying that these outdated relics can merely ensure launch but not guarantee a successful strike on targets, unless a comprehensive barrage of nuclear weapons is unleashed, with the hope that some missiles may evade interception and effectively hit their intended targets. What is our budget? Not substantial. Yet we could resort to bank loans or issue bonds. Are those missiles truly that costly? No, the expense encompasses other weaponry suggested for acquisition by the Minister of Defense. As detailed in this document, the Prime Minister continued to peruse the file, soon struck with astonishment. Can we indeed procure American aircraft and vessels? Yes, even active service ships. As confirmed by the Americans, this represents an unparalleled opportunity to acquire their advanced weaponry at remarkably favorable prices. Let me ponder this further. The Prime Minister glanced once more at the document, suddenly realizing something significant. The Americans place great importance on the subsurface dwellers, intending to sell some weaponry to bolster the military capabilities of their allies. Indeed, as the cabinet secretary indicated, this is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. These weapons can be employed not solely against the depths of the ocean. Should Britain possess such armaments, its influence within Europe would significantly amplify, leading to an enhanced voice in the European Union, seemingly a lucrative transaction. However, concerning the fiscal burden, what does the Chancellor of the Exchequer have to say? Nothing. He concurs with our investment in military equipment. The Prime Minister appears contemplative. Just last week, I inquired about how we might address the issue of idle homeless individuals without allocating funds. And do you know what he said? He remarked that our finances are already strained due to the pressures of healthcare, suggesting that the homeless should simply perish in the winter, thus saving us some resources. Such a callous statement is the most malevolent I have encountered recently. Could his words have been implanted by the mouth of Satan? Ultimately, he did allocate funds, yet I remain convinced that he is not easily swayed. Could it be that he has become privy to certain information? The Chancellor does not seem to desire an improvement in our financial situation. Perhaps he merely believes that funds ought to be expended judiciously? Perhaps you are correct. The Prime Minister might also be puzzled. How could such a significant matter have been withheld from me? No, this document in your hand serves as notification, should you disagree. There is no obligation to sign. After much reflection, the Prime Minister ultimately resolved to affix his signature, as he recognizes that his nation indeed requires an upgrade in its military capabilities. He inscribed a series of elegant cursive signatures upon the document, affixing his name, after which the cabinet secretary took the file into his possession. By the way, has MI6 received any news from across the deep sea? No, as of now. There has been no information. Well, is everything settled now? Yes, you have completed all the paperwork, and someone is here to see you. Unless it is a matter of great importance, I shall leave everything on your desk awaiting your attention. The Prime Minister nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thank you, Bernard." He finally rose once more and approached the open window, gazing down at the bustling crowd below. The people on the street moved with an air of numbness. Yet the Prime Minister, eager for home, remained oblivious to any oddity. Chapter 120. Manipulation for reasons unknown. The Prime Minister's family did not reside in the private apartment of 10 Downing Street, but rather in a luxurious villa along the banks of the Thames. At this moment, however, the Prime Minister furrowed his brow as he observed the street outside. Many of the passers-by moved about like marionettes, their bodies stiff and awkward, while others resembled individuals undergoing rehabilitation from paralysis. Despite this unsettling scene, the street remained vibrant, appearing largely unchanged aside from the presence of these rigid figures. Yet, he couldn't shake off an uncanny feeling. "Bob, what is happening to the people on the streets lately? They resemble elderly individuals struggling to walk with the aid of canes. Is this some form of performance art? Are they all under the influence of substances?" Bob, the Prime Minister's dedicated chauffeur, inquired as he shook his head. "Sir, these individuals are suffering from fungal infections. My wife experienced the same 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister's expression shifted to one of profound indignation. "We consulted a physician, who assured us that these symptoms would resolve naturally due to the body's immune response, and fungal infections are far less harmful than the common cold." Even in such a situation, which hardly necessitated the intervention of the health minister, he remained quite concerned about the minor ailment. Concurrently, he assembled a biological science investigation team and mandated that every patient receive medical attention and treatment to expedite their recovery. The Prime Minister exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that his team had not forgotten their responsibilities. Otherwise, he would have contemplated dismissing him from the cabinet on grounds of dereliction of duty. "And how is your wife faring now? Thank you for your concern. During her illness, I devoted myself to her care, and now she is perfectly well. Perhaps due to this, her affection for me has deepened. Yesterday, she even baked a cake for me." The Prime Minister smiled, recognizing the pride in the chauffeur's words. "That is splendid. You two are like a match made in heaven. I dare say even Aphrodite would envy the love you share and bestow her blessings upon you." "And what of you, sir?" "Me? I am here to uphold the Constitution and civil rights to safeguard your love," the Prime Minister jested. "Thank you." The chauffeur paused contemplatively. "It is truly remarkable. She was previously indifferent, yet after falling ill, it feels as if she has transformed entirely. Is this not good? It is difficult to say. Yet I find myself rather fond of it." The driver skillfully brought the vehicle to a halt. "Sir, we have arrived at your destination." "Thank you, Bob." "It is my duty, sir." The security personnel at the Prime Minister's private residence opened the car door, and the Prime Minister gracefully stepped out. As he stood on the ground, He gazed at the windows on the second floor of the villa, where he caught sight of his 10-year-old daughter peering back at him. A smile inevitably spread across his face. Disregarding the security personnel, the Prime Minister adjusted his collar lightly, as if preparing to meet an interviewer. He then approached the villa's entrance and pressed the doorbell. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal his daughter. The Prime Minister's face lit up with surprise as he rushed forward to embrace her. "It's Daddy's fault," he admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt. Little Annie produced a few crumpled tickets from her pocket and displayed them to him. "Daddy, the tickets you bought for me are for yesterday. Does that mean we can't go?" No, of course we can, my angel. I will buy you new amusement park tickets, and we can set off immediately. But Mommy said you can't go to the amusement park with me. I want you to come with me." "Of course, we had it all planned, didn't we? We'll sneak out in a little while." "That's wonderful," Annie exclaimed with joy. However, the Prime Minister noticed that his daughter's movements were somewhat uncoordinated and her temperature seemed elevated. To ensure her well-being, he placed his hand on Annie's forehead, and she obediently ceased her actions, allowing him to gauge her temperature. "Annie, my dear Annie, do you feel unwell?" "No, Daddy." The Prime Minister furrowed his brow, a gesture he reserved for instances when confronted with challenging issues of public welfare. "Annie, where is your mother?" "Mother is in the kitchen." He carried Annie into the kitchen, where a graceful Western woman was busily preparing something. Upon noticing the Prime Minister and their daughter's presence, she gasped, "Darling, I am making lunch. Could you please wait outside for a moment?" "Teresa, our daughter's temperature appears to be somewhat abnormal, and her movements seem rather stiff. Have you taken her to see a doctor?" "Yes, I called in our private physician. He assured me that our daughter has no serious issues, merely a fungal infection, and he has already prescribed medication for her." The Prime Minister recognized the private physician. He was appointed by the government and was a highly skilled doctor affiliated with the Royal College of Physicians. Over the years, he had provided suitable medical advice and treatment for various ailments within the family. Since the private physician declared there was no cause for concern, it indeed suggested that it was not a significant issue. Relieved, he then looked at his wife with surprise. "Teresa, why are you the one cooking? Where is our maid?" The servant inevitably has her moments of respite. She has matters to attend to at home. "So that is the case." The Prime Minister exited the kitchen yet lingered nearby, standing at the threshold, lost in contemplation. His wife, Teresa, is the daughter of the chairman of British Barclays Bank, and his political career is inextricably linked to her family's support. Under the influence of her family, Teresa possesses remarkable financial acumen, deftly maneuvering through the stock market and financial matters. However, this very proficiency means that she would never squander her time on trivial tasks like cooking. Typically, a servant would handle such duties, or they would simply dine at upscale restaurants. Thus, witnessing her personally preparing a meal was akin to encountering a ghost for the Prime Minister. Moreover, her tone was unusually gentle and courteous. As a formidable woman in her professional realm, she had cultivated a competent image. She seldom displayed any softness, even towards the Prime Minister, maintaining a firm demeanor in their conversations. This tender tone was a rare revelation, only visible in her interactions with their daughter. The Prime Minister sensed an incongruity, a subtle feeling that was difficult to articulate. While he pondered, he remained oblivious to the fact that his daughter was intently observing his profile. "Darling, please tidy up and change your clothes. I will have dinner ready shortly." His wife's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Very well, Teresa," the Prime Minister replied, gently placing his daughter on the floor and gazing into her amber eyes. "Little Annie, I will go tidy up and be right back. Also, after dinner, shall we head to the amusement park?" "Very well, Father." With that, he hurriedly departed, and had been fixated on her Prime Minister father. And only after his figure vanished did the innocent and carefree expression fade from her face without a trace. He had become aware. The sound that emerged was akin to a blend of murmurs and roars, difficult to fathom as being produced by a mere 10-year-old child. "I have embodied the persona you preserved in your memories. Gentle, considerate, harmonious, without omission or flaw. Damn it, their corporeal form feels like a shackle upon me. This is my conundrum. Does she, in her interaction with her own daughter, wear two faces as well? It is your failure to retain her memories. Our understanding of them is scant. Yet regardless, we must not err again." Indeed, Teresa gazed at him. "How much longer until you have complete control over her body?" "The immune system of this body continues to assault me, raising her temperature, which I detest, for it hinders my reproductive process," and awkwardly shifted her form. "In order to preserve her memories as much as possible, I have consumed approximately 1/3 of her brain while retaining part of the central system. To fully take over, I may require another 2 days. Even so, you are still to accompany the Prime Minister to the amusement park? This was a prior arrangement between her and the Prime Minister. I must maintain the inertia of their lives and provide the Prime Minister with a sense of satisfaction. This is the essence of her existence. If I were to be suspected, we might very well lose their trust. Chapter 121. The incident. The amusement park lies in the southwest, approximately 19 miles from the city center, easily accessible by the swift subway. The Prime Minister instructed the security personnel to attend to other matters, seizing the opportunity to hastily escort his daughter through the exit. He wished to avoid any disturbance from the security staff during their outing, and his adept movements suggested that he had executed this maneuver on several occasions before. To evade recognition, he donned a hat, mask, and sunglasses. In this nation, where political affairs are of little interest to the populace, such precautions were sufficient to ensure their anonymity. Subsequently, the Prime Minister hailed a vehicle to the subway station. Inside the station, a throng of people bustled about. And while waiting for the train's arrival, the Prime Minister keenly observed the surrounding crowd. Notably, the foot traffic was considerably less than just a few months prior, as there were no foreign visitors, only his fellow countrymen. Among them, a third displayed slightly stiffened limbs, and many ambled about with a lethargy reminiscent of the living dead. The diminished numbers were a direct consequence of the Prime Minister's agreement to the border lockdown regulations, a necessary response to the global fungal infection threatening to infiltrate the nation. He recalled the inexplicable outbreak of the superfungus in Europe, a harrowing revelation he encountered while extending his condolences to healthcare professionals. The country had suffered significant losses among its medical staff, with those sent to provide assistance often succumbing to the perilous situation. Modern medical protections proved futile against the relentless onslaught. The scene, reminiscent of calamity, led the Prime Minister to momentarily believe that the pestilences which once ravaged the European continent, plague, leprosy, smallpox, cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis, had returned, seeking to envelop the lands of Europe once more. Fungi, fungi, fungi. Everywhere was the presence of fungi. The surrounding world was dominated by green fungi, which blanketed everything like moss, houses, soil, corpses, and gravestones. Even the surface of the River Thames was adorned with a green scum of fungi. This vision had nearly transformed into his nightmare, surfacing in his dreams each night. Impossible to dispel. Ultimately, all the infected towns succumbed to the wrath of humanity's advanced weaponry, obliterated by incendiary and thermobaric munitions. However, weaponry could not encompass all infected regions. What Britain could do was establish a quarantine zone. A perimeter was scorched into existence, with the surrounding area designated as a military exclusion zone, barring all personnel from entry or exit. The disaster was contained within that circumscribed area. Even the subspores that might drift beyond the quarantine seemed to have lost their terrifying lethality. Everything appeared to be improving. Europe once again began to rise from this green plague. You are a fake. All of you are false. My family would never call me this. A terrified, stout man gazed in horror at the expressionless faces before him in the subway station. Judging by his camouflage uniform and the camouflaged bag he carried, he seemed to be a soldier on leave. His outburst interrupted the Prime Minister's deep contemplation. Soon, the family of the burly soldier looked at him with concern. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, pleading, "Child, what has happened to you? Why don't you recognize me? I am your mother." As she spoke, she attempted to embrace him. "Get away. You are not." The robust man shouted, rebuffing his mother and stepping back. He felt something at his feet and looked down to find a traveler's golf bag. Swiftly, he unzipped it and pulled out a golf club, gripping it firmly, a decisive action that revealed his training as a soldier. The owner of the golf club glanced at the imposing figure before him, assessed his own strength, swallowed hard, and wisely refrained from engaging in a dispute. The golf club, made of metal with a pure iron head, featured a slender shaft that offered an exquisite feel, its striking power surpassing that of a similarly sized steel pipe. In his hands, it transformed into a flawless weapon. His mother anxiously approached, only to be threatened by the golf club pointed at her, forbidding her from coming closer. Nearby, patrolling officers noticed the unfolding situation and gathered, armed with various devices and weapons to prevent the passenger from acting irrationally. The Prime Minister furrowed his brow, observing the developments. Initially intending to intervene, he hesitated as the vacationing soldier brandished the golf club, feeling a sense of unease due to his daughter being near. Realizing that this was not his concern to manage, he lifted his daughter into his arms, holding her close and retreating further. The mother clearly yearned to advance and caress her son, yet she was thwarted by the man brandishing a golf club, who menacingly warned her to keep her distance. A crowd began to gather, some capturing this rare scene on their phones, as the spectators reveled in the unfolding drama. Among them were those attempting to persuade the soldier on leave. "No, it is impossible. You are all demons cloaked in the guise of my family. My mother would never call my name." The child cried out, his mother weeping in sorrow, mourning the loss of recognition from her own son. Patrolling officers approached, armed with truncheons to subdue any potential threats, some even brandishing tasers. Strangely, the soldier seemed to harbor hostility only towards his mother, exhibiting no resistance against the encroaching police, instead anxiously attempting to explain himself. The officers relaxed their stance, believing that he was not a subway assailant, and that communication was possible. The Prime Minister observed the situation unfold, aware that it would be prudent to remain detached from the conflict. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The woman, sensing a moment of calm in her son, suddenly rushed forward, yearning to embrace the child she had not seen in ages. But the soldier, perceiving his mother's movement, broke free from the grip of the officers with fierce determination. As if repulsed by something abhorrent, he vehemently resisted her approach, swinging the golf club with wild abandon. Striking at her head, the sickening sound of shattering bone echoed through the air. The Prime Minister instinctively covered his daughter's eyes, unwilling for her to witness such a gruesome spectacle. At that moment, the train arrived, and he hurriedly pushed against the throng to enter the subway. Once the constable regained his composure, he subdued the vacationing soldier to the ground. In the subway station, passengers alighted and boarded, causing the crowd to swell significantly, with a seemingly endless flow of people. Some who had just disembarked, driven by extreme curiosity or a lack of empathy, gathered around the two individuals, snapping photos or pointing. Reveling in this rare display of carnage, they reveled in amusement, even if it stemmed from the suffering of others. However, many simply glanced at the scene with apathy, continuing on their way without pause. The Prime Minister failed to notice the woman sprawled on the ground, obscured by the throng. Her skull had been utterly shattered, and the contents lay scattered about. Among the red and white on the pavement, hints of a faint green mingled. The doors of the train slowly closed, and it departed. Chapter 122. The unity of all things. He felt a sense of agitation. This was a particularly egregious public safety incident involving military personnel. Although he typically did not oversee the approval of major criminal cases and judicial processes, he was acutely aware that should this situation escalate, certain politicians might seize the opportunity to attack him under the guise of public safety concerns. Yet, he sensed that his unease stemmed from something deeper. After all, there were numerous violent incidents in Britain each year. If he were to be preoccupied with every single one, he would find himself utterly unproductive. Even though this case has arisen in the bustling heart of the subway station, there remain relevant authorities capable of promptly addressing public sentiment and information. Moreover, the military may intervene to help maintain order. He is troubled by the inexplicable actions of the soldier. What circumstances could have led to such behavior? "Father, we are almost at the top of the Ferris wheel." En's joyful exclamation jolted the Prime Minister from his reverie. He gazed at En, a sudden smile breaking across his face. At this moment, he was a father, not the Prime Minister, and his duty was to nurture his country rather than to adjudicate wrongdoing. Regardless, he deemed it unnecessary to devote further attention or energy to the matter at hand. "My angel, did you enjoy your day?" And leaned against the glass of the Ferris wheel, gazing at the illuminated landscape below as night descended. That area was Westminster. Turning to the Prime Minister, she smiled and said, "Father, I had a wonderful time today." The Prime Minister was momentarily taken aback, staring at his daughter in silence. For he noticed, and smiling, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. He carefully enveloped her in his arms, as though cradling a fragile porcelain figurine. Anne, he repeatedly murmured her name, clumsily attempting to console his daughter. Yet, in this moment, the eloquent Prime Minister, accustomed to engaging with politicians, found himself at a loss for words. The myriad of governmental affairs, political lobbying, and the bureaucratic buck-passing left him with no respite, rendering the busy Prime Minister incapable of fulfilling her hopes time and again. When he handed the ticket to Annie, her exuberant cheers elicited an involuntary smile from the Prime Minister, who found himself captivated by the moment. Annie had long anticipated this occasion. Daddy, it hurts." In an instant, Beneath the Ferris wheel, where the Prime Minister remained oblivious, the bustling crowd came to an abrupt halt, as if a pause button had been pressed. They all turned their gazes toward the cabin of the Prime Minister's Ferris wheel. The vibrant cacophony of life faded away, leaving only the whisper of the wind. Inside the cabin, the Prime Minister was taken aback, releasing Annie as he anxiously scanned her for injuries. "Annie, where does it hurt?" "I don't know, Daddy. It seems like my whole body aches." Annie lamented, her voice tinged with distress, and the Prime Minister could sense her muscles had tensed. Although he was uncertain what her behavior signified, he could clearly perceive something was awry with her. His thoughts quickly turned to the possibility of a fungal infection being the cause. In a state of rising panic, the Prime Minister rose to gauge the height of the Ferris wheel, realizing that the cabin had reached its apex and could not descend swiftly. Annie, tears streaming down her face, crawled toward her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, my head hurts so much." Flustered, the Prime Minister fumbled for his mobile device, intending to contact his security and medical teams. However, to his dismay, although the call connected as it usually would, no matter how fervently he called out, there was no response from the other end, only the sound of breathing. It was as if they had answered the call, but uttered not a single word. "Damn it!" The Prime Minister, rarely given to exclamations of anger, abruptly terminated the call, his heart shattered as he gazed at Annie. She clung tightly to him, crying out, "Daddy, there's someone else inside me. Please save me. There's an unfamiliar presence residing within my body." Through her sobs, Annie implored, "Daddy, it hurts so much. Help me drive him away." A thunderclap of realization struck the Prime Minister's mind, as fleeting images of his driver, his wife, and the people he had seen at the station rushed through his thoughts. He was not a man of antiquated beliefs, a lover of various forms of entertainment. He had indeed encountered numerous cinematic portrayals of mind control and parasitic entities. The military had once proposed a series of fantastical weapons that bore similarities to this very phenomenon. His spirit quaked uncontrollably as he suddenly comprehended the gravity of his daughter's plight. At an indeterminate moment, Annie ceased her weeping, regarding the Prime Minister with a cold stare. An ominous premonition enveloped him. His daughter would not regard him in such a manner. "You are my daughter, are you not?" he inquired. Annie smiled, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. "Indeed, I am your daughter." A deep sense of foreboding washed over the Prime Minister. Though her voice was indistinguishable from that of his beloved daughter, the tone bore no trace of innocence or vivacity. Rather, it exuded a hint of mockery. It was as though he were grasping a burning ember, prompting him to release her immediately. A pale green liquid began to trickle from Annie's nostrils, its vivid hue reminiscent of a verdant hell he once encountered. Yet, Annie appeared unfazed, wiping it away with her sleeve. "Who are you truly? What are you?" And perhaps sensed that the Prime Minister could no longer conceal the truth, and thus she broke into a smile. Yet this time, her expression was devoid of innocence. "I must concede that this was my oversight. Your daughter, even now, possesses a modicum of cognitive ability, which you have managed to awaken," and regarded him with a cold smile. "Regrettably, her consciousness is not particularly resilient." The Prime Minister still found it hard to accept this reality, and to stop it. "You are frightening your father." "Very well, Father, I shall not frighten you anymore," and replied earnestly. The Prime Minister realized that his daughter was still under manipulation and, in a fit of rage, shouted at her, "What on earth are you? Get out of my daughter's body at once." Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister gazed at her in disbelief. "Who are you? Why are you controlling my daughter?" "It is, of course, for you, my Prime Minister. If that is the case, then you must have some demands from me, correct? State your terms. How can I secure my daughter's release?" "Although we had not intended to engage in such a hasty discussion with you, life is full of unexpected turns, and I am more than willing to speak candidly with you. Therefore, allow me to first reveal my name. I am one of the myriad luminaries derived from the great Oo, emulating the elder brother, and I possess a fragment of the attributes traded with that great existence through the mystical arts." The Prime Minister strained to commit N's words to memory, yet for some reason, two of the names eluded his understanding completely. The Ferris wheel had already descended to its lowest point as they conversed. Annie grasped the Prime Minister's hand, her touch somewhat icy, no longer feverish. Consequently, the Prime Minister did not resist her hold, and, when the cabin of the Ferris wheel opened, he was drawn away by her. Upon standing on the ground, he was astonished to discover that 1,000 individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children alike, whether staff or visitors, were all gazing at him. At that moment, Annie held the Prime Minister's hand and met his gaze. saying, "I yearn for his radiance. Therefore, by invoking his comprehensible name, I seek to manifest his omniscience and omnipotence. This is the price I must pay. Hence you may refer to me as." The entire amusement park echoed in unison. All things return to one. Chapter 123. Military Deployment. Reef Island Military Restricted Zone. A base situated closest to the North Pacific, houses the country's most advanced missile defense radar, strategically deployed to detect any aerial threats that may arise from this direction. Furthermore, a comprehensive military dock has been established here, integrating supply, communication, command, support, reconnaissance, maintenance, and vigilance into a singular maritime military base. Should war erupt, this location would serve as the Navy's foremost military outpost. While numerous military bases of this nature exist, few boast such a prime location. Reef Island is one of them. In the event of modern naval warfare, this military base would play a critically significant role. Had this island not been eradicated, it would continue to exist, fortifying East China and the majority of the North Pacific region, rendering them virtually impregnable. Presently, within the operational command center of this military base, a significant number of personnel are attired in naval camouflage or army green fatigues, while a smaller faction dons experimental suits and work attire. They are all seated around the command table, with the most striking feature being the enormous screen suspended on the wall. Chen, as the commanding officer of the Dongshan Fleet No. 02 and the director of deep-sea weapon manufacturing, is, of course, present. Their gaze is fixed on the squares displayed on the screen, each containing a similar layout, yet representing different ethnicities. Judging by the military uniforms they wear, it is evident that they belong to high-ranking military officials from various nations. The country names labeled on the boxes make it abundantly clear that this is a clandestine military meeting of the Permanent Five. This joint military operation has been publicly portrayed as a military exercise, and airspace control has already been established in the region. We will dispatch the 7th and 3rd Fleets to the center of the North Pacific, and the specific details concerning our fleets have already been transmitted. Please acknowledge receipt. The conference room is enveloped in a solemn silence, as the leaders observe Chairman Murray on the screen, somewhat astonished by his grand strategy. The primary operational area of the 7th Fleet of American is the Western Pacific and East Asia. However, since the deployment of the Osprey system, the operational range of the 7th Fleet has been significantly curtailed, confining them largely to the waters beneath Bharat. However, this in no way implies that the strength of the 7th Fleet should be underestimated, for it indeed boasts a carrier strike group as part of its conventional deployment. The 3rd Fleet is even more formidable, a product of the Cold War's two great powers rivalry, capable of deploying 4 to 5 carrier strike groups. The recent deep-sea nuclear explosion resulted in the loss of escort vessels, yet not a single aircraft carrier was compromised. It is evident that they place considerable emphasis on countering deep-sea invaders to ensure the combat effectiveness of the 3rd Fleet. Even the 7th Fleet has been incorporated into this operation. Subsequently, General Valery Gerasimov, Chief of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, also made a statement: "We shall deploy the Pacific and Northern Fleets, but our primary assault force will consist of our 18 nuclear submarines, including 4 Yazan-class submarines of the M variant." A wave of silence swept over the gathering. The maritime strength of the Russian Federation has long since faded from its former glory. The once unbreakable alliance now lies in a grave. Yet it has bequeathed some invaluable legacies to the nascent state, among which is this nuclear submarine. It is estimated that the Russian Federation possesses approximately 30 nuclear submarines. Astonishingly, on this occasion, they have mobilized more than half of their fleet, including the latest commissioned Yazan-class submarines. The Russian Federation holds the world record for the most nuclear warheads, and their intention to deploy nuclear submarines is evidently clear. When artillery is insufficient, nuclear arms will suffice. They, too, regard the deep-sea invaders with utmost seriousness. Britain and France will jointly dispatch fleets as part of the European Union, with the Royal Navy and the French carrier strike group set to embark. The two permanent members of the European Union, to be candid, have seen their naval capabilities significantly diminished. Individually, their military prowess may even fall short of that of smaller nations such as Japan and Bharat. However, as permanent members, they still possess commendable technological advancements. Furthermore, for reasons that remain unspoken, Japan's fleet has been severely curtailed, leading to a complete loss of its long-range operational capabilities. At present, Their military strength is characterized by a lack of offensive capabilities while maintaining a degree of self-defense. In this regard, they are nearly on par with one another. Despite the seemingly nonchalant portrayal on screens, the two major European powers have truly exhausted their naval resources. It is evident that the fungal infections plaguing the Russian Federation have become nearly uncontrollable, and the Americans, too, are suffering from a domestic fungal subspecies that has rendered their populace despondent. Europe is likely in a similar predicament. They are fervently eager to eliminate the hidden instigator of these fungal outbreaks, the deep diver. Ever since the last instance when the Americans subjected the deep diver to several nuclear detonations, the prevalence of fungal infections across the globe has intensified. Whether in pursuit of technological acquisition or in an effort to halt the further spread of these infections, there is a collective desire to eradicate the deep diver entirely to prevent worsening domestic conditions. The intentions of the deep diver are evidently malevolent, aiming to bring humanity to its demise. Thus, the time to act is now. After a moment of contemplation, the leader nodded in agreement, stating, "We have also dispatched our South China Sea Fleet 002, and the Dongshan Aircraft Carrier Battle Group will be incorporated as well." With that, the leader pushed a document toward the center of the table. 1 aircraft carrier of the Type 002, 6 Type 550 destroyers, 4 Type 250D destroyers, 6 Type 450A frigates, 8 Type 650A light frigates, 2 Type 518A reconnaissance vessels, and 8 various support ships were deployed. However, only 1 aircraft carrier battle group under Chen was mobilized, while the other 2 groups remained dormant at home. Although this deployment pales in comparison to the full-scale mobilizations of other Western nations, it is essential to recognize that naval operations are not without their costs, especially for an aircraft carrier battle group, which incurs expenses amounting to hundreds of millions each time it engages in action. Domestically, the fungal infection was effectively contained, preventing it from escalating into a widespread epidemic akin to those seen abroad. Medical care for patients with immunological diseases remains secure, negating the need for any desperate measures. Excessive military expenditure could potentially detract from funding allocated for healthcare. Furthermore, while the nation boasts a considerable maritime force, a significant portion consists of smaller vessels. This deployment represents approximately 40% of the country's naval strength, and even if it were merely a drill, there is no room for timidity in the face of such a maritime alliance. Nevertheless, the leader harbored some dissatisfaction. Following modernization, the advanced Type 550 destroyer is capable of challenging an entire fleet, yet it remains just a destroyer. Despite its theoretical ability to annihilate an aircraft carrier battle group with missile strikes unscathed, it is still a smaller vessel. While it consumes less and is more economical than an aircraft carrier, it ultimately lacks the imposing presence one might desire. The nation's resources are not as abundant as they might appear. After weighing the pros and cons, the leader and military advisors can only dispatch a carrier battle group accompanied by 6 550 missile destroyers. However, this conflict differs from previous naval engagements, as we face a common adversary. I also hope that you can provide information regarding the armament capabilities in the deep sea, allowing our command to delineate responsible areas based on the maritime military strength you submit. Chapter 124. Flexing muscles. While the initiation process of modern warfare may vary due to the unique circumstances of each nation, it generally follows a similar pattern known as the ODA loop. The ODA loop, conceived by U.S. Army Colonel John Boyd, 1927 to 1997, is also referred to as the Boyd cycle. His premise is that the essence of any armed conflict lies in which side can more effectively and swiftly complete the ODA loop. This cycle consists of 4 stages. 1. Observe, gather information and form an initial understanding of the external environment or issue. 2. Orient, integrate the observed information with existing knowledge to construct a personal cognitive framework and comprehension. 3. Decide, make decisions based on one's understanding and situational analysis. 4. Act, execute the decisions, undertake concrete actions, provide feedback, rectify errors, and continuously monitor for new changes in information. For deep-sea divers, the ability to stealthily embed several warships is naturally perceived as a demonstration of considerable military prowess. Currently, conventional warfare weaponry is ineffectual in neutralizing hostile forces lurking in the abyssal depths. Consequently, we have previously provided you with a general overview of our submersible capabilities. Although we have temporarily forged a military alliance, we have yet to engage in further collaborative technological research aimed at developing offensive weaponry for underwater combat. Our knowledge of the latest advancements in deep-sea armaments from other nations remains regrettably limited. Thus, we must assess your underwater military capabilities to facilitate more detailed strategic deployments. Chairman Myrie, how do you evaluate our underwater combat strength? General Grasimov inquired. The kill chain is a comprehensive warfare process, categorized under the OODA loop, and lacks higher-level decision-making. This procedure has been distilled into a 5F model: find, fix, fire, finish, and feedback. In essence, are you seeking to appraise our underwater reconnaissance capabilities and the effectiveness of our deep-sea strikes? General Grasimov pondered aloud. The leader nodded, acknowledging that despite Chairman Myrie's extensive discourse, the crux of the matter hinges on two primary factors: the fleet's reconnaissance proficiency and its offensive capabilities. Indeed, Chairman Myrie affirmed, your summary is astute. If there are no objections, we can initially showcase our underwater armaments as a gesture of our sincerity. The Prime Minister did not express opposition. For the deep sea is not a battleground of contention. Humanity's conflicts are unlikely to unfold in such depths. These underwater armaments will exert no significant influence on the current military landscape, rendering secrecy unnecessary. Other nations have also concurred. In light of this, our side shall first unveil our deep-sea apparatus. Chairman Myrie skillfully manipulated the controls, and a display revealed an aerial bomb. However, its appearance did not resemble any munitions currently in service with the Americans. As the advisory team pondered this anomaly, Chairman Myrie began to elucidate. These are our sonar buoy array deployment munitions. After modification, this type of sonar array deployment munition, when airdropped, can effectively cover an area of approximately 100 miles, while underwater, depending on conditions, it can cover a minimum of 3,000 meters, extending up to 6,000 meters. Other nations remained unresponsive, but the leader appeared contemplative, and some members of his advisory team even chuckled softly. Chen was left bewildered. The commander of the Southern Theater, noticing Chen's confusion, leaned in to explain quietly. The Americans once planned to establish an underwater sonar Great Wall in our East China Sea and South China Sea. Crucial transit routes for our Navy, but these were all salvaged by our coastal fishermen. As it stands, our research institutes still possess several of these devices. After the Osprey system was implemented, not only were the two clowns of the first island chain rendered impotent, but the Americans were also unable to deploy sonar underwater in our territories, resulting in a surplus of array buoy sonars. They have now become a resource for repurposing. Chen understood, only to realize that there was something amiss. Are their sonars truly that advanced? Is it truly possible to detect deep-sea divers? If a mere array of sonar buoys can effortlessly track their presence, then why invest in developing sophisticated sonar technology? One could simply utilize existing military sonar systems. It is likely that modifications have been made, presumably trading longevity for capability, and covering such an expansive area of the North Pacific must entail considerable resources. However, perhaps for them, such expenditures are inconsequential. The Southern commander mused, then turned his gaze back to the screen. None present had ever encountered such a weapon, leading to a collective curiosity about its nature. Given the severe limitations of conventional weaponry underwater and the unsatisfactory performance of kinetic weapons in such an environment, we have developed the Underwater Combat Apparatus DPCW-2. Its front is equipped with a vibration-cutting device and sonar sensors. Once deployed into the water, it automatically submerges and navigates via propellers in a standard mode. Upon detecting an enemy through sonar, it accelerates through its nozzles, autonomously hunting deep-sea divers. Chen was taken aback. He had assumed that thermal weapons were the norm underwater and never expected that the Americans would invent such a device. It felt akin to engaging in a futuristic technological warfare, akin to witnessing Americans wielding a high-tech bow as their long-range weapon, with arrows crafted from circuit boards. Grasimov was the first unable to suppress his derision. Cold weapons underwater? This is what your research institute has produced after so many days? Chairman Myrie, observing the camera, elucidated. According to the calculations conducted by our military advisory team alongside mathematicians, even if we were to upgrade our current armaments to withstand the pressures of the deep sea, it would still fall short of achieving the lethal efficacy we desire. While underwater detonations can effectively transmit explosive shockwaves, they are limited to inflicting damage solely through the shock itself, lacking the shrapnel and thermal effects of surface explosions. Consequently, The potency of underwater explosions does not match the formidable destructive capability observed on land. Furthermore, kinetic weapons cannot function normally under such immense water pressure. Underwater combat differs significantly from terrestrial engagements. We are not waging war upon the seabed. Even when employing torpedoes against dispersed targets, the outcomes leave much to be desired. Chen pondered this and found it quite reasonable, turning to observe the Southern commander, who was equally engrossed in the presentation on the large screen. He then glanced around at the others, noting that numerous researchers were diligently jotting down the various parameters of the DPCW-2 being showcased. The leader was the first to inquire of the veteran researcher beside him, "Director Me, is it feasible for us to replicate such a weapon as the American?" Director Me adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Unfortunately, no. Despite its peculiar design and simple principles, realizing it demands an extensive technological foundation. The challenges we can identify are numerous: fuel cells, alloys capable of withstanding shock, and underwater positioning. The latter likely pertains to sonar buoys. While we can disregard the high-temperature effects of shock on alloys underwater, the power source remains a significant concern." Director Me sighed again. "We have a long and arduous journey ahead. Might such weaponry prove effective? Striking an unprotected carbon-based organism would indeed be relatively effortless. However, the scale of the deep divers remains uncertain." Chairman Marai further elaborated. "We have equipped our vessels with over 10,000 of these weapons." Deanme nodded in agreement. With such a quantity, even if one were to eliminate merely a single deep diver per weapon, the lethality would still be substantial. The leader acknowledged with a nod. Chairman Marai then paused, switching the display to their ships. Yet, these vessels were adorned with numerous lattice-like coatings, suggesting that something lay concealed beneath the paint. This was a widespread microwave device designed to combat the mutated barnacles, entirely enveloping the hull of each ship. While its lethality to humans is limited, it would suffice to be fatal to barnacles attempting to adhere to the hull in a remarkably brief time frame. Deanme appeared increasingly restless. He seemed to harbor reservations about this microwave technology. Ever since the American side showcased this defensive weapon, he had been incessantly conversing with other researchers nearby, seemingly engaged in some form of data assessment. The chief, with a curious gaze, looked at Director Me. "What is this?" "This is the microwave weapon from American. We had contemplated a similar scheme. However, we lack the necessary technological reserves, and there are several technical challenges that require resolution. Consequently, we had to abandon this plan in favor of a more reliable toxic coating. The fact that they have already deployed wide-area microwave weapons on their vessels signifies that their microwave technology has matured, placing them ahead of us. And it is highly probable that they have already implemented it in practice. You must alert our military to this microwave weapon." The chief nodded gravely. Director Me, still uneasy, glanced at Chairman Rue on the screen and, with a firm resolve, noted something down. The commander of the Southern District naturally observed Director Me's actions and sighed with a slight shake of his head, having comprehended Americans' true intentions. They are here to showcase their strength. The next step will likely be to seize the initiative. We possess other capabilities for deep-sea armament, but these three types sufficiently represent our military's reconnaissance, offensive, and defensive capabilities. Therefore, we will be responsible for 1/3 of the eastern region of the North Pacific, Chairman Rue stated. Chapter 125, Arms Exhibition. After discussions among the staff, they unanimously agreed that Americans' proposal, in terms of both strength and plan, indeed warranted the area they were responsible for. Thus, the chief raised no objections. In this article, the author observes the dignified demeanor of Chairman Murray on the screen and senses that the actions of American carry a deeper significance. However, upon viewing the delineation of responsibilities that American has assumed, which includes the site of the initial nuclear explosion and the underwater current regions surrounding it, a perplexing thought arises. American has allocated to itself the areas most likely to conceal deep-sea infiltrators, regions that are notoriously challenging to navigate. Despite extensive contemplation, the protagonist, Chen, cannot fathom why American would willingly undertake such a perilous endeavor that seems fraught with disadvantages. Could it be that American has undergone a transformation, genuinely intending to embrace the responsibilities of a global power in maintaining world peace? As this thought crosses Chen's mind, he instinctively narrows his eyes. Subsequently, The Russian Federation showcases its deep-sea military capabilities, explicitly stating that it possesses an excess of nuclear warheads and hopes to utilize this military exercise to reduce its stockpile. The legacy of the Big Brother lends a certain assertiveness to the Russian military's discourse. According to Gerasimov, these specially designed deep-water bombs can detonate based on their submerged depth, with their explosive charge reportedly approaching that of high-energy explosives from the Thucydides era. By employing an excessive amount of explosives, they aim to achieve a significant underwater lethality, emphasizing sheer destructive power. Moreover, these specialized deep-water bombs not only possess destructive capabilities, but also feature modified structures that allow for an extensive range of explosive sound waves, far surpassing that of conventional sonar systems. Undoubtedly, its precision cannot rival that of conventional sonar. However, Russian scientists have proposed an astonishing solution, equipping each vessel with hydrophones and passive sonar, thereby forming a listening matrix spanning 10,000 meters to detect the acoustic signals generated by explosions, which are then synthesized collectively. Several members of the advisory group, alongside researchers, were visibly inspired, their minds ablaze with ideas. The rationale behind this approach by the Russian Federation lies in their recognition that this is not a conventional war between nations, thus eliminating the need to be constrained by traditional military weaponry development. In an era marked by the rapid advancement of missile technology, the spear has long outstripped the shield, leading individuals to prefer concealment over enduring enemy bombardments. The deployment of such formidable deep-water bombs by the Russian Federation, while coordinating their fleet into a listening network, would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death in modern warfare, easily succumbing to a single onslaught. However, when facing deep-sea adversaries, the collaboration between nations mitigates such vulnerabilities, allowing humanity to unleash its firepower without the burden of disguise or infighting. Furthermore, they showcase their exceptionally high-power military sonar, which bore visible scars of time and the corrosive sea. These are their active military radars, designed with ample capacity from inception and being constructed to withstand extreme conditions. Overloading them can still yield the desired operational metrics. Yet, there is a price to pay. They aspire to capture a few of the deep-sea adversaries alive. American has shown considerable interest in this matter, and it is evident that the advisory team behind Chairman Miri is somewhat stirred. Humanity possesses scant knowledge regarding the deep divers. Thus far, they have only salvaged fragments, which have been thoroughly dissected by various research institutions, proving utterly insufficient for their needs. Currently, discoveries concerning the deep divers are solely based on studies conducted on their remains, leading to uncertainties that could potentially result in misconceptions. After all, capturing a deep diver is far more challenging than apprehending a bird on land. Possessing a weapon capable of capturing these beings would undoubtedly enhance humanity's understanding of this enigmatic race. Furthermore, if deemed necessary, one might even develop genetic weapons to eradicate this species. Soon, it was the leader's turn to speak, as he introduced the underwater weaponry QSY and QSD, along with other exoskeletal deep-sea armaments to the representatives of the 5 permanent members. Their restlessness became apparent. Particularly, the previously composed researchers from American began to whisper among themselves. The commander of the Southern District clearly raised an eyebrow, leaving Chen perplexed. The researchers from American could no longer restrain themselves, pulling their military advisory team into discussions, reminiscent of Academician Mi's reaction upon hearing about American's microwave weaponry. Chairman Miri, alerted by his military advisors, exhibited a semblance of surprise. The Russian Federation displayed a similar demeanor, albeit with less astonishment. Commander Chen, what is their reaction? Why do they seem so apprehensive about us? Chen inquired with curiosity. The Southern District commander chuckled softly. How could they not be apprehensive? Have you noticed the weaponry they have invented? Engaging deep-sea divers is manageable. However, confronting armed frogmen presents a formidable challenge. Yet, upon discovering the weapon developed by the armory, I realized that in the realm of amphibious infiltration operations, both in shallow and deep waters, we may have no rivals. Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 126. Advanced sonar soon. Chairman Mi Rue, somewhat uncertain, inquired of the leader once more. You mentioned that the underwater kinetic weapon employs vented supercavitation technology rather than natural supercavitation technology? The leader nodded affirmatively. It was evident that the technicians across from Amariki were in a state of uproar, their disbelief palpable, with many glancing at Chairman Mi Rue. seemingly eager for him to convey further insights. Chen had proactively engaged with Director Hu to comprehend the principles behind these weaponry during his visit to the armory. Thus, he was well aware of the source of Amariki's astonishment. Natural supercavitation technology relies on high-speed motion, invoking Bernoulli's principle. As the velocity of the fluid increases, the pressure diminishes, allowing the surrounding water to evaporate into vapor, enveloping most or all of the projectile, thereby achieving supercavitational travel. Even a second-grade student understands that fluid dynamics at high speeds create Bernoulli's principle. The reason a propeller can generate bubbles underwater is due to its terminal velocity being excessively high, resulting in low water pressure that causes the water to boil and produce gas. Even if the temperature of water remains unchanged, it can still boil. Thus, when observing videos of underwater shooting experiments, one can see that bullets shot into the water create a substantial gas bubble cavity, known as the supercavitation effect. The underwater rifle QBS-06 ammunition was conceived based on this principle. The bullet's head is rod-shaped, featuring a flat surface with a diameter of 1.5 mm at the front. Upon firing, the pressure at the bullet's front increases, forming a supercavitation cavity that envelopes the entire projectile. This means that, compared to conventional projectiles, this underwater bullet only experiences water resistance at its small flat tip, allowing it to travel further. However, despite the specially designed shape, the projectile still encounters water resistance. And its effective range, while greater than that of standard firearms, is merely 50 meters. In contrast to the hundreds of meters achievable on land, this range is indeed quite limited. The new ammunition employs a supercavitation method akin to that of torpedoes, utilizing gas generated by itself to completely avoid contact with water, thereby eliminating resistance. This advancement significantly extends the bullet's range compared to its predecessor. The only challenge remains. Chen is still perplexed as to how the talents at the Academy of Sciences managed to incorporate this mini supercavitation device into a bullet with a mere 20 millimeters diameter. American is likely astonished by this feat. How many of such munitions have you produced? Not many, but they can be barely mass-produced for deployment, sufficient for the current deep-sea operations. Soon, it appeared that 2 technicians from the American side were missing, seemingly preoccupied with other pressing matters. Chairman Miri suddenly had a thought, and furrowed his brow as he looked at the leader. Do you possess any additional deep-sea armaments? Relying solely on these might prove insufficient should the number of deep divers exceed our expectations. This was indeed a valid concern. Considering the myriad of challenges associated with underwater launches and the fact that they were individual weapons, the QST underwater machine gun did not boast a rapid firing rate. However, the leader promptly addressed his apprehensions. You need not worry. We have developed ultra-deep submarines, equipped with 2 tri-barreled underwater machine guns modified from QST 40mm models. These vessels have completed their trials, and among the submitted roster, the special submarines include these ultra-deep submarines. Moreover, they are armed with deep-sea torpedoes, whose potency, while not comparable to the Russian Federation's heavily armed deep-water bombs, is more than adequate for most scenarios. Chairman Miri lowered his head to verify the unit list, then nodded in approval. Excellent. What about your detection devices? We have installed the latest advanced sonar technology. In addition to the conventional enhancements such as multi-beam depth penetration and sidescan sonar, as well as multi-aperture frequencies and multi-frequency techniques for clearer imaging, we have also integrated cutting-edge magnetic sensors and laser scanning imaging devices. Although we possess high-precision optical cameras, they are essentially supplementary. As the leader remarked, the cameras were of little practical use. While they were not mere decorations, relying on them to detect deep divers would indeed be a fanciful notion. The deep sea is not as luminous as one might imagine. It is shrouded in darkness, yet some visibility remains. In truth, the depths of the ocean are nearly devoid of light, resembling an eternal night. This phenomenon primarily results from the propagation and scattering of light within the abyss. Factors such as pressure differentials, temperature, salinity, turbidity, biological detritus, sediments, and suspended particles all influence the transmission and scattering of light, thereby affecting visibility. Descending to approximately 1,000 meters beneath the surface, the darkness becomes akin to that of a rural countryside, even with artificial illumination. The light is devoured by the surrounding gloom, leaving sonar as the sole means of navigation. This raises a pertinent question. If humanity's underwater units rely on radar, how do deep divers gather information beneath the waves? However, given the inability to recover the head of a deep diver, This question remains unresolved for the time being. Shortly thereafter, the leader continued his exposition. Advanced sonar systems, some of which are towed while others are installed in ultra-deep submersibles, will together form an extensive surveillance network, transmitting data in real time. Within our communication range, each unit can receive underwater imagery and make appropriate deployments. The specifics of the detection range will vary based on the density of the surveillance network, affecting both precision and breadth. Detailed data has already been released for your perusal. Chairman Mirai lowered his gaze to confirm something on the table, and his expression shifted to one of surprise as he quietly remarked, "Your sonar technology is truly impressive." The leader was momentarily taken aback by this compliment. However, Chen, as the director, was well aware that this advanced sonar system was the culmination of efforts from numerous universities and research institutions across the nation, integrating countless sophisticated technologies, thereby earning his commendation. Chairman Mi Rue sought confirmation and, upon ensuring everything was in order, conferred with the advisory team. He then turned back to address them. "Based on the materials you submitted, our scientific research team and military advisors have deliberated and unanimously concluded that your equipment poses a significant threat to deep divers. Therefore, aside from the eastern sector of the North Pacific, which is under our responsibility, the remaining areas will be managed by you." The leader nodded in agreement, with the representatives of the other 5 permanent members expressing their assent. Subsequently, Chairman Mi Rue addressed the military representative from Britain. "I hope that the British side can provide us with the necessary weaponry support. After all, our weapons lack non-lethal capabilities. And if possible, we would like to utilize your armaments to capture some deep divers alive." The British military was represented by its defense minister, whose delicate hair bore the marks of time, yet he exuded a vigorous presence, his expressions lively and commanding, befitting his role in military leadership. He appeared unfazed by Chairman Mi Rue's request for collaboration, offering a slight smile. "Of course, as you wish." Chairman Mi Rue. Chapter 127. Compromise and Consensus. Chairman Mi Rue engaged in discussions with the British Defense Minister regarding various matters. In the previous discussions, Amiri had initially proposed that the nations of the 5 constant friends manage individual regions. However, upon a thorough examination of Britain's electrical weaponry, it became apparent that modifications could be made based on the actual circumstances. "You mean to say that with merely 2 ships, one can deploy devices capable of inflicting significant damage?" "Indeed, these fleets consist of specialized vessels that do not carry conventional armaments." "Precisely. Thus, it poses no threat." "If that is the case," Chairman Mi Rue gazed solemnly at the screen, "I propose that each of our fleets be supplemented with 2 specialized vessels equipped with electrical weaponry, to capture any potential deep divers we may encounter. Humanity knows too little about the deep divers, and the emergence of electrical weaponry undeniably presents a splendid opportunity." Chen initially concurred with this proposal. However, for reasons unknown, his heartbeat began to quicken, and he inexplicably sensed an aura of danger. Surrounded predominantly by military personnel and researchers, and with several aircraft and artillery positioned outside, this locale could indeed be deemed one of the safest places. The deep divers would have no reason to approach unless they were unafraid of becoming targets. It should not be that the surrounding environment poses a threat. As Chen shifted his thoughts, he quickly realized that the issue lay within Chairman Mi Rue's proposal. The leader was currently engaged in discussions with the advisory team, and their prior plan had been to form an independent fleet for the search rather than a joint fleet. "The prospect of our fleet mingling with 2 foreign warships presents a considerable risk. Not to mention the potential for foreign vessels to be equipped with devices designed to extract sensitive data from our fleet poses a significant threat to our military confidentiality, such as the parameters of our ships. While this matter is serious, it does not pertain to the instincts that usually guide me. My intuition is typically connected only to past experiences, and this situation does not align with that. Thus, it raises the question, could the British fleet be facing other issues?" As the opinions of our leader and the advisory team began to converge, my heart raced, yet my mind was clouded with confusion, unable to discern what problems might be present within the British fleet. However, one truth resonated clearly within me. I must prevent the British vessels from integrating into our fleet. Though the rationale behind this urgency eludes me, I am certain it is the correct course of action. Therefore, we shall prioritize the greater good of humanity. Postponing further discussion on the matter, I propose that the munitions factory implement electrical protection measures on the ultra-deep submersibles, allowing us to accept the British special vessels into our fleet. No, I exclaimed, interrupting the leader as soon as he finished speaking. He furrowed his brow at me, realizing my evident tension as beads of sweat formed on my forehead, indicating the immense pressure I was under. What is wrong, Chen? Is something amiss? Unclear. Chief, we cannot accept the special vessels from Britain. Why? The British ships pose a problem. The chief exchanged puzzled glances with the advisory council, struggling to comprehend Chen's intentions. Soon, the chief pressed on with his inquiries. Chen nodded, yet both the chief and the council remained somewhat perplexed. Chen, your argument lacks merit. The crisis facing human civilization is imminent, and all nations are suffering its repercussions. What rationale could they possibly have for such actions? If Britain were to engage in subterfuge even in the confrontation against the deep divers, would they not fear the repercussions from the other permanent members of the Security Council? A member of the Advisory Council inquired. This is precisely where my confusion lies. Chen was confronted with a troubling dilemma. Gazing at the chief as if awaiting clarification, we value your opinion greatly. However, the proposal from America is exceedingly sincere. Even the British are cooperating ardently, asserting that they would never equip their vessels with weapons or other apparatus, merely dispatching conventional utility ships. And they are even willing to allow our soldiers on board for inspections. Furthermore, the commander of the Southern District instinctively glanced at the screen. Though the discussions and visuals within this gathering would not be projected onto the screen, to put it bluntly, while Europe boasts 2 permanent members, collectively they are insufficient to withstand our might, let alone the other permanent members. Simply put, in light of our potential retaliation, they could not bear the consequences. They possess neither the justification nor the capability to pose any threat to us. Although I am reluctant to speak, I must convey to you that relying solely on intuition makes it exceedingly difficult for us to adjust our military deployments. You need to provide evidence. Chen suddenly awakened. There is no evidence. He possesses no proof. He gazed at the advisory team, who looked back at him, hoping he would offer further statements or present counter-evidence. They are not obstinate individuals, but rather open to persuasion and differing opinions. Yet, within Chen's heart, there was only a chilling sensation. For he could rely solely on his own instincts. He found himself incapable of convincing them. These individuals recognized Chen's extraordinary abilities, yet their understanding remained superficial. Chen realized that despite his high-ranking position, this matter was far greater than himself. He could not make unilateral decisions. Such military deployments, even for a leader, necessitate discussions with the advisory team. One cannot make hasty determinations. His intuition was merely an intuition. Military arrangements could not be altered based on his subjective feelings alone. They were more inclined towards analyses grounded in facts. Chen continuously pondered solutions, beads of sweat threatening to trickle down his forehead. Soon, on the vast screen, the Russian Federation's Gerasimov concluded his discussions with his team and began to speak. I have concluded my communications with our military team. We agree that the British West's unarmed vessels shall not join our fleet, even amidst our differences and despite the transient nature of our alliance. The Russian Federation remains willing to ally with you for the sake of humanity. The decision made by the Russian Federation was indeed a formidable challenge, as during the Cold War, Europe represented the closest alliance of Western powers to Russia, with Britain serving as the vanguard of imperialist ambitions. The overt and covert conflicts with the Soviet Union fostered considerable animosity between the two. The prospect of setting aside these historical grievances to engage in a military alliance is truly a rare chapter in history. Chen, our time is limited. We have solutions for the concerns you harbor. We shall dispatch several vessels to closely monitor Britain's specialized ships, maintaining constant surveillance. Should any of their vessels display unusual activity, we can promptly issue commands to sink them, proposed the leader. Chen fixed his gaze on the leader for a minute before suddenly speaking. Leader, do I possess actual command authority over Fleet 002 as a colonel? The leader was taken aback by this inquiry. Of course. However, you must understand that the authority of the General Military Staff and the Naval Command Center takes precedence. You cannot interfere with military deployments that have already been decided, unless you can persuade other commanders within the Military Staff and Decision-Making Center. That is sufficient, Chen replied softly. What? The leader did not catch Chen's words due to his lowered voice. Nothing. I agree to the inclusion of Britain's vessels in our fleet, Chen asserted firmly, although he appeared less composed than he outwardly projected. Chapter 128. Specialized vessels following the Wuchang Military Conference, the various ships of Fleet 002. along with other specialized vessels and submarines, will receive supplies from the coast and subsequently await the positioning of foreign vessels before embarking on a grand joint search. According to the delineated positions, aside from the mindless encirclement and centripetal net search, the previously calculated map indicating the most probable locations of the deep divers' lairs, devised by Chen in collaboration with oceanographers and mathematicians, will also be utilized in this joint operation. Originally, Chen intended to locate the deep divers himself and offer them small gifts. However, he did not anticipate that the Americans would act first, thus thwarting his plans. Nevertheless, it matters not who strikes first. The Americans' approach has been quite aggressive. Chen is somewhat relieved that he did not discover the location of the deep divers first, as that would have cost him his own personnel. While the notion of severing one's own arm may be heroic, it would be foolish to sacrifice oneself to avoid losses while unwittingly delivering others to danger. Currently, all participating warships in this operation are coated with a specialized toxic paint and layer. This toxic coating not only hinders barnacles from adhering, but also allows nearby barnacles to absorb the toxins, thereby achieving the goal of barnacle eradication. This novel toxic coating is not enduring. It lasts only a few months and is quite costly, yet it is sufficient for the demands of this operation. According to the discussion, the leader has determined that Fleet 002 will be responsible for the area through which the nuclear wastewater from the small sun flows along the ocean currents. This location, aside from the American nuclear explosion site, is deemed the most likely habitat for the deep divers. This conclusion was reached through the collaborative efforts of academician Chen and marine biologists, alongside a multitude of experts including sociologists, anthropologists, and biologists, who have engaged in thorough discussions yielding detailed results. They posited that understanding the deep divers does not necessarily require direct examination of the species itself. Rather, their traces of existence can equally unveil valuable information about them. Firstly, it has been ascertained that the deep divers are carbon-based life forms, a conclusion drawn from the remnants recovered from their remains. Being biological entities, they are inescapably bound to the fundamental necessities of existence, survival, and reproduction. For carbon-based organisms to thrive, they must acquire energy, for life sustains itself on negative entropy. Consequently, their predatory activities will inevitably leave behind traces of their existence. Secondly, it is established that the deep divers are intelligent beings, a conclusion supported by encounters reported from America and around the globe. It is essential to reaffirm a fundamental fact: living beings have, and only have, two basic needs: survival and reproduction. Intelligence is never a prerequisite for life. On the contrary, it may hinder an organism's survival and reproduction, as the process of thought consumes energy. Among the myriad of species, it is only humanity that has birthed intelligence. Even so, scientists contend that the emergence of human intelligence is merely a fortuitous occurrence, rather than asserting that the emergence of intelligence is a mere figment of chance. It is more accurate to contend that life, in essence, ought not to engender intelligence at all. The evolutionary cost of such intelligence is exceedingly high. For instance, the human brain constitutes only 2 to 3 of total body mass, yet consumes a staggering 20 to 25 of energy. It resembles the allocation of skill points, where excessive investment in advanced abilities renders it exceedingly difficult to cultivate foundational skills essential for individual survival, a strategic misstep in the tapestry of biological evolution. This is precisely why humanity places immense value on deep-sea dwellers. Should we unravel even a fraction of the mysteries surrounding these enigmatic beings, the entirety of human science, particularly biological research, would experience a monumental leap forward. It is through the lens of intelligence that scientists hypothesize about the shared characteristics of certain intelligent organisms among deep-sea inhabitants, such as social structures, communal living, and the capacity to utilize tools and manipulate the environment. These traits should undoubtedly leave discernible traces of intelligent life in the abyssal depths. The precision of advanced radar detection has been exquisitely refined, equipped with the latest sonar algorithms developed by the Academy of Sciences, capable of compensating for factors like underwater reverberation, sedimentary layer effects, sound propagation losses, and noise interference. Furthermore, with an array of high-precision detection instruments at our disposal, any remnants of deep-sea life would be exceedingly difficult to overlook. This sonar technology has been meticulously crafted by a multitude of oceanographers, with specifications that closely align with scientific research apparatus, emphasizing accuracy above all. It is said that America has already initiated a vast network of interception, indiscriminately deploying sonar buoys into the ocean. 2 specialized vessels from Britain have arrived in the South China Sea, inquiring where they may dock for inspection. Within the operations command room, the staff deliberated for a moment, after which a senior officer turned to Chen. I suggest we allow them to dock at Reef North Bay, as it is the nearest location to them, devoid of advanced vessels, and has a naval presence. No. Chen interjected, raising his hand to signal a veto. Following the previous General Staff meeting, Chen had asserted his command over the fleet, decreeing that all naval orders must pass through him for execution. However, the military operates under strict protocols. Commands are typically documented, with post-conflict reviews and internal investigations conducted. Should any commander issue grievous orders, the consequences could range from dismissal to a court-martial. Chen had been apprised of this when he assumed command. Yet it was evident he had not given it due consideration. Divert their course. We must place our trust in our British allies, he commanded. Assign 2 vessels to each of their specialized ships for close observation. Should they attempt to approach our warships, there will be no warning, engage, and sink them immediately. The members of the staff were left with no recourse. Among them was Admiral Dong Hai, the former commander of the fleet and the current chief of naval operations, holding a rank superior to Chen's. Yet, the command of this fleet had already been entrusted to Chen, rendering Dong powerless to intervene. He hesitated, torn between his duty and his thoughts, the foremost being that if trust was placed in them, why then assign vessels to monitor them? A single ship lacking conventional strength would be sunk at the slightest provocation. Ultimately, he inquired, might this approach be too extreme? Chen furrowed his brow. Is it too radical? The other members of the advisory group nodded in agreement. Very well, let us issue a warning and then proceed to sink them. Is this a matter of issuing a warning? They are not equipped with conventional weapons, and firing upon a vessel incapable of resistance seems rather. Who said that? Chen countered. What if they attempt to ram us with their ship? The commander of the Navy, Dong Hai, currently the head of the military advisory group, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed Chen's evident disdain for the 2 special vessels dispatched by the British. As if there was some underlying bias. After discussing among the advisory group and assessing the risks, he relayed the command. After all, Chen was now the overall commander. By the way, how do you plan to handle those 2 British special vessels? Chen suddenly inquired. Since we have not conducted a search, it is difficult to ascertain whether they are equipped with any detection instruments. Consequently, the accompanying Western warship is relatively outdated. It will encircle the 2 British special vessels, trailing behind our fleet. Chen nodded, not inquiring further about which Western warship it was, as he was not well versed in such matters. However, curiosity soon got the better of him as he asked, what is the distance between our ships and their special vessels? It depends on navigational conditions, approximately 100 meters. And when traveling at high speeds, it could be a kilometer apart. If their special vessels make any sudden moves, what weapons do we possess to neutralize them? Dong Hai glanced at the information sent from the British side, noting that their special vessels were predominantly flat-bottomed ships. He felt that utilizing naval artillery would be a waste. At most, it would suffice to employ the 1130 close-in weapon system for merely a minute of fire. The accompanying vessels were already equipped with such close-in weaponry. The specifications of the 1130 are encapsulated in its name: 11 barrels, a 30mm caliber, and an astounding rate of fire at 11,000 rounds per minute, with the muzzle resembling a continuous flame-throwing device when in action. Engaging a vessel within range that possesses no armament would be effortlessly accomplished. Chen, perhaps aware of the formidable reputation of close-in weapon systems, clearly exhibited a sense of relief. Chapter 129. Approaching the military exercise had now progressed to its 6th day. Admiral Dong Hai scrutinized the electronic nautical chart for a while, rubbing his temples in exasperation and fatigue. The entire North Pacific on the chart was encircled in a peculiar hue, with numerous red and green dots arranged in a discernible pattern, where red dots constituted 60% of the total. A comparison with the map revealed that these colorful dots were predominantly located along certain ocean currents and within complex underwater trenches. These locations were predicted by experts to be potential hiding spots. However, after extensive searching, little to no results had been yielded. This military exercise differs significantly from its predecessors, as its objective is to scour the entirety of the North Pacific region. Despite the deployment of the majority of naval forces from 5 nations, tirelessly conducting searches day and night, the vastness of the North Pacific proves daunting. The search area exceeds twice the size of the homeland. And even with designated zones of focus established by experts, many targets have been eliminated, yet a considerable number remain. The disheartening reality is that the fleet continues to yield no results. Have the experts found any news? Dong Hai inquired with resignation, although he already anticipated the answer. Report: no new information. The specialists and professors from the Oceanic Institute have labored almost ceaselessly for several days and nights. However, after some persuasion, they instituted a regular rotation and schedule to ensure that their high-intensity work does not compromise their health. This is understandable as to date. These marine scientists have uncovered previously unseen species of marine life through various data and have explored the seabed topography utilizing advanced radar detection equipment. They have even attempted to hypothesize the locations of several underwater mineral deposits. These are remarkable scientific achievements rarely witnessed in recent years. This endeavor is no longer a mere gamble reliant on luck, but rather a pursuit that promises new discoveries through diligent effort. Although at present, marine biology holds little significance and the extraction of seabed resources poses considerable challenges, the information gathered could position the nation several tiers ahead of the world in future maritime endeavors. At present, the most pressing matter is the news concerning the deep divers. How long have they been working? Report: 8 uninterrupted hours. Indeed. Have any fleets from other nations reported anything? Report: none. Dong Hai glanced at the electronic maritime chart. One advantage of military exercises is the sharing of information. The vessels from other nations are displayed on the chart, effectively preventing collisions in navigation and disrupting the deployments of foreign ships. However, he soon found himself taken aback as the information regarding 2 European fleets vanished from the electronic chart. Suddenly, a messenger received a communication via satellite phone. After listening for a moment, he turned to Chief of Staff Dong Hai. We have received news from Britain. They claim their communication system has collapsed due to years of neglect and lack of maintenance, and they fear they will be unable to share information with us. Dong Hai's expression twitched in disbelief. Is their communication system truly so unreliable? That cannot be. Do they not have a backup system? Report: all systems have failed. Dong Hai fell into silence, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. Soon, he furrowed his brow and looked towards the corner where Chen sat before a computer, resting his chin on his hand as he stared at the monitor displaying images of 2 special vessels from Britain accompanied by support ships. Chen was increasingly uneasy about these 2 vessels. Sensing a possible conspiracy, he had been monitoring them for several days, even insisting that others take turns watching during breaks and contemplating sharing meals while glued to the screen. However, in recent days, Dong Hai has been meticulously observing 2 special vessels from Britain. These ships have conducted themselves with utmost propriety, adhering strictly to their predetermined routes without any deviation. There is nothing amiss in their behavior. Previously, Chen had expressed concerns regarding the possibility of Britain engaging in covert maneuvers aboard their vessels. Coupled with the recent incidents of European ships losing signal and their communication systems failing, Dong Hai found it rather coincidental. The likelihood of even the backup communication systems malfunctioning is, quite frankly, alarming. Commander Su, he proposed, given that the signal loss of both the British and French fleets may hinder the coordination of our military operations, I recommend issuing directives for Fleet 002 and Coastal Defense Forces to activate their radar systems to locate the British and French fleets as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing Dong Hai's words, Chen turned to him and, with a stoic expression, commanded, order Fleet 002 and the Coastal Defense units to activate their radar and locate the British and French fleets. Ensure that Fleet 002 keeps the 2 British special vessels at bay. They must not approach too closely. Perhaps overwhelmed by the incessant monitoring of the past few days, Chen displayed an unmistakable disdain for the 2 British vessels. Dong Hai was momentarily taken aback. While he harbored suspicions about Britain's intentions, it was evident that these 2 vessels posed no significant threat. Lock our fire control radar onto them. Should they refuse to comply, it would be interpreted as a hostile act, warranting their immediate destruction. A warning first, then we strike. You are rather considerate, he mused. At least you are mindful of issuing a warning beforehand. However, could this approach be considered excessive? Yet, Chen is currently the de facto commander. After some contemplation, Dong Hai chose not to intervene, for it indeed had not engendered any tangible consequences. The response time of the 002 fleet was remarkably swift. Moments after the order was issued, they promptly activated the onboard radar, while those who had already activated it increased the radar's output power. Soon enough, Dong Hai was taken aback as he observed the British Royal Fleet advancing towards the 002 fleet on the maritime chart. The fleet's radar detecting them indicated their close proximity. In comparison to the vast expanse of the North Pacific, the report revealed that the British Royal Fleet was a mere 68 nautical miles away, rapidly advancing towards the 002 fleet, exhibiting no signs of conducting a search operation. They were alarmingly close. Establish communication with their fleet to inquire about their intentions. The report stated that their communication system was damaged, and any calls may go unanswered. Damn, I had forgotten about that. Dong Hai gazed intently at the electronic sea chart, where the British Royal Fleet continued to close in on the 002 fleet, feeling utterly helpless. Due to the division of responsibilities based on ocean currents, the structure resembled a pizza, and they had already reached the tip of the pizza, while the British Royal Navy, no matter how aggressive, remained within their designated area. Given their current speed, they would soon be in very close proximity to the 002 fleet. We must establish contact with the British Ministry of Defense. We need to ascertain their intentions. Chapter 130, Nuclear Authorization in the Heart of Whitehall, within the Ministry of Defense. The Prime Minister and the Defense Secretary sat opposite each other at the grand oval table. The Defense Secretary languidly reclined in a robust Georgian-style armchair. A testament to a century of British history, exuded an air of palpable restlessness. His seemingly inexhaustible energy was evidenced by his incessant leg shaking and impatient glances around the room, frequently darting his gaze towards the vintage rotary phone resting on the table. This exquisite piece, crafted from the finest materials, harmoniously complemented the classical decor of the office. However, it served a purpose beyond mere aesthetics, as the Prime Minister relied on it to communicate vital national affairs and decrees. Yet, in this moment of power transition, the ornate instrument was no longer exclusively the Prime Minister's. Unfazed by the change, he cradled his daughter in his arms, burying his face in her flowing hair, inhaling silently as if to capture her essence and etch her memory eternally in his heart. Suddenly, the vintage telephone emitted a melodious ring. The Defense Secretary sprang to his feet, his surprise evident as he seized the receiver and pressed it to his ear. However, upon discerning the conversation, his brow furrowed. "My friend, accidents aboard ships are unavoidable, and we have lost contact with our fleet. Do not fret. Have we not formed a military alliance? Indeed. All is for humanity. Navigational issues? Perhaps the navigation system has also faltered. Thus it stands." The Minister of Defense, with an odd expression, ended the call and turned to the Prime Minister. "Why has our fleet been discovered so swiftly?" Yet his daughter interjected, "Father, please cooperate with us, or I shall no longer play the role of your daughter." The Prime Minister regarded his daughter momentarily, conceding defeat, and after a brief silence, he addressed the Minister of Defense. "You ought to be aware of this matter, Minister. Since the economic situation has shifted, our investments in the naval fleet have dwindled year by year. There is little left to enhance the fleet's defensive and anti-radar systems. Previously, you penned a document asserting that our fleet's camouflage technology and radar capabilities lag behind the world's cutting-edge technology by at least a generation, possibly 2 or even 3. At that time, you ardently advocated for increased naval funding from Parliament, yet it ultimately came to naught. Surely, you have not forgotten?" The Prime Minister offered a slight smile and ceased speaking. The Minister of Defense, casting a dubious glance at the Prime Minister, then shrugged indifferently, "It matters not. The fleet has merely been discovered earlier than anticipated. Our plans can still proceed steadily. When we can severely damage or even control their fleet, we shall have accomplished our objectives." At that moment, the Minister of Defense gazed at the Prime Minister, his voice hoarse. "My sovereign shall rise again, and you shall be the architect of my sovereign's dominion over the world. I shall introduce you to my elder brother, and together we shall ascend to that noble lineage, allowing you to live eternally with your daughter." The Prime Minister said little, merely tightening his embrace around Annie, who squirmed restlessly in his arms. He gently admonished her. "Stay still. You agreed that even if you were to pretend to be my daughter, as long as the pretense was executed flawlessly, I would cooperate with your plans. Are you so eager to breach the agreement before your scheme is complete?" At this, Annie ceased her movements, her face betraying a flicker of dissatisfaction. Yet she soon regained her composure. For the sake of his resurrection, what was it to feign the demeanor of a little girl? The humiliation and cost borne by humanity were truly trivial in comparison. Before long, the telephone on the table rang again, and the defense minister hurriedly answered it. This time, it seemed he had received good news, as an unmistakable smile spread across his face. After concluding the call, he turned to the Prime Minister. "My Prime Minister, the moment for your emergence has arrived." Understanding the implication, the Prime Minister nodded in agreement. The defense minister then lowered his gaze to dial another number, connecting to other officials within the Ministry of Defense, all awaiting the Prime Minister's authorization. The receiver was handed to the Prime Minister. He sighed deeply and placed Annie on the adjacent chair, where she sat obediently, refraining from interrupting any of his actions. He was on the verge of undertaking what no leader in human history had ever dared to do, an act that would alter the global landscape. The Prime Minister retrieved a notebook from his pocket. Upon opening it, one could see a series of handwritten numbers and letters sprawling across the pages. "I am the Prime Minister, and I bestow upon you the authority to launch nuclear missiles," with the coordinates. The coordinates reported are predominantly situated within the territories of the other 3 permanent members of the Security Council. Next, here is the authorization code for the submarine-launched ballistic missiles: 106651, 5074-0, 1278 Z6G1291 RMI3A40NC, 1297-51, 5064-0, 0739 Z6 MTL8 GHM SysMW, 1588-53, 1781-52. The Minister of Defense observed the Prime Minister reciting the authorization codes with growing delight. He was not surprised by the plethora of numerical combinations, for humanity has never before encountered a need to launch such a multitude of nuclear warheads. The Prime Minister, parched from his recitation, took up his glass and drank deeply. The Minister of Defense promptly seized the glass and refilled it personally. Turning the page of his notebook, he continued, "Next, we have the authorization codes for land-based missile silos and aerial bombers. MJM-7W1 MVSSC. A0 GVR back Strza 3. The Minister of Defense noted a variation in the codes compared to previous ones. However, he dismissed it, as he had once attempted to bypass the Prime Minister's authorization to trigger a nuclear launch. He understood that the types of nuclear weapons were not as uniform as one might imagine. Each was distinct, with some utilizing antiquated systems, thus rendering variations in codes entirely normal. He then handed the microphone to the Minister of Defense, stating, "I have already provided the authorization codes to the Ministry of Defense. They should have relayed these codes to the various launch units. Now, you may issue the command to launch the nuclear missiles." The Minister of Defense gazed intently at the Prime Minister's microphone, momentarily stirred, yet after a brief contemplation, he suddenly burst into laughter. No, my dear Prime Minister. The authority to launch lies with you, and thus it is your duty to give the command. What? Have you not longed for this moment?" The Prime Minister's gaze sharpened, marking the first instance in days where he asserted a firm stance towards his subordinate. As for who launches the nuclear missile, once it is executed, who would truly care? It is the entire world that will tremble. "Are you hesitating to issue the launch command?" the minister inquired. "Prime Minister, I have assured you that you would transcend your current existence and join us in a new world." The minister's words carried profound implications. Why concern yourself with your kind and resist the launching of the nuclear missiles? The Prime Minister chuckled softly, his laughter imbued with a sense of relief. "So this is how you perceive me. You are indeed correct. I need not concern myself with the lives of the insignificant." He brought the phone to his ear and softly issued the command. "Authorize the launch." Chapter 131. England awaits everyone to fulfill their duties. He awaited news from the Ministry of Defense regarding the nuclear missile launch and subsequent damage assessments. Only after the missile was launched could his other plan commence. "I am sorry." He leaned in to whisper gently into his daughter's ear. Annie seemed to perceive a sound, yet she could not comprehend its meaning, merely turning her head in confusion to gaze at the Prime Minister. Soon enough, the telephone in the Prime Minister's office rang, as expected. The Secretary of Defense eagerly lifted the receiver to his ear, yearning for the information he so desperately sought. However, upon receiving the news through the receiver, his expression first froze into a smile, only to be replaced by astonishment, followed by anger and bewilderment. He set down the receiver, glaring furiously at the Prime Minister. The message from the Ministry of Defense revealed that all nuclear warheads, save for the nuclear submarines, were offline. "What have you done?" he demanded, for I had authorized the destruction of the nuclear warheads. The Prime Minister smirked. "The directive for the destruction of nuclear warheads is distinct from the authorization of their use. These destruction orders are far simpler. They are placeholder codes and can be reused, capable of being embedded within any sequence of numbers to take effect. Moreover, for the sake of nuclear safety, destruction codes may be activated at any stage prior to a nuclear explosion, including when the warheads have not yet been launched. Did you truly believe I could remember all those nuclear authorization codes? The Secretary of Defense's face flushed crimson with rage, his nostrils streaming with a greenish liquid, as if he wished to shatter the man before him into fragments. Yet, he refrained from such an act, merely striking his hand against the solid wooden table, which resounded with a thunderous noise. His voice, strained with fury, rasped, "Do you understand the consequences of your actions? The coming of my master will surely be influenced by your deeds." A mocking expression danced across the Prime Minister's face, as if to convey, "What does it matter to me? I demand you to reactivate those nuclear warheads. You might as well command me to manufacture another nuclear weapon, Minister." The Prime Minister interrupted the Defense Minister's unrealistic fantasies. Although the nuclear warheads were physically intact and the nuclear fuel was without issue, their detonation systems had all been destroyed. Unless they were disassembled and re-equipped with new detonation systems, these nuclear weapons were nothing more than useless metal lumps. Subsequently, he seemed to convince himself, or perhaps persuade the Prime Minister, and then looked at him. If those nuclear weapons could be launched above their heads, they could still instigate global turmoil, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, after all, everything is for humanity, the Prime Minister jested. Upon hearing this, the Defense Minister was initially bewildered, but soon he grasped the implication and his expression darkened. "Have you tampered with the launch authorization codes for the nuclear submarines as well?" He refrained from inquiring about the potential targets of the nuclear weapons, as that was already a matter laid bare. The Defense Minister dialed again. "Give it up, Minister of Defense. Do not rely on our interception systems. And it is already too late to deploy the interceptors now," the Prime Minister cautioned. "The nuclear submarines have launched all their warheads. They employed a saturation nuclear strike. And our maritime interceptors could not possibly counter all the missiles. More crucially, some submarines are too close to us. Even if we could intercept the warheads, we would have no time to react. Proximity equates to speed. The reason American nuclear strikes can last for several minutes is that they launch missiles from their homeland to detonate in the central region of the North Pacific. The Mediterranean lies adjacent to Europe, where intercontinental missiles launched from nuclear submarines can reach the European mainland in the blink of an eye. Initially, Britain had no defenses against the intercontinental missiles it had fired. On the military radar systems, these intercontinental ballistic missiles were marked as friendly, and they never contemplated intercepting their own missiles. Even now, attempting to intercept the missiles is futile, as the Prime Minister has already delayed long enough for them to be airborne, thwarting the plans. Upon hearing the words of the Defense Secretary, the Prime Minister realized there must be other schemes in play. Nevertheless, he had done all that he could, and he was powerless to influence what was to come. Outside, the streets began to reverberate with the wailing of air raid sirens, a sound starkly different from previous disaster alerts. After the Defense Secretary ended the call, he looked at the Prime Minister, a look of confusion on his face. "I do not comprehend. I allowed you to meet my elder brother, granting you assistance for elevation, bestowing upon you the chance of longevity, the eternal service to my lord. I even consented to return your daughter. Why then do you persist in this course?" Their phones began to vibrate in unison, yet neither chose to glance at them. "England expects that every man will do his duty," declared the Prime Minister. "I shall not betray the expectations of the British people. I vow to fight for Britain until the very last moment. We shall never surrender." The phrase, "we shall never surrender," was a signal issued by Admiral Nelson of the British Navy aboard his flagship, HMS Victory, just prior to the commencement of the Battle of Trafalgar. This pivotal naval engagement during the Napoleonic Wars secured British dominance over the seas, thereby thwarting Napoleon's plans for the invasion and occupation of Britain. The final sentence quoted is drawn from a renowned speech delivered by former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill in 1940 during World War II. At that time, Britain faced a formidable threat from the Axis powers, particularly Nazi Germany, and Churchill's address served to galvanize the nation's spirit, urging the populace to resolutely resist the aggression of the Axis forces. As the office door was rapped upon by the guards outside, a sense of urgency permeated the atmosphere, escalating in intensity with each fleeting moment. The expression on the Defense Minister's face remained one of profound confusion, as if he could not comprehend the Prime Minister's words. In that instant of bewilderment, the sky erupted with a brilliance unmatched by 1,000 suns, an unrestrained cascade of energy emanating from the very core of nuclear power, bestowing upon the world an endless radiance and warmth. This luminescence illuminated the earth with increasing intensity, akin to a colossal searchlight piercing through the window into the room. The temperature soared, and the surrounding windows, chairs, tables, documents, and garments began to emit wisps of smoke. A terrifying shockwave approached. Amidst the rare entities capable of withstanding such brilliance, the defense minister beheld the prime minister, who was tightly embracing his daughter, gripped by an overwhelming fear of losing her. Yet, with his eyes closed, his expression bore an extraordinary tranquility. Their faces gently brushed against each other, as if such a tender contact could bestow a unique solace upon their hearts, allowing them to forget the clamor and turmoil of the outside world. Anne, rigidly controlling her hands, awkwardly embraced the prime minister, her movements slow and gentle, while her eyes, unknown to her, regained their former brilliance. Leaning close to the prime minister's ear, she whispered softly, seemingly uttering just a few simple words. The minister of defense discerned the shape of her lips. She was saying, "It's all right, Dad." In that instant, everything was enveloped in light. Chapter 132. Exchange of pieces in an urgent situation. The listening system detected that submarines in the Mediterranean region of Europe, the Barents Sea, and the Carolina Strait had launched intercontinental ballistic missiles. Their targets were located in Europe, and it constituted a saturated intercontinental ballistic strike, comprising as many as 38 missiles. It remained unclear whether these were conventional missiles, and the possibility of nuclear warheads could not be dismissed. Dong Hai stared blankly at the liaison officer, bewildered. What was the situation now? Was there any significant change in Europe? Surely not. An uncertain staff member replied. As far as I know, while the fungal infection in Europe is quite severe, it has not escalated to the point of full-scale armed conflict. We have received no news regarding troop movements or military confrontations. Who owned the submarine? What type of warhead was launched? And who were the intended targets? We are utterly in the dark. Unless the missiles strike the ground, we have no useful information whatsoever. However, one of the submarines has launched within the Mediterranean, and given that its target is Europe, we shall soon ascertain the outcome. Should it be equipped with unconventional warheads? Chief of Staff Dong. Dong Hai cast a glance at the inquisitive Chen. What is the status of the British fleet? They have now halted at the periphery of their designated area. Our radar has already locked onto them. The 550 vertical launch missile silos are primed and ready. Should their fleet exhibit any movement, we can deploy missiles to ensure that each of their vessels receives a few of our YJ missiles. Chen nodded, slowly approaching Dong Hai's side, and lowered his gaze towards the maritime chart. This electronic chart not only displays the positions of the vessels, their course, and the distance to the target, but by clicking on the ships, it reveals various parameters, making it exceedingly convenient. Is this our fleet? Indeed, it appears rather diminutive. Dong Hai shot a sidelong glance at Chen. Do you wish to reflect on the words you just uttered? This scale, this number, is not something that many nations can easily assemble on a global scale. In comparison to the vastness of the ocean, everything seems insignificant, including an American aircraft carrier strike group. Are those two green dots the British special vessels? Yes, per your directive. To preempt any clandestine maneuvers by the British, they have been positioned to the east of the shipping lane, with the western vessel of the 550 flanked between them and the Dongshan ship. Chen remained silent, his focus fixed on the maritime chart, as if measuring something intangible. To ensure greater security against the potential assault of the British fleet, what measures should be taken? Dong Hailuo pondered briefly. He issued a command for the aircraft carrier group of the Dongshan ship to take flight, soaring over the British fleet for reconnaissance, thereby establishing aerial superiority and securing air dominance. However, the British fleet remained inactive. Engaging in such actions would undoubtedly be perceived as provocation. Let them regard it as a provocation, he resolved, commanding the Dongshan ship to direct its carrier aircraft group to ascend and seize control of the skies. Dong Hai hesitated for a moment before speaking. Our mission does not entail engaging in warfare with other nations. The vessels are primarily equipped with deep-sea armed submarines and their related supplies. Consequently, the aerial contingent aboard the Dongshan ship constitutes less than one-third of a standard operational unit. Does this affect our ability to maintain air superiority? Yes, Dong Hai affirmed. The aircraft carrier and its embarked fighter jets possess limited firepower and fuel, should aerial combat ensue. A swift resolution would be imperative. Chen nodded in understanding. I comprehend the situation. Let them proceed with their orders. Dong Hai furrowed his brow, taken aback by Su Chen's decisiveness. In an urgent development, the listening system detected that bomber formations were ascending from the mainland French airport at Cannes, the Edson military base, and other significant airports. Additionally, intercontinental ballistic missiles had been launched from their territory, saturating the target area with a total of 115 missiles, of which 32 were aimed at us, while the remainder targeted the Americans and the Russian Federation. The expressions of the chiefs of staff changed dramatically, and even Dong Hai was left speechless. Aside from France, the other 5 permanent members of the Security Council had been subjected to attacks from France's intercontinental ballistic missiles. Had France gone mad? Did they truly wish to oppose the world? However, they quickly regained their composure. What about our missile defense system? News came from the Central Command that they had already activated their emergency protocols. We urgently contacted the Russian Federation and the Americans, apart from Britain, which we had not been able to reach temporarily. The other 5 permanent members declared that if France's missiles were equipped with nuclear warheads, they would not conduct indiscriminate nuclear retaliation against other countries, but would only respond with nuclear counterstrikes against France. This declaration was made in the very instant France launched its missiles, as each national leader instinctively considered the implications. Indeed, if someone disregarded nuclear deterrence to initiate a nuclear strike, minimizing losses would be the foremost objective of any nation, rather than engaging in indiscriminate attacks. Moreover, as the enemy's assault was evenly distributed, and with such a clear common goal among them, it made little sense to create additional adversaries. Due to the Prime Minister's actions, the loss of Britain's missiles transformed the world into a one-man show for France. Su Chen suddenly thought of something, his expression shifting. Messenger, here, issue a command to Fleet 002. Sink Britain's 2 special vessels. Yes. Wait. Dong Hai swiftly intervened to halt Su Chen's order, his face a mask of distress. What are you doing? Why would you issue such a command? Su Chen gazed at him with a serious demeanor. These 2 specialized vessels. His words faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Moments ago, inspiration had struck him, suggesting that neutralizing these 2 ships was indeed the most prudent course of action. Yet, he could not fathom the rationale behind it. These vessels appeared utterly innocuous. They lacked not only artillery and missile silos, but even close-in weapon systems. Were it not for the electrical weaponry they bore, they would be nothing more than blank ships. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that the British had already explicated the principles of this electrical weaponry, which proved effective only in aquatic environments. There was no reason for these vessels to instill a sense of threat within him. Additionally, those above had been in constant communication with the fleet, demonstrating unwavering cooperation in their efforts against the deep-sea forces. Even he began to doubt whether his premonitions had led him astray. Dong Hai regarded Su Chen with a grave expression and then patted him on the shoulder. Are you aware of the role of the advisory team? Su Chen shook his head in confusion. Their purpose is to assist in military planning, tactical strategy, intelligence analysis, operational planning, and the execution of military actions. In simpler terms, they provide the commanding officer with accurate information to prevent erroneous orders from being issued. The missiles were launched by France, not Britain. Britain has neither declared war on us nor exhibited any hostile intent. Their specialized vessels have no bearing on the situation at hand. We must not initiate hostilities against their ships. Su Chen pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, it's unfeasible. The distance is too minimal. Dong Hai instinctively glanced at the nautical chart, manipulating the display to magnify the formation of their naval fleet. It was a standard arrangement for an aircraft carrier strike group, roughly forming a semicircle with a radius of 50 kilometers, including the fighter jets and reconnaissance aircraft soon to be deployed. The operational group could even extend to a distance of 185 kilometers, with a series of auxiliary vessels and operational ships trailing behind the fleet. After a moment's hesitation, he conveyed to Su Chen, "This is merely a close-up view on the chart. The British special vessels are 8 nautical miles away from the carrier. Moreover, there are nearby escort fleets and the formidable 550 destroyers. Regardless of any offensive maneuvers by the special vessels, they pose no threat to us. They're still too close." Su Chen insisted stubbornly. Dong Hai scrutinized Su Chen for a moment, seemingly assessing the seriousness of his words. After reflecting on the somewhat perplexing situation in Britain, he thought that perhaps a cautious approach would not be amiss. He promptly ordered, "Issue a command to Fleet 002, instructing the British special vessels to increase their distance." at least to maintain a separation of 25 nautical miles from the Dongshan vessel. At that moment, a jubilant cheer erupted from the group of experts, indicating they had arrived at some conclusion. Dong Hai inquired about their findings. An excited researcher exclaimed, "The advanced sonar on Vessel 9 has seemingly detected traces left by the deep diver. We may have located the area where the deep diver once resided." As they spoke, they presented Dong Hai with a 3D composite image scanned by the advanced radar. Perhaps due to the extensive range of the sonar radar, the clarity of the images was not particularly high. Nevertheless, the researchers kindly marked the findings for Dong Hai. In the image, there lay a nearly submerged, angular artifact on the ocean floor's sandy bed, mostly concealed beneath layers of sediment, leaving its true nature a mystery. Dong Hai's expression brightened. Should this indeed be evidence of the deep diver's presence, it would signify the fruits of their labor over the past days, and perhaps even an encounter with the diver. As for Fleet 002? Very well, let us proceed as planned. In the captain's quarters of a British special vessel, the captain meticulously observed the accompanying 450A destroyer through a splendid antique monocular. His scrutiny was thorough. Beside him, a young man perused a paper nautical chart, marking it with a pencil. Next to him lay an already opened yellow briefcase, which contained a handheld remote control the size of a brick, adorned with numerous safety devices and knobs, reminiscent of a detonator for some perilous contraption. At this moment, the top row of lights on the remote had all illuminated green, save for the final red light, which remained unlit. Other crew members busied themselves at their respective stations, fully absorbed in their tasks. A raspy voice echoed within the cabin. They were nearing the location where the elder brother had once resided, and if they continued on this path, they might uncover something significant. However, their fleet appeared excessively vigilant, making it nearly impossible to approach the heart of their formation. At that moment, the intercom of the ship's control console crackled to life, prompting both individuals to glance in its direction. This intercom was connected to the communication frequency of Fleet 002, which relied on it for dialogue with allied vessels. The captain swiftly answered the call, his voice no longer hoarse, but rather deep and seasoned by time. "Hello. This is the Yorkland. I am the captain. Please proceed." Detaching from the fleet's formation, the captain cast a glance at the young man before continuing. "I joined you to combat the deep divers. If we abandon the battle formation, what purpose does our alliance serve? Is there no room for negotiation?" "I understand." The captain ended the call and turned to the young man. "First mate, Fleet 002 wishes for us to disengage from the battle formation, which would inevitably distance us from their aircraft carrier's central area. If we are to execute our plan according to the timeline of the general offensive, it is already too late. We must act immediately." The first mate seemed unsurprised. "I had long suspected they had noticed something. Should we inform the Duanyu? They will naturally comprehend our intentions upon observing our movements. They will follow our lead." The captain took control of the ship's helm and pushed the throttle to its limit. The Yorkland surged forward at full speed, carving an elegant arc upon the sea, like a dagger piercing the very heart of Fleet 002. The walkie-talkie emitted a sound once more. This time, although the captain picked it up, he showed no intention of answering. He merely placed it casually on the console, allowing it to continue its call. He was well aware of what would be said from the other end. Warnings disengage, otherwise the voice from the walkie-talkie echoed faintly. Yet they paid it no mind. The captain continued to observe through his monocular telescope, and they soon drew near to the 450A destroyer, where the close-in weapons system and naval guns became distinctly visible. Of course, even at this proximity, the actual distance remained several hundred meters away. Had the manual detonator's safety been disengaged? Indeed. Suddenly, towering waves erupted beside the vessel, a stark warning shot fired from the 450A's close-in weapon system. A second warning followed expedite, otherwise the captain felt a twinge of regret. They were far too alert, and it seemed this was as far as they could advance. "First officer, hand me the detonator." "Yes." The captain grasped the detonator, weighing it in his hand. He raised the monocular telescope once more, gazing intently at the approaching 450A. Then, with a firm grip, he pressed down, igniting the final red light. The detonator was activated. Chapter 133. The Hot Wind Descends. Su Jun served as the aviation commander aboard the Dongshan, holding the rank of colonel. He was responsible for overseeing all deck operations, aircraft, and the airspace within a 5-kilometer radius surrounding the aircraft carrier. The text discusses a tense military scenario aboard an aircraft carrier, where the commanding officer, Su Jun, receives orders to launch fighter jets and establish air superiority. As he oversees the operation, an unsettling sensation of impending danger washes over him. Upon checking the radar, he notices unusual flickering, indicating possible interference. Suddenly, a blinding light envelopes the bridge, reminiscent of a sun being forcibly thrust into the space. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Soo-jun instinctively shuts his eyes and urgently activates the alarm, broadcasting a warning about a nuclear strike. He instructs the deck crew and all personnel to take cover, emphasizing the need to avoid the blast's epicenter and to protect themselves from the shockwave, radioactive dust, and intense heat. While the trained military personnel promptly comply, Soo-jun remains resolute, gripping the radio, refusing to seek shelter himself. He was deeply concerned about the ground crew on the deck, for they were his soldiers. On the open deck, devoid of any protection, they would be vulnerable to the gravest injuries. When a nuclear bomb detonates, it generates a plasma fireball that is hotter than the sun. Within its radius, everything is instantaneously vaporized. This is an artificial sun, a manifestation of divine power. At the moment of its birth, the fireball emits an intense flash of light. Should anyone gaze upon it, their retinas and optic nerves would be incinerated in an instant. Although this blinding flash lasts only a brief moment, the nuclear explosion continues to emit thermal pulses, accompanied by blinding light. Any organic matter within the lethal range of these thermal pulses would ignite, as if cast into the very depths of hell. Even an aircraft carrier, forged from steel, would swiftly succumb to melting in such proximity. Fortunately, while the carrier was near the nuclear blast, it remained outside the lethal radius of the thermal pulse. Soo-jun shielded his eyes from the distant brilliance emanating from the epicenter, reiterating his orders while observing the deck. As they faced the nuclear strike, he had barely completed half of his command when all communication devices erupted with a piercing shriek, only to fall silent thereafter. The myriad of instruments on the command bridge of the aircraft carrier, after a few seconds of intense brightness, overloaded and extinguished instantaneously. This was the result of the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion, undoubtedly the most powerful electromagnetic pulse that humanity can create. Moreover, the Dongshan vessel was nearly in direct contact with the nuclear blast. Its survival for this long was due to the robust quality of military-grade equipment. All electronic devices were rendered inoperative for a brief period by the electromagnetic pulse unleashed during the nuclear detonation. Fortunately, the ground crew on the deck had already noticed the anomaly. Aside from a few individuals who instinctively glanced towards the bright light, the majority had received orders and swiftly organized to take cover. Soo-jun set aside the walkie-talkie, which had become futile, yet the peril was far from over. His gaze remained fixed on the ground personnel, who were striving to conceal themselves. Some had already gazed upon the blinding brilliance of the nuclear explosion and were rendered momentarily blind. Comrades assisted them in their attempts to find shelter. And although they moved with considerable speed, it was still woefully inadequate. On the surface, he appeared calm, but the clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil as anxiety consumed him. The fleet was soon to confront the shockwave unleashed by the nuclear detonation, a significantly more deadly aspect of the bomb's destructive power. It is crucial to understand that during a nuclear explosion, 50% of the energy is transformed into shockwaves, with approximately 35% of the explosive energy converting into kinetic energy of the shockwave and around 15% into the pressure energy of the shockwave. Flames and radiation created a bubble comprised of superheated and highly compressed air, which would rapidly expand and generate a shockwave infused with scalding winds. On the surface of the sea, the shockwave propelled the water, creating a vast circular ring centered around the epicenter, where the interaction between the ocean water and the shockwave generated a mist over the nearshore waters, expanding at supersonic speeds. Soo-jun, shielding his eyes from the nuclear flash, failed to perceive the unseen specter upon the water's surface, a deathly ripple spreading at supersonic velocity. In the blink of an eye, this lethal ripple collided with the aircraft carrier. In an instant, the glass shattered. Every pane of the aviation command bridge was intricately spiderwebbed, yet this specialized glass did not explode into lethal shards. Soo-jun felt a sudden darkness envelop him as an immense force hurled him against the wall behind, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The aircraft carrier, typically steady, began to sway violently, akin to a sailboat caught in a tempest. The steel structure emitted a grating, disconcerting sound, reverberating as it struggled against an overwhelming force, the shockwave of a nuclear explosion. In addition to the initial impact from the nuclear blast, the ensuing shockwave generated formidable waves. Although these waves, born from the vaporization and shock of the explosion, were relatively weak. Their persistence was their strength, relentlessly striking the carrier's side with the force of the detonation. To make matters worse, the carrier was absorbing this energy with its most vulnerable flank, unreservedly. The distorted sounds of steel continued to echo with the carrier's swaying. Each oscillation was a wave propelled by the nuclear shock, crashing with unparalleled might against the vessel's hull. As Su-jun endured the shockwave, darkness clouded his vision, and when he regained his senses, he realized he was sprawled on the ground, every part of him aching. He could faintly sense that his internal organs might be injured or displaced. This was the dire consequence of failing to evade the shockwave. And he had been within the protective confines of the aviation command bridge. Even so, he suffered such severe injuries. The nuclear strike was executed with alarming haste, devoid of any warning or response. There were no incoming missiles detected by the ship's radar, nor any alerts from the rear. As if the nuclear bomb had materialized from thin air upon the surface of the sea. There was scarcely any time for evacuation. On the defenseless deck, the consequences would have been dire had one failed to take cover in a timely manner. He made several attempts to rise, yet each effort was thwarted. Nevertheless, he resolutely clung to the chair, striving to stand, but soon succumbed to weakness, bodily agony, and the violent swaying of the aircraft carrier, ultimately compelled to cease his endeavors. It was the nearby air traffic controller, who had taken shelter from the shockwave, who noticed Su-jun's struggle and rose to assist him, helping him to stand slowly. Other comrades, regaining their composure, swiftly stood up, seizing items to shatter the shattered glass of the bridge, allowing Su-jun to promptly assess the damage on the deck. As the commander of aviation, it was imperative for him to ascertain the extent of the ship's losses in order to address the ensuing circumstances. However, upon surveying the deck, his heart sank. The deck was nearly stripped bare. A few individuals, unable to take cover due to the blinding flash, could only lie prone to shield themselves from the shockwave. Additionally, some ground crew members, who had remained on deck to assist their comrades, lay unconscious on the ground. Their fates uncertain. The ship's medical personnel had already arrived, engaged in transferring and treating the injured. Furthermore, the aircraft aboard the carrier had sustained significant displacement. Some were positioned incorrectly, facing the shockwave, resulting in damage to their wings. A few appeared intact. Yet the effects of the nuclear blast and electromagnetic pulse rendered their operational status uncertain, leaving their functionality in question. Even if it were to be activated, meticulous repairs would be required. Even after such repairs, takeoff would not be guaranteed. The Dongshan's middeck has been partially lifted by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, exposing the underlying structure. The light-load takeoff runway has been completely severed, while the heavy-load takeoff runway bears a terrifying crack that runs through it. This is the result of the combined effects of the shockwave and the waves. If the nuclear weapon aimed to obliterate the aircraft carrier battle group, it has already achieved its strategic objective by incapacitating the core strength of the fleet, the aircraft carrier itself. The Dongshan is rendered incapable of launching or landing its carrier-based aircraft. Otherwise, a catastrophic fate would ensue. The damage to its deck and hull is beyond the capacity for damage control and requires immediate drydocking for repairs. Soon, Su-jun realized an even graver issue. 2 airborne early warning aircraft and 8 J-15 fighters had already taken off. Their circumstances were far from hopeful, as their destination was precisely the site of the nuclear explosion. At this moment, on Reef Island, in the Operations Command Center, Military Chief of Staff Dong Hai stood with his hands resting on the command table, his face ashen as he gazed at the electronic maritime chart, which was dotted with numerous red circles. Among them, a gourd-shaped red circle encompassed part of the 002 fleet. And the aircraft carrier symbol representing the Dongshan was perilously perched at the edge of this crimson circle. Originally blue to signify friendly forces, it had now been stained red. After studying the chart, he lifted his gaze and scanned the room, looking at the officers of each staff team. Based on the observed data from the nuclear explosion, it is inferred that the British special vessels are equipped with the recently acquired W-98 warheads from America. These warheads possess a significantly larger destructive radius compared to the W-87. The conventional arrangement of aircraft carrier strike groups proves inadequate in effectively mitigating the extensive coverage of nuclear strikes. The simultaneous detonation of 2 warheads obliterated half of the 002 fleet's warships. Apart from us, the American and Russian fleets were infiltrated by the French and British special forces, who successfully detonated the nuclear device, resulting in near-total annihilation of their fleet. The losses incurred during this operation are entirely due to my command errors and my failure to heed Chen's directives. I shall submit a report to the Central Command and withdraw from future decision-making processes. Currently, the distribution of aircraft carrier strike groups typically spans several nautical miles to tens of nautical miles apart. A strategic choice aimed at evading potential nuclear strikes and preventing total devastation. However, as the yield of nuclear weapons increases and various anti-ship technologies and shipborne missile systems advance, the significance of employing nuclear arms against aircraft carrier groups has diminished considerably, leading to a more fixed formation of fleets. No one anticipated that this nuclear strike would not originate from the skies, rendering airborne early warning radars and missile defense systems utterly ineffective. One member of the staff team remarked, "This is not your fault. The enemy was too cunning. We never imagined they would resort to a suicide attack. Moreover, due to your orders, our losses are far less than those of the Americans." Enough. Dong Hai's expression darkened further. Chen had already issued a warning earlier. Had I heeded his counsel and followed his commands, perhaps these losses could have been entirely averted. Regardless, this is a consequence of my erroneous decision. I shall no longer partake in the forthcoming decisions. From now on, you are all to obey Chen's commands to prevent a recurrence of my mistakes. Chen had refrained from participating in the discussion, instead gazing at the vast expanse of red markers on the electronic sea chart. The crimson indicators represented vessels that had gone missing. Initially, when the markers for the 002 fleet turned predominantly red, the others presumed it to be a malfunction. It was only when the flagship of the 002 fleet sent word of a nuclear strike that they grasped the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, the fleets of American and the Russian Federation also transitioned to red. Only the fleets of Britannia and France remained unscathed on the chart. In that moment, they comprehended the intentions of Britannia and France to deploy disguised special vessels to infiltrate the fleet, followed by a suicidal attack to detonate nuclear devices, thereby rallying the fleet to harvest the remnants of their own. Britannia and France had betrayed the human alliance. They were obstructing humanity's efforts to trace the whereabouts of the deep divers. Chief of Staff Dong, Chen's voice broke through. Dong Hai turned to Chen, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with self-reproach and loathing. "You cannot resign just yet." Chen pointed at the chart, indicating the fleet of Britannia near the 002 fleet. He possessed a keen self-awareness, fully cognizant of his inability to command the fleet. "The battle is not yet over. I require your leadership to continue directing the fleet." Chapter 134. Survival or not. The commander quietly gazed at the dark sky, immobile, as if transformed into a statue. His countenance appeared remarkably serene, devoid of any expression. Yet a close inspection of his eyes revealed a tranquil depth akin to a placid lake. The clouds drifted slowly across the impending night, with only a faint glimmer illuminating the earth between them. This moment signified the imminent arrival of dawn. Recently, the commander received alarming news. Both Britain and Fleet 002 had simultaneously endured nuclear strikes, followed closely by similar assaults on the fleets of the Russian Federation and America. Under the vigilant watch of radar scans and satellite surveillance, only the fleets of Britain and France remained unscathed. While the origin of the nuclear attack on British soil remained uncertain, the source of the strikes on the joint fleet was unequivocally identified. They undoubtedly stemmed from Britain and France. It was now evident that Britain and France had long conspired together, betraying the human faction. Their motive for detonating nuclear devices at this juncture was to thwart humanity's united search for the deep divers. Their objectives had been met. Apart from the remnants of Fleet 002, the Russian and American fleets had suffered near total annihilation. Thus, according to the estimates of the staff, it was highly probable that the warheads from France were also nuclear in nature, intended to strike at the nation's vital forces and industrial framework, or merely to incite chaos. Even if these warheads are not nuclear, their descent upon any city within the territory would result in tens of thousands of casualties. Fortunately, the interception system was activated at the moment of the ballistic missile launch, successfully neutralizing the majority of the missiles, leaving only a scant few still airborne. The commander then exited the conference room and gazed upwards at the heavens. Soon, a conspicuous bright spot emerged in the dim sky, after emitting a faint glimmer. Its trajectory began to sway dramatically, twisting into a helix akin to a corkscrew. Subsequently, the bright spot shimmered with a tremor, releasing clouds that spiraled outward, forming a mesmerizing, incense-like spiral reminiscent of a Van Gogh painting. This singular bright spot was not alone. Shortly thereafter, other luminous points gradually appeared, coalescing in the sky to create a dazzling display of fantastical rocket clouds. This was the spectacle of anti-ballistic missile launches, capable even of downing satellites. Such intercepting missiles are deployed at military bases across the nation, ensuring a 100 interception probability. This time, multiple warheads converge to intercept a single missile. The adjacent advisory team, equipped with communication terminals, was diligently receiving real-time information from the National Ballistic Interception Command to ensure that the latest updates could be promptly relayed to the commander. The commander visibly relaxed. Were it not for the significant advancements in anti-ballistic missile systems in recent years, this nuclear strike crisis would not have been navigated so effortlessly. Moreover, the domestic anti-missile system is now perilously close to its maximum interception capacity. No one anticipated that France would dare to launch such a multitude of missiles in one go, resulting in the final batch of unimpeded missiles approaching the border, nearly breaching national territory. Should France launch a few more missiles, the probability of interception would plummet, and the nation could very well suffer a nuclear strike. Our nuclear retaliation is primed. Shall we proceed with a comprehensive nuclear counterstrike? Inquired the Chief of Staff. The leader's gaze remained profoundly fixed on the sky, evidently contemplating this grave matter. Britain and France have initiated the use of nuclear weapons, granting them the prerogative to choose nuclear retaliation. However, after prolonged reflection, the leader shook his head. No, that is not feasible. The nuclear response should be left to the Russian Federation and the Americans. Our nuclear arsenal serves another purpose. He alluded to the deep divers. The various anomalous activities of Britain and France must be connected to this particular group of deep divers. Otherwise, the timing of their actions would not be so fortuitous. It is particularly curious that during a military coalition, they would indiscriminately launch ballistic missiles to bombard the nations involved. While the circumstances within Britain are unclear, it is perplexing that their nuclear arsenal would strike their own territory. However, judging by the Suicide-class special vessels in their fleet, it is evident they have long been in collusion, perpetually prepared to turn against their own. The nation's nuclear arsenal is limited, and with formidable adversaries looming, it would be unwise to squander it on mere nuclear reprisal. Nonetheless, we shall not refrain from retaliation. Instruct the 2nd Artillery Corps to deploy conventional warheads to dismantle their industrial infrastructure and naval fleet. Thus spoke the leader. The actions of Britain and France have undoubtedly incited the Third World War. However, the leaders do not believe that the scale of this conflict will extend globally. This is not a confrontation of ideologies between the red and blue factions. Britain and France have betrayed humanity, positioning themselves against the world. This is a struggle for human survival. As Su Jun received the physician's bandaging, he listened to the report from his aide. Some instruments had begun to gradually restart. After all, modern military equipment is equipped with defenses against EMP, having incorporated protective measures such as simple overload protection, or utilizing electronic tubes, devices more resilient to electromagnetic pulses, to mitigate potential damage from EMP. Su Jun fell silent for a moment, gazing through the window devoid of glass at the distant, still formidable mushroom cloud. This cloud was primarily composed of water vapor and nuclear fallout, and due to the lack of significant winds over the sea, it would linger for quite some time before dissipating. As the medical personnel continued their work, other logistics and officers brought in gas masks to prevent inhalation of radioactive particles. What is the casualty situation? Su Jun inquired calmly. He nodded slowly, indicating his understanding, with no discernible expression on his face, as if the crash of J717 were merely a trivial matter. Have our radio communications been restored? Our repair teams are working diligently, but they require additional time. Su Jun was far from the calm demeanor he projected. As the aviation commander, he merely forced himself to maintain composure. Succumbing to emotional impulses would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic miscalculations and more severe losses. The loss of radio communication, compounded by the failure of satellite phones, meant that they were cut off not only from the flagship, but also from the entire fleet and the aircraft that had already taken off. The situation aboard the aircraft carrier was precarious. Even with the utmost efforts to effect repairs, the safety of the Dongshan was far from assured, particularly with the impending threat of nuclear fallout and radiation rain. Those engaged in repairs, despite their protective measures, would inevitably be exposed to significant doses of nuclear radiation. The dire circumstances aboard the aircraft carrier were palpable, and the only recourse to mitigate the impending losses was to restore communication as swiftly as possible. He glanced back. Due to the malfunction of electronic devices, his aide could only resort to paper nautical charts and drafting tools to gauge the positions of the airborne aircraft. According to the plan, once airborne, these aircraft were to establish air superiority over the British fleet, with their trajectory leading them directly toward the direction of the nuclear explosion. En route, they would be confronted with the blinding flash of the detonation. Su Jun was acutely aware that even the most minor impairment of vision could dramatically diminish a pilot's chances of survival. They could easily lose the ability to distinguish between the azure sky and the deep sea, potentially veering into the ocean and facing fatal consequences. Such incidents could occur even during routine training sessions, let alone under conditions of impaired vision. Should they indeed be blinded by the nuclear flash, the pilots would lose all sources of aerial information, and their fate would be grim. Even in the absence of blindness, it remains a formidable challenge for their aircraft to withstand the electromagnetic pulse and shockwave generated by a nuclear detonation. Presently, the only hope lies in the aircraft carrier being positioned precisely at the periphery of the nuclear explosion's lethal radius, while the flight formation must take a detour before heading towards the epicenter, delaying their immediate departure to rendezvous with the British fleet. Chapter 135. A hopeless battle report. Radio communications have been restored. We have successfully contacted the formation command. Su Jun, filled with exhilaration, turned to the communicator. Can we establish contact? Hand me the walkie-talkie. His excitement was warranted. For the command center of this carrier battle group was situated on the 550 destroyer at the forefront of the 002 fleet. After all, as the most advanced missile destroyer in the Navy, it boasted the nation's cutting-edge radar and electronic communication warfare equipment, complemented by the most formidable YJ missiles. Not only was its electronic defense and offensive capability at full strength, but it could also serve as the fleet's most powerful firepower. After all, how else could a single vessel pursue the adjacent Eagle Sauce's carrier group? The flagship, positioned further from the epicenter, would undoubtedly sustain some damage from the nuclear explosion. However, the extent of its injuries would certainly be less severe than those suffered by the Dongshan. It would retain a degree of operational and support capacity. Once they could establish contact with the flagship, they would undoubtedly be able to coordinate the support fleet to assist the Dongshan in extricating itself from its current predicament. More importantly, they possessed radar and communication equipment, enabling them to monitor the movements of the already airborne J-15S and reconnaissance helicopters. Su Jun seized the walkie-talkie and, with a pang of pain, brought it to his lips, calling out into the device. A voice, accompanied by a faint crackle, emerged. This is the flagship Hongan. Please speak. Su Jun's mind raced. However, he did not address his foremost concern regarding the flight formation. Instead, he inquired, what is the status of our fleet? There was a moment of silence from the other end, leading Su Jun to believe the walkie-talkie had malfunctioned again. Just as he was about to give it a few taps, a voice returned with grave news. We have received word from the command center. The nuclear explosion originated from British support vessels. Britain and France have betrayed us. In the face of such a surprise nuclear strike, our fleet was entirely unprepared, and our losses are substantial. The two 450-class vessels accompanying us, as well as the Western 550-class ship surrounding the special vessels, have all lost contact following the nuclear strike. Most of the other affected ships have also rapidly lost their capacity to continue combat. Including your forces, we are left with only half of our fleet. And we are in the process of reorganizing our formation. Su Jun's heart sank. He had not anticipated the severity of this nuclear strike. The losses were unprecedented in the history of the Navy since the founding of the nation, following a decision from the Central Command. This act is deemed a blatant act of war against us. We are now in a state of war with Britain and France. Su Jun suddenly felt a sense of unreality wash over him. He had believed humanity would eventually unite to confront the unknown and the beings of the deep sea. But he never imagined that peace would be shattered so swiftly. The British special vessels are armed with the latest American W-98 nuclear warheads. They circumvented the treaty, opting for a manual detonation method, something the Americans had not anticipated. This is a premeditated assault. The losses suffered by the Americans and the Russian Federation's fleet are far graver than ours. They have been utterly annihilated. Su Jun took note of the words spoken across the way. The Americans and the Russian Federation have incurred severe losses. But what of the joint fleet of Britain and France? This is the unsettling news I must share with you. Britain, or rather, the European fleet remains unscathed. According to intelligence from the command center, the European Joint Fleet has been divided into 3 segments, and one of Britain's aircraft carrier strike groups, led by the HMS Queen Elizabeth, is en route to confront us, coming to finish what they started. Su Jun felt a heavy weight in his heart, understanding the implications of this conclusion. Now, with our fleet having suffered a nuclear strike, the British fleet poses a significant threat to ours, potentially even more severe. Are you capable of handling them? No, we too have been affected by the EMP generated by the nuclear detonation, which has compromised our onboard missiles and radar to a certain extent. The accuracy of our missiles will be greatly diminished, possibly rendering us unable to hit the targets of the enemy fleet. We are currently endeavoring to expedite repairs on our missiles and radar. Su Jun felt a chill run through him. However, the command center conveyed that our land-based platforms beyond visual range anti-ship missiles have been successfully deployed, as long as we can perform relay guidance and lock onto the opposing fleet. The nearest land-based anti-ship missile can be launched to strike our intended target within mere 20 minutes. Su Jun was momentarily taken aback, and then inquired with a peculiar tone. Can your radar lock onto the opposing fleet? No, the distance is insufficient, and the radar has also been affected by the EMP. However, the satellites in the sky remain unharmed. Our missiles will update target status data via a space-based bidirectional data link. Indeed, there are unparalleled ultra-high-power radars on land, as these radars do not have to consider power consumption or size. Nevertheless, the effectiveness diminishes with distance, at most. They can detect and lock onto targets over 1,000 kilometers away, primarily serving a warning function. Thus, military satellites or commercial remote sensing satellites can act as the eyes for the missiles. Once the missiles reach the target area, they will switch to more precise warhead guidance to autonomously strike the target. However, before that, we must ascertain the enemy's movements and prevent them from approaching our fleet. Ideally, we should establish a control advantage. Can the carrier-based aircraft take off? Su Jun glanced once more at the busy ground crew on the deck, and at the glaring cracks on the deck itself. Many ground personnel were attempting repairs, but the damage was far too severe. The situation aboard the Red and is dire, as our aircraft carrier has sustained catastrophic damage. The carrier-based aircraft are unable to take off, and only those that had already launched may have a chance of survival. However, we have lost communication due to the damage inflicted on our communication devices. After a brief silence, the flagship promptly responded, "Please hold on. We have urgently activated the radar and detected signals from friendly aircraft. There are 6 targets nearby, and I am attempting to establish contact with them." Before Su Jun could express his surprise, the voice on the other end exclaimed, "This is bad. We have just restored radar scanning, and there is an enemy formation within radar range, approaching our fleet. Your aircraft are heading towards the enemy formation, seemingly preparing for engagement. The British formation is already nearing our airspace." Su Jun was taken aback, astonished at the rapid response of the British. He snatched the naval chart from his aide and, drawing on his experience and calculations regarding time, quickly deduced that they must have launched simultaneously upon receiving our takeoff orders. After the nuclear explosion, they had evaded the initial flash and navigated around the mushroom cloud to head straight for our fleet. The 002 fleet was originally equipped with a formidable three-dimensional air defense network, a zone previously fortified by Western 550 systems, rendering it an impregnable death zone against enemy incursions. The densely packed firepower was capable of intercepting incoming warheads traveling at several Mach. Yet, no one anticipated that this theoretically invulnerable fleet would be breached by a suicidal nuclear strike. The arrival of the British Air Squadron came without any forewarning. Half of the vessels in Fleet 002 were still affected by the EMP wave, resulting in significant damage to numerous electronic devices, leaving them uncertain of their remaining air defense capabilities. The formation had yet to be reorganized, rendering the right flank of the aircraft carrier utterly vulnerable. Compounding their misfortune, the radio system used to communicate with the pilots remained inoperative, hindering any form of contact. The air formations that had already taken off were compelled to gather intelligence and make decisions independently. Su Jun was in a state of acute anxiety. They had only 6 operational aircraft left, and should they be shot down, air superiority would be entirely seized by the British forces. Furthermore, among these 6 aircraft was an early warning platform, and if it were to be destroyed, the response time to enemy low-altitude assault aircraft or anti-ship missiles would be drastically reduced, nullifying the range advantage of the 550 air defense missiles. Even if the 550 fleet managed to repair their missiles, the loss of the early warning aircraft would severely diminish their air defense capability. He glanced at the technicians beside him, fervently engaged in repairs at the command station, connecting wires, replacing parts, and tightening screws with remarkable speed, leaving no moment of respite. They were indeed striving to restore functionality as quickly as possible. Had he possessed the requisite skills, he would have eagerly participated in the repairs himself. How much longer until communication with the pilots could be re-established? Just as he voiced his concerns, the technicians short-circuited the internal wiring, prompting certain instruments on the control panel to reboot and the indicator lights to flicker back to life. Without waiting for the technicians to restore the various exposed instrument panels of the control console, Su-jun swiftly approached, grasped the repaired walkie-talkie, and began adjusting the frequency. After a patient restoration of the signal, a voice crackled through the intercom. 08 calling control tower, J708 calling control tower. The voice was rather dry, echoing for a moment before fading into silence. Control tower received, J708. What is the status of the flight formation? Beside him, the technician was sweating profusely as he worked on repairs. There were numerous issues to address on the aircraft command bridge. He swiftly moved from one task to another, occasionally glancing at the radar, but it remained unresponsive, devoid of any incoming signals. After a brief silence, J708's breathing quickened, indicating his excitement at re-establishing communication with the aircraft carrier. However, he soon relayed the news that Su-jun most yearned to know. Albeit it was far from pleasant, we encountered a nuclear flash. J707, J709, and J712 went down due to the nuclear explosion's brightness. J710 has suffered vision impairment but can barely control his aircraft. The others have all experienced electromagnetic pulse effects, resulting in varying degrees of damage. J711 is the worst off. Unable to communicate and reliant on hand signals, his flight posture appears compromised. Z403 and J712 have also succumbed to the electromagnetic pulse, resulting in a ceasefire in the air. And they have crashed. I am now assuming command of the remaining aircraft formation. We have detected foreign aircraft formations advancing towards our carrier group, aiming to intercept and prevent them from entering our airspace. Su-jun felt a mix of relief and distress. The current situation seemed, in some ways, a shade better than the total annihilation he had envisioned. However, he had no time to ponder further, for he had not forgotten that the enemy's aerial formation was already closing in on the fleet. J708, be advised, Britain and France have launched an assault against us. They have declared war upon us without notice. That formation of aircraft has been released by the Queen Elizabeth from the British fleet, targeting our fleet. Our aircraft carriers are no longer capable of launching or recovering planes. Now, the remaining aerial strength rests solely on you. Please be vigilant. J708 acknowledges, Su-jun responded, preventing the technicians from continuing to tighten screws. He pushed one aside, firmly holding the control panel to ensure the radar display remained stable. As his fighter squadron was on the brink of engagement, he urgently needed to acquire every piece of information available. The technicians were aware of the gravity of the situation and refrained from speaking further, hastening to repair other equipment on the aviation command bridge. Their speed was remarkable, given that only about 15 minutes remained before a nuclear detonation. Under the extensive EMP, restoring even the most basic functionalities in such a brief span was a testament to their extraordinary skills. After all, true repairs were far from simple. It was not merely a matter of striking a hammer a few times. However, when Su-jun finally discerned the images on the radar, he discovered that the enemy formation was positioned to the right of the fleet, and their icons appeared to flicker incessantly, as if subject to interference. J708 calling tower. Z402 has detected the operational signal patterns and characteristics of the enemy unit's radar. They are not concealing their movements. It is an F-35 formation comprising 12 aircraft. Su-jun's heart sank. A squadron of F-35s loomed before him, and he understood the gravity of the situation. The F-35, a fifth-generation aircraft, stood in stark contrast to the J-15, a mere fourth-generation fighter, revealing a significant technological disparity as well as a numerical disadvantage. This was a battle doomed to failure from the outset. Moreover, the F-35's stealth capabilities only exacerbated the threat, had they not seemingly revealed their intentions. The circumstances might have been even more dire. However, failing to intercept this squadron of F-35s would place the fleet in an exceedingly precarious position. Should the missiles carried by the F-35s approach the fleet, the remnants of their air defense, still recovering, would face devastating consequences. It was undoubtedly a swift path to annihilation. Yet, dispatching his 5 operational fighter jets to confront them was akin to a slow suicide. J-708. Delay them. Su Jun gritted his teeth and issued the command. Even a protracted demise was preferable to surrendering without a fight. J-708 acknowledged the order, recognizing the critical importance of intercepting the F-35 squadron. The entire fleet had yet to reorganize into a new formation, devoid of the air defense firepower that would normally be provided. If breached, the aircraft carrier would find itself in a dire predicament. Thus, they had no choice but to face the enemy alone, at least until the 450 fleet, the 650A fleet, or other vessels equipped with air defense firepower could arrive for support. They would remain without assistance. Su Jun then switched the frequency of the intercom to call the flagship. Hongyan, please reorganize the formation promptly. Our aviators require assistance. Hongyan, received. Chapter 136. The struggle in the sky. 5J-15 aircraft maintained a trapezoidal formation, cruising steadily through the skies, while far behind them, an 18Y helicopter provided aerial surveillance and electromagnetic support. J-708 gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the radar panel, which revealed an approaching squadron. After several years of modifications and upgrades, the radar's range had expanded significantly, and its precision had improved, serving as their second pair of eyes in the vast expanse of the sky. However, his attention quickly shifted to the aircraft at his 7 o'clock position, J-711, the last in the formation. This aircraft was closest to the nuclear detonation zone, suffering the most severe damage to its onboard equipment, which had yet to be restored. Fortunately, from the gestures of J-711's pilot, it was evident that critical systems related to power operations remained functional. Only the radar and missile launch systems had failed, leaving the aircraft's offensive capability reliant solely on its onboard cannon. J-711, how is your situation? J-708 inquired through the onboard radio, his concern palpable. J-711 reports that radar and radio communication have not yet been restored. He has instructed us to continue our advance, J-708 relayed, feeling a sense of resignation. He understood J-711's intent. The pilot was unwilling to return, eager to engage in combat. Thus, he called out once more, J-711, please be advised. We are about to engage the enemy. Stay vigilant. Understood, J-708. As J-708 momentarily relaxed, a female voice echoed within the cabin, compelling him to tense his body. Radar acquisition. Radar acquisition. He swiftly cast a glance at the radar, absorbing all the information at once. The enemy flight formation had already taken notice of us. Beyond visual range, air-to-air missiles were in play, prompting evasive maneuvers and dispersal to confront the foe. The opposing flight formation had detected enemy aircraft via radar even before visual contact could be established, launching missiles in a preemptive strike. This was the essence of beyond visual range engagement. J-15 had no necessity to conduct operations over foreign territories. Its activities were confined to the vicinity of its fleet and territorial waters. Lacking stealth capabilities, it was entirely plausible for the F-35 to detect it. Soon, the flight formation dispersed, with J-711 trailing behind. The remaining aircraft paired off into dual-ship formations, with J-708 serving as the lead aircraft in its pair, while J-710 provided cover as the wingman. This beyond visual range missile was merely a probing strike, targeting J-713. J-708 maneuvered his aircraft, tilting slightly to the right, and lifted his gaze just in time to witness J-713 executing a rolling maneuver, narrowly evading the air-to-air missile at a perilously close distance. Upon realizing it had failed to strike its target, the missile traced a wide arc in an attempt to turn back, yet its trajectory was erratic, culminating in a mid-air explosion. This was attributed to the electromagnetic suppression from the 18Y early warning aircraft, as some air-to-air missiles relied on radar guidance. The early warning aircraft could divert the trajectory of certain missiles. Once again, the cabin resonated with the female voice. Radar acquisition, radar acquisition. This time, when he glanced at the radar, his expression shifted dramatically. The opposing F-35 squadron had launched 11 air-to-air missiles, marking the commencement of their initial offensive as they had reached the optimal firing range, averaging 3 missiles per aircraft on our side. It was evident that the adversary was now serious. Although the J-708 was not devoid of air-to-air missiles, the current distance did not favor such weaponry. After all, the farther the range, the more challenging it became to guide the missiles, as they were susceptible to interference or evasion by the enemy. Moreover, the aircraft did not take off fully armed. In reality, it was only the fuel tanks that were filled to capacity, leaving no room to squander munitions like the F-35 could. Only by drawing the F-35 within the optimal firing range could they unleash their limited arsenal. As the 11 air-to-air missiles hurtled towards them, the J-15s spread out like blossoms, climbing and executing evasive maneuvers as they weaved through the clouds. J-708 watched the incoming missiles, and soon the voice of his wingman, J-710, crackled through the radio. "I will engage, you provide cover." Before J-708 could respond, J-710 accelerated further, creating a conical cloud formation that radiated evenly from his aircraft's fuselage, instantly positioning himself ahead of J-708's plane, drawing all 6 missiles towards him. J-708 comprehended J-710's intent. His vision was compromised, making it difficult to contribute effectively in aerial combat. It was wiser for him to perform maneuvers to lure and disrupt the enemy missiles, allowing J-708 to execute countermeasures against them. Thus, J-708 gritted his teeth and refrained from countering. He swiftly activated the onboard jamming system, intently observing J-710 as it executed a series of rapid maneuvers to evade the missiles, each time leaving the projectiles trailing behind. Whenever a missile locked on particularly fiercely, its trajectory would inevitably become unstable, culminating in a detonation. This was once again aided by the electromagnetic support from the early warning aircraft. Only then did the 2 aircraft manage to regain a steady flight path. "Guai Dong, your actions are recklessly perilous. Those are live rounds." "Guidong Ba, I comprehend, but I am far more suited to draw their fire." J-708 fell into a contemplative silence, for J-710's assertion held true. His impaired vision indeed rendered him more apt for the role of bait. Not only could J-708 formulate a more effective response, but even if J-710 were to be unfortunate enough to be shot down, the loss would be minimal in the grand scheme of the flight formation. However, the risks involved in luring the missiles were immense. The physiological and psychological pressures were immense. The missiles loomed ominously behind him, and a momentary lapse in judgment or a perilous maneuver could lead to an unavoidable encounter with the incoming air-to-air missiles, plunging him into the depths of this maritime expanse. He was far from at ease. Evading missiles was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. He cast his gaze into the distance and noted that J-713 and J-714 had also eluded the air-to-air missiles, their wake marked by the smoke of explosions. Just as they were about to catch their breath, an alarm blared within the cockpit. "Radar acquisition, radar acquisition." J-708's expression shifted abruptly as he glanced at the radar. This time, the threat was not from missiles, but from a squadron of F-35s approaching at an alarming speed. Upon discovering the ineffectiveness of their launched air-to-air missiles, they accelerated towards this location. J-708 raised his gaze, observing distant black dots scattering in pairs, subsequently unleashing another volley of air-to-air missiles. This time, the missiles were immune to electromagnetic interference, for they were infrared projectiles. Opposing them were the F-35s, placing us at a disadvantage. Thus, we endeavored to evade tactically, compelling the F-35s to engage us in close combat. J-708 decisively issued commands. The adversaries, laden with missiles, would find themselves in a state of utter frustration if they persisted in launching air-to-air missiles without cessation. Only through engagement in dogfights, utilizing close-range munitions, might we seize an opportunity to bring them down. Almost immediately, the enemy missiles once again targeted the J-15 fighter jets, while the F-35s, leveraging the cover of the J-25s, swiftly maneuvered to secure advantageous positions. However, the J-15 pilots, seasoned veterans of the Air Force, discerned the intentions of the F-35 squadron. In the midst of their evasive tactics, they seized fleeting opportunities to close in rapidly on the F-35s, forcefully penetrating their formation and compelling the F-35s into less favorable flight paths. Su Jun anxiously monitored the radar on the screen, which displayed 4 J-15s engaged in a fierce dogfight with the F-35s. Although the precise 3D trajectories remained elusive, The overlapping and separating markers vividly illustrated the intense nature of the aerial conflict. Yet, at this moment, the aircraft carrier was unable to launch new sorties, rendering it incapable of providing support to the valiant warriors embroiled in battle. As an air commander, he comprehended the parameters and performance of the J-15 all too well, especially considering that this aircraft was engaged in distant maritime operations without a full payload, with terrestrial support failing to keep pace. Under the weight of these disadvantages, Su Jun harbored a rather bleak outlook regarding the outcome of this aerial confrontation. However, opportunities were not entirely absent. He seized the handheld radio. "Hongin, our carrier-based aircraft are already entangled with the enemy squadron, but they cannot endure for long. When will our air support arrive?" "Understood." After hanging up the radio, Su Jun gripped the specially crafted plastic device, causing it to emit a creaking sound. While the Hanchang possesses formidable air defense capabilities, he feared that time was running short. With each passing second, his squadron's peril increased, and faced with technologically superior fighter jets, he found himself increasingly anxious. The J-708 executed a series of U-shaped evasive maneuvers, which imposed high demands on the aircraft's low-altitude maneuverability and energy recovery performance. Originally, as a fifth-generation fighter, the F-35 should have easily regained a favorable position through its agility. However, the J-708 soon discerned something peculiar. The maneuvers of these F-35s appeared remarkably clumsy. If one were to describe it, their pilots seemed akin to novices who had just completed a brief training course, clumsily thrust into action. In performing their maneuvers, they continuously exposed vulnerabilities, both significant and minor. Could it be that the British F-35 squadron was unable to find suitably qualified pilots? Su Jun could not help but ponder this unsettling thought. However, he did not harbor any illusions, for regardless of the pilot's inexperience, the aircraft they operated were unequivocally genuine F-35s, the epitome of fifth-generation fighters. Faced with the inherent superiority of his J-15, he understood that even if he executed various maneuvers to gain a favorable attack position, the adversary could easily counteract his efforts. Nevertheless, he could exploit these vulnerabilities to attempt to incapacitate the enemy aircraft. In aerial combat, the outcome is determined not only by the capabilities of the aircraft, but also by the proficiency of the pilot. Heat flares. J-708 deployed heat flares, releasing a cascade of fiery substances from its fuselage. The intense glow emitted by these magnesium strips caused the infrared-guided air-to-air missiles trailing behind to lose their targets and detonate. His wingman, J-710, soared past him, suppressing the F-35's wingman ahead, compelling it to separate from its lead. Seizing the opportunity, J-708 ensnared one F-35, allowing him a moment of respite. However, having successfully latched onto the F-35 and drawn it into a dogfight, he was resolute in not letting this rare opportunity slip away. "I shall engage. You provide cover," J-708 commanded his wingman before once again propelling the control stick. The two WS-10H engines of the J-15 unleashed a formidable thrust, the immense G-forces briefly inducing a momentary blackout for J-708. Meanwhile, J-710 diligently worked to prevent the F-35's wingman from regrouping for support, positioning himself perilously close to the enemy aircraft, akin to a hostage situation that deterred others from opening fire easily. After executing a series of maneuvers, J-708 finally managed to latch onto the tail of the F-35 before him. The enemy aircraft is positioned at the 12 o'clock direction, and the fire control radar has already locked onto it. This is a decisive moment. The adversary cannot escape the missile's designated zone. I have targeted the enemy aircraft and launched a dogfight missile. Although the F-35 belatedly attempted a barrel roll maneuver, it was already too late, succumbing to a direct hit from the missile and transforming into a fiery spectacle in the sky. J-708, through the pilot's goggles, watched the inferno streak past, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. It seemed these foes were not as formidable as anticipated. Chapter 137. Press on. Realizing this, J-708 quickly shifted his gaze to J-710, who was entangled with the F-35. In contemporary aerial combat, the formation typically consists of pairs of aircraft, and there is good reason for this. Dual formations facilitate coordinated operations and mutual cover. If one aircraft is downed, the other faces the onslaught of multiple adversaries, rendering survival nearly impossible. J-710 engaged in a dogfight with the F-35, as their proximity made it difficult for the surrounding F-35s to fire without risking friendly fire. After all, in the chaos of real combat, missiles do not discriminate against allies. However, upon disengaging, J-708 did not immediately attack the F-35 that J-710 was grappling with. Instead, he frowned as he observed the F-35's various maneuvers. Despite his impaired vision, J-710's prowess remained intact. As an experienced naval aviator, he was still capable of executing flawless aerial maneuvers even under such challenging circumstances. In comparison, although the pilot of the F-35 was maneuvering a fifth-generation aircraft, he was, in essence, operating at the level of a fourth-generation fighter, failing to harness the full potential of his machine. Even the other aircraft in the formation did not engage in coordinated attacks, providing no effective support during their entanglement with enemy fighters, which ultimately led to the surprising downing of an F-35. However, this turn of events proved fortuitous for him, as he seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand and effortlessly plunged into the fray between J-710 and the F-35. In an instant, the sky erupted into flames once more. Yet, just as J-708 assumed this was the entirety of the F-35 squadron's prowess, a voice crackled through his headset, sending a chill down his spine. "This is J-413. I have been hit by the enemy and am now initiating an emergency descent. Beware of the F-35 with the black tail. Its capabilities are formidable." J-708 immediately glanced at the radar, skillfully maneuvering his aircraft to evade the other F-35s that were re-engaging, and directed his flight towards J-413's location, inquiring, "J-413, what is your status?" The radio fell silent, and the symbol representing J-413 on the radar flickered twice before vanishing. J-708 found it hard to believe as he gazed out towards the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, where a lingering fireball was still visible. In the sky above, he caught sight of the F-35 pursuing J-714, its black tail unmistakable. Thanks to his exceptional vision, he discerned a skull insignia adorning the tail, clearly marking it as the personal aircraft of the squadron leader. He had long anticipated that engaging with the F-35 would inevitably result in losses, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to accept the departure of his comrade. Nevertheless, his visage remained impassive. His hands gripped the control stick with immense force as he shadowed the trailing F-35s, akin to a master guiding a hound, and forcefully intervened in the aerial skirmish between the black-tailed F-35 and J-714. He pressed the button on the control stick, launching an air-to-air missile that compelled the black-tailed F-35 to execute evasive maneuvers, abandoning J-714 in the process. The black-tailed F-35 was taken aback by the arrival of J-708. After deploying flares to evade the incoming missile, it assumed a defensive posture, spiraling in the air. J-708 was not surprised by the missile's failure to hit. It was a side-launch projectile, intended solely to save J-714. The radio crackled with J-714's labored voice, revealing the adversary's exceptional maneuverability. Time and again, he had evaded various lethal strikes from the F-35 through instinct and experience, yet a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable peril. After all, while he could dodge countless assaults, the black-tailed F-35 needed only a single successful hit to spell his doom. Caution was imperative. This particular F-35 was formidable, far exceeding the capabilities of its counterparts. It was the one that had shot down Guai Yao-san. "Guidongba, understood. We shall take it from here." Immediately, the circling black-tailed F-35 appeared to issue a command, prompting the remaining F-35 squadron to execute varied offensive maneuvers, sequentially launching missiles. J-708's expression shifted drastically as he immediately initiated a roll and deployed flares to evade the impending threat. Subsequently, he discovered that the remaining F-35 fighters seemed to have gained a newfound awareness, relentlessly pressuring his squadron's maneuvers. Thus, the F-35 with the black tail joined the fray, becoming part of the coordinated assault. The entire F-35 squadron transformed into his wingmen, with the black-tailed F-35 resembling the alpha wolf within a pack, skillfully weaving through the battlefield. It observed its subordinates as they launched continuous attacks, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, persistently harassing the encircled J-15 aircraft in search of the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. J-708 found himself perilously close to disaster due to this tactical approach on several occasions. Had he not been a seasoned pilot with extensive mission experience, he would likely have been shot down by now. Soon, the onboard radar indicated that J711's icon was rapidly approaching to join the fray, diverting the attention of two F-35s, which alleviated some pressure on the team. J708 felt a surge of surprise and called out, "Why Yao Yao? Has your radar been restored?" However, his initial excitement quickly turned into dismay. J711's radar and communications had not been restored. It was possible that he had merely observed the fierce combat or joined the fray following J713's crash. He sought to fill the gap left by J713's downed aircraft in the formation, for without it, J714's remaining unit would struggle to survive. Yet, if J711's radar and radio remained inoperative, he would possess no combat capability whatsoever, relying solely on visual identification of enemy positions and utilizing his cannon against adversaries. This was akin to fighting in the skies with one eye closed. Even if missiles were to approach, he would remain blissfully unaware. J708 gritted his teeth and turned to face the relentless pursuit of the black-tailed F-35. Though it was not directly behind him and the radar had locked on, there was still a chance for escape. It was imperative to neutralize this F-35 first. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Seizing the moment, J708 executed a defensive barrel roll maneuver, akin to a spiraling dance in the sky, elongating the aircraft's trajectory and positioning the enemy ahead for a counterattack. However, the black-tailed F-35 was not deceived. It too reduced its speed, capitalizing on the decreased velocity post-roll to firmly latch onto J708's tail. Indeed, the F-35 exhibited formidable skills in close-quarters aerial combat, ranking among the elite of the British Air Forces. Its proficiency and reflexes suggested it was likely a seasoned veteran, well-versed in dogfighting techniques and not merely a novice pilot reliant on beyond-visual range missiles and advanced systems. Soon, J710, J708's wingman, discerned the situation of the two aircraft. With the cover of J714 and J711, he executed a radical maneuver, diving almost vertically from a high altitude. This tactic allowed J710 to sacrifice altitude for speed, launching a counterattack against the black-tailed F-35, which had slowed in its pursuit of J708. Once an aircraft finds itself being tailed, it must rely on its wingman for salvation. Evasive maneuvers are often futile. The black-tailed F-35, keenly aware of J710's approach, promptly abandoned its quarry. After all, a hunter does not wish to be harmed by its own prey. The black-tailed F-35 promptly descended to gain speed, striving to shake off the relentless pursuit of the J710. However, its initial deceleration had proven to be gravely disadvantageous. Now, it could only rely on the agility of the F-35 to evade the J710's grasp. Other F-35s sought to assist their black-tailed counterpart. Yet the recently escaped J708 discerned the intentions of the J710 and exerted every effort to thwart any interference from the remaining F-35s. The two aircraft soared through the sky as if in a race. With the outcome hinging on their respective velocities, the quicker one would emerge victorious. Although the J-15's maneuverability lagged behind that of the F-35, its altitude allowed it to gradually close the gap with the black-tailed F-35. The J-710, enduring immense G-forces, steadfastly clung to the F-35's tail, locking its fire control radar onto the F-35 ahead. "I have locked onto him. There is no escape zone." Seizing the opportunity, the J-710 launched an air-to-air missile. The missile's engine could only operate for a few seconds. During the initial moments, its rocket burned fiercely, propelling the missile at high speed. After a few seconds, once the rocket fuel was depleted, the rocket ceased functioning, and the missile continued its trajectory through inertia. The aircraft had no avenue for escape, forced to endure the impact of the missile, accompanied by a blaze of light and plumes of smoke. The missile surged towards the distant enemy aircraft with the swiftness of lightning. At this moment, the missile would harness the inertia imparted by the aircraft, reaching speeds that could peak at approximately Mach 6, while the F-35 maintained a speed of 1.6 Mach. The flames trailing from the missile carved a brilliant arc through the sky, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night. The black-tailed F-35 was utterly inescapable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it would soon transform into a fireball above the Pacific Ocean. However, J710 suddenly observed that the black-tailed F-35 remained remarkably composed. The pilot maneuvered the aircraft to ascend rapidly, achieving a vertical speed of 0 just as the missile was on the brink of impact. Then, in a breathtaking display of agility, the aircraft pivoted around its tailpipe as if it were a clock's hand, executing a swift turn of the nose. In that moment, the F-35, weighing over a dozen tons, floated gracefully like a leaf carried by an autumn breeze, performing a maneuver that defied all expectations, allowing the air-to-air missile to narrowly skim past its fuselage. The shock clouds emanating from the aircraft indicated the extraordinary speed at which this maneuver was executed. Subsequently, the F-35 forcefully corrected its trajectory, launching an attack against J-710's flank. J-710 widened his eyes, observing the black-tailed F-35, which loomed in the sky like a harbinger of death. Pendulum maneuver. J-708. I cannot return. You must continue. J-710's calm voice resonated over the radio. As an experienced pilot, he had already foreseen the impending outcome. The F-35 then unleashed its air-to-air missile, and in that fleeting moment, J-710 found himself within the inescapable range. In an instant, the sky erupted once more into a fireball, and there was no ejection. After J-708 downed an F-35 with his cannon, his eyes blazed with fury as he stared at the inferno amidst the squadron. He never anticipated that his comrades could be killed even under such overwhelming superiority. His second ally had departed in this manner, including the previously downed J-15. They had already lost 5 exemplary J-15 pilots. Yet, he understood that this was a natural consequence of war. The pendulum maneuver was an exclusive action achievable only by fifth-generation fighters, as their unparalleled agility allowed them to execute such maneuvers effortlessly. In the domestic arena, only the J-20 or the forthcoming J-35 could rival or even surpass this capability, but the current J-15 was utterly incapable. Perhaps they could compensate for some of the disparity with technical expertise, enabling the aircraft to perform at 120 of its potential. Yet this would not suffice to eliminate the inherent generational advantages. Moreover, the pilot of the black-tailed F-35 shared a similar level of experience, skillfully unleashing the aircraft's full potential. Achieving the downing of 5 F-35s already rendered them commendable in terms of combat loss ratio. After J-710 was struck by a missile, the F-35 decisively withdrew from the engagement, akin to a satisfied predator leisurely strolling and relaxing after a successful hunt, or perhaps seeking another opportunity to deliver a lethal blow while observing the battlefield. J-708 wished to pursue the black-tailed F-35, but suddenly realized that the surrounding attacks had intensified exponentially. The F-35 squadron began to attack, without fear of friendly fire. Otherwise, they would surely face total annihilation here. Strangely, J-708 discovered that his radio began emitting rhythmic static at that very moment. However, the extreme pressure of aerial combat left J-708 preoccupied, rendering him unable to attend to this minor malfunction. Chapter 138. Counterattack. After once again assisting a friendly aircraft in evading the pursuing F-35, J-708 suddenly noticed an unusual noise emanating from his radio. A faint sound of coughing could be heard within the radio, originating from an individual not part of his formation. He swiftly inspected the radio, realizing that it had inexplicably tuned into an unfamiliar frequency. To proceed with caution, J-708 contemplated jamming this radio frequency. Please do not block me. Cough. I require your assistance, and perhaps you may also need mine. The voice on the other end was unmistakably British, accompanied by coughs. And J-708 instantly recognized it belonged to a pilot from the F-35 squadron with whom he was entangled in combat. Despite the ferocity of the battle, J-708 found his mind momentarily halted, pondering the implications of this communication from the enemy. He quickly realized that overthinking was futile, no matter what was said. It could not worsen the prevailing situation. It might be more prudent to listen to the voice on the other end, as it could potentially reveal a glimmer of opportunity. Soon, the radio emitted another pained sound interspersed with coughs. I, along with my comrades and the people of my homeland, have been overtaken by a malevolent force. J-708 sensed that something was amiss. While enduring the intermittent blaring of the lock-on alarm, he furrowed his brow at the control panel of the radio. As a distinguished ace pilot in the aviation corps, his standing aboard the warship was far from insignificant. With the rank of lieutenant colonel, he was privy to a considerable amount of information regarding the deep divers. The intelligence revealed by this F-35 pilot, when juxtaposed with what he already knew, was indeed intriguing. J708 quickly pondered whether the betrayal of Britain and France was somehow connected to the demon spoken of. However, his foremost perplexity was, did this individual not fear that his allies might overhear his transmission? Or perhaps they were entirely independent of radio communications. Regardless, J708 promptly called back on the same frequency, acutely aware that the F-35's words held critical significance. What do you mean? What is this demon? The voice on the other end was punctuated by persistent coughing, as if the lungs were filled with some substance. J708 could almost envision each cough expelling a dry, powdery residue from the trachea. Suddenly, J708 noticed an F-35 on the periphery braking formation, its maneuvers drawing attention amidst the assault from their adversaries. Just as the radio transmission concluded, the F-35 that had strayed from the formation surged forward, launching an air-to-air missile at the nearest F-35. Even friendly aircraft are issued warnings when illuminated by fire control radar, yet the betrayal from a comrade left the F-35 with little time to react. After downing one F-35, the aircraft immediately closed in on the black-tailed F-35, placing it within the missile's no-escape zone, and then unleashed a full salvo. All the missiles it carried surged toward the black-tailed F-35, which, caught off guard, could only hastily respond with a secondary acceleration. However, J708 was somewhat astonished to observe that the black-tailed F-35 accelerated once more at the pinnacle of its speed, even leaving the freshly launched missile struggling to keep pace. It was estimated that its high G overload could sustain approximately 15 G for several seconds, akin to what astronauts experience during a rocket launch. Such velocity and maneuverability could only be expected from a conceptual sixth-generation fighter. Was it possible that this was not an F-35 at all, but rather a secret prototype resembling one? J708 could not help but ponder this. Initially, he believed he had witnessed the entirety of the black-tailed F-35's capabilities, but he soon discovered that it executed an evasive maneuver that an F-35's aerodynamic design should categorically be incapable of performing, a sharp turn with an exceptionally small radius. This single maneuver allowed it to evade the majority of the air-to-air missiles tracking. In that moment, J708 comprehended why the F-35 had refrained from attempting an assassination. The black-tailed F-35 had never revealed its true prowess, maintaining an air of nonchalance even as J708 and his comrades had downed several of its counterparts. From the very beginning until now, he had come to realize that this black-tailed F-35 fighter jet could effortlessly evade even the air-to-air missiles within the no-escape zone. Its maneuvers were as elusive as a specter. Once it dodged an attack, the opportunity for a second strike vanished. Upon witnessing the superlative agility of the F-35, J708 felt a tinge of bitterness and a sense of helplessness. He could not fathom why that pilot believed they possessed the capability to bring down this black-tailed F-35. It was highly probable that he had previously observed this aircraft showcasing such extraordinary maneuvers. However, now was not the time for contemplation. J708 soon realized that the black-tailed F-35's agility had propelled him into the vicinity of J711. Undeterred, J711, having evaded other F-35s, charged directly towards the black-tailed F-35, launching its onboard cannon with the intent of a mutual destruction. Although the F-35's speed of maneuvering defied logic, the composition of its airframe appeared unchanged, rendering it incapable of withstanding cannon fire. Consequently, even he had to retreat from its fierce onslaught, rolling away to evade J711's range once more. The F-35 formation seemed to be in disarray due to a teammate's betrayal, and the black-tailed F-35 was left vulnerable to an unexpected assault. Seizing this rare opportunity, J708 closed in on the black-tailed F-35 without waiting for his maneuver to complete, pressed the button for a full missile launch, and unleashed all his air-to-air missiles. Only 2 missiles streaked forth, leaving behind long trails as they hurtled towards the inescapable black-tailed F-35. From the words of the defector pilot, it became evident that the driver of this aircraft held an exceptionally significant position within the flight formation, and any aggressive actions directed towards him seemed to reverberate throughout the entire F-35 squadron. It was as if a sudden assault intended solely for the black-tailed F-35 inadvertently ensnared the entirety of the squadron in chaos. Observing this phenomenon, J708 resolved to expend his dwindling ammunition in a final, desperate gambit. Yet, even in the hopeful gaze of J708, the black-tailed F-35 once again executed a maneuver that resembled the ethereal. It evaded all incoming air-to-air missiles with a ghostly lateral movement. How could such lateral motion be achieved? This utterly irrational maneuver left J708 momentarily dumbfounded. Once he regained his composure, a chill coursed through him, as if he had encountered a specter. What he had previously witnessed, an operation defying the laws of inertia, was far from mere illusion. The black-tailed F-35 had indeed performed a series of fundamentally illogical maneuvers. Such actions could not be attributed to human capability alone. It was no wonder that even in a dire situation, the missiles failed to strike this elusive black-tailed F-35. However, in a twist of fate, just as J708 had begun to believe that the black-tailed F-35 would evade the combined assault, it executed an unexpected aerial twist and then instantaneously detonated in mid-air. The remaining F-35 fleet suddenly resembled a group of remote-controlled aircraft with malfunctioning devices, gliding aimlessly through the sky. In fact, two of the planes, flying in close proximity, collided mid-air, spiraling uncontrollably to the ground. Soon, sporadic explosions illuminated the sky as F-35s erupted into brilliant fireballs. This time, having observed these aircraft closely, he realized that missiles were indeed on their way. J708. This is the Hanchang, came the voice over the radio. Apologies for our tardiness. Upon hearing the transmission, J708 immediately understood that the air defense coverage of the Hanchang, Vessel 550, had enveloped this airspace. Observing their aerial combat, they promptly initiated fire support. The Hanchang had recovered its combat capabilities from the residual effects of the nuclear blast, and the air defense missiles it carried were superior to those mounted on the J-15s. Moreover, the timing of these missiles' arrival on the battlefield was impeccable. Even the peculiar F-35 with its black tail could not evade the air defense missiles launched by the Hanchang. Quickly, J708 cast a glance at the initially defecting F-35, relieved to see it had not been shot down, but rather was gliding uncontrollably like its counterparts. Hanchang, we will cease fire on the remaining F-35s. Please exercise caution, came the response. J708 noted that the air defense missiles launched by the Hanchang had slightly altered their trajectories, yet at such high speeds. Even minor deviations could send the missiles veering off to distant horizons. Now it is J708's turn to persuade the surrender. He called the remaining surviving F-35 pilots via radio, who claimed they had merely been under control and had now eliminated their captain-like figure. Perhaps they could free themselves from the grasp of the extraordinary entity? This is the South China C-002 Fleet Air Force. Please deactivate fire control radar, make an emergency landing, or eject from the aircraft. We will provide necessary humanitarian assistance. Although J708 remained vigilant of all enemy aircraft, his primary focus was on the F-35 that dared to retaliate against the black-tailed figure. It harbored too many secrets. However, before J708 could finish his warning, the remaining F-35s suddenly accelerated and began to spiral, including the one that had turned against them. It was futile. It was futile. It was too late, far too late. He still calls to us. He still calls to us. We can no longer escape him. I am his flesh and blood. I have become a part of him, unable to flee. After a moment of difficult discernment, J708 began to comprehend the words of the British pilot. Subsequently, all the F-35s unanimously charged toward the ocean's surface. No unexpected occurrences transpired. All the F-35s crashed into the sea, like crimson blossoms blooming upon the azure expanse. A voice crackled through the radio. J708, this is the Hanchang. Our radar has suddenly lost all traces of enemy aircraft. Have they fled? No, they have crashed. A silence enveloped the radio momentarily before the voice of Hanchang resumed. In light of this, do you possess sufficient fuel and ammunition to proceed to the fleet's position in Britain and fulfill your mission? The British aircraft carrier, Queen Elizabeth, still harbors a squadron of F-35s, while the onboard air defense missiles of the Hanchang are dwindling. Should they take to the skies, we would inevitably find ourselves in a perilous situation. J708 cast a glance at the aircraft's control panel, following the recent skirmish with enemy aircraft. Not only were the onboard munitions depleted, but fuel reserves were also critically low. If we aim to reach the fleet's position in Britain, the fuel required for the round trip would be exceedingly constrained. However, given the severe damage sustained by the aircraft carrier, these remaining aircraft are our last hope. Should they be rendered incapable of executing the mission, we would be left without any means to approach the Queen Elizabeth for reconnaissance. The operational radius of the fleet would be drastically diminished. Hong Chong, acknowledged. Please proceed. On board the bridge of the British Royal Fleet's aircraft carrier, the Queen Elizabeth, two officers clad in the uniforms of fleet commanders were silently scrutinizing the nautical charts. Around them, soldiers diligently attended to their posts, monitoring every display within the command center. Suddenly, they lifted their gazes towards the east, their eyes seemingly penetrating the robust walls of the aircraft carrier, fixated on the void beyond. Their attention converged upon the distant sky, where aerial combat had erupted. Shortly thereafter, a hoarse voice resonated through the air. Not merely this. An officer visibly grew anxious, as if recalling something. Should we fail to achieve his desires, we too must bear the consequences. It is likely that we shall find it exceedingly difficult to be graced with his eternal gaze on that momentous day of the great old one's awakening. Akin to our elder brother, he would only cast a fleeting glance our way, akin to these wretched insects. Everything is for our elder brother. Our plans hold little significance. Since the F-35 squadron has not fulfilled its mission, we must persevere. We cannot allow these insects to uncover our elder brother's whereabouts. Chapter 139. The Sidesnake Fungus Report. Fleet 002 has transmitted a voice message from the Air Force Unit J708. According to the command of Fleet 002, this should be crucial intelligence for us. At this moment, Chief of Staff Dong Hai at the Rock Island Operations Command Center was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the report from the messenger, then glanced around the room. Particularly at Chen. Let us play the recording. Let us discover what intelligence it holds. Yes, immediately. The waveform and spectrogram of J708 appeared on the Operations Command Center screen, as some professionals could discern the subconscious elements concealed within the speaker's words from these abstract representations. The recording, aside from the incessant fluctuations of wind noise, mechanical hum, and the vibrations of the engine, also captured the intermittent beeping of the radio and the ominous alerts of the radar, even as a mere prelude. It was evident to them just how fierce the battle was in the skies when J708 was engaged. Please do not censor. They have crashed. The recording was relatively brief, lasting only a few minutes, yet upon its conclusion, the assembled officers instantly grasped why this audio was deemed crucial intelligence. After a moment's pause, one officer could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Britain and France were indeed compelled to launch an attack against us due to some external control?" Dong Hai nodded in agreement. Moreover, this control appears to be linked to the mentioned by Chen. This is likely the work of the deep divers. However, the question remains, how could they possibly exert control over two entire nations? It is conceivable that more than just these two countries are involved. The absence of an offensive against us does not imply they will refrain from attacking. Although only Britain and France have initiated a nuclear strike, I suspect that the entirety of Europe may actually be under their influence. It is a mutated superfungus. Suddenly breaking the silence, Chen began to elucidate, and his words immediately captivated everyone's attention. The pervasive green spores must belong to this mutated fungus. In the tropical rainforests of Brazil, there exists a fungus scientifically known as Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, which many may not be familiar with. However, it is likely that you have heard of or encountered a similar fungus, the well-known cordyceps. This fungus shares its genus with cordyceps and, like Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, belongs to the family of entomopathogenic fungi, both capable of infecting living insects. Apart from the cordyceps family, the nematode fungi can also infect living insects, deriving nourishment from their flesh, with Ophiocordyceps unilateralis being a paragon of this evolutionary skill of parasitism. The words of Chen sent shivers down the spines of all present. Yet, he perceived no impropriety in his discourse and continued. Ophiocordyceps unilateralis typically parasitizes the bodies of Camponotus rufipes ants, utilizing these ants as sustenance for its reproduction. However, this particular fungus is distinct from other parasitic fungi in that it possesses the ability to manipulate its host, compelling the ant to engage in behavior contrary to its natural instincts, thus facilitating activities conducive to the fungus's growth. For instance, it orchestrates bizarre, solitary movements in the ant, prompting the colony to expel it, casting it into distant locales, or guiding it to safe havens where the fungus can flourish within the ant's body. After several days, once the fungus has developed to an opportune stage, It compels the ant to seek out a location approximately 25 centimeters from the treetop, where the humidity is ideally suited for the fungus's growth. At this juncture, the fungus has thoroughly extracted all value from the ant, ultimately directing the ant to use its mandibles to cling to a leaf before succumbing to death. Within a span of 24 hours, fungal mycelium emerges from the remains, ultimately giving rise to fruiting bodies that break free from the ant's carcass, dispersing spores anew upon the rainforest floor, poised to infect more ants and complete the intricate cycle of fungal growth and proliferation. Although the ergot fungus, responsible for the maladies in the Dauphin region of France in 1039, possesses potent hallucinogenic properties, most notably, the renowned LSD is derived from the alkaloid lysergic acid diethylamide extracted from this fungus. It can, to some extent, influence or even manipulate human consciousness. Nevertheless, I maintain that the organisms more likely to infect are variants of the fungal families Cordyceps or Nematomorpha. These were subjects of study for Chen during his internship, as he endeavored to keep pace with Chen and their peers. His initial task was to catalog the various renowned fungi on Earth and to seek methods to inhibit their growth. Thus, he became well-versed in the intricacies of these fungi. Chen's descriptions were vivid, allowing others to easily visualize the scenarios he painted, thereby grasping the rationale behind his beliefs. Although the Ophiocordyceps unilateralis fungus is not naturally inclined to infect humans, much like the aflatoxin-producing Aspergillus, which also does not typically parasitize humans while retaining its inherent traits, it stands to reason that the Ophiocordyceps unilateralis may indeed serve as the clandestine puppeteer orchestrating events across Europe. The advisor was taken aback, his face paling. If that is the case, Barrett. Everyone understood the implications of his words. The superfungus in Barrett had spiraled out of control. And not only was there a massive population at stake, but also nuclear weaponry. More critically, their proximity to our territory was alarmingly close. Should this fungus gain the ability to control human minds, Barrett's vast population would become a colossal breeding ground for the fungus, placing us in direct confrontation with an adversary of 1 billion. Yet Chen shook his head, dispelling the collective anxiety. The fungus in Barrett belongs to the genus Aspergillus, akin to the fungi that erupted in American and our coastal Taiping town, primarily manifesting lethality. Aspergillus likely lacks the capacity to manipulate minds or exert control over human actions. Such parasitic fungi were naturally a focal point of Chen's attention, as they could potentially reveal certain characteristics of fungal infections, making his understanding of them unsurprising. The pale-faced advisor gradually regained his composure. However, I concur with your assessment. Their containment may very well be spiraling out of control, similar to Barrett. It is plausible that all European nations could be afflicted by the superfungus. Yet, there remains a question. Even if such fungi undergo supermutation, they should, in theory, be incapable of infecting humans or manipulating human actions. Chen added. Oh, why is that? Dong Hai could not help but inquire, being a military man unfamiliar with these matters. How can human muscles possibly compare to those of insects? A technician observing from the sidelines could no longer contain his interjection. Chen glanced at his name tag, noting that he was a professor of marine biology. However, thus far, Fleet 002 had not only failed to capture any deep divers but had also suffered significant losses, with more than half of the fleet incapacitated. Given the remote prospects of studying the deep divers, this marine biology professor could only loiter at the command table for amusement, or rather, to offer suggestions. I have heard of the fungi mentioned by Commander Su. Although the cordyceps and nematode fungi indeed exhibit parasitic behaviors, even manipulating their hosts, it is essential to recognize that humans are a superior species. Just in terms of musculature, we possess approximately 600 muscles, whereas even a fish's muscle groups cannot be compared to those of lower organisms such as insects. Chen concurred with his assertion. Indeed, while we remain ignorant of the precise mechanisms by which this fungus influences host behavior, it is generally believed that such fungi may exert control by affecting neurotransmitters. The complexity of manipulating human behavior is an entirely different magnitude compared to that of insects. It is noteworthy that the human nervous system comprises billions of neurons that sustain our normal physiological functions. Chen cast a surprised glance at Dong Hai before nodding. There is a possibility. The other party possesses extraordinary power, a force that seems rather metaphysical. If one were to suggest that this fungus could control human behavior through signals akin to Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, I would not find it surprising. Unbeknownst to him, His conjecture was surprisingly close to the truth. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Hai solemnly remarked, "This information is of paramount importance. We must immediately report it to the Central Command." He then turned his gaze towards the liaison officer. However, although the liaison officer had heard Dong Hai's words, his eyes were fixed solely on Su Chen, awaiting his orders. Su Chen understood the liaison officer's implication. Indeed, Dong Hai had relinquished his command authority. The liaison officer would only heed commands from Su Chen. With a sense of resignation, Su Chen stated, "All right, there is no need to look at me. I am not well versed in military affairs. All military operations should proceed according to Commander Dong's directives." Understood. The liaison officer promptly replied, and then turned to establish contact with the Central Command. "Where is he now?" "Report. According to data from Fleet 002, J708 is one of the last 3 operational aircraft remaining in Fleet 002. They are currently en route to seize aerial superiority over the Royal Fleet of Britain." "What?" Dong Hai stared in disbelief at the communications officer connected with Fleet 002. 3 aircraft? Seizing aerial superiority? After the battle? Yes. The Dongshan vessel is unable to launch or recover any aircraft, and all available munitions aboard the Hongchang vessel have been expended. The only operational aircraft we have are these 3. If we wait for Britain to deploy their F-35 squadron again, not only will the operational radius of our aircraft carrier task force be severely restricted, but we may also face a loss of air superiority. Dong Hai was momentarily at a loss for words. As a soldier, he inherently understood that, in such dire circumstances, allowing these aircraft to continue their mission was the most advantageous choice for the situation at hand. It was a cost that had to be paid. "Report. There is news from the central authorities." "Speak." Dong Hai gazed sternly at the liaison officer. "The central authorities have received our message and are convening experts for analysis." A semblance of relaxation crossed Dong Hai's face. This news at least suggested that their efforts over the past days had not been in vain. "Is there any other information?" Indeed, upon receiving this news, the central authorities shared it with America and the Russian Federation, and have decided to postpone the ballistic missile strikes on the French mainland. Dong Hai nodded. If Britain and France are merely under control, the central authorities must assess the necessity of an offensive and the locations for potential strikes. Should it turn out that only the military is under control, targeting civilian infrastructure could embroil them in a maelstrom of public opinion. Furthermore, although the likelihood of treating this super fungus infection appears grim, initiating strikes without even attempting a remedy would undoubtedly affect certain individuals. Is there anything else? Yes. The Russian Federation has communicated with our central authorities, revealing their decision to withdraw from the military alliance. Dong Hai was taken aback by this revelation and quickly inquired, "What of America?" It is said that America is redeploying fleets from other regions to counter the European fleet in the North Pacific. Dong Hai scrutinized the liaison officer for a moment before slowly shifting his gaze to the maritime chart. America's other fleets truly, the old United States is formidable. Even the remaining fleets are more than sufficient to contend with those of Britain and England. The actions of the Russian Federation are indeed justifiable, setting aside their nuclear submarines. All naval forces capable of being dispatched to the North Pacific have been completely annihilated. Furthermore, their fleets in the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea are unable to reach the North Pacific, leaving them devoid of maritime power to deploy in that region. Withdrawal is undoubtedly a more prudent choice for them. One of the advisors interjected, emphasizing that Europe has launched an offensive against us. Even if the Russian Federation and the Americans deem it necessary to unleash nuclear devastation upon Europe, it is important to note that nuclear weapons cannot strike every location within Europe. To my knowledge, Europe still possesses a considerable number of Cold War-era or newly constructed nuclear shelters. Even in the event of a saturation nuclear strike, many of these superfungus carriers would likely survive. The political center of the Russian Federation is in close proximity to Europe, and as a bordering nation, they must mobilize forces to guard against potential infiltration from the European landmass. Should this superfungus, capable of manipulating humanity, continue to spread, the situation facing the Russian Federation could become even more precarious. They would undoubtedly need to allocate significant populations and resources to erect a defensive line against Europe. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Russian Federation to withstand the infiltration by the remnants of Europe. Should the Russian Federation falter? An ominous silence fell over the command center. Everyone simultaneously contemplated the consequences, the emergence of various strains of uncontrollable superfungus on the Asian continent. among which 3 distinct superfungi would proliferate uncontrollably, leading to repercussions that no one could bear to accept. However, Chen shook his head and said, "Commander Dong, the matter at hand is not solely this. Such macro-strategic issues necessitate consideration from the central authority. We ought to focus on our own tasks. I recall that prior to the detonation of the nuclear device by the British special vessels, our sonar system number 9 had already detected traces of the deep-sea intruder. However, subsequent to the nuclear explosion's EMP, we temporarily lost contact with the Dongshan fleet. Now that communication has been re-established, we cannot afford to overlook this clue." Dong Hai furrowed his brow, tracing his fingers over the map, noting the position of sonar number 9, which should be located around the aircraft carrier. The deployed deep-sea vehicles, situated sufficiently deep beneath the ocean, have experienced minimal damage, particularly those not in close proximity to the nuclear explosion. You are correct. The failure of the missions conducted by the American and Russian fleets is now a foregone conclusion. The only discovery so far is the deep-sea entity detected by our sonar number 9. If we, too, fail to yield any results, this military collaboration will be deemed a complete failure. This would have significant repercussions for our joint efforts and could potentially lead to a complete disintegration of our alliance. The cooperation among humanity would be irrevocably shattered. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult for us to unite again. Inform Fleet 002 to direct their already submerged deep-sea vehicles to the location where the traces of the intruder were detected to commence salvage operations. Understood. Chapter 140. The Hongchang vessel in the command chamber. Aboard the Hongchang vessel, the captain stood behind an operator, observing the vertical display console before him. Search, Novel Souls Ayashuahin. This article is available for free reading. One of the screens revealed the alarming reports from the 550 fleet, indicating substantial leakage on the port side of the vessel. Soon after, he turned his gaze toward the helmsman. The damaged area beneath the ship had further expanded. Has our propulsion system been affected? Report, no? Excellent. Although we have successfully downed a squadron of the British fleet, our remaining missiles are insufficient to counter their next assault. Once their F-35s are airborne, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage. We must advance swiftly and eliminate their aircraft carrier. Despite the absence of reinforcements, our entire fleet must depend on us to continue the fight. Even if it means sinking, we must ensure the British fleet meets the same fate, accompanying us to the depths. Full speed ahead. Yes. A drenched soldier entered the command room. The captain regarded him with surprise and curiosity. Political officer. What is the situation below? The political officer shook his head. I have been leading the soldiers in emergency repairs, but the results are limited. Barnacles have breached the ship's armor, and it is likely. He refrained from continuing. The captain understood the implication. They had not anticipated that what was intended to be an operation against deep-sea dwellers would instead result in a human assault. That nuclear explosion had compromised the area below the waterline on the port side of the Hongchang ship, causing the paint to peel away. The barnacles, which had attached themselves to the hull of the ship without our knowledge, had penetrated this toxic-free area of the vessel. What recourse do we have? Their growth rate is alarmingly rapid, exhibiting almost exponential proliferation. Once they spread across the ship, they could swiftly cover the entire warship, leaving the American forces utterly powerless. Fortunately, they had not completely breached the hull. They could merely allow seawater to seep in. We still have the option to return and seek assistance, necessitating an immediate abandonment of the Hongchang vessel. The political commissar nodded in agreement with this assessment, only to suddenly feel a sharp sting in his neck. Instinctively, he reached to touch it, discovering several small, hard particles adhered to his skin. Attempting to remove them was accompanied by a piercing pain, as though these foreign objects had embedded themselves into the flesh of his neck, as if they were once a singular entity. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he deduced the nature of his predicament. Parasitic barnacles. They did not require mature contact for infection, nor any substantial substance. Only a mere trace of seawater. The painful area coincided with where he had been splashed during the frantic efforts to stem the leak alongside his comrades, indicating that the infiltrating seawater was undoubtedly rife with barnacle larvae. These larvae had latched onto his neck, commencing their voracious consumption of his flesh to thrive. In that instant, the commissar's complexion paled significantly. He realized that he was not the only one affected by the contaminated seawater. Several soldiers, in their haste to make repairs, had found themselves drenched, leaving no part of their bodies untouched by the invasive liquid. The political commissar, lost in thought, suddenly regained his composure. his expression reverting to its usual calmness. He surveyed the route he had taken in the sealed door without drawing attention to himself. This door was an automatic airtight door, operable by two buttons located inside and outside, and could also be controlled via the computer in the command room. Notably, it retained a dependable mechanical structure, allowing for manual operation should the electronic systems fail. Who was the operator managing this door? In case of an emergency, I require you to immediately seal all controllable airtight doors on the warship after I leave the command room. They must not be reopened under any circumstances. Understood. The captain, somewhat perplexed, watched the political commissar's hurried departure, his footsteps soon muffled by the sealed door. Moments later, through the ship's surveillance, the captain observed the commissar and the soldiers approaching the command room, carrying specialized paint buckets, beginning to coat the walls and the airtight door with paint. Meanwhile, in the damaged compartments below, soldiers in the power compartment and missile silo commenced their operations with buckets in hand, racing against time. The captain quickly grasped the commissar's intent. Although he could not prevent the entire warship from being infested by barnacles, he could strive to delay the process as much as possible, isolating the personnel in the command center to avert parasitic infection. It seemed the commissar was equally reluctant to abandon the ship. He had already contemplated the ramifications of losing the Hong Chang after the barnacles breached its hull and began devising strategies to prolong its operational capacity for as long as feasible. The breaches in the hull beneath were not particularly alarming. Rather, it was the insidious barnacles that posed a genuine threat. Consequently, he took preemptive measures, safeguarding the command center, propulsion system, radar, and missile systems of the Hongchang vessel with a limited supply of protective coating, striving to shield them from the corrosive and parasitic grip of the barnacles. Observing the political commissar's actions, akin to preparing for an impending assault, one could surmise that the barnacles had already begun to proliferate aboard the ship, compelling him to take such drastic steps. The captain watched the commissar, who was busily moving about on the screen, as he firmly rebuffed the medical officer's tentative attempts at treatment, forbidding him from approaching, while still directing the soldiers in their protective measures. He let out a sigh. This approach could indeed stave off the barnacle infestation, but its efficacy was exceedingly limited, merely delaying the inevitable. The reason was straightforward: the coating was scarce, and there were numerous concealed corners where application was altogether impossible. Soon, the commissar on screen suddenly staggered, his body collapsing uncontrollably, prompting the nearby medical officer to rush to his aid. However, the commissar halted the officer's efforts, forbidding further proximity, and instead brought the walkie-talkie to his lips, uttering something. Immediately, a red alert blared within the command room, accompanied by flashing warning lights. Report: the commissar has declared a state of emergency. We are under attack by enemy biological weapons. It is the barnacles. All eyes in the command room turned to the captain. His gaze swept across the faces of each individual present, each etched with resolve, awaiting his command. Ladies and gentlemen, we have fallen victim to a biochemical assault from the deep divers. This parasitic barnacle has even compelled American to strike against its own fleet. Regrettably, our defensive measures have proven ineffective, which signifies our inability to halt the spread of the parasitic barnacle. We are forced to abandon the Hongchang, lest we face this insidious parasite, which, once infested, is utterly incurable. Should we choose to return, we could indeed forsake the Hongchang and evade the clutches of the barnacle, significantly increasing our chances of survival. However, if Fleet 002 loses the Hongchang, it will forfeit its sole weapon, rendering it vulnerable to destruction, and the entire Fleet 002 may face annihilation. Fleet 002 represents the armed forces of the people. We cannot betray their trust. Helmsman, I continue onward. Chapter 141. Sinking Su Jun, cradling his shoulder, gazed at the screen on the command desk of the aircraft carrier's bridge. The impact of the nuclear blast had violently thrown his shoulder to the ground, resulting in severe fractures. The medic had provided a rudimentary stabilization, but further treatment would have to wait until the situation stabilized. However, the current circumstances left him little time to dwell on the pain, as the battle was far from over. The screen displayed detailed information from the early warning aircraft regarding the 3 remaining fighter jets of Fleet 002 in the vicinity of the British aircraft carrier. These 3 J-15s had reached the airspace near the British carrier, bringing with them a glimmer of good news. Even though one of the British aircraft carrier's squadrons has been completely annihilated, the second squadron of F-35 fighter jets shows no signs of taking off for reasons unknown. Perhaps this is for the best. What remains is to await the arrival of the Hong Chong vessel or the early warning aircraft within a certain operational range, allowing radar to lock onto the enemy fleet. Should the British F-35 squadron still remain grounded, it would then be possible to launch anti-ship missiles to strike at the enemy fleet. Consequently, the 3 remaining aircraft safeguarding the early warning aircraft hold paramount importance. They will enable the Hong Chong's anti-ship missiles to detect the enemy aircraft carrier. Moreover, Su Jun continued to scrutinize the data and radar charts, noticing a swiftly approaching green dot heading towards the British aircraft carrier. This was an anti-ship missile from nearby coastal defenses, deployed from a concealed location with limited launch silos, representing a strategic yet understated move. Although few in number, the missiles possess formidable power and performance. A single hit on the aircraft carrier would be sufficient to render it utterly incapable of combat. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the radio. "This is the command bridge of the Dongshan vessel, J708. We have relayed your intelligence back to the homeland. What is your current situation?" "The situation is dire. The enemy fleet's aircraft carrier is positioned at the heart of their formation. We are unable to strike at the enemy carrier, nor can we provide cover for the early warning aircraft to approach the British fleet too closely. Please remain patient. Our support is on the way." J708's voice paused momentarily, as if something had captured his attention. "I observed that several enemy warships had been struck by missiles, rendering them largely incapacitated. Had our reinforcements arrived?" J708's tone conveyed uncertainty. "No, the opposing aircraft carrier remained unscathed, seemingly untouched." "Unscathed?" Su Jun's voice held a note of incredulity. "Several of those missiles were aimed directly at the aircraft carrier, while others were merely exploratory strikes. Why had only the aircraft carrier escaped the onslaught? Had Britain developed a shipborne air defense system capable of intercepting terminal missiles?" Su Jun pondered this matter seriously, questioning why the HMS Queen Elizabeth had evaded damage. If his suspicions were correct, how could this batch of missiles easily sink other warships? Soon, however, J708's voice crackled through the radio again. "Reinforcements had alleviated much of our pressure. A gap had appeared in the enemy fleet. The bridge acknowledged, and the Hong Chong was en route to assist." Su Jun clenched the radio tightly, perplexed as to why the coastal missiles had only struck other vessels, while the most formidable threat, the HMS Queen Elizabeth, remained untouched. Before long, he sensed the aircraft carrier begin to sway, as if a tempest were about to descend upon the ocean. Steadying himself against the chair, he rose and gazed through the shattered window at the deck and the sea below. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a peculiar white substance floats, while the deck is beset with an accumulation of dark, indistinct matter, reminiscent of marine life steeped in oil. The aviation command calls upon the deck crew, inquiring about the nature of the floating debris. It is barnacles, some of which have begun to proliferate along the damaged areas of the vessel. However, we possess a specialized toxic paint designed to inhibit the further spread of these barnacles. Su Jun furrows his brow and reaches out to the aircraft carrier command center once again. "This is the aviation command. I have detected parasitic barnacles that have ravaged numerous American warships on the surface of the sea. Our submersible is still operational underwater. Will it be affected?" "There will be no impact. Our specialized paint continues to function effectively, preventing these barnacles from adhering to our underwater units. Yet, the Hong Chong appears to be in a precarious situation." "What condition is the Hong Chong in?" "The hull of the Hong Chong has sustained damage, rendering it impossible to apply the specialized paint to halt the advance of these parasitic barnacles. This nuclear explosion was utterly unforeseen. We may need to prepare for the eventual abandonment of the Hong Chong." Su Jun is taken aback, instinctively reaching for the paper nautical chart beside him, momentarily oblivious to his own injuries, exacerbated by the stress surrounding the Hong Chong. The pain in his shoulder intensifies suddenly, causing cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Yet, he resolutely presses down on the agonizing shoulder and pulls the nautical chart closer, comparing it with the radar before him. Should we lose the Hong Chong? Relying solely on the still recovering 550 destroyer Hongan and the remaining vessels would be woefully inadequate to confront the British fleet. However, the Hong Chong vessel remains the only combat-capable ship in the 002 fleet, and there is no means to assist her. He began to scrutinize the radar intently. Despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, his gaze remained fixed on the screen without wavering. After a few minutes, the radar flickered, revealing several red dots in the peripheral area. These represented the vessels of the British fleet, as the early warning aircraft's radar had enveloped the enemy fleet. while the signal from the Hongchang remained intact, indicating that it had not sunk. Even though Su Jun's shoulder throbbed with immense pain, the sight of these red dots brought him a profound sense of relief. If not for the perspiration caused by the agony radiating from his head, one might have thought he was entirely free of discomfort. He understood that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. The Hongchang was equipped with two types of anti-ship missiles, the YJ-18 and YJ-21D. The YJ-18 can fly at ultra-low altitude at subsonic speeds, evading the radar of enemy ships, and can accelerate to Mach 3, 10-20 meters per second, in the terminal phase. The enemy aircraft had not taken off, which meant that the aircraft carrier lacked aerial surveillance, rendering their radar incapable of detecting this covert assault from the sea. The YJ-21D, on the other hand, was Su Jun's prized weapon, a formidable arrow unmatched by the 550 destroyers. Its speed can reach Mach 6, with terminal velocity soaring to Mach 10. Once launched into the atmosphere, the warhead would dive from directly above the aircraft carrier, armed with a non-explosive iron mass capable of sinking the carrier upon impact. Once the Hongchang vessel identifies a target, it will immediately launch its missiles without any hesitation. However, unbeknownst to them, the state of the Hongchang is not merely dire. It is, in fact, sinking. At a distance of approximately several dozen nautical miles, the Hongchang has already lost propulsion, its hull exhibiting significant deformation, with the waterline submerged beneath the ocean surface. On the brink of submersion, beneath her, the ocean gathers an immense shadow, resembling a gaping beast, eager to devour this minuscule ship in the vast expanse of the Pacific. This is not a mere reef. Rather, it is a colossal aggregation formed by the relentless push of countless barnacles, creating a deep-sea shadow akin to that of a sea monster. The interior of the Hongchang has been entirely filled with barnacles. In fact, its exterior should also be densely covered with them. Yet, due to its coating, they could not proliferate freely and could only invade through the damaged openings. Within, the barnacles proliferate rapidly, damaging numerous structures and drastically diminishing the vessel's structural integrity. The immense weight has overwhelmed the eroded steel framework, which explains the deformation of the Hongchang. At present, her deck, cannons, bridge, and integrated mast all have succumbed to the barnacles, leaving only the missile launch silos encircled, the sole area on the deck untouched by these relentless invaders. In the command room, the dim lighting indicates that the warship's power has fallen below the safety threshold. It resembles an 18th-century Spanish shipwreck salvaged from the ocean's depths, with visible surfaces entirely encrusted with barnacles. Even the seats that should have housed warriors are enveloped in a dense layer of barnacles, resembling underwater reefs. From the opening in the central floor, it became evident that these barnacles had breached the defenses from below. In the dim light and the atmosphere of impending doom, a humanoid figure sat ensconced in the captain's chair. This being was described as humanoid because it was entirely enveloped by barnacles, merging seamlessly with the chair, which was equally encrusted. The command room of the HNGCH-ing vessel had succumbed to chaos, with the flesh and blood of all present having been transformed into a grotesque feast for the barnacles, the captain not being an exception. The speed at which the barnacles spread and proliferated was alarmingly swift, rendering any measures taken by the political commissar futile in delaying the inevitable. One of the captain's eye sockets had already been consumed by the barnacles, while the other eye appeared half-closed, as if in slumber, fixated on the control panel. Suddenly, the radar on the console flickered to life, and a bright light ignited in the captain's remaining eye, which had seemed to be in a trance. From an unknown source, this seemingly dying body erupted with newfound strength. He strained to lift his upper body, forcefully pulling his right arm, immobilized by the barnacles, from the chair. As he gradually turned his head, he beheld his rigid, somewhat uncontrollable hand, yearning to extend his fingers. In the process of turning, some loosely attached barnacles fell away, clattering to the ground like stones. Yet the captain remained unfazed, for he had a far more pressing duty to attend to. His hand had long since lost all sensation, and he could only rely on his remaining eye to ascertain whether his fingers had unfurled. Fortunately, despite the absence of feeling, his fingers retained their functionality. They slowly yet resolutely began to extend, even as tiny barnacles licked at his flesh with their cilia. The captain, resembling a creature from a horror film, awkwardly maneuvered his arms and fingers, his barnacle-covered hand methodically operating the control panel. The launch bay cover of the Hongchang slowly opened, revealing a plethora of barnacles within. Yet the majority of the missiles remained unscathed, Ultimately, his finger lingered over a crimson button. After glancing at the screen once more, he pressed down with conviction. Missiles surged forth from the midsection and bow of the Hong Chong, soaring towards the sky and ocean, their target being the Royal British Fleet. In that moment, it appeared as though the missiles had stirred something beneath the waves, for the Hong Chong descended at an accelerated pace, akin to a colossal underwater beast hastening its feast. Meanwhile, aboard the Dongshan, the data link transmitted information. Upon receiving the target signal, the Hong Chong adhered to its protocol, launching all intact missiles after a brief delay. All that remained was to await the message from J708. Just as Su Jun contemplated summoning the ship's doctor once more, the intercom crackled with news from the flagship. The Hong Chong had sunk. Chapter 142. I shall strike the enemy vessel with my aircraft. J708 hovered over the British fleet, accompanied by 2 other J-15 aircraft in formation. He received information regarding the missiles launched from the Hong Chong through the data link. However, the British aircraft carrier fleet showed no signs of action. Their fleet appeared indifferent to even the sinking of Allied vessels, continuing steadfastly towards the direction of Fleet 002. This fleet does not adhere to any conventional military operational standards. J708 even harbors doubts about whether the Royal British Navy is capable of engaging in naval combat. Much like the F-35 squadron he faces, only the utterly unreasonable black-tailed F-35 poses any genuine threat to them. The remaining aircraft operate with a peculiar elegance that suggests a portion of their cognitive function is absent. Nonetheless, despite this, the Royal Navy remains a formidable adversary. Should another aircraft akin to the black-tailed F-35 take to the skies, their lack of munitions would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. However, they have no opportunity left. J708 soon observed missiles rapidly approaching on the radar. Although their speed appeared unremarkable on the display, these missiles could traverse hundreds of kilometers in mere minutes. By way of comparison, the AK-47 fires a 7.62 by 39 mm caliber round, traveling at approximately 2.07 Mach, while the YJ-21D reaches a terminal velocity of 10 Mach. Even for one with extraordinary dynamic vision, spotting such diminutive missiles soaring at an altitude of 8,000 meters would only allow for a vague impression of something fleeting by, as the sheer speed permits a distance of 10,000 meters to be covered in the blink of an eye. Soon, the missiles on the radar drew perilously close to the British aircraft carrier battle group. The first to arrive was YJ-21D, with J708 commanding the aircraft to soar towards the British warships. Although its air-to-air missiles had been expended, 2 anti-ship missiles remained. Once the outer perimeter of their warships was neutralized, they could effortlessly penetrate the defenses and deliver final blows to the remaining vessels. The remaining aircraft carrier group of Britain soon exhibited signs of disturbance. The anti-aircraft guns that had originally targeted their formation were swiftly redirected. However, the escorting warships had no time to react, as explosions erupted across their decks, with one vessel struck in the munition storage, resulting in an even more magnificent conflagration. The speed was so astonishing that the missiles were virtually invisible. This exemplified the disadvantage of lacking air supremacy. It appeared they were oblivious to the need for information gathering. Consequently, by the time the missiles were upon them, they were unable to respond. J708 soon observed that the British carrier group had indeed been struck by missiles. Logically, they should have suffered total annihilation, with only 2 or 3 vessels left fortunate, yet already incapacitated. However, to J708's astonishment, the vessel he was keenly focused on, the Queen Elizabeth, remained utterly unscathed. He was taken aback, as he had clearly witnessed these warships failing to react, with not a single anti-aircraft gun or missile launched. Could it be that the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier had not been locked onto by the missiles at all? A cautious approach would suffice. After contacting J714, he piloted the aircraft, hurtling towards the aircraft carrier, even skimming directly above it. The carrier began to launch anti-aircraft missiles in succession, yet J708 remained unfazed, preparing to fire his anti-ship missiles. However, when he pressed the launch button, the aircraft exhibited no response. J708 glanced at the control panel, where a malfunction indicator revealed that the missile launch system was offline. Just as he intended to call for assistance over the radio, he was met with erratic static noise. Even the aircraft's engine began to stutter, rendering the fighter jet exceedingly difficult to control, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. In an instant, he surmised that they were likely experiencing the aftereffects of an EMP from a nuclear explosion. He could only gaze through the cockpit glass at the aircraft carrier and the approaching J-714, gesturing for attention. J-714, also armed with anti-ship missiles, had a golden opportunity. A single missile could incapacitate the carrier entirely. At that moment, as J-708's eyes scanned the carrier, he noticed that ground crew personnel on the deck had already become active, realizing they were under attack and finally preparing to scramble their aircraft. However, it was already too late. J-708 skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to stabilize it. And as he passed over the aircraft carrier, the engine stuttering ceased immediately. Yet, rather than feeling relieved, his expression remained grim. As J-714 traversed above the carrier, its flight posture was alarmingly unstable, nearly on the verge of crashing, let alone launching missiles. Observing this scene, J-708 began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It is not merely the electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear explosion that has impacted them. They may have fallen victim to some form of advanced electromagnetic suppression. He is not oblivious to the military capabilities and equipment of various nations across the globe. Indeed, the reach and vigilance of his own nation are not inferior to those across the vast ocean. Such a degree of electromagnetic suppression technology is undoubtedly beyond the grasp of Britain. The only plausible explanation is that the deep diver has executed some maneuver. Nevertheless, J-708 cast a glance at the radar, noting that the YJ-18S had already arrived at the battlefield, leaving scant targets remaining. He was resolute in his belief that these missiles would surely strike the aircraft carrier. Soon, the YJ-18S on the radar executed terminal maneuvers. Poised to plunge fiercely into the carrier group, J-708 maneuvered, daring to lower his altitude and gaze upon the British aircraft carrier. With astonishing vision, he witnessed the YJ-18S soaring towards the carrier one after another. What unfolded next was nothing short of astonishing. Each YJ-18, upon reaching a certain range, inexplicably ceased to alter its trajectory, relying solely on inertia to continue its flight, either skimming past the airspace surrounding the carrier or plummeting into the ocean. With not even an explosion to mark their descent, it was as if those missiles had abruptly transformed into scrap metal, propelled only by inertia and unspent fuel. Possibly due to a malfunction in the guidance systems, his suspicions were confirmed. Their aircraft carriers must possess some form of electromagnetic interference. If that were the case, it was no wonder the carriers appeared indifferent to the fates of the surrounding warships. Those vessels were less akin to warships and more like mere adornments to the aircraft carrier. Without further hesitation, he promptly initiated communication with the aircraft carrier. The command center on Reefs Island was abuzz with activity as Chen closely monitored the progress of the deep submersible salvage operation through the display screen. This terminal, equipped with advanced sonar technology, meticulously charted the three-dimensional topography of the seabed, while the green light on the screen indicated the ongoing descent of the submersible. The presence of barnacles on the ocean floor added an element of unpredictability to the salvage plan. However, the current coating was sufficient to prevent their adhesion. Thus, despite the slow pace, the salvage operation continued. Should any traces of the deep submersible be recovered, the nation would have a multitude of scholars capable of analysis, potentially leading to the discovery of solutions to the challenges posed by the submersible. Before long, Chen noticed the council team seemingly preparing to deliver a report, prompting him to glance over. He caught sight of Jun rising to address the liaison officer, who, upon noticing Chen's gaze, turned his attention back. News from J-708 indicated that a British aircraft carrier was suspected of carrying a new type of electromagnetic interference device, even a directional electromagnetic pulse, rendering all our missiles ineffective within a certain range of the carrier. Estimates suggested a coverage radius of approximately 10 to 20 kilometers. Directional electromagnetic pulse? Does Britain possess such technology? Chen inquired. No, they do not, Jun replied gravely, locking eyes with Chen. While directional electromagnetic pulses are indeed relatively easy to achieve, we remain unaware of the research advancements of other nations due to confidentiality. Nevertheless, we can assert that if there exists a second in the realm of electromagnetic technology, no one would dare claim the first. Despite this, even our own directed electromagnetic pulses remain in a nascent stage. With only a handful of experimental vessels at the port, their capabilities insufficient for active service. The Americans have yet to deploy this technology, let alone the British. Chen grasped Jun's implication. Are you suggesting it might be some form of supernatural force? Chen pondered, contemplating how the deep divers managed to achieve such feats. Soon, He recalled a record he had previously encountered. Professor, he had once mentioned that the deep divers possessed an ability to interfere with electronic instruments. When academician Tang and Professor Gu were murdered, it was not only their lives that were compromised. Even the computers they had utilized for their records and experiments failed universally. Not a single storage medium retained any data, leaving only meaningless garbled text. This was the very reason they could not deduce the conclusions drawn by Professors Gu and Tang through reverse engineering their experiments. Furthermore, the contaminated servers within the institution unequivocally indicated that they were not oblivious to how to deal with such uniquely human constructs. Indeed, as you have stated, the deep divers wield a certain extraordinary power capable of influencing sophisticated electronic instruments. Chen remarked. Then, do we possess any means to counter the British aircraft carriers? A profound silence enveloped the meeting room. In such a brief span of time, they found themselves at a loss. Unless they could launch an attack on the carrier without relying on missiles. But could a missile still be considered a missile if it did not depend on a guidance system? Or perhaps they could employ bombers to drop bombs equipped with collision fuses. Alternatively, one might summon an antique battleship from the Second World War, specifically a South Dakota-class vessel armed with 406mm cannons, to bombard the adversary's aircraft carrier. Constructing a battleship is not entirely out of the question. However, such endeavors demand time. And time is the one resource they are desperately lacking. Without it, there seems to be little that can be done against this formidable foe. The absurdity of the situation is palpable among those present. The more advanced their weaponry and the higher its degree of automation, one would expect an enhancement in combat effectiveness. Yet they find themselves thoroughly restrained instead. J708 fixed his gaze intently upon the British aircraft carrier, as enemy aircraft had already reached the runway. Once more, J708 contacted the control tower. J708 calling the control tower. The tower responded, "We have received your report. The situation has been submitted to the commanding officer, and we are urgently deliberating potential solutions." J708 shook his head. There is no time left. The F-35s on the carrier are preparing for takeoff. Control tower. All our missiles will be ineffective in proximity to it, and I am out of ammunition. I have but one final recourse. J708 articulated clearly. The enemy poses a continued threat to our nation and its people. My aircraft, and I shall serve as the last bullet. He began maneuvering his fighter jet, continuously adjusting its angle as he dove downward, aiming to ensure that even in the event of system failure, inertia would guide it to its target. Though the likelihood of success seemed dismally low, it mattered little. The other two J-15s comprehended J-708's intentions and promptly adjusted their positions, diving from alternative angles toward the HMS Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier detected J-708 plunging towards it, directing the Phalanx close-in weapon system to target J-708 and the other J-15 fighter jets. Concurrently, missiles from the carrier began to ascend one after another. Should the proximity continue to diminish, the likelihood of the close-in weapon striking the aircraft would increase exponentially. After all, modern fighter jets can merely launch anti-ship missiles from a distance, unlike the bombing runs of World War II, which necessitated a direct delivery of explosives upon enemy vessels. Yet, he found himself in a similar predicament, his aircraft serving as the explosive payload, while the adversary boasted superior air defense capabilities. Undeterred, J-708 continued to evade the close-in fire. His gaze fixated intently on the carrier's deck, intent on achieving an accurate strike against this formidable target. Soon, J-708 noticed the aircraft exhibiting signs of compressor stall, and the electronic systems within began to fail, including the ejection mechanism. Nevertheless, J-708 remained unfazed, as his singular focus was to ensure that the aircraft struck true. He had no intention of ejecting. Report. Information from Dongshan ship. Go ahead. J-708 is leading the remaining aircraft in a collision course with the HMS Queen Elizabeth. All of our airborne pilots have perished. The HMS Queen Elizabeth has been incapacitated, rendered entirely ineffective in combat. The opposing carrier represented their last vestige of combat power. Its incapacitation signified that the 002 fleet faced no further adversaries. Subsequently, reinforcements from the homeland would dispatch additional fleets, and even air forces. At that juncture, even if the entirety of the British Navy arrived in these waters, it would prove futile, despite the fact that the overall situation has long been determined. The conference room remains enveloped in an unsettling silence. Chapter 143, The Monument of the Deep Sea. Inside the cramped cockpit of the submersible number 7, a solitary dim light casts an oppressive gloom. A young researcher, clad in a scientific uniform, presses against one side of the vessel, ceaselessly peering through the diminutive observation window. No larger than a palm. The immense pressure of the ocean floor necessitates that this window be as small and thick as possible to ensure its integrity, which regrettably limits the occupant's ability to observe the external environment adequately. However, even a larger window would scarcely improve the situation. For this is the frigid expanse of the deep sea, where sunlight is perpetually absent, and the average temperature hovers around a chilling 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. The West Joe region is shrouded in eternal darkness, akin to being adrift in a cosmos devoid of stars, where not a glimmer of light can be perceived. In such frigid waters, the human body, even if not crushed, succumbs rapidly to hypothermia. The conditions in the ocean's depths are indeed harsh and inhospitable. Thus, this realm is rightly deemed a forbidden zone for life. Nonetheless, the young man occasionally glimpses the drifting plankton outside, suggesting that this biological wasteland is not entirely devoid of life. This is due to the presence of underwater volcanoes or hydrothermal vents, which provide a modicum of warmth to the cold seabed, creating a sanctuary amidst the desolation. Life, it seems, is always in pursuit of its own path. Heading at a bearing of 295, the descent continues. The pilot of the submarine, gazing steadily at the monitor above, spoke calmly while deftly maneuvering the deep submersible. The young man glanced at the pilot, clad in a deep blue uniform, and couldn't help but inquire, "Pilot Fu, we are on a mission. Could we possibly expedite our descent?" The esteemed pilot, Fu Wenjie, was a prized asset of the National Deep Sea Base and the chief operator of the submersible number 7. All the crew members operating this deep submersible hailed from this base, not for any trivial reason, but due to their extensive experience with domestic submersibles such as the Jiaolong or the Endeavour. Fu Wenjie shook his head in resignation and turned to the young man. "Dr. Yi, we cannot indiscriminately increase the descent speed of the submersible. Otherwise, the rapidly changing pressure could compromise the integrity of the vessel's structure or propulsion system." Dr. Yi then shifted his gaze towards another crew member who was diligently recording notes on a tablet and noticed the affirmation in the crew member's nod. Consequently, he became increasingly agitated, frequently peering through the glass at the darkness beyond. Outside, powerful searchlights illuminated the surroundings with a brilliance of tens of thousands of lumens, visible even under the sun, yet they failed to penetrate the abyssal darkness of the ocean floor. Staring into the void beyond the window, Dr. Yi felt an unsettling chill, as if the cold was transcending the confines of space, relentlessly burrowing into his very being, despite the relatively warm temperature inside the submersible. He then persuaded another deep diver, Jiang Qianheng. "As you have just witnessed, our VHF and underwater acoustics cannot establish communication with the Dongshan ship. It is highly probable that something has gone awry above. We must accelerate our efforts to avert any further unforeseen incidents." Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi gazed once more out of the window, barely able to discern the dark expanse below. Heading 297, with a depth of 36 meters remaining, he noted, the submersible was equipped with numerous iron weights to maintain balance. As Fu Qianheng discarded a pair of weights that had aided their descent, the vessel could reach a buoyancy equilibrium on the seabed. This distinction set submersibles apart from submarines, as they faced far more extreme conditions. Should they wish to ascend, relinquishing additional weight would enhance the submersible's buoyancy, enabling it to rise autonomously. However, at this moment, they still had a mission to fulfill. Fu Qianheng began to frequently glance at the observation window and the monitors above to assess their surroundings, constantly evaluating the underwater environment. Yet, due to the spotlight illuminating only a 7-meter radius of the seabed, he relied more on sonar to visualize the landscape. 21 meters, water temperature 1 degrees. Dr. Yi soon found himself captivated by the three-dimensional image constructed by the sonar. The ocean floor appeared unexpectedly flat. 17 meters. Fu Qianheng activated the other surveying instruments. "We have now reached the seabed, Dr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi promptly inquired, "Can we continue our descent?" Fu Qianheng hesitated momentarily before continuing the descent of the submersible, for sonar readings indicated that the surrounding terrain posed no impediments. At a depth of 7 meters, the seafloor came into view. Dr. Yi observed the seabed intently. It was blanketed with various fine sands and sediments, with some rocks exposed, yet the desolation was palpable. interrupted only by the occasional flicker of tiny plankton illuminated by the submersible's spotlight. The stark barrenness was disconcerting. Fu Qianheng found it somewhat surprising. Is this not rather normal? This is not a trench. Naturally, one would not expect the presence of volcanic craters or hydrothermal vents, as the seabed typically appears thus. Ah, but you fail to comprehend. Dr. Yi replied, fixing his gaze upon Fu Qianheng. It is precisely because the surroundings are so ordinary, devoid of any signs of biological activity, that I find it peculiar. Perhaps the traces we seek do not lie in this vicinity. It seems we shall struggle to uncover anything here. Let us proceed towards the designated target point, Fu Qianheng. Understood. Thus, the manned capsule lapsed into silence once again. Beneath the tranquil sea, the submersible designated as number 7 floated above the seabed, continuously scanning with its detection instruments. After a brief interval, Fu Qianheng halted his operations, gazing up at the monitor. The screen displayed a three-dimensional representation of the seafloor, generated by laser scanning. However, at the periphery of the developing 3D seabed image, a mass of an indistinct black substance was discernible, its amorphous shape shifting continuously with the laser's probing. He stared in astonishment. What is this? Upon seeing this, Dr. Yi felt a mixture of excitement and confusion. What is this? It appears to be an image captured by laser scanning. Quickly, let us employ sonar to ascertain what this object is. Compared to sonar imaging, laser imaging is considerably more precise. However, this unidentified substance seems akin to a black hole, absorbing the light emitted from the laser, rendering it undetectable. Thus, we must resort to sonar. The sonar imaging revealed a square structure buried within the seabed, which is precisely what the advanced radar had previously detected. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. This object will soon be retrieved. With this thought, Dr. Ye's excitement intensified. Yes, this is it. Let us recover this object. The submersible continued its slow advance, seemingly venturing into an uncharted domain, as the crew inside the manned chamber began to feel a chill. It was as though the frigid seawater outside was siphoning away the warmth from within. Jiang Qianheng glanced at the panel beside him, murmuring, strange. The heating system is functioning normally, and the temperature has not dropped. Why does it feel so cold? To confirm whether he was merely imagining things, he checked the thermometer, which still indicated a normal reading. While Jiang Qianheng pondered whether the sensors might be at fault, Fu Qianheng halted the submersible. They had reached their destination and began to operate the vessel for a gradual descent. The spotlight illuminated the seabed, and Dr. Yi soon spotted the square object, which was covered by a thin layer of sediment, approximately the size of 2 bricks. It appears that there is nothing particularly extraordinary. As for why the laser is unable to detect it, it is likely due to material issues, or so Dr. Yu surmised. However, having finally encountered the object, the next step is merely to secure it, after which all will be well. This object has already exhibited some enigmatic properties, and it is anticipated that further information may be gleaned from it. Thus, there is no cause for concern regarding any potential losses. Yes, indeed, this is it. Let us hasten to retrieve it. Dr. Yi was already brimming with impatience, oblivious to the fact that he was trembling slightly from the cold. Fu Qianheng maneuvered the submersible to a suitable position for operation, and he began to operate the mechanical arm outside the craft, gently reaching towards the cube. The cube was delicately lifted, and from its exposed material, it appeared to resemble basalt. Moreover, its underside was incomplete. Soon, the sediment atop the cube began to shed due to the movements of the mechanical arm, judging by the thickness of the accumulated layers. It is evident that this creation was recently abandoned in this location. Under the camera's gaze, there seemed to be some inscriptions on its surface. However, due to the low resolution and considerable distance, it was difficult to discern clearly. This object likely resembles a monument, Dr. Yi contemplated. As the mechanical arm continued its slow movement, just as Fu Qianheng intended to place the object into the collection box, Dr. Yi halted him. Let us not place it in just yet. Allow the mechanical arm to draw closer, so that I may observe it first. Fu Qianheng cast a puzzled glance at Professor Yi, but ultimately acquiesced to his request. After all, the professor was the expert in this field, and his demands were not unreasonable. The deep-sea submersible trembled violently, and Jiang Qianheng, who was investigating a malfunction, cast a puzzled glance towards the main control seat behind him. As the submarine emitted creaking sounds in its struggle against the water pressure, he was horrified to see a collision warning flashing on the monitor above. The cacophony filled the confined space, enveloping him in an inescapable sense of suffocation and dread. Each sound seemed to serve as a grim reminder that the vessel and its occupants were ensconced in the abyssal depths of the ocean, battling the vast darkness and formidable water pressure solely through the resilience of the submersible. It was a miscalculation that had caused the submarine to descend and collide with the exposed rocks of the ocean floor. This was the deep sea, where the immense water pressure loomed outside, and any impact could potentially compromise the structural integrity of the submersible, leading to a catastrophic implosion. Such a fate would be far more perilous than flying in an aircraft. Once an implosion occurred, survival would be an impossibility. The remains would be irretrievable, rendering even a martyr's box futile for holding ashes. Fu Wenjie, pay attention to the controls. Jiang Qianheng shouted urgently, yet the two individuals remained unresponsive. This was highly unusual. Fu Wenjie had earned his position as the main pilot due to his exceptional deep-sea experience and adaptability. He had navigated submersibles through myriad malfunctions, deftly averting disaster each time. But what was amiss this time? The submarine remained in a perilous state, and Jiang Qianheng, disregarding the reasons for their apparent loss of control, rushed forward. Grasping Fu Wenjie's shoulder, he swiftly grasped the control stick, deftly maneuvering the submarine to ascend. After a brief period of minor turbulence, the vessel stabilized. The creaking sounds diminished, and Jiang Qianheng, feeling a surge of tension, glanced at the floor of the passenger cabin, relieved to find no signs of rupture. Only then did he turn his attention to the two individuals at the helm, curious as to how a mere inspection of the air conditioning system had nearly led to the destruction of the submersible. To his astonishment, despite the commotion he had just caused, Professor Yi and the pilot, Fu Qianheng, remained unperturbed, their postures unchanged, transfixed by the primary observation window beneath the screen. It was as if they were peering through the thick glass, fixated on something of profound significance. Their eyes, filled with an intensity of focus, seemed to swell with urgency, as if on the verge of bursting from their sockets. Their bodies were as rigid as sculptures. Fu, the pilot, maintained his grip on the control lever, tense and poised, which was the very cause of the submersible's near collision. Aside from Fu, who tightly clenched his jaw, only Professor Yi was heard murmuring incessantly. Jiang Qianheng leaned closer to Dr. Yi, eager to catch his words. Strange. Strange. It makes no sense. What is this? How can it be so peculiar? How can such a shape exist in this world? Why does its form exhibit such an OO? How can one even begin to describe it? Is it like a polygon? A topology? AM by a strip? A flax flower? A Polynesian? Dr. Ye's voice began to lower, becoming increasingly hoarse and almost inhuman, as if the very structure of his articulation had been altered. Indeed, so it is. The non-existent cannot be described. That which is beyond comprehension cannot be articulated. The OOO cannot be O. This transcends the OO. It is a new form. Cannot OO be described. Jiang Qianheng anxiously glanced at Dr. Yi. At this moment, his words had become utterly incomprehensible, resembling symptoms of a mental breakdown or emotional instability stemming from some unknown cause. This was also true for Fu Qianheng. However, Fu Qianheng remained relatively composed, likely due to his mental fortitude. It is well known that all who become submariners are exceptionally talented individuals, possessing remarkable resilience and psychological endurance, selected from the very pinnacle of candidates. Otherwise, they would be incapable of maintaining composure in the face of peril. While there are several potential causes for mental breakdowns, including the psychological pressure of the oxygen supply system or a confined environment, Jiang Qianheng swiftly dismissed these notions. From their behaviors and conversations, it was evident that the object they had just salvaged was the source of their distress. That object was situated on the mechanical claw outside the main observation window. Jiang Qianheng exerted tremendous effort to control his gaze, resisting the urge to look at the main observation window. Yet, refraining from doing so posed a dilemma. Based on their earlier dialogue, he understood that the object had not yet been placed in the collection box. The deep-sea submersible could not ascend in such a manner, for without secure placement, the object would easily slip from the claw. He lifted his gaze towards the screen above, and with the aid of sonar imaging, he beheld an object resembling a fractured stone tablet. However, due to the blurred imaging, he could only discern its shape, unable to ascertain its material or the faint inscriptions that adorned its surface. After a moment of silence, contemplating their current predicament, he picked up the intercom. During their descent, they had not anticipated encountering an object that could induce such mental disarray merely by being observed. This entity, by its very nature, could serve as a form of psychological weaponry. Now, The only course of action was to report this anomaly, allowing those above to devise an appropriate method for its handling. Chapter 144. Salvage. The command center received the message from Jiang Qianhang. As the battle had essentially concluded, they were in the process of compiling the list of fallen comrades and assessing the fleet's losses. Shortly, the local air squadron and Fleet 003 would also proceed to this location for support. After all, no one had anticipated such an incident occurring here. The object being salvaged could influence the mental state of the observer merely through observation. This was the report from the number 7 deep submersible. Arrangements would be made for other submersibles to conduct a rescue, but the disposal of this stone tablet necessitated a thoughtful solution from them. A number of scientists appeared somewhat perplexed, as only a few among them had participated in advisory teams confronting the extraordinary, while the majority were recently summoned oceanographers, marine geologists, microbial oceanographers, marine geophysicists, marine ecologists, and even meteorologists specializing in oceanic weather were present. Only those who are not deep-sea archaeologists, mystics, or even psychologists and medical professionals cannot offer reliable advice due to their lack of expertise. Su Chen discerned the predicament faced by the oceanographers and stepped forward. Undoubtedly, this is an extraordinary occurrence exhibiting symptoms akin to Taihao's ailment, where mere observation can disturb the observer's sanity. After reporting the situation here to the Central Advisory Team, we should consult my grandfather Yang. He may possess some insights. As for the course of action, Su Chen pondered for a moment. Can I establish contact with the number 7 deep-sea submersible? Indeed, we can relay the signal from the number 7 submersible through the Dongshan vessel, enabling them to connect with the command center. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. Jiang Qianhang, in an effort to avoid gazing out at the square monument through the observation window, covered it with the submersible's operational notebook. He then patiently awaited instructions from the intercom while attempting to assess the conditions of Dr. Yi and Fu Qianhang. Initially, he believed he could easily rouse the two, but to his dismay, no amount of tapping or external stimulation proved effective. Furthermore, his actions seemed to provoke something, as Dr. Yi began to utter fragmented tones and nonsensical words in a more frenzied manner. These vaguely comprehensible words appeared as if he were desperately voicing any term that came to mind, utterly oblivious to their specific meanings. Should he continue to listen, even he would struggle to comprehend all that he heard, saw, and felt. Soon enough, he awoke in a cold sweat, as if liberated from a terrifying nightmare. Casting a wary glance at Dr. Yi, it seemed he began to comprehend the plight these two individuals were enduring. Thus, he laboriously exchanged positions with Fu Qianhang, anxiously manipulating the mechanical arm, hoping to place the stone tablet into the collection box affixed to the exterior of the submersible, striving to complete the task swiftly. Even as he forced himself to concentrate on the salvage operation, he was subjected to Dr. Yi's erratic murmurs. However, this was not an insurmountable challenge. It was merely a source of concern for Jiang Qianhang. Dr. Yi's screams had evidently grown increasingly hoarse, accompanied by a raspy quality that suggested prolonged shouting could inflict damage upon his throat. If this delay persisted, it could result in permanent harm to his vocal cords, possibly leading to muteness. Jiang Qianhang, drenched in sweat, struggled with the controls, yet he discovered that since the object had been ensnared by the mechanical claws, the sensors appeared to be malfunctioning, rendering them nearly impossible to operate. Although he was the second pilot and had descended numerous times, he had never encountered such a predicament before. Moreover, he sensed an unsettling chill enveloping the cabin, as his body grew increasingly cold, despite the temperature gauge within the compartment remaining unchanged. This sensation troubled Jiang Qianhang, and after several unsuccessful attempts to retrieve the stone tablet, a minor slip caused it to escape the mechanical grip and tumble back onto the seabed, further exacerbating his agitation. Soon, the crackle of his intercom broke the silence, drawing his attention. "I am Su Chen, the commander of the Reef Island Command Center. Is this the number 7 submersible?" "Indeed, this is the number 7 submersible. We have arrived at the designated target point. However, the object we are dealing with is rather unusual. It seems to possess some peculiar capability that affects the mechanical operations of the submersible." A moment of silence enveloped the radio. "What is your current status?" Jiang Qianhang glanced at the other two individuals, realizing that even though he had blocked the main observation window, they remained transfixed on the empty pane, and notably, Dr. Yi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with tears of blood. "Our condition is exceedingly dire. Both Dr. Yi and the pilot have lost consciousness, and their physical state is quite precarious. It appears that the mechanical arm is also malfunctioning. Are you able to ascend normally? Yes. Then, please ascend immediately and temporarily abandon the mission. Another submersible will later retrieve this object. Jiang Qianhang instinctively retorted, no? This thing is too sinister. What if other submersibles are also affected? His voice was laced with caution and trepidation. Rest assured, we have already informed other submersibles of the situation you are facing. They are equipped with more advanced retrieval tools and are fully capable of executing the task. Furthermore, we have already suffered significant losses, and I do not wish for any further mishaps to occur. Jiang Qianhang noticed on the sonar that other submersibles had arrived in proximity. Through the side observation window, he could even see the lights of the other submersibles. He instantly comprehended that Su Chen was indeed correct. If there existed only a solitary submersible at my disposal, I would be compelled to devise a means to fulfill the mission. However, in the presence of other submersibles capable of accomplishing the task, it would be prudent to refrain from further peril. Returning home is undoubtedly the most judicious choice. I have come to this realization, and I shall ascend forthwith. Swiftly, he reconfirmed the status of the other two individuals within the manned capsule, maneuvering the submersible in reverse. To his astonishment, he discovered what appeared to be a damp liquid upon the joystick. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed not to be a fluid resulting from a mechanical leak, but rather resembled saline seawater. This scent was familiar to Jiang Qianhang. He surmised it to be condensation resulting from the breath's warmth in the cold environment, a phenomenon not uncommon during marine operations. The instruments within the manned capsule are meticulously sealed, and this minor dampness posed no significant threat. Jiang Qianhang swiftly executed his operations to create ample working space for the other submersibles and subsequently jettisoned the payload. As he did so, he observed on the sonar display that submersibles number 4 and number 9 had already reached their designated points. For reasons unknown, an incessant sense of impending crisis lingered in the air. A report has emerged. The investigation's findings are in. The mechanical arm of submersible No. 7 has malfunctioned due to the aging of its components and structure. Tests indicate that the mechanical arm had endured at least 8 months of intensive operation to reach such a state. Aging. Su Chen was taken aback. As the director of these submersibles and their accompanying advanced sonar systems, he may not have directly participated in the operational specifics. Yet he was certainly knowledgeable about the essential details. One thing he could ascertain was that the batch of submersibles and their accompanying equipment was entirely brand new. Having been manufactured less than a month ago, how could their lifespan be merely 8 months? Was it possible that these submersibles could traverse time? However, this absurd notion was quickly discarded by Su Chen, for it was evident that this anomaly was likely caused by the stone tablet. As he was well aware that the Cthulhu faction possessed such bizarre capabilities, the aging of the mechanical arm seemed to share a striking resemblance to a peculiar form of corrosion, perhaps even exceeding it. Based on the timeline, the mechanical arm had only been in contact for a mere dozen minutes. If calculated by the 8-month aging period, it would imply an astonishing acceleration of deterioration by a factor of 10,000. Nevertheless, from another perspective, the more extraordinary the stone tablet appeared, the greater the display of its supernatural powers, which indicated that the objects they were salvaging were of paramount importance. Su Chen pondered for a moment under the scrutinizing gaze of his fellow advisors and inquired further, what is the condition of the submersible's main body aside from the mechanical arm? The main body also appears to have a malfunction and is currently under investigation. However, Pilot Zhang reported that there were some anomalies in the internal temperature control system of the submersible, yet after examining the fault logs and the interior, it was confirmed that this malfunction had never occurred before. Temperature? Are there any other faults? None. Yes. By the way, Su Chen called to the communicator. What is the status of the crew aboard submersible number 7? The liaison glanced at the recorded information, aside from Jiang Qianhang, who exhibited some signs of fatigue but remained largely unharmed. Dr. Yi and Fu Qianhang, after a thorough examination, appeared to be experiencing a form of stress response leading to overall tension in their bodies. They had already been administered sedatives to alleviate their condition. However, there was also an unexplained increase in intraocular pressure that seemed impervious to pharmacological intervention, with Dr. Ye's condition being the most severe, potentially leading to blindness. Su Chen furrowed his brow. This sounded even more dire than the Taihao illness, and he found himself increasingly concerned for those deep-sea vessels currently engaged in retrieving the steel. Furthermore, the flagship of Fleet 002 inquired whether the British aircraft carrier, which remained incapacitated, should be approached for the possibility of capturing personnel, given that they still possess some operational warships. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a jolt of alarm, staring incredulously at the liaison. He had nearly forgotten about the stranded British aircraft carrier adrift at sea. However, this suggestion seemed recklessly perilous. Yet, the flagship's command had not been privy to the decision-making here and, thus, remained unaware of the terrifying capabilities of the fungal infection Chen had mentioned. Chen then turned to Su Jun of the advisory team. Do we have any unmanned devices capable of landing on the opposing carrier? UAVs? We did not bring such equipment for this operation, Su Jun replied. However, we could airdrop a batch of drones using the aviation squadron. Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. Even if the aircraft carrier across from us is incapacitated, it may still possess formidable electromagnetic countermeasures. These drones may prove ineffective. We must devise a strategy to sink that carrier by any means necessary. Beside him, Su Jun hesitated, his thoughts unspoken. But soon he resigned himself to silence and subtly nodded to the other officers. We could deploy H-6 bombers equipped with cluster munitions or even nuclear warheads for the assault. One officer proposed. Chapter 145. The crisis lingers. Upon receiving news of the H-6 launch, it became evident to all that Britain's remaining aircraft carrier was doomed. Moreover, it was not merely their carrier that faced destruction. Their nation itself might endure grave repercussions, following the deployment of nuclear weapons by Britain and France. Despite their status as permanent members of the Security Council, they had already been met with declarations of war from the attacked nations. Under the aegis of America, they would also face international condemnation and various forms of pressure. After all, the outcomes of conflicts between nations are determined by more than just military might. Economic sanctions, transportation blockades, and public opinion often wield greater influence than the initial strikes. In this context, not only had our embassies across Europe lost contact, but even those of America and the Russian Federation had also gone silent, indicating the swiftness and decisiveness of their actions. Su Jun scrutinized the incoming intelligence, his mind tirelessly evaluating the situation in Europe. Currently, in the context of small-scale warfare, no one dares to provoke foreign embassies, as doing so would undoubtedly constitute a grave affront to other nations, in accordance with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. Moreover, the statement left unuttered by the officer suggests that the mysterious disappearance of embassies on such a grand scale evokes thoughts of a potential purge. In times of war, no one wishes for their homeland to be scrutinized by watchful eyes. The disappearance of consulates from these European nations indicates their involvement with the deep-sea denizens, signifying that the fungal infection has indeed permeated nearly all European countries, and it seems we may soon be engaged in conflict with them. The spread of this fungal infection must be taken into account, as pointed out by Su Chen, prompting nods of agreement from the other officers. Indeed, should the fungal infection escalate, the enemy's offensive may not rely predominantly on conventional firepower. The nature of modern warfare could undergo significant transformation, necessitating greater support for our chemical defense forces, as another officer added. If their fungal infection can fully dominate their cognitive processes, our efforts in the realms of propaganda, economic sanctions, or even food embargoes may yield unsatisfactory results. However, it is implausible to assume there would be no effect whatsoever, Su Jun asserted with conviction. His statement is grounded in the wisdom of Kissinger, who famously remarked that he who controls food controls humanity. We have suffered losses in this regard before, and the scars of those experiences remain palpable. The international food conglomerate ABCD once collaborated to launch a soybean offensive against our nation. The Western grain merchants dominate 80% of the global food distribution, wielding such power that they can easily manipulate the international market. Their dumping of soybeans has led to the bankruptcy of numerous domestic soybean manufacturers and farmers. Subsequently, they have reversed course to acquire these failing enterprises. This commercial warfare has culminated in our defeat, and to this day, the majority of edible oil in the market remains under foreign control. Our soybean industry lies in ruins. However, the situation is not without potential for change. After a span of 12 years, the Ministry of Agriculture announced an adjustment to planting plans, aiming to expand soybean cultivation and reduce the importation of genetically modified soybeans to ensure domestic yield. Why this sudden announcement after 12 years? It coincided with a remarkable year when the double-crop rice yield in South China reached an impressive 537 kilograms per mu, a feat achieved by the esteemed Yuan Longping. Following the soybean debacle, it is not too late to rectify our course. As the ABCD conglomerates sought to use soybeans as a stepping stone to infiltrate the domestic wheat industry, our national grain reserve has fortified food security to an impenetrable degree, resulting in significant losses for these Western grain merchants. To date, they have not dared to launch a third offensive in the grain market. Although the mainland's food security remains robust, deterring international grain capital from venturing forth, the ABCD Group has effectively gained control over the lifeblood of most countries worldwide, including Europe itself. Among the Western grain merchants, 3 are American, while 1, representing the D in ABCD, is French. Nevertheless, aside from being predominantly under American influence, their power has significantly waned, with the China National Cereals, Oils and Foodstuffs Corporation and Wilmar International poised to take their place. China National Cereals, Oils and Foodstuffs Corporation, a central state-owned enterprise, ranks as the 5th largest grain trader in the world. We possess the capability to influence global dynamics. Europe, particularly Britain, has suffered inexplicable nuclear strikes, with France enduring similar retaliatory actions, leading to a landscape ravaged by radiation. Should there be any alteration in the European climate, the repercussions of this nuclear contamination could swiftly permeate the continent, inevitably impacting agricultural yields. Unless the individuals afflicted by fungal infections can miraculously generate sustenance without the need for food through sheer willpower, they will undoubtedly face shortages. Moreover, energy remains a critical concern. Apart from nuclear power, Europe's most vital energy source is the natural gas supplied by the Russian Federation. In the context of ongoing hostilities, it is reasonable to anticipate that Russia would sever its gas supply to Europe. The cessation of energy would naturally precipitate the shutdown of numerous factories. However, it is worth noting that the German Rhineland boasts the largest coal reserves in Europe. Previous halts in coal production were attributed to pollution concerns. Yet it is improbable that those affected by fungal infections would prioritize environmental issues. Nonetheless, one crucial element remains unassailable: the importation of oil and other energy sources. Should they lose access to oil and deplete their reserves, their aircraft and tanks would be reduced to mere scrap metal. In addition to the blockade of food and energy, the import of materials is also at stake. Many of these nuclear strikes have targeted their industrial facilities, resulting in a rapid diminishment of their wartime capabilities. With factories destroyed, the efficacy of such blockades becomes increasingly questionable. Furthermore, the Russian Federation currently finds itself ensnared in a multitude of crises. Its vast expanse is predominantly oriented towards the European region, while the fungal infection that has erupted in Siberia has devastated many of its heavy industrial facilities. Chen felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing this, sensing the significance of this revelation. However, could the fungal infection within the Russian Federation pose a threat to its own inland territories? Chen pondered, compounding the situation. The Russian Federation's response to the saturation nuclear strike from France has been sluggish due to the fungal outbreak. The chemical district in St. Petersburg has suffered a severe blow, with reports indicating an extremely grave chemical accident, resulting in the tragic loss of thousands of lives. It dawned on Chen that the plight of the Russian Federation had deteriorated to such an alarming extent, verging on disaster. To be precise, it was rather unfortunate. The super fungi within its borders are proving difficult to manage. The dispatched fleet has met with complete annihilation, and with Europe looming menacingly at its borders. The nation has even endured several nuclear strikes, potentially leading to significant turmoil. Internal strife and external threats are unmistakable harbingers of national ruin. Nevertheless, the prospect of their nation being eradicated cannot be taken lightly, for such an event would undoubtedly incite global upheaval, with consequences beyond human endurance. Even though the Russian Federation has now transitioned into a wartime regime and is swiftly attempting to respond, the severity of the crisis they are facing is unprecedented. Thus, it is highly probable that they will seek means to provide support domestically. However, vigilance is still required, particularly against the deep divers, and moreover, the nearby Barad indeed presents its own set of challenges. Jun's brow remained furrowed, for the fungi of Europe were like a stirring stick, unsettling the world. Even so, these adversaries were still manageable. When Chen spoke, all eyes turned to him, for these were tangible foes, far easier to confront than the intangible ones. After a brief pause, Chen continued, "However, the crisis faced by humanity ultimately stems from the deep divers. With the emergence of Europe's super fungi exhibiting such traits, We cannot guarantee that other superfungi around the globe will not develop even more terrifying abilities. Therefore, even as we tackle other crises, we must not cease our search for the deep divers. That stone tablet represents a crucial lead in our investigation. A staff officer confirmed the salvage progress with the liaison officer, only to be informed that operations were still ongoing. Such efforts were measured in hours, especially given the tablet's peculiar powers, which rendered it impossible to retrieve swiftly. A group of technicians affirmed that the issue lay not with the equipment, but rather with some intrinsic property of the monument itself. Let us set it aside for now. Once we have salvaged it, we can study its characteristics and ascertain its form and purpose. A report then arrived, conveying news from the Central Command. It indicated that they would be landing in coastal cities before deploying military aircraft to Rock Island. Chen was somewhat taken aback to discover yet another academician present. However, upon surveying the multitude of oceanographers behind him, he ultimately nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity for more specialized scientists to offer their assistance. When would she and her team arrive at Reef Island? The report indicated that they had already landed at Huangdao Airport and were currently boarding a military helicopter. Chapter 146. Catastrophic implosion. Initially, it was presumed that no further obstacles could hinder the fleet's salvage operations. Yet, an alarming event soon transpired. The fleet reported that after the No. 9 submersible successfully retrieved the monolith, it began its ascent, only to experience a terrifying implosion at approximately 2,000 meters underwater. The first to arrive, the No. 9 submersible sealed its observation window and employed sonar alongside a specially designed claw-like mechanical arm to recover the monolith, which proved more efficient for handling large objects than traditional pincers. Subsequently, the monolith was securely placed within a custom sample box, ensuring its protection from potential damage. Following this, the No. 9 submersible jettisoned its ballast and commenced its ascent, while other converging submersibles conducted local explorations to ascertain whether any additional items had been overlooked by the deep-sea divers. The ascent of the submersible was remarkably slow, comparable to its descent, rising merely a few dozen meters per minute. This deliberate pace was necessitated by the immense pressure of the deep sea and the structural integrity of the submersible. Any attempt to exceed this speed could result in catastrophic structural failure. However, during the ascent, the team aboard the submersible No. 9 reported a faint sound emanating from the vessel's hull. Before a comprehensive investigation could be conducted, the submersible emitted a terrifying creak, reminiscent of a giant forcefully squeezing the diminutive craft. Certain areas of the hull had indeed been compressed. Fortunately, due to the unique design of the manned compartment, its internal safety structure remained capable of withstanding pressure, ensuring that the submersible could continue its ascent. As they rose higher, the diminishing water pressure afforded them greater safety. The occupants of the submersible, despite the alarming circumstances, remained composed and exerted every effort to salvage the vessel. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the situation aboard submersible No. 9 deteriorated. Reports indicated a rise in humidity within the manned compartment, coupled with an unusual chill, and several instruments began to malfunction, while the deconstruction apparatus exhibited peculiar noises. They claimed that the anti-corrosive paint initially applied was now flaking, and the internal structure was being severely corroded for reasons unknown. Subsequently, a failure in the oxygen supply system led to an increase in carbon dioxide levels within the manned compartment. Chen contemplated suggesting the abandonment of the sample container. However, he was swiftly informed by the technical team that designed the submersible that such a function was non-existent, as it was deemed unnecessary. Based on previous experiences with submersibles, salvaged samples would not affect the navigation of the vessel, and incorporating such a feature would compromise its reliability. No one could have anticipated that the retrieved items would bring with them a persistent corrosive threat. Upon receiving this news, Chen proposed to extract the steel from the sample box using a robotic arm, then temporarily abandon it and pursue alternative methods for retrieval. This indeed seemed to be a feasible approach. However, before it could be executed, an implosion occurred. This time, even the manned capsule was unable to withstand the immense water pressure. Currently, Fleet 002 reports that a portion of the wreckage from the No. 9 vessel has been salvaged. From this debris, it is evident that various objects in its vicinity are aging at an alarmingly rapid pace. The catastrophic implosion of No. 9 was precipitated by structural degradation and a subsequent decline in strength. The steel poses a greater danger than we initially imagined, affirming that we have not erred in our pursuit. This matter pertains to the security of our nation and humanity at large. Surrendering it is not an option. Therefore, even in the face of such an incident, the recovery efforts must persist. Director Liu. Su Jun turned to the oceanographer and the head of the National Deep-Sea Base, who also served as the managing director. I understand. Rest assured, the plan cannot be halted. Director Liu's countenance was resolute, yet his voice quivered slightly. Internally, he was anything but calm, though he managed to conceal his turmoil in such a setting. He was forcing himself to maintain composure. Behind him stood a group of technicians, clad in deep blue attire, who were also leaders of the deep-sea base. Many of them displayed expressions of disbelief, struggling to accept the news of the sacrifice of the crew aboard number 9. These leaders were not merely administrators. When necessary, they would also embark on dives with the deep-sea vessels, for the individuals who understand these submersibles best are invariably their operators. The loss extended beyond just the crew. It encompassed their colleagues as well. Director Liu, those are our 2 comrades, a reluctant head of the deep-sea diving base remarked. You still recognize them as our comrades? Are the others aboard the submersibles not our comrades? Are the soldiers on those warships not our comrades? What about the brave souls who have already sacrificed themselves? Are they not our comrades? Director Liu's voice rose an octave. Let me make this clear. This is war. We are also engaged in battle, tasked with ensuring the safety of those comrades who venture into the depths. Now, with the implosion of submersible number 9, how can you still speak so brazenly? What you should be doing right now is formulating an alternative plan to ensure that the remaining submersibles can safely retrieve the monument and fulfill our mission. Upon hearing this, the technician who had spoken, despite feeling a sense of resentment, nodded firmly, understood. He then began to converse with the technicians behind him. This action prompted the other technicians at the deep-sea base to engage in discussions as well, which eased Director Liu's demeanor significantly. Typically, he would not display such anger. As the head of the base, his role was to resolve issues, with composure being paramount. However, the implosion incident of submersible No. 9 marked the first of its kind since the establishment of the deep-sea base, and they had never encountered such an event before, which explained the technicians' heightened emotional response. The reason the military submarines were not deployed is that deep-sea submersibles and submarines are fundamentally distinct entities, necessitating the involvement of deep-sea personnel from the submersible base. Most of these individuals hail from marine academies and possess extensive oceanic knowledge, enabling them to delve into the depths of the sea to accomplish designated objectives, rather than merely operating a vessel. In contrast to military personnel, these individuals resemble scholars more than soldiers. Nevertheless, a greater number of technicians comprehend the significance of this operation. Even in the event of casualties among non-combat personnel, they merely experienced a brief emotional respite before promptly returning to their tasks. Following their discussions, they swiftly devised a solution. Director Liu, I have conferred with my colleagues, and we firmly believe that we absolutely cannot use the sample box for salvage, one of them stated. It seems you have reached a consensus. Please share your thoughts. Indeed, this rectangular stone possesses extraordinary powers, thus the submersible cannot maintain prolonged contact. Therefore, we must create an object capable of enduring extended interaction without being affected by these extraordinary forces. Upon hearing this, Su Chen recalled a previous notion he had regarding artifact preservation, where he had also mentioned the desire to avoid the unique corrosion of artifacts. Oh, please elaborate. Director Liu inquired, somewhat perplexed. He indeed harbored this idea, but was uncertain about how to construct an object impervious to such corrosion. Earlier, I conferred with the personnel from the technical department and our team from Fleet 002 regarding the detailed conditions of the wreckage of submersible No. 9 and the hull and mechanical arm of submersible number 7. It has come to light that the corrosion they encountered differed significantly. The components designed to resist corrosion exhibited far less degradation than those that were not. Furthermore, I inquired about the nature of their corrosion. It is evident that such deterioration does not occur in isolation but necessitates contact with a corrosive source. The square stone can only expedite the corrosion process, rather than induce it independently. Most of the external structures have suffered from some form of extreme oxidation and electrochemical reaction, with the most severe damage stemming from chloride ion corrosion due to seawater. Once the surface coatings rapidly deteriorate and fail, the underlying metallic structures become increasingly susceptible to such erosion. Director Liu appeared to grasp the implications. So, yes, by analyzing the corrosion conditions of submersible number 7, we can reasonably infer the maximum duration the submersible can engage with the square stone without compromising structural integrity. Let us not forget the additional threat posed by barnacles during ascent. A nearby researcher interrupted him softly. Indeed, and barnacles. In that case, it seems prudent to further reduce the operational time to prevent the coating from aging and failing. We could deploy multiple submersibles in a relay operation, encasing the square stone in polymer materials, and then employing corrosion-resistant precious metal alloys to shield against seawater corrosion, thereby allowing the submersible that lifts the square stone to remain unaffected by it. After contemplating this strategy, Director Liu found no apparent flaws in the plan and promptly gave his approval. Chapter 147, Academician Zhao. A few dark spots appeared in the sky, and after a few seconds of radar tracking from the rocky island, they were identified as friendly aircraft. Chen stood at the airport on Rocky Island with several leaders, gazing at the approaching dark shapes in the sky. As the spots grew larger, the thunderous roar of helicopters filled the air. It was a formation of helicopters. However, Chen noticed that aside from the leading manned helicopter, there were several enormous helicopters trailing behind, remarkably large in appearance. These were the military-modified versions of the AHL heavy helicopters, recently developed and in limited production, with only a few prototypes available and not yet widely deployed. Even the naval aircraft carriers lacked such heavy helicopters. The purpose of deploying these aircraft was to transport equipment brought by the arriving academician, as the runway on Rocky Island was insufficient for the landing of transport planes. Consequently, it was decided to dispatch these heavy helicopters from the naval district for the transport of equipment. Upon returning to the country, the academician did not immediately proceed to Rocky Island. Instead, she took a military aircraft to the Military District Research Institute, where she loaded a substantial amount of scientific research equipment. She intended to utilize the military transport aircraft to convey a plethora of instruments to the isolated Rocky Island to conduct on-site assessments of the monolith. The potential dangers of the monolith had already begun to reveal themselves, making it evident that researching its hazards could not be conducted in an inland laboratory. Furthermore, the isolation of Rocky Island, distant from the mainland, alleviated concerns about information leaks, and aside from the lack of research equipment, the environment was indeed optimal. As personnel guided the first 8 individuals upon their landing on the designated flat terrain, Chen and others approached to greet them. Accompanying them was a gentle elderly woman, her countenance warm and inviting, etched with the marks of time that, rather than diminishing her, bestowed upon her an air of wisdom and serenity. Her bright, kind eyes radiated determination and resilience, as if she could penetrate through all obstacles to unveil the truths of science. Though her hair was predominantly white, it remained neatly arranged, reflecting her competence. Clad in simple yet appropriate attire, devoid of ostentatious embellishments, she exuded an aura of refinement. While her physical appearance might not have been striking, her grace and demeanor left a lasting impression. Greetings, Academician Zhao. Welcome to the Reef Island Military Base. I am Chen, the commanding officer here. Chen extended his hand in accordance with protocol, having heard of the esteemed accomplishments of this academician. All such scholars, without exception, contributed to the nation's progress through their knowledge, thus he approached her with profound respect. This marked the second time he had encountered an academician. Regrettably, during his previous meeting with Elder Go, he had been unaware of his distinguished status, and by the time they met again, it was as if they were worlds apart. He had never engaged in a meaningful dialogue with an academician before. After disembarking from the aircraft and steadying herself, Academician Zhao regarded Chen with a cheerful smile. Shaking his hand, Chen felt the rough calluses on her fingers, a testament to the life of a scholar who had long wielded a pen. I am Zhao Ting, a physicist. I respond to the nation's needs, undertaking whatever tasks may arise. Over the years, I have also delved into various fields of knowledge, and I believe I can be of assistance to you during this visit. Chen did not believe that the esteemed physicist, Academician Zhao, truly regarded his breadth of knowledge as merely trivial. The very fact that Zhao had been dispatched by the Central Authority to America indicated her profound expertise in various fields. Chen had heard of you. Your discoveries regarding deep divers and extraordinary powers were the result of your keen observations from subtle clues. Truly an impressive feat for someone so young. Academician Zhao then gently patted Chen's shoulder, akin to a benevolent elder expressing pride and admiration for a promising junior. Chen felt a flush of embarrassment at the compliment. Others might not recognize his unique abilities, but he was acutely aware that his accomplishments stemmed largely from his exceptional nature. He had not exerted significant effort, and thus felt undeserving of such praise. prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "This is Su Jun, the leader of the military advisory group." Su Jun cast a fleeting glance at academician Zhao, then seemed to comprehend something, sighing as he nodded and shook Zhao's hand. "This is Tang Yun, the dean of Yunhai Ocean University and the leader of the Marine Advisory Team. And this is Lu Chun, the director of the National Deep Submergence Base and the head of this deep submersible recovery project." As Su Chen introduced these individuals to academician Zhao, a heavy-lift helicopter descended behind them. Once the gust from its descent swept over Su Chen, he finally grasped the immense size of the aircraft. The individual blades alone measured 14 meters in length, creating the impression of a colossal scythe when in motion. Su Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. "Academician Zhao, I recall our discussion regarding how this rectangular monument could influence the surrounding instruments. You have brought so many devices. Are you referring to the submarine that suffered corrosion? I consider this scenario, as our research equipment is indeed quite precious. The cost of a single unit can reach several million or even tens of millions. Fear not, young one. All these devices were carefully selected by me. For instance, that machine utilizing laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, LIBS, can achieve non-contact spectral detection from a considerable distance, provided the environmental conditions are suitable." Academician Zhao reflected on the situation as numerous technicians disembarked from the helicopter, coordinating with soldiers to unload the valuable apparatus. Su Chen felt reassured, realizing that academician Zhao had not overlooked this vital information. She had been well prepared. However, now was not the time for such discussions. The matter at hand was of greater importance. Where is the Deep-Sea Explorers Monument now? Academician Zhao glanced towards the western Zhou area and noticed an enclosed empty space at the nearby shooting range, which remained vacant. Su Chen checked the time on his watch. It will arrive shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a dark shape emerged over the ocean, gradually approaching the rocky island, with a white box suspended below it by a metal chain. This was the rectangular monument salvaged by Fleet 002 as per the plan, and fortunately, there were no unexpected incidents during the recovery. The box would soon be delicately placed near the fenced-off area, where chemical troops would proceed with decontamination, as it was difficult to ascertain whether it harbored parasitic barnacles after being retrieved from the depths of the ocean. These proceedings require some time, and soon. Su Chen could no longer restrain his curiosity and turned to academician Zhao, inquiring, "Academician Zhao, during your recent visit to America, did you make any noteworthy discoveries?" At this, academician Zhao shifted his gaze from the white box and nodded slightly at Su Chen. "Speaking of discoveries, indeed, there are a few." Su Chen noticed a tinge of exhaustion in Zhao's expression as he spoke. "I recall that you were the one who brought up the matter of the peculiar corrosion. You must have encountered Mr. Gu, correct?" "Indeed, I have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Gu on 2 occasions. He is a truly exceptional scholar, his thoughts and philosophies transcending the confines of his era. Alas, I've digressed. The matter you initially raised regarding the peculiar corrosion was classified as a crucial concern within the central authorities. It was only after the extraordinary individuals, Gu and academician Tang, passed away that the Central realized the gravity of the situation. At that time, the world was also grappling with a fungal subspecies infection. To uncover the principles and origins of this extraordinary power, the Central divulged certain information to select academicians. Throughout these occurrences, we indeed detected the involvement of an unknown force, and this calamity appeared to have the potential to engulf the globe. While we were acutely aware of the risks, the academicians, driven by their thirst for knowledge and a commitment to humanity's future, unreservedly accepted various assignments. They, along with their research teams, have suspended or slowed down their own projects to dedicate themselves fully to research, striving to provide you with a plethora of information and support, of which I am also a part. I am aware of your responsibilities. However, it is essential for you to understand that you are not alone in this endeavor. The scientific community at home is closely monitoring your progress. Although the research topics of other academicians remain somewhat vague, it is unlikely that there will be significant discrepancies. So, academician Zhao, what is your mission? Su Chen inquired with a hint of curiosity. Academician Zhao observed the decontamination efforts of the chemical defense troops as they utilized a spray apparatus on the white container housing the stone tablet. Before long, they would render the parasitic barnacles completely inactive, allowing for further investigation. As for me, Zhao replied, my assigned task is to evaluate the technological prowess of the entity you referred to as he and the deep divers, as well as to ascertain our chances of success. And what are the results? Su Chen pressed. In the cosmos, there exist four fundamental forces: strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, and gravitational force. I can tentatively speculate that the reactions concerning entropy increase may be linked to the activity of the strong and weak nuclear forces. I have discussed this matter with researchers from the American side, and they concur with my conclusion. However, how does he manage to exert such control? Academician Zhao's gaze drifted into a state of bewilderment. Academician Zhao, are you all right? Chen asked, feeling a pang of anxiety, hoping not to corner the esteemed scholar with his question. Yet, it seemed Academician Zhao discerned Chen's apprehension. Her look of confusion dissipated, replaced by a smile. What? Do you think I might be unwell? Though I have aged, I am not so rigid. At this juncture, Academician Zhao slowly turned her gaze back to the white container, her expression sharpening once more. Chen understood why Academician Zhao was so urgent. Her arrival was not merely to assist Chen, but also to engage in a confrontation with him personally. In Academician Zhao's perspective, this stone monument represented a pivotal opportunity. Chen felt a sense of shock as the disinfectant powder rapidly blanketed the entire area, with remnants of barnacles struggling in the white dust on the ground. He continued to ponder, arriving at a rather grim conclusion. Within the Cthulhu mythos, the world is not solely materialistic. Rather, his existence leans more towards idealism, suggesting that the fifth force may not exist at all. If that were the case, Chen gazed at Academician Zhao with concern. Chapter 148, Illusion Report. The target area has been completely disinfected. A group of chemical defense soldiers approached Chen, and their leader, whose voice sounded somewhat distorted due to the sealed and heavy protective suit, reported to him. Through the polymer face shield of the protective suit, Chen could discern a relatively youthful visage, only slightly older than himself. Chen scrutinized the soldiers' entire gear, finding nothing amiss. These soldiers had been duly informed of the monument's dangers, yet they remained resolute in their mission despite Chen's repeated warnings. As the commander, he bore the responsibility for the safety of these soldiers. Very well. Have you checked your bodies and equipment for any discomfort? He inquired promptly. Report, none. The chemical defense soldiers promptly reported their findings, albeit with a hint of hesitation. However, there is indeed something unusual near the monument. What sort of situation? Well, in close proximity to the monument, my team members have reported a chilling sensation. I approached to experience it myself and found it to be true. This sensation does not resemble atomic radiation, and our detection instruments have not issued any warnings. It appears to effortlessly penetrate our protective gear, dissipating once we move beyond a certain range. Yet, it has not exerted any tangible impact upon us. It feels akin to an illusion. Chen grew vigilant. These chemical defense troops hailed from a neighboring province, primarily stationed here due to the convenient maritime transport near coastal provinces, which host numerous chemical warehouses and factories. A portion of the chemical defense forces remained to ensure safety in the vicinity and following the outbreak of the super fungus. A significant number were deployed to closely monitor Taiping Town, preventing any resurgence of the super fungus. The main responsibilities of the chemical defense troops encompass nuclear observation, chemical monitoring, meteorological observation, as well as chemical and radiation reconnaissance, pollution inspection, disinfection, and decontamination. They are a specialized military unit dedicated to chemical defense support, typically composed of teams or detachments engaged in observation, reconnaissance, decontamination, flame-throwing, and smoke generation, with established leadership and academic research institutions. Their decision to report such findings indicates their genuine belief in the necessity of doing so. Chen would not dismiss this phenomenon as merely the air conditioning of deep divers. On the contrary, he regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. A chilling sensation? Could it be indicative of some unknown phenomenon? Academician Zhao expressed his keen interest, stating, since we have completed the disinfection procedure, we should be able to proceed to the next step, correct? The next step, as envisioned by Academician Zhao, involved the examination of the stone tablet, a subject that piqued the curiosity of nearly everyone present. She and her research team were fully prepared for the task. However, the authority remained with Chen. Without his consent, the soldiers would not grant access, thereby preventing the researchers from conducting their studies. Chen shook his head, asserting, no, this stone tablet is too perilous. We cannot simply allow it to be examined. Academician Zhao appeared perplexed by his stance. Chen understood the gravity of the situation but had already devised a plan. He turned to the surrounding guards and commanded, take note. I need you to restrain these researchers. unless I issue a directive. No one is to approach the stone tablet. Understood. Su Jun responded promptly, stepping forward to address his team. Team 3. Present. Guard the stone tablet. Unless Commander Su gives the order, do not allow anyone near the tablet. Affirmative. Su Chen observed with satisfaction as a squad of armed soldiers moved to secure the fenced area. Although he was uncertain about commanding the soldiers, he knew precisely how to direct Su Jun. The expressions of the researchers were mixed, with only academician Zhao seemingly grasping the underlying implications, letting out a sigh. What is the necessity of this? Academician Zhao, your research team must have some recording equipment, correct? I possess the ability to document imagery. A researcher standing behind academician Zhao mistakenly assumed that Su Chen intended to bring a recorder, and thus raised his camera, speaking up first. Upon noticing the camera in his hand, Su Chen smiled. Excellent, my friend. I do not require your assistance in recording. However, I shall commandeer your camera. With that, he extended his hand toward the researcher. Su Chen took the camera from the researcher, dismissing any concerns. Do not worry. Should it break, we shall compensate you at full value. After acquiring the camera, his gaze shifted to the captain of the decontamination squad, who felt quite uncomfortable under his scrutiny. What is your name? Reporting, I am the squad leader of the decontamination unit, Guayu. Very well, a splendid name. Guayu was bewildered by the sudden compliment from the officer, but soon grasped the meaning of the saying that flattery may harbor ulterior motives. Remove your protective suit and lend it to me. Guayu was taken aback. Although his protective suit was indeed reusable, it required disinfection through spraying. Commander Su. Shall I fetch you a clean protective suit instead? You have a clean protective suit? Su Chen inquired, intrigued. Indeed. Guayu gestured to a soldier behind him, and shortly after, a member of the chemical defense unit arrived with a suitcase containing the protective gear. Su Chen was momentarily speechless, as he had assumed that the chemical defense unit had not brought many supplies, believing that each member would already be wearing one, leaving no spare suits. However, since there are new protective suits available, there is no need to fixate on his gear. Su Chen was uncertain about what threats it could actually defend against. Yet the necessary protocols and precautions must still be upheld. Though wearing such a suit was quite uncomfortable, it provided an overwhelming sense of security. Shortly after, with the assistance of the chemical defense soldier, Su Chen quickly donned the protective suit, adjusted the camera, and approached the white box that housed the steel alone. It then became clear to the onlookers that Su Chen intended to interact with the steel by himself. Su Chen did not seek to be a hero, however. It must be acknowledged that the steel posed considerable danger to ordinary individuals. No one present was more suited to engage with the steel than he. This was not mere conjecture, but rather grounded in genuine experience. After all, while the steel had induced mental disturbances in the 2 crew members of the No. 7 submersible, it had at least spared the lives of those who had gazed upon it, indicating that the steel's powers were not limitless. Su Chen had directly confronted the gaze of the Cthulhu's whispers, and he was the only one who remained unscathed. Surely, the steel could not surpass the might of Cthulhu? If that were the case, why would the deep-sea divers go to such lengths to awaken Cthulhu? Was it out of affection? As Su Chen slowly advanced over the ground, now bleached white by the disinfectant particles, a sudden chill enveloped him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Then, he experienced a sensation that was all too familiar. It was reminiscent of the feeling he had while conversing with Elder Go, as he described the entity to Lieutenant Chu under the watchful gaze of Cthulhu. It felt as though he were adrift upon a tempestuous sea, where the relentless downpour gradually siphoned away his very essence. It was akin to a profuse bleeding, his warmth dissipating with the swift current of his lifeblood. He sensed himself weakening, on the brink of death. He observed his palms becoming involuntarily moist, reminiscent of perspiration. Lowering his gaze, he could only discern the protective gloves. Yet this revelation unveiled that the previously arid disinfection granules had inexplicably transformed into a darker hue. This was the color of dampness. The ground was beginning to succumb to moisture. Then, Su Chen took a step back. In an instant, that sensation vanished without a trace. He felt the world transition from frigid to warm, vitality surging back into his body. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced down at the ground. There was no trace of dampness. The surface was so dry that even the parasitic barnacles near the white box had been deprived of moisture, rendered lifeless beyond redemption. However, when he stepped forward once more, that feeling returned anew. He cast his gaze downward again, and this time the granules seemed to dissolve. It would not be long before puddles formed upon this expanse of ground. Su Chen sensed that something was amiss. After a brief moment of contemplation, he discerned the source of his unease. His intuition remained unresponsive, and he felt no fear. Based on his prior encounters with the eldritch forces of Cthulhu, he would have typically been gripped by an ominous foreboding when faced with such bizarre occurrences, accompanied by a physiological response as a warning of impending danger. However, in reality, he has observed this rather conspicuous anomaly, yet his inner self remains utterly unperturbed. Were it not for the inappropriate atmosphere, he might have even found himself wanting to laugh. He is at a loss as to how this peculiar sensation has arisen. It is indeed quite strange. Nonetheless, does this imply that approaching this area poses no actual danger? He seems to have gained some insight, as he crossed that frigid boundary and bent down to scoop a handful of the soil mixed with disinfectant particles. He noted that this amalgamation was exceedingly dry, entirely unlike what he had observed before. Suddenly, he comprehended a particular characteristic of this monument. It possesses the ability to induce a certain illusion in humans, quite irrational in nature. Moreover, it may not be limited to humans. It could potentially affect deep divers as well. But what purpose does this serve? Would deep divers truly relish such an illusion? A dismal thought crossed Chen's mind, and he sorrowfully realized that this notion quickly took root, making it impossible to extricate from his consciousness. Although he entertained this thought and deemed it highly plausible, he still felt that jumping to conclusions was rather hasty. He promptly ventured back inside and retrieved his camera. If human cognition could be influenced, what of the camera? The small screen on the digital camera displayed everything in perfect clarity. It confirmed that the illusion was indeed real, although the underlying principle remains unknown. It is evident that this phenomenon is intricately linked to the ancient entity of Cthulhu, for he is most aware of Cthulhu's prowess in matters of the mind. Even academician Zhao could not help but furrow his brow in contemplation of the significance behind Chen's actions. Academician Zhao, what is Commander Su doing? The researcher, whose camera was commandeered by Chen, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. After pondering for a moment, Academician Zhao shook his head, remarking, I do not know. But Chen is no ordinary individual. His actions must carry profound significance. Perhaps? Chapter 149. Locking eyes upon realizing that this was merely an illusion, Chen swiftly approached the white box. To combat the accelerated corrosion caused by the steel, the engineers utilized PTFE, or polytetrafluoroethylene, to construct this white box, which is typically transparent or white in its finished form. However, under Chen's scrutiny, the box had begun to show slight yellowing and appeared somewhat brittle. Even this notoriously stable polytetrafluoroethylene could not withstand the inexorable law of entropy. With every Planck time interval of contact with the steel, its structural bonds were fracturing. This theoretically robust polytetrafluoroethylene was gradually oxidizing and decomposing. In contrast, the chain wound around it, gleaming with metallic luster, exhibited remarkable stability. Crafted from precious metals and infused with some costly non-magnetic elements from Group 8, its precise composition ratio remains unknown, yet it is undoubtedly extravagant. While its high cost is one aspect, the exorbitantly priced chain also renders it resistant to corrosion, even upon contact with the steel. Achieving the intended purpose far outweighs the expense. However, if this specially crafted iron chain were to succumb to corrosion, it would be truly terrifying, as it would imply that the stone tablet is capable of producing some form of acidic substance. Even if it is not a creation out of thin air, it is sufficiently unsettling. Although the white box contains some form of granules mixed with hard materials, Chen is already clad in a chemical protective suit, composed of high-strength protective fabric and a barrier layer. Even if these barnacles were to latch onto him, they would merely draw forth a concoction of harmful toxins, unable to extract any nutrients or essential components for survival. Barnacles that detach from seawater and do not adhere to a living organism will simply enter a state of dormancy. Chen was entrusted to unfasten the clasp of the white box and gently lift the somewhat brittle lid. He tossed the lid aside after a moment of psychological preparation, ready to gaze inside. Although he had indeed surmised that the stone tablet posed no immediate threat, a certain degree of tension lingered. As he slowly directed his attention towards the stone tablet within the box, the sight that met Chen's eyes left him momentarily stunned, rendering him unable to blink. The interior of the box was remarkably clean, housing only an extraordinarily large black crystal-carved tablet, its texture reminiscent of a type of black glass. If one were to hazard a guess, it bore a striking resemblance to obsidian, though he could not be certain. Should this indeed be a stone akin to true obsidian? then the craftsmanship of the deep divers appears to be quite sophisticated. If ancient humans were capable of creating such a masterpiece, it would undoubtedly be hailed as a marvel even in contemporary times. However, this stone tablet possesses numerous intriguing characteristics. Although the material appears to be obsidian, it may very well be composed of a substance not listed on the periodic table, perhaps something akin to the stable island elements. Aside from this, there are no other remarkable features. However, as Chen continued to observe, he began to comprehend why the deep divers had not chosen to package this square tablet for transport. The reason was simple: it was a defective piece. Yet this time, Chen noticed something different. The lower half of the tablet was not polished as meticulously as the other sections. The inscriptions here were broken, with clear shell-like fracture patterns evident at the sharp edges, indicating it was damaged and missing a portion. This was undoubtedly an incomplete tablet. Consequently, experts could analyze the tablet's shape and the traces of its polishing to deduce the techniques and tools employed by the deep divers. Whether they used a grinding wheel or manual polishing, modern trace analysis could easily discern their methods. Chen could not resist examining the inscriptions above. Soon, he discovered that the patterns were quite fascinating. At first glance, the designs appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, one could vaguely perceive that they depicted some form of creature. The inscriptions, in conjunction with these patterns, formed a style that was absent from any artistic movement on Earth. Some of the lines were exceedingly distorted, while the majority exhibited numerous sharp angles and intricate curves, resembling the previously distorted characters he had encountered. Upon closer inspection, these inscriptions appear almost to be in motion. The intricate patterns resemble the fertile soil favored by fishermen, turned over to reveal a writhing mass of creatures beneath the moist earth. This time, Chen sensed something vaguely familiar. These markings bore a striking resemblance to some form of hieroglyphics. As he prolonged his gaze, he noticed that the distortions in the patterns intensified, as if startled by his very scrutiny. However, Chen felt indifferent towards the wriggling forms. Although the patterns were indeed convoluted, the visual impact paled in comparison to that of barnacles. Curiosity piqued. He contemplated reaching out to touch the serpentine designs, hoping to hold them still and prevent their chaotic movements. Thankfully, he recalled the peril associated with the monument. Although mental control had no effect on him, the stone could still accelerate the corrosion of surrounding materials. Struggling to restrain his eager hands, well, perhaps it was best not to touch it at all. The farther away, the better. To his astonishment, he discovered that his fingers had already eagerly pressed against the patterns on the stone. His actions contradicted his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he had genuinely attempted to apply pressure to the serpentine markings. Chen fixed his gaze on the position of his fingers, feeling an unsettling warmth emanating from the contact. The gloves of his protective suit were undergoing some form of exothermic reaction. This was not a favorable sign, as it indicated that the material of the gloves might be engaged in a severe oxidation process. Indeed, the corrosion was accelerating, becoming increasingly pronounced the closer he drew to the monument. However, soon Chen paused his actions, instead pressing his entire finger against the stone tablet. Gazing at the intricate patterns engraved upon it with a perplexed expression, he sensed an inexplicable sensation as he felt the stone's surface. The swift erosion effect of the tablet rendered his heavy protective gloves tattered and worn, yet it allowed him to distinctly perceive the texture of the stone beneath his fingertips. As his eyes scanned the chaotic script dancing across the surface, he acutely noted that the patterns he touched remained unchanged. What he observed contradicted what he felt. Could these patterns be mere illusions? The damage to the gloves was quite severe, with peeling layers resembling substandard synthetic leather that had languished for over a decade, crumbling with the slightest movement. Nevertheless, his fingers remained unharmed, as the stone's accelerated corrosion seemed to target external materials rather than the human body. Upon reflection, this was only logical. Deep divers are not composed of corrosible substances, and they certainly would not place explosives within their own homes. Fortunately, the exterior of the white box had undergone sterilization, and its interior was well sealed, devoid of any unwelcome entities, such as parasitic barnacles. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to their effects by now. Chen instinctively glanced back at the patterns on the stone tablet, feeling an inexplicable allure. The designs seemed to possess a magnetic pull, captivating his gaze and demanding his full attention. He needed to ascertain whether these patterns were indeed an illusion or something more tangible. Thus, he lifted the camera in his hand and directed it toward the stone tablet. Peering at the screen, the camera captured only a dark expanse, reminiscent of the imaging produced by a submarine's laser scanning. This object appears to interfere with light in some manner. However, this falls within Chen's realm of ignorance, leaving him utterly perplexed and unable to extract any relevant knowledge from his mind. He is entirely oblivious to the underlying principles at play. Could it be that the images captured by the camera are mere illusions? The screen of the camera in Chen's hand flickered once more, and then he observed the power display plummet to 0, followed by the complete extinguishing of the screen. Moreover, the camera in his grasp had begun to feel faintly warm. Chen realized that the battery within the camera had likely been depleted due to entropy. By this point, he had nearly comprehended everything visible to him. Further investigation would yield little additional insight. Although he remained uncertain about the physiological anomalies exhibited by the 2 occupants of the No. 7 submersible, he recognized that there were alternative methods to explore this mystery, namely, conducting live animal experiments. Chen intended to conclude his inquiries, pondering which specialized scholars he might consult regarding the anomalies he had discovered, when yet another irregularity caught his attention. He attempted to turn his neck to gaze at the steel. A fine sheen of perspiration began to bead upon Chen's forehead. He strained to lift his head, endeavoring to angle his face towards the sky while scrutinizing the steel. His expression twisted in discomfort. He took 2 steps back, positioning himself so that the white box obscured the steel, yet his gaze remained fixed upon its location, unable to divert. His eyes remained inexorably drawn. The patterns etched upon the steel continued to writhe, defying his consciousness and perception. He attempted to turn his body, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the stone tablet. Upon reaching the limit of his visual rotation, Chen felt an agonizing strain in the muscles controlling his eye movements. He found himself unable to avert his gaze or even close his eyes. As his eyes began to throb, his vision turned crimson. He realized that since he first beheld the stone tablet, he had not blinked, leading to an unbearable dryness. In a moment of instinct, he raised his hand to pry open his eyelids, only to discover he was still clad in a protective suit. Despite considering himself a model student, morally impeccable, he found himself cursing the progenitor of Cthulhu, uncertain if such a being even existed. Yet, he no longer cared. He realized his gaze was as if it were physically welded to the stone tablet, utterly incapable of looking away. Even when the tablet was obscured, he could simultaneously perceive both the tablet and the box with clarity. This phenomenon bewildered Chen. How could 2 objects, clearly not on the same plane, coexist in his vision? However, this question was soon cast aside as he confronted a more pressing concern. He sensed an unsettling loss of control over his actions. His body tense and unyielding. His eyes felt swollen, and his vision began to shift to a pink hue, indicating a potential hemorrhage. The pressure within his eyes escalated, creating the sensation that his eyeballs might burst forth from their sockets at any moment. If nothing else is done, his eyes may suffer irreversible damage, much like the crew members of the No. 7 submersible who are still undergoing treatment. Since his arrival in this world, he had never endured such indignity. Thus, he resolved to overturn the table. With a swift kick, he struck the box. The heavy protective boots he wore delivered a forceful blow, causing the box to tumble and unleash a critical effect. The surrounding researchers stared in astonishment at Chen's actions. Academician Zhao, what is Commander Su doing? It seems rather difficult to salvage this item. If it gets damaged. Zhao Academician's words were laced with uncertainty. Surely, there must be some profound intention behind this. Chapter 150, 4-dimensional space? He blinked fervently, squeezing out a few tears to moisten his eyes, which provided a modicum of relief. It was only then that Chen noticed the polyvinylidene fluoride box toppled on the ground, realizing the gravity of his actions. Though he worried about whether the steel had been damaged by his kick, at least he had personally subjected these researchers to a test, comprehending that this item retained significant lethality even on land. Consequently, Chen ceased to focus on the steel and staggered out of the encircled area. With the assistance of the chemical defense troops, he shed his protective suit after decontamination, then exchanged a glance with Academician Zhao, whose expression seemed to hold unspoken words. Chen's eyes resembled smoldering embers, densely veined with blood. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a slight alteration in the size of his pupils. This is the aftermath of gazing at the monument. Additionally, the visibly damaged protective suit on his arm speaks volumes. Such suits are notoriously difficult to compromise, as even Academician Zhao is well aware. She deduced that Chen must have encountered something significant, Thus she approached him only after he had removed the cumbersome protective gear. "Commander Su, just now, I observed you topple the box. Could you enlighten me on what transpired?" Chen nodded and requested warm water from the soldiers to soothe his eyes, before recounting in detail what he had witnessed to Academician Zhao. The recorder behind her hastily prepared to take notes. Hallucination? Academician Zhao swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. After acquiring the notebook from the recorder, she leafed through its pages. Chen blinked. After the warm compress, he felt considerably better. Compared to the earlier sensation of his eyes nearly bursting, he now still felt discomfort, but it was markedly improved. Having found it, Academician Zhao, accustomed to perusing documents, possessed the remarkable ability to read rapidly. Upon reaching a particular page, she quickly located the information she sought. Chen noticed that she was reviewing the communication records between the number 7 submersible and headquarters. Furthermore, during the subsequent inspection of the number 7 submersible, it was discovered that seawater had infiltrated at an unknown time. Surely, such an occurrence could not merely be a figment of imagination, could it? Chen set aside the towel and rolled up his sleeves, inhaling deeply to discern whether the scent was that of sweat or seawater. He indeed discovered a certain dampness on his body. However, it is important to note that such a sensation is quite normal for someone clad in heavy protective gear. The oppressive heat within the suit, coupled with the moisture from respiration, can easily become trapped, rendering perspiration a common occurrence. Yet, at this juncture, it remains uncertain whether this sensation is truly sweat or merely water vapor from breathing. In other words, is this indeed not a mere illusion? Academician Zhao nodded in affirmation. It certainly appears so. A form of seawater vapor capable of transcending spatial limitations. We can ascertain the origin of this seawater by analyzing its components. Chen understood that this was indeed feasible, and felt a pang of regret for not having considered it earlier. The seawater, isolated from the world, is akin to the soil from various regions. It invariably exhibits differences in composition and salinity, and might even harbor unique microorganisms specific to different marine areas. When conversing with Captain Chu, a similar occurrence seemed to arise. But regrettably, the absence of Academician Zhao at that time meant that they missed the opportunity to analyze the seawater generated then, which might have yielded unexpected discoveries. In addition, there were the inscriptions on the stone tablet that appeared to shift. Academician Zhao seemed to grapple with a conundrum. The inscriptions on the tablet can move? Could this be akin to a form of visual illusion, such as the peripheral drift illusion? The peripheral drift illusion is a visual phenomenon that typically manifests when observing certain specific patterns or images, creating the impression of continuous motion or drift at the surrounding edges. She suspects that what Chen perceives is akin to these illusions. This illustrates the remarkable breadth of knowledge that Academician Zhao possesses, leaving even Chen somewhat astonished. She is evidently contemplating this possibility with great seriousness, yet Chen is also somewhat familiar with the concept of dynamic illusions. These are images that, while intrinsically static, appear to be in motion. The occurrence of such phenomena can generally be categorized into 3 fundamental principles. Firstly, areas of high contrast in an image exhibit a shorter visual response time, leading individuals to first perceive the high contrast regions before noticing the adjacent low contrast areas. This temporal disparity creates a sensation of motion within the spatial regions. Secondly, when the human eye moves, the brain compensates for the visual input. This ocular movement compensation contributes, to some extent, to the sensation of motion. Thirdly, involuntary eye movements such as blinking and microsaccades also play a role in the experience of dynamic illusion images. Given that the inscriptions above are carved into the surface, they lack sufficient contrast to create a significant temporal difference in visual response. And the text itself does not adhere to the principles that generate visual illusions. Consequently, contemporary visual illusions predominantly consist of large expanses of black, white, or various solid colors, characterized by their simplicity. Only in this manner can sufficient contrast be achieved to elicit an illusion. No, it cannot possibly be a visual illusion. After a moment of contemplation, Chen remarked that the contrast of the inscriptions upon the stone tablet was insufficient. Unable to provide a definitive answer, he delved deeper into his thoughts, realizing that he was genuinely incapable of discerning whether the engravings were alive. Was what he perceived merely a peculiar illusion? It appeared to embody a form that transcended the realm of human logic, a grotesque and abhorrent inscription that should not exist, an entity entirely unencountered and inaccessible to humanity. If one were to draw a comparison, it could resemble a distorted Klein bottle, a mathematical construct that ought to be embedded within a higher dimensional space, yet had abruptly manifested within the confines of three-dimensional reality. It eluded comprehension and description, revealing itself as something indescribable. One might assert that a Klein bottle is a smooth, continuous surface devoid of sharp edges or corners, and that it possesses non-orientability and self-intersection, showcasing exquisite topological characteristics. However, this merely constitutes a fragmentary portrayal of a singular attribute of the Klein bottle. No one can conjure a true image of it from such words. Even crafted replicas of the Klein bottle remain nothing more than humanity's reluctant conjecture. It is akin to an ant's inability to grasp why a bias strip possesses but a single side. Similarly, Chen could only envision the inscriptions he beheld as distorted, chaotic, writhing, and ever-changing, yet he could not articulate exactly what they were. Nonetheless, this spark of inspiration led Chen to ponder whether the inscriptions upon the stone tablet might be related to dimensions beyond his current understanding. To comprehend the world, it is essential to recognize that the human eye perceives only two-dimensional images. It is precisely due to the presence of two eyes that we can amalgamate these two-dimensional perspectives into a three-dimensional experience. What we observe is merely a projection of three-dimensionality, which our minds then reconstruct into the tangible, three-dimensional objects of reality. Consequently, even on a two-dimensional display, individuals can still discern a three-dimensional effect within the imagery, showcasing humanity's innate capacity as three-dimensional beings. However, when confronted with objects beyond the third dimension, humans are still confined to perceiving only three-dimensional space, witnessing merely the projection of these higher-dimensional entities within our three-dimensional realm. To this day, only a select few scientists possess the extraordinarily abstract spatial cognition necessary to visualize the shapes of four-dimensional objects. They eagerly attempt to convey their insights to others, yet their descriptions often fall short, resorting to phrases such as smooth continuous surfaces, non-orientability, and self-intersection, all of which lack a connection to conventional geometry. The conclusions drawn are often ambiguous and elusive. Moreover, they remain unprovable, for no one has ever encountered a four-dimensional object or its three-dimensional projection. If such a phenomenon exists in four-dimensional representation, might there also be a similarly wondrous manifestation within the three-dimensional realm? Is its chaos a reflection of a higher-order principle? Chen lifted his gaze towards the contemplative academician Zhao, harboring no doubt that this esteemed scholar possessed exceptional geometric reasoning, spatial topology, and mathematical prowess. If anyone in the world could fathom the intricacies of four-dimensional space, it would undoubtedly be academician Zhao. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether to share these thoughts. Due to his lingering apprehension regarding the assassinations orchestrated by the deep divers against scholars, he is reluctant to bear these losses. For the time being, he can only reflect and weigh the pros and cons. The United Fleet remains active, and although the forces of various nations have suffered catastrophic losses, the Americans have not yet abandoned the pursuit. We still possess numerous deep-sea vehicles to seek traces of the deep divers. It is uncertain whether the murmurs of Cthulhu in slumber will be overwhelmed by human actions, causing it to overlook the situation here. In addition, Chen pondered another matter. Who was responsible for the creation of this steel? If this monument is indeed related to higher dimensions and crafted by the deep diver race, does it imply that they possess advanced technologies from even higher dimensions? Could they thus leverage the extraordinary properties of the Zivi space to launch attacks against our personnel? Chen inhaled sharply, beginning to assess the odds of humanity's survival. Chapter 151. Research soon. Chen abandoned this line of thought, as it proved futile. This is a struggle for survival, akin to a cornered rabbit that will still bite. Even in the face of certain doom, human civilization cannot refrain from resistance. With this in mind, another idea surfaced in Chen's thoughts. He immediately began contemplating the possibilities of this conclusion. Starting from the beginning, the insidious destruction of human civilization's history by Cthulhu is something he has uncovered. Additionally, the mastermind behind the super fungus infection was also revealed by him, Grandpa Yang, and the Knight of the White Horse. Those who uncover these messages are not ordinary individuals, including oneself. Tracing further back, apart from oneself, stands Grandfather Yang, who is connected to Tai Hao, while the White Knight is linked to the deity he speaks of. To be candid, despite a certain disdain for the extraordinary beings behind them, one cannot deny their worth. For if they did not exist, even one would lack the exceptional inspiration and traits that allow humanity to perceive the anomalies of peculiar corrosion and to understand that there are masterminds behind this superfungi. Humanity would remain oblivious to the fact that a certain race has already launched an attack against them. The erosion of artifacts and the emergence of strange diseases serve as their weapons, aimed at utterly annihilating them from the very roots. Should humanity remain unaware, everything would culminate in ignorance. However, this impeccably crafted plan has encountered unforeseen complications, as the Deep Divers faction could not have anticipated the existence of extraordinary entities on the human side, compelling them to reveal their true nature and confront humanity openly. Much like the recent military coalition operation, which even exposed the European superfungi's ulterior motives, Chen is certain that if Europe were to continue lurking, their capabilities would extend far beyond merely annihilating a few fleets. Yet, now that their position has been unveiled, they are left with no choice but to defend Europe tenaciously. Even at this level of engagement, the Deep Divers have yet to deploy any non-human civilization weaponry, such as planet destroyers. Perhaps it is not that they cannot, but rather that they simply do not possess such means. Thus, they strive to conceal their movements, evading humanity's strikes, as if fleeing. Chen Yue's thoughts drifted further. But soon he noticed Academician Zhao's expression suddenly relax, as if a realization had dawned upon him. She gazed towards the stone tablet, a hint of confusion in her voice as she pondered. Could it possibly be a higher dimensional creation? Chen was taken aback. He swore he had merely contemplated this notion internally, never uttering it aloud. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unsurprising that such an idea could arise, considering his own rudimentary understanding. Why would Academician Zhao, possessing far superior knowledge, not entertain such thoughts? Nevertheless, when Chen heard Zhao's words, he instinctively grew wary, concerned about a potential ambush by the Deep Divers. Then, after a brief moment, he recalled that the Deep Divers were currently being pursued across the ocean by the American fleet, likely preoccupied with their own troubles and unable to focus on this location. He interjected, Academician Zhao, do you also believe this tablet relates to higher dimensions? Zhao turned to Su, appearing contemplative and somewhat intrigued. You seem to have some familiarity with higher dimensional physics. Have you studied this? Chen Yue chuckled awkwardly. Not really. It's more of a hobby. I've read a few popular science books. In truth, he had only perused a handful of layman-esque physics texts, devoid of complex equations, which paled in comparison to Zhao's vast reservoir of knowledge. However, Zhao shook her head. The mere fact that you could conceive such ideas is commendable. Higher dimensional physics is an exceedingly intricate domain, and I have only just begun to entertain this possibility. From your description, it is evident that the tactile sensation is merely a static pattern, yet it presents a dynamic visual effect. The stone tablet may merely serve as a vessel within our three-dimensional realm. The inscriptions you perceive are but a projection of a certain higher dimension into this spatial context. This is merely my conjecture, not a definitive conclusion, for no one has ever witnessed a genuine higher dimensional entity. Nor does anyone dare to claim a true understanding of higher dimensional space. However, given the emergence of extraordinary powers, what could be so peculiar about the advent of such higher dimensional creations? Once our detection results are revealed, the existence of these higher dimensional objects may become abundantly clear. Chen pondered this notion and found it indeed plausible. The concept of higher dimensional space is at least grounded in science. If these are indeed higher dimensional constructs, the implications of their interactions with space, time, and matter may very well stem from their elevated dimensional nature, which would undoubtedly greatly enhance our research into higher dimensions. Furthermore, it might even unveil the mysteries of higher dimensional realms that humanity has yet to explore. Yet, that is a discussion for another time. Our immediate priority must be to devise a method to ascertain whether this entity is indeed a higher dimensional object, to extract its characteristics, and to comprehend the information regarding the Deep Diver. This is the crux of the matter, and it will require considerable time. As Academician Zhao spoke, her gaze deepened as she began to contemplate solutions. However, Chen remained somewhat perplexed. Academician Zhao, do higher dimensional entities possess an allure for human perception? Academician Zhao, interrupted in her contemplation, regarded him with a hint of confusion. Allure? The human gaze is not a tangible phenomenon. What you wish to perceive is governed by your consciousness and should bear no relation to higher dimensional objects. If you are referring to the harm inflicted on observers by the stone tablet, this phenomenon is indeed rather peculiar, and at present, I find myself at a loss. After all, strictly speaking, we have yet to uncover conclusive evidence to substantiate the allure that higher dimensional entities hold for humanity. For now, One can only speculate that it may be akin to the triggering mechanisms of the so-called Taihao disease, a matter I must discuss with my colleagues in psychology. Su Chen gazed at academician Zhao for a moment before letting out a sigh. Academician Zhao held an unwavering belief in the tenets of science. Yet the adversaries she faced were anything but scientific. The inscriptions on the tablet might represent some form of an extraterrestrial phenomenon. Yet the power that manipulates the psyche does not stem from the characteristics of higher dimensional entities. It is evident that the influence is derived from the ancient forces of Cthulhu. And perhaps the inscriptions themselves are merely vessels. This single stone tablet has indeed unveiled a glimpse into the depths of the deep ones, albeit merely a fragment, which left Su Chen quite startled. At this juncture, all one can hope for is that academician Zhao will truly make some significant discovery. Academician Zhao pondered for a moment and summoned a researcher, whispering a few words to him. The researcher nodded in response. We do indeed have non-corrosive foaming agents in our possession. What is its stability? Academician Zhao inquired solemnly. The acid-base tolerance ranges from pH 1 to pH 13, capable of resisting all forms of biodegradation, with exceptional chemical, thermal, and biological stability. It should meet your requirements. The researcher promptly replied. Academician Zhao nodded in satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed. Take it out. We shall require it shortly. Understood, academician Zhao. She nodded, urging him to act swiftly. She has already devised a method to study the stone tablet. After watching the researchers depart, she turned to Su Chen and said, I have gained a preliminary understanding of the nature of this stone tablet, yet further information can only be unveiled through extensive research. I have a plan to initiate the study. May I have your permission for my team to proceed? Su Chen expressed some skepticism. Is it reliant on that foam adhesive? Academician Zhao chuckled softly. This is experimental foam adhesive, a project from my research group. Its original purpose was to provide rapid stabilization for injured individuals on the battlefield. Although we have yet to achieve success in that regard, we have unexpectedly produced some stable byproducts. Its properties are quite unique, and we have brought along a portion of the samples. Su Chen, having gained new insight, observed the earnestness in academician Zhao's eyes and nodded in agreement. I consent. But the stone tablet poses significant dangers. I do not wish for any additional casualties. Please ensure the safety of the researchers. Rest assured, we hail from the Academy of Sciences and place great emphasis on standardized operations. You need not worry, Zhao reassured him. In Chapter 152, Rescue, Su Chen observed academician Zhao's meticulous handling of the stone tablet. Their research team approached it with utmost caution, akin to bomb disposal experts dealing with an unexploded device. They were currently attempting to ascertain whether certain objects could lift the intricate patterns from the tablet's surface, in order to examine whether the properties of the impressions could be altered. However, just as Su Chen intended to delve deeper into the research progress, Director Liu approached him accompanied by two military doctors, as if there were matters of significance to discuss. Director Liu, what brings you here? Director Liu's countenance bore a distinctly heavy expression, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. It was then that one of the masked military doctors glanced at Su Chen and spoke. Greetings. I am Dr. Mu Changxian from the National Deep Submersion Base. We are here regarding the two members aboard Submersible Number 7. Su Chen was taken aback, recalling the crew members of Submersible Number 7, Fu Qianhang and Dr. Yi, who had first discovered the steel. They had experienced severe mental disturbances and full-body muscle spasms after observing the steel, only able to stabilize with the aid of sedatives. How are Fu Qianhang and Dr. Yi faring now? Upon hearing Su Chen accurately mention the names of the two afflicted individuals, Dr. Mu's expression softened somewhat. Since surfacing, we have dispatched a helicopter to transport them to a coastal base hospital. While their condition has shown some improvement, they remain in a comatose state due to an unknown cause. Still in a coma. In contrast, Su Chen assessed his own condition, noting only a slight pressure in his eyes. However, the thought of Taihao's affliction swiftly invaded his mind. Could it be that they too had become victims of some inexplicable consequence? He was about to voice his concern when he realized that Dr. Mu was not a true military personnel, his level of confidentiality being low, thereby restricting access to information pertinent to the Taihao incident. Thus, Su Chen shifted the conversation. Do you have the medical records for these two injured individuals? Or perhaps their examination records? Dr. Mu was unaware that Su Chen was an exceptional officer promoted from a medical student, and he was momentarily taken aback, finding it rather peculiar for an officer to request medical records from a physician. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, if Su Chen desired the information. It was only appropriate to provide it, especially given the exceedingly unusual condition of the two patients. In comparison to the recent surge of various perplexing ailments, their symptoms were even more baffling. Consequently, he indeed possessed the medical records of the two individuals in order to uncover any potential breakthroughs. Dr. Mu was filled with questions. Although he had heard of certain reforms within the military emphasizing the need for specialization and enhanced capabilities among officers, he wondered if it was somewhat absurd for an officer to access medical cases. While Dr. Mu contemplated this perplexity, Su Chen busily sifted through the medical documentation. Perhaps due to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the injuries sustained by the two individuals, Su Chen encountered a plethora of repetitive diagnostic materials, resulting in a substantial stack of medical records. Yet, upon receiving the folder, he had already established a clear objective during his meticulous perusal. He swiftly located the information he sought. Indeed, an electroencephalogram had been conducted. Let me examine the specific data. Wave activity increased. Wave activity decreased. Wave activity heightened. Both sharp waves and slow waves exhibited significant abnormalities. Su Chen furrowed his brow, utterly oblivious to Dr. Mu, who stood beside him, dumbfounded by Su Chen's soliloquy. He has clearly noted the characteristics of the electroencephalograms of the patients afflicted with Taihao disease. If memory serves correctly, the brainwaves of these patients exhibit an increase in waves, a decrease in waves, a reduction in waves, and abnormal wave activity, which starkly contrasts with the consciousness disturbances observed during the recent deep-sea expedition to the stone tablet. While there is no need to worry about these two victims becoming collateral damage, their condition presents him with even more enigmas. The electroencephalogram reveals that even in a comatose state, their consciousness remains in a state of tension, as indicated by the heightened wave activity, suggesting a significant fragmentation of their attention. Are they ensnared in some sort of nightmare? Dr. Mu finds himself at a loss for words. As the physician at the deep-sea base, he understands the medical cases of these two crew members, yet prior to the incident involving the number 7 submersible, he had no pertinent information. Only recently has he been diligently studying this knowledge to grasp the implications of the data. Unable to awaken? Su Chen's brow furrows even deeper. And only then does he consider inquiring about Dr. Mu's purpose. By the way, did you come to find a way to awaken them? Do you require my assistance? Dr. Mu nods. Strictly speaking, we are not seeking your help. We merely wish to participate in your treatment. Me? Su Chen is taken aback. Having assumed that the doctor possessed some means to assist the two crew members who had encountered the deep-sea stone tablet. Indeed, we have observed that gazing at the stone tablet not only induces consciousness disturbances, but also leads to abnormal ocular pressure. Thus, we have brought along a specialized medication to treat ocular pressure. Moreover, you have encountered the monolith, yet have managed to extricate yourself from a certain form of control. I believe a thorough physical examination could unveil methods to restore their consciousness. Su Chen gazed at Dr. Mu for a moment before turning his attention to Director Liu. Dr. Mu was likely summoned by Director Liu while he was undergoing treatment, judging by their swift arrival. It is probable that he called them immediately after I broke free from the monolith. Although he appeared composed at the conference table, it is evident that he harbors deep concerns for the safety of the members of the number 7 submersible. Thus, upon perceiving even the slightest glimmer of hope, he hastily summoned the medical team. If it can ensure the well-being of these two injured individuals, Su Chen is indeed willing to take some action. However, the electroencephalogram suggests a rather grim situation. They seem ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. If this bears no relation to the Eldritch Cthulhu, I would dare consume my own shoes. Very well, where are the medications? They are right here. Su Chen opened a small box, revealing latanoprost, betaxolol, and pilocarpine gel among others. As the exact mechanism behind the increased intraocular pressure remains unclear, we have brought a variety of medications, each with a different mechanism, all capable of significantly reducing eye pressure. We also have 50 glycerin and 20 mannitol, which serve as hyperosmotic agents to prevent these medications from being ineffective. Hyperosmotic agents can temporarily elevate plasma osmotic pressure, facilitating the transfer of moisture from ocular tissues, particularly the vitreous body, into the bloodstream, thereby reducing ocular volume and swiftly lowering intraocular pressure. However, the hypotensive effect dissipates after 23 hours. They were indeed well prepared. Su Chen sighed. All right, as you wish. Dr. Mu's face displayed surprise. Chapter 153, The Truth of Suffering. Inside the medical room of the military base, the walls and floor were pristine white. After undergoing treatment and examination, Chen sat up from the bed, blinking his eyes. Feeling the pain and swelling finally subside. Curiously, he turned to Dr. Mu, who was conversing with his assistant. How is it? Any thoughts or discoveries, Dr. Mu? Dr. Mu appeared somewhat dejected. No. After the examination, your physical condition is normal aside from elevated ocular pressure. I'm beginning to doubt whether you have come into contact with the steel. Then, a thought struck Dr. Mu as he looked at Chen, Commander Su. I wonder if you possess any abilities or methods to mitigate consciousness disturbances. Chen was taken aback, gazing at Dr. Mu. If he understood correctly, Dr. Mu likely believed he could evade the negative effects of the steel. However, he himself had also been affected when he first encountered it. Wait, a revelation dawned upon him, leading him into deep contemplation. It seemed that when he had called upon Cthulhu's name, a similar phenomenon had occurred. Although at that time, Chen had only felt tremors and fear, he had been surprisingly indifferent when faced with the steel, merely experiencing discomfort in his eyes. In the face of the whispers of Cthulhu, he was indeed subjected to a cleansing force. However, due to the steadfastness of the anchor point, despite the inherent dangers, he ultimately emerged unscathed. Does this imply that the stone tablet possesses a similar nature, harboring a fragment of its essence and emanating a certain taint capable of eroding one's psyche? This could suggest that perhaps Grandfather Yang holds some means to counteract it. Yet, in an instant, Chen dismissed this notion, for he understood that assistance from Taihao came at a price. Sacrificing 2 lives to save 2 others on the brink of death would be rather foolish. Is it conceivable that ordinary individuals could also possess anchor points to withstand such corruption? Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Despite Grandfather Yang's explanation that anchor points are determined by human nature, he found it hard to believe that he alone was unique among the 7 billion souls on this planet. It could be said that it relates to human nature, but not entirely. Beyond that, he struggled to pinpoint what specifically the anchor point was associated with or how it could be enhanced. The most plausible theory amidst his musings was that his experiences were indeed exceptional. As a time traveler, he recalled fragments of his life prior to his journey. Yet, it was hardly feasible to expect ordinary people to traverse through time as he did. Just as Chen prepared to shake his head, a fleeting thought brushed against his consciousness, almost imperceptible, vanishing as quickly as it had come, leaving no trace behind. He yearned to exert every effort to seize that elusive inspiration, yet he acutely sensed that his current state mirrored that of a nearly depleted battery. Its indicator light flickering dimly. The light flickered intermittently, teetering on the brink of extinguishment, while he resembled a figure searching for lost trinkets upon the ground in the dimness of night. What could it be? Where? Precisely where? The power was waning, and time was fleeting. He endeavored to recall something, yet countless clues presented themselves like myriad locks. Unlocking even one might unveil the truth concealed beneath. However, he remained unaware of which key corresponded to which lock, thus resorting to inserting each key into its respective keyhole and turning it slowly. This process was exceedingly time-consuming. Chen had scarcely attempted for a while before he despondently relinquished his contemplation. The spark of inspiration was too faint, akin to a mere hint, utterly insufficient to conjure any pivotal information. Nevertheless, despite his despair, Chen had a strategy. What is the anchor point? This question had incited the flicker of inspiration, suggesting its significant importance. He resolved to carry it with him, glancing at it from time to time, hopeful that it might soon rekindle his memory. After a couple more glances, Chen sighed toward Dr. Mu. I am presently unable to resolve this cognitive impasse. I can only inform you that if they can sustain such a condition while awaiting subsequent treatment, it would indeed be a positive outcome. Indeed, it was a favorable development. Lingering in a half-alive state was preferable to death, for at least there remained the prospect of treatment. Upon hearing this, Dr. Mu contemplated Chen's words. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the medical office. Come in, Dr. Mu uttered wearily. He was undeniably feeling somewhat disheartened. The door to the medical room swung open, and a guard saluted Chen before speaking. The liaison officer has detected a signal from a foreign submarine at sea. The command team hopes you can proceed to the command center. Where did the submarine come from? Chen inquired, puzzled. It can't possibly be one of the deep divers. Can it? Can they even build submarines? All right, I will head there immediately. Chen hastily donned his shoes and glanced at Dr. Mu. We will absolutely not abandon those 2 deep-sea crew members. However, you are aware of the unique circumstances we are facing. I will do everything in my power to restore them to normal, but it will require some time. Dr. Mu was visibly moved by his words. Upon Su Chen's arrival at the command center, he found Su Jun and several members of the staff gathered around the liaison officer, closely observing a device. As soon as they noticed Su Chen enter, they all offered him a salute. "Commander Su, we have just detected a military submarine actively revealing its position approximately 187 nautical miles southeast of our reef island, likely in a state of surrender or seeking assistance." Surrender? Su Chen was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Su Jun instructed his subordinates to activate the projection, and a blue and white image began to display on the screen. After a moment of scrutiny, Su Chen recognized it as a satellite remote sensing image. Soon, Su Jun circled a small black dot on the image. This is the submarine in question. The reason we can observe it is that this submarine is currently surfacing and continuously broadcasting a signal. Su Jun, concerned that Su Chen might not fully comprehend the situation, took the time to elucidate. Generally speaking, submarines are exceedingly difficult to detect, especially at this distance, and we have not deployed any anti-submarine equipment. Thus, the likelihood of us discovering them is minimal unless they choose to reveal themselves. However, their continuous broadcasts after surfacing indicate that they are likely in some predicament requiring assistance or perhaps surrender. It seems they have encountered some troubles. Under normal circumstances, submarines, as vital military assets of any nation, would not surface to surrender unless absolutely necessary, as doing so could compromise sensitive military technologies. Finally grasping the situation, Su Chen inquired, "Which country's submarine is this?" "I do not know. Our anti-submarine aircraft is still en route and will establish communication shortly." No sooner had he finished speaking than a liaison officer stood to report. "Report. We have successfully established contact with the unidentified submarine." "Excellent. Hand me the microphone and broadcast the audio." Timing is everything. Su Chen listened intently. "This is the British Polaris ballistic nuclear submarine, Neptune. Our current coordinates. Upon receiving information from our homeland, we found ourselves unable to receive domestic broadcast signals and completely lost contact. Consequently, we executed the final command from our homeland and launched a nuclear missile at the coordinates provided. Though the message was delivered in English with a heavy accent, Su Chen could discern their words. "A British nuclear submarine?" Su Chen expressed his astonishment. Su Jun slightly squinted his eyes, realizing that this was indeed the nuclear submarine from the Bharat Maritime region. They had launched nuclear missiles against their own nation. Yet it seemed they were unaware that we had already declared war on Britain. The military advisory team was somewhat at a loss. The notion of launching nuclear weapons at their own territory was beyond their comprehension, while the American nuclear strikes had at least spared civilian targets. Britain's experience with nuclear bombardment had been indiscriminate, devastatingly impacting densely populated areas across the nation. The anti-submarine aircraft relayed images of a colossal, shadowy vessel, with its hatches now ajar, revealing an antenna protruding outward. Under such circumstances, a rapid descent was impossible, effectively rendering them vulnerable. This was the Navy Fleet Command. I, representing my country, am willing to extend basic humanitarian assistance to you. Please deactivate all your weapon systems, and we shall ensure your safety. Our aircraft will guide you. Kindly proceed according to the coordinates we provide. Acknowledged, we are complying. The submarine crew, reassured by Su Jun's promise, noticeably relaxed, their tone reflecting a sense of relief. However, they soon inquired again, their urgency palpable, as if deeply concerned about the situation. "May I ask, how is our country, Great Britain, faring at this moment?" Su Jun paused for a moment before responding. "I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose any information at this time. I will need to conduct inquiries before I can share any relevant details with you." "Understood. Please proceed with your questions." "Did the British truly send you orders for a nuclear strike on the homeland?" "It has another name that is more fitting, the cradle system." Su Chen surmised that the reason Liu did not refer to it in his novel as the dead man's switch, a term more academic in nature, was that he deemed it somewhat unappealing. Su Jun expressed some confusion. "Did you not harbor any doubts regarding such orders to deploy nuclear weapons on your homeland?" "We are merely tasked with executing orders," came the somewhat despondent response from the opposing submariner. "Is it possible that this command is a fabrication?" "Impossible. It is a complete encrypted directive emanating from our highest command, the order of the British Prime Minister. If this were indeed false, it would imply that London has already fallen, and we should thus launch nuclear strikes on those coordinates." "May I see the encrypted message you received?" Su Jun's inquiry was quite audacious and, as expected, met with refusal, as such communications are exceedingly sensitive. Please do not dismiss me outright. Do you not wish to know the situation on your homeland in Britain? I can divulge this information. Our nation, along with the Russian Federation and even the Americans, has declared war on Britain and France with intentions to wage war across all of Europe. You are now our captives. Really? The submariner responded with incredulity. How could such a thing transpire? Because, as you suspected, all of Europe has indeed succumbed. They have become the enemies of the world. The opposing submariner's breathing grew heavy. Your entire nation has succumbed, and the government has come to a standstill. Therefore, there is no need to worry about your nuclear launch codes being activated for the remaining warheads. I wonder if we can still ascertain the commands you have received? The adversary paused. A pained contemplation etched upon his features. Although he was well prepared, the confirmation of his suspicions still impacted him. The commands are 1066, 51, 5074, 0, 1278, Z6G12991RMI3A4ONC, 1297, 51, 5064, 0, 0739, Z6MTL8 GHM6MW, 1588, 53, 1781, 52. Su Jun regarded the officer with a hint of confusion, while Su Chun appeared to be deep in thought. The year 1066 corresponds to the Battle of Hastings in Britain, a pivotal moment marking the invasion of England by Duke William I of Normandy, who triumphed over King Harold II, leading to centuries of feudal Norman rule in England. The year 1297 likely refers to the Battle of Stirling Bridge, where the Scottish forces defeated the English army, symbolizing the Scottish independence movement. The subsequent dates follow a similar pattern. The officer elucidated each command's corresponding battle, confirming Su Chen's reflections. Each of these historical moments culminated in Britain's defeat, suggesting a clear representation of the adversary's intentions. Indeed, among these secret orders, only the directives following the 4-digit code hold any genuine significance. The preceding digits appear utterly inconsequential. However, the orders we received are unequivocally accurate, leading us to the coordinates. He surmised that the Prime Minister aimed to convey that Britain had already succumbed to defeat and occupation, while the subsequent coordinates indicated the targets he wished us to strike. Following this, we lost contact with our homeland, compelling us to launch our missiles according to established protocols. Prime Minister, are you certain he issued those orders? Absolutely, came the definitive response over the radio. Only the Prime Minister possesses these emergency launch codes, which can only be activated under extreme circumstances. The Ministry of Defense oversees other, more advanced digital codes, which also require the Prime Minister's confirmation. Su Jun felt a surge of shock, as if he had pieced together a troubling realization. Thus, it seems that although much of Europe lay in ruin, the Prime Minister had, for reasons unknown, remained unshackled. Initially, we should have faced nuclear strikes from both Britain and France, yet due to the Prime Minister's intervention, we only encountered France's ballistic missile attack. A member of the advisory team pondered for a moment. If Britain were also to unleash a ballistic missile nuclear strike upon us, we would likely struggle to intercept such a multitude of nuclear warheads. The casualties domestically would be staggering. Moreover, considering the circumstances surrounding the nuclear strike, it is likely that the British government was caught off guard, possibly resulting in the demise of the Prime Minister due to his own nuclear command, perishing alongside some controlling entity. Through the concise discussions among the advisors, most of the facts were swiftly reconstructed. Although General Su harbored resentment towards the surprise nuclear attack by British special vessels, he nonetheless felt a sense of respect for the British Prime Minister. Indeed, we were meant to return home for resupply, as the provisions aboard the submarine were nearly depleted, rendering us incapable of traversing the Pacific. Thus, we had no choice but to surrender nearby. Chapter 154. Its civilization. The advisory team regarding the placement of British nuclear submarines planned to position them at a coastal military base to extract data from their internal systems, with relevant information concurrently reported to the central government, facilitating negotiations with the Russian Federation and the Americans. In the days that followed, although academician Zhao had yet to decipher the inscriptions on the steel, he managed to ascertain its composition through alternative methods. It was not some extraordinary material. Rather, this substance was quite common on Earth. In fact, it was a type of obsidian formed by the rapid cooling of magma from the mantle, obtainable only from locations such as underwater volcanoes, mid-ocean ridges, and seamount regions. Although these locations remain relatively abundant in the vast ocean, they have significantly narrowed the target search area by 90%. Consequently, as the submersible continued its operations, It gradually recovered several damaged stone tablets and additional traces left by deep divers. Based on these traces, they were able to infer a general understanding of the divers' circumstances. Through spectral analysis of these underwater gold particles, we deduced that the divers may even harness geothermal energy to smelt certain easily meltable metals. Academician Zhao promptly inscribed thermal energy metal smelting on the whiteboard behind him. Chen, standing before the whiteboard, gazed at a plethora of terms, such as adult intelligence, literacy, and socialization. He also added some phrases in red ink, including fervent religious worship and extreme racism. These observations were drawn from the related materials recovered to assess the technological mastery and possible ideologies of the deep diver civilization. Despite the modest size of the whiteboard, it represents the tireless efforts of an academician, countless research institutions, and researchers who work day and night to conduct meticulous analyses, tests, and examinations of various materials. Each finding must be scrutinized for accuracy, enabling them to swiftly unveil the secrets of the deep divers, exposing them to the scrutiny of all. Once academician Zhao completed his final stroke, the two of them stood before the whiteboard, reassessing their insights, while technicians and military advisors observed from behind. Then, the assistant of academician Zhao hurriedly navigated through the crowd to her side. Academician Zhao, the results of the special markings detected on the steel and the remnants of the iron artifacts have emerged. Academician Zhao received the documents from her assistant and scrutinized them with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at Chen and picked up a pen. I fear your conjecture may indeed be accurate. Subsequently, academician Zhao inscribed the terms biometallurgy and biocrafting in red next to the words that seemingly pertained to biological technology on the whiteboard. Chen observed the newly written terms without offering any commentary, as he had anticipated this outcome long before. The deep divers had undoubtedly cultivated their own technological advancements during their protracted stays beneath the ocean's surface, in contrast to the terrestrial realm, where flames could be harnessed. Biotechnological innovations were indeed the most fitting for their aquatic existence. After jotting down these two technologies, academician Zhao sighed. If this is the case, it is plausible that the super fungi were indeed created by the deep divers. With their written language, heritage, and even their unique technologies, we may even regard the deep divers as a civilization on par with humanity. This provides a rough understanding of why they have gone to such lengths to remain concealed. Chen listened intently to academician Zhao. We each possess the spear capable of obliterating one another, yet lack the shield for defense. After all, according to the second law of thermodynamics, the increase of entropy is an eternal law of the universe. Destruction is far more readily achievable than creation. The first to reveal themselves will inevitably bear the brunt of the other's assault. Chen concurred with this notion. He understood that the spear referred to by academician Zhao was none other than the nuclear weapons wielded by humanity, a formidable arsenal. In contrast, the deep divers had conjured a super fungus that perplexed humanity to this day, retaining a vestige of its extraordinary powers, thereby presenting insurmountable challenges to pharmaceutical research. Both parties were incapable of defending against each other's annihilation. Humanity had endured the onslaught from the deep divers, suffering severe losses that continued to proliferate. While the deep divers had absorbed a few hydrogen bomb strikes, the extent of their losses remaining uncertain, yet it was likely they too were in distress. Their hurried retreat suggested they had concealed themselves effectively, presumably fearful that humanity could accurately locate their positions, as another barrage might indeed obliterate them entirely. Thus, Chen contemplated our immediate priority. After a moment's reflection, academician Zhao proposed, should the American side be unable to locate the deep divers, we may need to shift our research focus, pausing investments in other areas to bolster biological research. Is this something that can be resolved merely by allocating funds? A nearby aide inquired, tasked with assessing the military capabilities of the deep divers, but having gleaned no conclusive intelligence over the past few days. According to the information at hand, the deep divers were at best in the Iron Age. Deploying an entire army against them would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Academician Zhao shook his head. Investing resources will enable us to procure superior research equipment for biological studies. While the outcomes may be uncertain, it remains the sole course of action available to us at this juncture. The deep divers, as a species, have undoubtedly advanced further in the realm of biological sciences than humanity, signifying that we are at a disadvantage in this regard, a vulnerability. Chen nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware of the potential outcomes that increased investment could yield. If computational power, equipment, materials, and resources were truly abundant, rapid results might indeed be achievable. However, academician Zhao's gaze fell upon the final line on the whiteboard, and a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. While we have broadly assessed the technological level of the deep divers, there remains a point of contention. What is it? The military advisor inquired with curiosity. Academician Zhao pointed at the last inscription on the whiteboard, the theory of higher dimensional space. The concept of higher dimensions was a matter of great concern for academician Zhao, yet one he found perplexing, as it appeared exceedingly out of place on the whiteboard. The military advisor, still puzzled, asked, "What is the issue here?" With a sigh, academician Zhao responded, "The advancement of any scientific technology follows a hierarchical structure. To illustrate, if one understands multiplication, one must first grasp addition and subtraction. Likewise, to comprehend addition and subtraction, one must be familiar with numbers and the concept of operations. One must learn to walk before attempting to run, a notion I fully understand." The advisor chimed in enthusiastically. "Are we to suggest that their brains could rival our computers?" Chen shook his head, now grasping academician Zhao's implication. Such a hypothesis was indeed implausible. If the deep divers possessed brains of that caliber, they would undoubtedly be specialized and would impose an immense burden on their physical forms. Without further ado, the human brain operates on a mere 20 watts. Yet it accounts for 20 of the total energy consumption of the body. Those engaged in intellectual pursuits may require even more energy. Deep divers, in their quest to enhance their cognitive capabilities, double their energy consumption. The question remains, how do they supply this additional energy? Moreover, their efficiency is remarkable. The biological modification technology of deep divers is extraordinary, capable of addressing the brain's inherent ambiguity and imprecision. Even with a doubled power consumption, an operational efficiency of just 40 watts can rival that of a 200-watt computer, akin to the performance of a laptop equipped with a 4060 graphics card. It is implausible that they have mastered the theories of higher dimensional space through conventional means. In fact, they have not. This encapsulates the sentiment expressed by academician Zhao. The more advanced the scientific knowledge, the greater the need for a developed civilization. Yet, the civilization of deep divers is somewhat distorted. While powerful in certain aspects, it cannot be deemed truly developed. Chapter 155. Inquiry. After conversing with academician Zhao, Chen possessed a wealth of data and hypotheses regarding the deep divers. He could even estimate the energy requirements for their daily activities through the anatomical studies conducted by academician Qi. This information could potentially reveal the activity range and population size of the deep divers. However, due to a lack of research on the populations of fish in the depths of the ocean, it is only possible to ascertain the approximate scale of the deep divers and the number they can sustain within the marine environment. Based on speculation, the number of deep divers is not substantial. On the contrary, their population is relatively scarce. If the deep divers exhibit no aggression, they may be classified as a second-level protected species. However, as of now, this is all the information they have managed to gather, and their research has reached an impasse. The remnants left by the deep divers consist solely of fragments of stone tablets and other artifacts, devoid of anything that could convey written language. Thus, it is impossible to analyze the specific forms of their civilization. Although academician Zhao continues to diligently tackle the high-dimensional phenomena displayed on the stone tablets, Chen remains unconvinced that high-dimensional theories and technologies can be easily mastered. He realizes he must seek alternatives. In a modest laboratory, Chen found academician Zhao tirelessly typing away at her keyboard. Occasionally, she glanced up at the array of display screens before her, where a certain algorithmic tool was deriving results through intricate computations. Behind her, several young researchers, resembling her students, were either recording notes or operating their laptops for verification purposes. The computer in academician Zhao's hands merely served as a conduit. It was actually connected to a supercomputer in the country, not the Xinguang or Tianhe 2A, but rather a lengthy string of seemingly convoluted codes. Judging by the computational output visible on the display, the supercomputing power currently employed had reached a staggering 2442 pflops. In contrast, the former Xinguang supercomputer boasted a power of 9301 pflops, while Tianhe achieved 6144 pflops. This astonishing computational capacity is equivalent to that of two of the world's leading supercomputers combined, representing a supercomputer that is yet to appear on the global rankings. The applications of supercomputing are remarkably numerous. In addition to academician Zhao's current endeavor in analyzing algorithms for high-dimensional spaces, there exists a substantial demand across various fields such as materials science, aerodynamics, fluid dynamics, aerospace, protein molecules, and genetics. Consequently, despite the considerable computational power of domestic supercomputers, the supply remains insufficient, leading to many research teams waiting in line to utilize these resources. The provision of supercomputing capabilities reaching as high as 2442 pflops has nearly halted a significant number of research processes in the country, indicating the central government's unwavering support for academician Zhao's research. They regard this matter with utmost importance. Academician Zhao, have the results emerged? Zhao gazed at the monitor for a moment, before noticing a particular outcome. After tapping on the keyboard, he turned his attention to Chen. Indeed, I managed to procure additional resources from an old colleague. Otherwise, it would have been quite impossible to achieve this in such a short span of time. Behind him, a student handed several A4 sheets to academician Zhao, who glanced at them and placed them on the desk. This is what you sought, however. You must understand that the contents herein hold no significance, perhaps even being entirely devoid of meaning. Chen picked up the sheet of paper resting on the desk and began to scrutinize it. The page depicted the fractured monument lying on a stone testing platform, adorned with some twisted patterns that resembled a failed AI-generated image, evoking a sense of discomfort at first glance. He then examined other photographs of the monument, noting that while the same monument occupied the same position and the surroundings remained unchanged, the patterns etched upon it exhibited certain alterations. Upon closer examination, the intricate patterns revealed themselves to be utterly devoid of meaning, lacking any discernible order. A vast computational power had been expended to render these truly inconsequential designs. However, Chen gazed upon them with considerable satisfaction, deeming the endeavor worthwhile. He carefully folded the findings and tucked them into his pocket. This is precisely what I sought. Shortly, I shall depart to seek further clues elsewhere. Do you have any additional information or requests? Kindly close the door. Academician Zhao returned her focus to the screen, where the desired results awaited her. Chen boarded a military aircraft and swiftly arrived once more at the command room of the central hospital. This room, established specifically for the patients afflicted with Taihao above, was now entirely staffed by the subordinates of Lieutenant Chu, though they had since come under Chen's command. He hurriedly pushed open the door and surveyed the surroundings. Wang Zhuang, present. Yang Tianyu, how fares the condition of the patients? Report. All is normal. Excellent. Initially intent on hastily retrieving the photograph from his pocket, Chen reconsidered and turned towards the corridor. Just then, before Wang Zhuang could take his seat, he suddenly noticed that his superior had entered the corridor without any protective measures. Instinctively, he placed his hand on the alarm, only to recall that in such situations, aside from calling for security to intercept, the alarm seemed to serve the purpose of notifying his superior to make a decision. The immediate superiors of his colleagues in the security department were also Chen, rendering them incapable of intervening. If his superior wished to act, it appeared that he truly had no authority to intercede. Then Wang Zhuang found himself in a quandary, ensnared in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen moved swiftly, reaching the floor designated for the highly infectious disease. This time, he was neither clad in a protective suit nor equipped with a sound filter, which allowed him to hear the more subtle moans emanating from the patients. These were the lamentations of the afflicted, a detail he had overlooked during his previous visit. Chen approached an occupied room and peered inside, where massive machinery surrounded the patient's bed, indicating an upgrade in medical equipment. After a cursory examination of the patient's vital signs, he noted that, apart from a slight chill in their body, there was little difference from before. Leaning closer, he faintly discerned that the patients seemed to be calling out the name Taihao. Chen, you have returned? The voice startled Chen as he examined the patient's condition. Turning around, he was greeted by Director Yang. Grandpa Yang, Chen exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Director Yang raised a hand to halt Chen's words, his gaze stern as he scrutinized Chen. Xiaowu received word from the command center that you had arrived, but why are you not wearing protective gear? Is it truly necessary? Chen replied, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he regarded Director Yang. Although the transmission mechanism of Taihao disease remains elusive, it is certainly not spread by microorganisms. As for sound filtering, that should also be unnecessary. As Chen spoke, he hesitated for a moment, pondering. According to your words, Taihao should indeed hold me in high regard. If the initial contact treats me merely as expendable, Then what was the purpose of all the previous efforts to provide various forms of assistance? Dean Yang sighed, his tone laden with meaning. One must never let their guard down. Taihao has become quite active. Su Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating that the activity of Taihao likely pertained to the minions of Cthulhu. As they had been subjected to relentless bombardment, and old Deng could not possibly remain indifferent. It appeared that the deep divers held a significant status in Cthulhu's eyes. Should I go down and change into protective gear? Su Chen inquired cautiously. There's no need. Dean Yang sighed again. You have already been exposed. If you were to contract it, you would have done so long ago. What about the patients? Did you observe anything? Upon hearing this, Su Chen sensed a testing tone in the inquiry. He quickly glanced at the patients on the beds and tentatively remarked, this patient's heart rate seems a bit low. The breathing cycle appears somewhat prolonged. Dean Yang nodded in approval, very astute. Can you guess the reason? Suddenly, Su Chen recalled the task entrusted to him by Grandpa Yang during his last visit, his eyes widening in realization. Is it human hibernation technology? He then noticed that the temperature in this ward seemed to be lower than that of the corridor. Indeed, hibernation technology necessitated a suitably low temperature. Has this technology been realized? Su Chen asked in astonishment. Dean Yang shook his head. Not yet. Su Chen glanced again at the patient's heart rate monitor. In a healthy individual, even in a state of slumber, the heart rate typically remains above 60 beats per minute. However, the patient on the bed exhibited a rate hovering around 40. This indicated that, assuming his physical condition was stable, his metabolism had significantly slowed. This was perplexing. Su Chen reasoned that, based solely on the frequency of the heart's contractions, the patient had experienced at least a 30 reduction in blood and nutrient supply. If he had not entered a state of hibernation, Su Chen proceeded to examine the patient's physical condition, assessing whether there were any abnormalities. According to the norms of human physiological activity and metabolism, such a substantial deficiency in oxygen supply would typically result in cyanosis of the skin and lips. Yet the patient appeared unaffected by such symptoms. Indeed, Director Yang acknowledged Su Chen's astute reasoning but sighed in resignation. However, this is not true human hibernation technology. At least not in its complete form. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss, contemplating the implications of Yang's statement. What do you mean by not being a complete hibernation technology, Grandfather Yang? I have had discussions with the head of the Shajiang Life Research Institute. Their objective is to achieve a minimum of 3 months of hibernation, whereas our current capability only allows for 2 weeks. Extending the duration of hibernation beyond this point could inflict harm upon the human body. Understanding dawned upon Su Chen as he regarded the patient on the bed. If the hibernation were to last merely 2 weeks, he harbored reservations about its efficacy. The time frame was simply too brief. Dean Yang perhaps sensed Su Chen's thoughts and patted his shoulder. Though the duration of hibernation is brief, it marks a commendable beginning for human hibernation technology. One must recognize that a bear's hibernation is facilitated by unique physiological traits, such as its ability to reabsorb water through its intestines and the conversion of nitrogenous substances in its blood. The human body, however, lacks such capabilities. But let us not dwell on that. What brings you here this time? This. Su Chen carefully extracted a folded piece of paper from his pocket. Please take a look. Or since Taihao is able to move, perhaps allow it to examine this as well. Can it identify what this is? What purpose does it serve? Chapter 156. The Pursuit of Fire. Su Chen observed Dean Yang reclining on the bed, adjusting the mask of his ventilator. Soon, Xiao Wu brought in a tray containing the syringe that Dean Yang had asked him to retrieve. After glancing at the image in his hand a couple of times, Dean Yang placed it on the cabinet and settled into a comfortable position on the bed, then addressed Xiao Wu. We may begin now. Please monitor my vital signs closely. Xiao Wu felt a twinge of nervousness, yet swiftly positioned the tray on the medicine cabinet and picked up the syringe. He searched for a vein in Dean Yang's arm, glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, and then proceeded to administer the injection slowly. As a member of the medical support team, Dr. Wu's skills should not be underestimated. Under the guidance of Dean Yang, he was also able to step in as an anesthetist. Although he could not rival Dean Yang, who had devoted his life to patient care, his only deficiency lay in experience. Su Chen watched attentively from the side. To speak frankly, he was quite bewildered. For just moments ago, his grandfather Yang had confessed to him that he too could not discern what this object was or its purpose, suggesting only that Taihao might provide some insight. Su Chen had initially intended to observe how Director Yang would communicate with Taihao, perhaps by summoning a dazzling array of magical symbols. However, He was taken aback when Director Yang revealed that their exchanges occurred within dreams. Typically, their dialogues transpired during the night. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Chen realized this was not entirely surprising. After all, it was said that the Knight of the White Horse conversed with his deity in slumber. The injection prepared by Xiao Wu was a short-acting anesthetic, capable of swiftly inducing a state of unconsciousness, while the respirator nearby served as a precautionary measure. Director Yang soon closed his eyes, allowing his body to relax. The medical treatment room was enveloped in tranquility, and Dr. Wu remained focused on the monitoring device, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Chen chose not to intrude. Instead, he stared blankly at the tray atop the medicine cabinet, along with the syringes contained within. His attention, however, was not truly fixated on the syringes, as his mind was preoccupied with recent events regarding military joint exercises and the exchange of nuclear warheads, leaving him uncertain about the current state of global affairs. Before long, Chen sensed something amiss and slapped his forehead. Although he had indeed turned off his mobile phone while at the military base, this was not a military facility, and he could easily access his phone here. Thus, he promptly retrieved his device and opened the latest news. The prevailing concern is no longer the issue of medical pressure, but rather the military conflicts occurring between Europe and its neighboring countries. The most fervent reactions come from the Russian Federation, which has amassed troops along its borders and is in the process of constructing defensive lines. Other nations, under the auspices of the United States and the Russian Federation, have begun to seal off Europe's borders and establish a buffer zone. However, despite their vociferous threats, these military forces have not made any advances into the European interior. Indeed, the rampant speculation regarding superfungi within Europe has likely been communicated to the Russian Federation, which should have confirmed such intelligence. They are yet to fortify their defenses. To strike first would be an act of folly. As Chen continued to read, he learned that the genesis of the conflict stemmed from ballistic missile launches by Europe and a sudden aggression during joint military exercises. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the incident of these joint exercises had been glossed over. The matter concerning the submersible had not been disclosed to the world. Chen, with his keen insight, sensed something amiss and conducted further searches online, only to discover that the once Western-leaning online discourse had now shifted almost entirely in favor of the Russian Federation, while European social media remained conspicuously silent. It appeared that information from Europe had been severed by the United States through some unknown means. This was not unexpected. It was quite possible that in recent days, all satellites pertaining to Europe had been systematically taken down, and a form of internet blockade had been enacted. They seemed intent on stifling all news from the region, even going so far as to cut off every possible avenue for European voices to be heard. It is likely that a central authority was involved, with their own considerations and calculations at play. The domestic response is noteworthy. At present, medical resources are temporarily sufficient. The chief's medical initiatives have proven remarkably effective, ensuring that the domestic healthcare system remains intact. However, soon Chen encountered a troubling statistic. The mortality rate from rare diseases in the country has reached a new high and continues to rise. Currently, numerous rare diseases remain fundamentally incurable. The resilience of the healthcare system does not imply that these patients can be healed. Chen observed that many of these rare ailments are being artificially prolonged within the hospital. This scenario is not limited to the domestic front. It is mirrored abroad as well. To ensure the treatment of rare diseases, the chief has recently announced the continuation of the Human Genome Project. Medicine is not merely about comprehending the sequence of the human genome. They intend to confront the very roots of these rare diseases, which lie in genetics. If they can thoroughly investigate human genetics, the challenge of curing rare diseases will be significantly diminished. A feeble voice emerged from the diagnostic bed. Chen glanced over and noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Grandpa Yang had wearily opened his eyes, yet appeared extremely fatigued and drowsy, as if he could close them at any moment. He nudged Dr. Wu and then approached the diagnostic bed, intending to assist academician Yang. Dr. Wu looked at the clock on the wall, his expression one of astonishment, struggling to comprehend why Dean Yang would awaken at this particular moment. Anesthesia typically exerts its effects on the central nervous system, fundamentally interfering with the transmission of neurotransmitters and the normal functioning of neurons, thereby influencing consciousness and the state of wakefulness. This is not akin to the comforting cocoon of a morning blanket. Rather, it resembles a scenario where, despite the severance of the spinal cord, consciousness remains intact. Awakening during the drug's efficacy is nothing short of a medical miracle. Yet, amid the astonishment, he swiftly rose to halt Su Chen's actions, personally approaching to assess Dean Yang's condition, all the while murmuring to himself, "This is peculiar, Dean Yang." Although a short-acting anesthetic was administered, the effect should not have dissipated yet. How could you be awake? The metabolism of the drug cannot be this rapid. Dean Yang, laboriously opening his eyes, heard Dr. Wu's words. Su Chen. Dr. Wu paused, ceasing his actions and yielding his position. Though he found it incomprehensible how Dean Yang could awaken while still under the influence of the anesthetic, it was evidently beyond his purview to ponder. "Director Su, Dean Yang is calling for you." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "It seems Dean Yang has something of great importance to convey. Otherwise, he would not have awakened so abruptly." Su Chen hurried to Dean Yang's side, gazing intently at him. "Grandfather Yang, do you have something to tell me?" Dean Yang's voice was gravelly as he murmured, "Tai Hao has spoken." At once, Su Chen adopted a serious demeanor, leaning in closer to hear more clearly. "The monument bears a name. Do you comprehend its significance? Do you grasp its hidden implications? In a state of urgency, one races to extinguish the flames of calamity. Yet the strategy does not lie here." His voice grew fainter, almost imperceptible, had it not been for Su Chen's proximity to Dean Yang. The final words might have been lost entirely. Initially, Su Chen listened intently, but upon hearing these two phrases and sensing the ensuing silence, he lowered his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the elder had once again closed his eyes, enveloped in stillness, had it not been for the absence of alarms from the monitor. Su Chen would have feared a dire situation. Dr. Wu, upon noticing, hurriedly conducted a swift examination of Dean Yang's vital signs. Discovering that the elder had merely drifted back into slumber, the effects of the anesthetic still taking hold. Su Chen nodded, contemplating the implications of Dean Yang's earlier words. This was no riddle. As the foremost scholar of history, he possessed an innate ability to translate classical texts effortlessly, yet the conveyed meaning left him perplexed. If he did not misinterpret, the elder was conveying that the inscription on the monument bore a name. While this revelation addressed one query, understanding the nature of the high-dimensional script, it was the subsequent message that deeply puzzled Su Chen. Did he truly comprehend the function of this monument? How could he be so audacious? Furthermore, regarding the name, he indeed recognized the appellation of the Cthulhu entity. If he was aware of it, why reiterate? Was the inscription not Olden's name but rather another ancient name he was familiar with? This could not be. Could this grand entity possess the power to read minds? Discerning the thoughts concealed within? Su Chen continually pondered the words of Grandfather Yang, or rather, the message conveyed by Tai Hao. Yet, all that emerged were a myriad of ambiguous speculations and deepening uncertainties. The final remark served as a warning of impending peril. There was no solution offered here. Tai Hao urged Su Chen to depart swiftly. Reflecting on this, Su Chen could not help but scoff. Europe had succumbed. Humanity's naval forces had suffered tremendous losses. And any discerning individual could perceive the gravity of the current situation. Was there truly a need for such reminders? Unless a far greater crisis loomed on the horizon? This thought stirred a vague but profound intuition within Su Chen. Tai Hao's words were somewhat ambiguous this time, seemingly alluding to something beyond the surface. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen turned his body, seized his phone, and dialed the number. "Hello? Consultant Wang? How are the preparations I tasked you with coming along?" "Yes, I believe our time is limited, and I am resolute in this course of action." "Excellent. Then please make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 157. 1P. LSD, is this the truth serum? Su Chen reclined in the chair, curiously examining the syringe he held aloft. Illuminated by the light, it contained a colorless liquid that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Dr. Wang was tinkering with the apparatus beside Su Chen, a device adept at monitoring the patient's physiological parameters, enabling him to respond swiftly upon detecting any anomalies. After hearing Su Chen's words, he shook his head and said, "No. Upon inquiry, I have found no research institutions within our country dedicated to truth serums. Only a few mental health research facilities possess relevant information. Therefore, we reached out to American, from whom we obtained some data on truth serums. Based on this information, I led my team in modifying the drug. Thus, strictly speaking, it is a novel pharmaceutical compound with an undetermined name." "American? They are quite generous," Su Chen remarked with a hint of curiosity. Dr. Wang glanced at Su Chen and shook his head. It was offered as a bargaining chip during an intelligence exchange. "The information we salvaged from the steel holds significant importance for them, and they are more than willing to exchange it for some outdated materials." "Outdated?" Chen inquired. Indeed. They have already confirmed that this project is unfeasible, Dr. Wang explained. Observing Chen's continued interest, he resignedly rose and approached a nearby desk, rummaging through some papers before handing a document to Chen and returning to his instruments. Upon receiving it, Chen discovered that it was a photocopy of a highly classified document from American. The fact that it was accessible now implied that it was no longer classified. The title read MK Ultra, followed by a parenthetical name, Bluebird, dated from 1953 to 1973. After perusing it, he found it somewhat familiar, particularly the term Bluebird. Bluebird? Little Bluebird? Chen furrowed his brow and read the text twice before coming to a sudden realization. It was indeed their Bluebird project. They harbored suspicions that this formidable alliance possessed some form of brainwashing technique, which could elucidate the behaviors of these soldiers and the countless individuals willing to dedicate their lives to the Red cause. Although it may appear somewhat ludicrous in retrospect, during the year 1953, they genuinely anticipated that, akin to the unbreakable Red Alliance, there would be people willing to fight for their cause. In their research, they delved deeply into a plethora of psychotropic substances, with the utmost hope placed upon a potent hallucinogen known as LSD. While this substance was deemed a highly dangerous and strictly prohibited drug domestically, in that era of old America, it was as commonplace as candy. The outcome of this initiative was starkly evident. It ended in failure. LSD did not possess the ability to control the human psyche as they had envisioned. Its misuse even gave rise to the counterculture hippie movement, which, irrespective of ethical considerations, left an indelible impact on their society. Nevertheless, although their attempts with the truth serum ended in failure, no other nation has surpassed the data derived from their research. It can be asserted that they were the most qualified to proclaim, "No one understands LSD better than we do." This wealth of historical data could indeed prove immensely beneficial for Dr. Wang's research. Indeed, the Bluebird Project, an endeavor they had long since abandoned, yielded far superior results in this domain. Dr. Wang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. However, this statement is rather superfluous, for the American had an abundance of subjects at their disposal for experimentation, many of whom volunteered willingly. Chen gazed at the syringe in his hand for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Could this contain LSD?" Dr. Wang sighed and replied, "It is a modified version known as 1P-LSD. In contrast to LSD, the structure of ergotamine has been enhanced with an additional 1-ribofuranyl group, thus altering its interaction compared to conventional LSD. Most importantly, the effects are considerably diminished in comparison to the original LSD. Yet it will aptly achieve the desired outcome for you. Additionally, it has been blended with other substances to mitigate the various side effects you might experience." Indeed, it is a derivative of LSD, which seems rather commonplace, considering this substance has garnered significant expectations from the CIA. When discussing truth serums, one cannot overlook this particular chemical compound. Thus, if one seeks effects akin to those of a truth serum, it is indeed essential to explore its derivatives. Dr. Wang placed a helmet-like device upon Chen's head, then patted him gently, saying, "All right, that should suffice. Hand it over to me, and then recline." Chen complied, passing the device to Dr. Wang and sinking into the plush chair. This recliner made him feel as if he were enveloped in cotton, his entire body conforming to the seat, offering an exquisite sense of relaxation, lulling him toward slumber. This recliner is splendid. It must be custom-made, though one can only wonder at its cost. I am fully prepared here. As per the plan, the building and its surroundings have been completely evacuated, allowing us to commence. Very well, let us begin. Once Chen reclined comfortably, he immediately felt a sensation akin to needles pricking his arm. After a brief moment, he intended to glance at Shizhou, only to discover that despite his eyes being wide open and his vision clear, it was as if a kaleidoscope had enveloped his sight, presenting an array of bizarre and peculiar images. The effects of the medication had already begun to take hold, prompting Chen to close his eyes as per the plan. Instantly, the world around him was shrouded in profound darkness, an endless void, with only the colors before him swirling in a frenzied dance. After merely observing for a moment, an unsettling feeling surged within his mind. Soon after, a chilling sensation washed over him, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Dr. Wang, seated beside Chen's recliner, noticed this reaction and curiously glanced at the temperature displayed on the nearby remote control. The reading indicated a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius, a temperature ideal for achieving a balance between heat dissipation and production within the human body. However, After some contemplation, Dr. Wang decided to raise the temperature by 2 degrees. He observed the monitor. Although it appeared that the medication Chen received was indeed taking effect, his consciousness remained alert. In contrast to conventional hypnotic treatment, with the assistance of medication, he could adopt a more forceful approach. Thus, he resolved to wait until Chen's awareness began to wane. However, soon Dr. Wang noticed that the heart rate on the monitor was rapidly increasing. Although this phenomenon is a normal reaction following the injection, the speed seemed to surpass expectations. This was certainly not a promising sign. Dr. Wang observed Chen's expression on the recliner and quickly discerned through micro-expressions that Chen was in a state of tension, alertness, and vigilance. During the clinical trials, there had been no indication that the reagent could induce such a state, though it was possible that the data was insufficient. Nevertheless, he did not believe it was merely a coincidence that Chen had encountered some adverse side effect. It was more likely that other factors were at play, and it was quite possible that hallucinations were involved. He furrowed his brow, beginning to speculate on what kind of hallucinations Chen might be experiencing. Chapter 158. The Black Wilderness. Chen suddenly awoke to find himself wandering aimlessly across an endless expanse of black wilderness, an oppressive sensation of suffocation enveloping him. A faint, elusive glimmer of light allowed him to discern his immediate surroundings, which were desolate and devoid of wind. He had no idea how long he had been in this dazed state. He attempted to ascertain his location, but found himself at a loss, as his mind felt as muddled as thick paste. There should be a way, yet he could not conjure it. The capacity for thought was thoroughly suppressed. "You are moving towards the light," a vague voice resonated. Chen gazed around in confusion, but he could not identify anyone capable of producing the sound. All that he could perceive was an expanse of darkness, within which something formless seemed to writhe and distort. What was this sound? Where did it emanate from? As Chen pondered this question, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. He had a vague intuition that he should not pursue the origin of this sound. It was best simply to comply. Yet, light? Chen lifted his gaze, only to find no illumination surrounding him, merely an extensive void filled with twisted, frenzied, and ineffable entities. His mind, paralyzed by the inability to comprehend, could not grasp what it was. However, his instincts remained infallible. It was an overwhelming sensation of revulsion, as if mere proximity would induce a visceral discomfort. His intuition warned him that approaching those amorphous forms was decidedly unwise. Nevertheless, curiosity is the eternal nature of humanity, and Chen's desire for exploration triumphed over his physiological trepidation. He felt an urge to discern the true nature of these formless entities. The voice resonated once more, this time tinged with urgency, tachycardia. One last attempt. If it failed again, then the voice fell into tranquility. You surveyed your surroundings and discovered a flicker of light amid the darkness. You ought to proceed towards the illuminated area. Chen, in a daze, listened and complied. After scanning his surroundings once more, he found no sign of light, only an endless array of twisted, writhing shapes. Thus, he continued to pursue his curiosity, eager to uncover the visage of the amorphous entities that surrounded him. What on earth have I witnessed? The sound was almost a lament, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Chen. Did it bear any relation to him? He pondered this question briefly before abandoning the thought, overwhelmed by fatigue. It likely had nothing to do with him. After all, he did not know the source. It was far more pressing to observe these small appendages. Oh, so these are indeed small tendrils? A sudden realization dawned upon him. Yet, do tendrils truly resemble this? Chen gazed in bewilderment at the shape-shifting entity in his grasp, struggling to equate it with images stored in his memory. There was no other option. His physiological indicators had exceeded the predetermined thresholds, leaving him no choice but to awaken it. As he studied the tendrils, a wave of anxiety washed over Chen, prompting him to rise in bewilderment. Can you hear me? Let us try once more. Take a look around. There should be a source of light emanating nearby. So he proceeded towards the glow. Light? But there is none to be found. Chen felt an urge to mock the speaker for their apparent blindness, yet he hesitated, reminding himself that deriding others was the behavior of a naughty child. He was a good child. Indeed, that seemed correct. Just as Chen intended to scrutinize the writhing tendrils in his hand once more, an epiphany struck him. He should not linger. He ought to move, even if the direction was uncertain. Thus, he relinquished the tendrils, much like a child whose interest in a new toy had already waned. Without further ado, he stepped forward. But where to? He glanced around, arbitrarily choosing a direction, and took a step into the unknown. The tentacles relentlessly adhered to Su Chen's soles with their suction cups, releasing a slurping sound as he lifted his foot. Subsequently, with each step he took, the tentacles gradually thickened and began to coil around him. An anguished voice lamented, "Oh my ancestor, what troubles you now?" Su Chen felt a twinge of irritation upon noticing the tentacles clinging to him, prompting him to break free from their grasp. To his surprise, he found it remarkably effortless to escape their control, contrary to his expectation of exerting significant effort. Interesting, he mused, as he detected a heavy, labored breathing nearby. Well, do as you please. Should the indicators rise further, I shall awaken you. Though Su Chen heard these words, their meaning eluded him. His mind was evidently insufficient to comprehend the matter at hand. He was undeniably awake. Yet who was this voice attempting to rouse? This conundrum was perplexing, and perhaps it was best not to delve too deeply into it. Nevertheless, he felt no need for understanding. He simply followed his instincts towards his desired destination. Along the way, numerous tentacles attempted to ensnare him, yet they posed no obstacle to his progress. However, he noticed that as he ventured further, the strength of the tentacles seemed to be gradually increasing. At last, Su Chen reached the edge of the obsidian expanse. Despite having traversed merely a few hundred meters, the mounting power of the tentacles had left him feeling fatigued and weary. Fortunately, it appeared that his journey had reached its conclusion, as before him stood a curtain composed of swirling black mist. As Su Chen arrived, the curtains undulated incessantly, akin to mercury disturbed within a pool. The sinuous tendrils behind him morphed in a frenzied and grotesque manner, clinging to him as if attempting to intimidate him into retreating from the black drapery. Yet, Su Chen remained utterly unfazed. He surveyed the curtain, an instinctive sense whispering that beyond it lay what he sought. The grip of the tendrils was formidable, compelling Su Chen to exert considerable effort to resist being dragged away, finding their presence merely irksome. "Old Deng, release me," he exclaimed, summoning all his strength to break free from their grasp. He traversed through the curtain and at last beheld a glimmer of light. Chapter 159. The Minister of Health in Britain. Within an Edwardian villa, a man gazed expressionlessly through the glass of the window. The street he observed was elegant, solemn, and understated, embodying the essence distilled from centuries of history, with its quaint alleys unique to every small town. The ancient cobblestone paths harmonized with time-worn architecture, while exquisite little shops showcased appealing merchandise, perhaps plush toys, handbags, or artistic crafts. The air was infused with the rich aromas of coffee and freshly baked bread, accompanied by the warm glow spilling from bars that had withstood the test of time. The once haunting specter of people shuffling like zombies had vanished. The street had reclaimed its former vibrancy and prosperity. Everyone, as in days of yore, reveled in the quintessentially British bohemian atmosphere that had been cherished since the 17th century. If one were to pay close attention to the recent news from Britain, it would be effortless to recognize a familiar figure, the Secretary of State for Health. As the door to his office swung open, another middle-aged man entered, clad in a blue suit and adorned with a black bow tie, clutching a notepad in his hand, a smile gracing his face. This gentleman is also a frequent presence on the European Union news channel, for he is the Minister of Defense of France. Under ordinary circumstances, these two government officials would seem entirely unconnected. However, at this moment, they appeared quite acquainted, with the Secretary of State for Health not even bothering to extend a greeting. The Minister of Defense adjusted his bow tie and pulled out a chair to take a seat. No, the elder brother still did not perform the customary rites. Perhaps there was an issue at hand. The Minister of Defense's smile faded. Have we not delayed long enough for our elder brother? Should we launch a full-scale assault on humanity to assist him? The Secretary of State for Health shook his head. It is too late. I have studied human civilization. They are no longer what they once were. These creatures possess a capacity for resistance, and alas, we may not have the power to confront them at present. Resistance? The expression of the Minister of Defense darkened, his voice becoming hoarse. This is of little consequence to our Lord. He has witnessed countless races rise and fall alongside our elder brother over the ages, including the growth and proliferation of these creatures. While every life may resist in the face of extinction, when a race meets its demise, it remains forever oblivious to the reasons behind its decline. They can only watch in bewilderment as their numbers dwindle, ultimately vanishing into oblivion. They hardly amount to anything and will ultimately perish in ignorance and darkness. No, it is different. At this moment, the Minister of Health turned to gaze at the Minister of Defense. These creatures are capable of thought. They are not foolish. Both our elder brother and we have suffered significant losses. Our victory is merely due to the Prime Minister's ignorance of the implications of his actions." The Minister of Defense chuckled. "Even if they are not foolish, they have already lost the capacity to resist. Henceforth, their actions will be nothing more than desperate struggles." The Minister of Health pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, the capacity to resist. They have lost that capacity." The Minister of Defense then smiled anew. "Credit for this is due to the elder brother's strategy. They will eventually serve as offerings when our Lord awakens. When he reigns eternally over this planet, there will be no place for humanity upon it. Furthermore, we have already catalogued all the artifacts of our human ancestors housed in the British Museum. Their relics. Oh, and what is the outcome?" The Minister of Defense glanced at the manuscript he had brought, which bore distorted writing. Affectedly, he scanned it before lifting his gaze, nearly obliterated by their own nuclear bombs. The Minister of Health sighed. "What of the other historical artifacts of Britain? Also annihilated beneath the nuclear blasts. Those fireballs engulfed our territory, leaving little behind." The Minister of Health gazed out at the mountains beyond the window, noticing a peak shrouded in darkness, an indication of a secret military base that had suffered a nuclear strike. This was not a thriving urban area. Most of the larger cities had been devastated by nuclear bombs, leaving only this small town. A solitary refuge that had somehow survived the nuclear retaliation. Nuclear weapons, what a terrifying force. "We shall execute our plans, but not at this moment. We must wait for the completion of the elder brother's ceremony." The Minister of Defense looked at the Minister of Health with astonishment, his expression tinged with irritation. "Nuclear weapons. Once again, cursed be those wretched bombs. Since the detonation, the black dust that was raised has drifted westward, and anything cultivated by humanity, once tainted by that falling dust, withers away. Even those that do not perish, when consumed, render the human body increasingly uncontrollable. Despite their utmost efforts to sustain themselves, they inexplicably decay. This dilemma extends to their water sources as well. Though we face no immediate issues, our bodies are ensnared in a predicament as food and energy dwindle. It is crucial to recognize that the human body is far more fragile than we might imagine. While we can hibernate to withstand cold and hunger, they are left to confront death. Water, food, energy, lacking any of these will lead to demise, making their corporeal forms even more difficult to govern. Cursed be it. How can they breed so prolifically when they are so frail? The Minister of Defense was both furious and perplexed, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. The Defense Minister suddenly had a revelation. Raising his hand to examine his palm, he became exhilarated. "I understand now. What a splendid idea." Chapter 160. It was a day on the cusp of summer, a tranquil and warm afternoon. The sun poured its gentle rays onto the balcony, bestowing warmth upon a curious little figure rummaging beneath a bookshelf. This little one gazed wide-eyed at the heavy, towering volumes stacked within a cardboard box, as if encountering them for the first time. The cover depicted a dashing hero clad in magnificent armor, wielding a grand sword, with a dragon formed of flames in the background. Although it might appear rather unremarkable or even somewhat outdated now, the little figure held a different sentiment. With great enthusiasm, he retrieved the topmost book, placed it on the ground, and sat beside it, examining its considerable thickness and length with a hint of trepidation. It seemed larger than his own practice notebook, suggesting an abundance of text within. A glance at its thickness startled him further. It was exceedingly hefty, surpassing the combined thickness of 3 of his textbooks. Eagerly, he turned to the first page, where a hastily cut slip of paper was tucked inside. He recognized it as his father's notes, Science Class 4, Lijiala. More importantly, the content within appeared immensely captivating. The protagonist had discovered some kind of treasure. Chen approached the little figure, somewhat perplexed as he observed him engrossed in the novel, uncertain about what was transpiring. He cast a glance around, and the familiar scenery greeted him once more. He remembered this place. It was his home in a previous life. The small figure before him was none other than his former self. He was engrossed in a novel confiscated by his father at school, a fact he would later come to learn. In an era devoid of advanced networks and information, the pirated books found in these bookstores were among the scant spiritual sustenance for the diligent high school seniors striving for success. Yet, such treasures of the mind were not permitted within the confines of school, leading to frequent raids by the demon-like homeroom teacher who would seize them. Naturally, these books became a boon for the younger version of himself. Although they were typically returned after graduation, he still managed to indulge in a considerable number of novels. This cardboard box was Chen's treasure trove, upon discovering the location of his father's collection. He would occasionally check for any unfortunate souls who had been deprived of their books, even after being granted permission to visit bookstores. This place remained Su Chen's cherished secret hideaway, for it often yielded delightful surprises. Su Chen observed his former self, who sat beside him, completely oblivious to the presence of this uninvited stranger, lost in the enjoyment of his book. Su Chen remained in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of his next course of action. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a whispering murmur on a serene balcony, prompting him to instinctively glance towards the box brimming with hidden volumes. Su Chen glanced at the diminutive figure, still engrossed in the realm of the book. He dragged the box closer, seated himself cross-legged, and reached within, retrieving a tome. Upon inspection, he noted that this volume was not akin to the oversized pirated web novels typically found inside the box. Rather, it conformed to the standard dimensions of a legitimate book, significantly thinner. It was a collection of horror tales by Howard Phillips Lovecraft. The pages were notably delicate, the edges of the cover curled, and the film on the front had begun to peel due to excessive handling, indicating that this book too had endured the trials of being a well-worn pirated edition. As he opened the book, the first tale was titled The Call of Cthulhu. Although the text appeared slightly blurred due to inferior ink, it was sufficiently legible for Su Chen to discern its contents. An inexplicable intuition whispered to him that the very essence he sought was concealed within these pages. A peculiar hue began to taint the warm sunlight. Although it continued to shine unaltered, it became evident to onlookers that this was a beam of light devoid of warmth. The fine dust particles illuminated by the sunlight ceased their dance in the air. Everything froze in place. Colors transitioned from vibrant to a lifeless, ashen hue, and the temperature gradually began to drop. As Su Chen remained absorbed in the book before him, he failed to notice that the version of himself from a previous life, the small figure lost in reading, was suspended in time, poised at the brink of turning a page, his face still brimming with eager anticipation for the unfolding narrative. In this world, only Su Chen remains capable of movement, yet he is still immersed in the bizarre tales depicted by Howard Phillips Lovecraft. A chilling sensation has awakened his mind to a slight clarity, and the drowsiness has begun to dissipate. What, then, does he truly seek? Su Chen furrows his brow. Flipping through the previously turned pages of the book, he senses that the answer lies within. His thoughts begin to dance with vitality. He gazes at the protagonist in the book, reading the notes word by word, meticulously recording his insights. The text speaks of a myriad of diverse humans, many of whom are in pursuit of the elusive, intangible knowledge of the arcane, yearning to draw closer to and comprehend the unknown entity, though the outcome is seldom favorable. Relia. A faint smile graces Su Chen's lips as he recalls this place. Latitude 47.9s, longitude 126.43w. It rests within the expanse of the South Pacific. Oh, the nightmarish form of Relia, the epitome of terror, its colossal and terrifying shape, birthed from the dark stars, was constructed eons ago. The mighty Cthulhu and its kin dwell here, concealed within the damp, moss-covered caverns. Su Chen reads these lines with a rhythmic cadence, his voice rich and imbued with emotion, as if delivering a speech, yet his tone is neither one of admiration nor fear, but rather filled with excitement and mockery. He recalls the reason for his presence here. Chapter 161, Rituals and Incarnations. The moment Su Chen beheld the name Relia, he understood that his adventure had not been in vain. He swiftly recalled the language of the Deep Ones, known as Relihian, and pondered whether the inscriptions on the stone tablet were composed in that tongue. However, this notion was promptly dismissed by Su Chen in his mind. The text clearly stated that Relihian is a phonetic script, which can also be rendered in Latin letters. Su Chen vaguely remembered that in his previous life, there were even online translators for Relihian. Yet, although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the inscriptions, he distinctly recognized that they resembled hieroglyphs or ideograms, akin to Chinese characters, rather than mere assemblages of letters. The inscriptions were not the writing of the Deep Ones. They bore a closer resemblance to the nonsensical symbols he had recorded during his encounters with Cthulhu's influence. Through their form, he could faintly discern their essence, as this script bore a closer affinity to the nature of the Old Ones. If the inscriptions on the stone were not in Relihian, then the true origin of the tablet remained uncertain. What, then, were the names recorded upon it? He discerned a particularly intriguing piece of information. After careful examination, Su Chen's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. He had uncovered a significant revelation. The murmurs of that once vibrant scholar, who had brought ruin to his own country, were indeed those of an avatar of Cthulhu, known as Chorazin. This also elucidated why he lacked the cataclysmic power of the Old Ones, yet wielded such eerily similar abilities. This introduction is brief, revealing that he is a fragment of Cthulhu's consciousness, capable of manifesting in both dreams and reality. Cthulhu employs him to influence artists and those deemed psychically sensitive, subjugating them to his will, while seemingly wielding the ability to affect electromagnetic energies. The sense of fulfillment he offers is utterly extraordinary, as if all desires and ambitions of individuals have been extinguished. Additionally, the anomalies in the experimental instruments and electronic devices can now be elucidated. After reflecting on this, Chen's gaze lingered upon the notion of psychic sensitivity. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, this psychic sensitivity piqued his interest. However, Chen surmised it likely referred to heightened inspiration, for otherwise, it would not extend to artists. He considered himself among those with heightened inspiration, the so-called psychically sensitive individuals. Yet, does this world truly harbor artists influenced by Cthulhu? Chen pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. He had never closely followed the evolution of art and aesthetics in this realm, having only encountered art during his school days in art classes. This suggests that such assertions may be flawed. So, where does the confusion stem from? Chen felt a twinge of frustration, though this time the questions arising were fewer than those he had resolved. Thus, what purpose does this monument serve? Once again, Chen found himself at a loss. He swiftly directed his attention to the next page, for he sensed that with his deepening contemplation, the scene was increasingly exhibiting anomalies. As if the dream were on the verge of collapse. He was nearing awakening, for thought is the pathway to clarity. The following pages present a detailed compendium of the ancient and extraordinary races featured within the tome. Chen soon encountered significant information regarding the myriad incarnations of Cthulhu. According to the compendium, there exists not merely one embodiment, but potentially several, with two notable forms identified. One, known as Moth, manifests as a swirling mass of cold mist radiating hues of blue, green, or yellow luminescence. This entity possesses the formidable ability to manipulate thoughts, effortlessly delving into the minds of both animals and humans. While the former are easily subjugated, the latter may resist such influence through their own will. Should this influence falter, Moth envelopes the victim in its mist, gradually consuming their consciousness until it is utterly extinguished, leaving them entirely at its mercy. Another incarnation, the father of all sharks, serves as the prototype for the Leviathan of the scriptures, symbolizing Cthulhu's ferocity and destruction. This formidable being possesses an extraordinary biting capacity, capable of effortlessly tearing through massive whales and even small warships. Its enormous form enables it to swallow objects several meters in length, rendering no living creature safe from its assault. For this reason, it has been venerated as a deity by certain primitive civilizations and tribes, not out of reverence, but rather as a means to appease it and beseech protection from cataclysmic wrath. The Deep Ones are aware of the ritual to summon the father of all sharks, yet they lack the means to control it, thus resorting to its invocation only when their kin are under dire threat. It was once summoned to the coastal regions to punish the oceanic cities responsible for ecological disasters, and was even employed to annihilate the human navy that posed a threat to the deep diver cities, engaging in frequent activities during the early 21st century. Numerous incidents of missing ships at sea are likely linked to its presence. Chen swiftly connected these two ancient avatars to the European superfungus infection and the military exercises in the North Pacific. However, this information soon left Chen perplexed. Although the European superfungus infection and the North Pacific military exercises seemed to be related to the powers of these avatars, there appeared to be no substantial connection. Setting aside the European superfungus infection, the losses incurred during the North Pacific military exercises were solely attributed to parasitic barnacles and nuclear strikes. One could hardly claim that these barnacles were not the creations of the deep divers, but rather the machinations of the so-called shark cultists attacking the fleet. And what of the nuclear strike? This conundrum left Chen in a state of contradiction. There seemed to be a semblance of connection, yet it also felt entirely unrelated. Thus, in his turmoil, Chen turned the pages of his book until a particular term caught his attention: sacrificial rites. With a sudden realization, he slapped his thigh and widened his eyes. He comprehended the intricate causality and understood the purpose of the stone tablet, as well as why it had been abandoned. The actions of the deep divers were not aimed at summoning the true Cthulhu, but rather invoking his avatars, and they had succeeded. They had awakened Kralison. And that stone tablet was integral to the ritual of summoning Kralison. For instance, This stone tablet may emit a glow during the summoning ritual, serving as an atmospheric light. However, this detail is inconsequential. The crux of the matter is that Chen has already been summoned. Yet, this remains uncertain, as up to now. Chen has not received any news regarding the discovery of the complete stone tablet. It is entirely possible that those fragmented tablets hold no significance for the deep divers. The reason that this tablet captivates the gaze is due to the power it harbors, a force capable of beguiling the heart and conjuring illusions. They have summoned the avatar of Cthulhu, Chen, and intend to attempt the summoning of 2 additional avatars. The European superfungal infection and the military exercises in the North Pacific may well be manifestations of some sacrificial rite. Such cultic ceremonies are steeped in mystique, yet inexplicably. He feels that his conjecture is accurate. All actions undertaken by the deep divers are aimed at fulfilling a part of their ritual. Must summoning the great Cthulhu be akin to gathering the avatars of the dragon god? Chen is plunged into profound perplexity. Chapter 162. How to Prevent Now. Chen has discerned the intentions of the deep divers, yet this revelation gives rise to another question. To what extent have the deep divers progressed in their endeavors? Is their summoning ritual merely in its nascent stages, or is it approaching its conclusion? These remain shrouded in uncertainty. Suddenly, Chen pondered a notion. Could it be that all human actions lie within the foresight of the deep divers? Perhaps even the military exercises in the North Pacific were anticipated by these enigmatic beings. Such a realization rendered the situation rather precarious. Chen furrowed his brow. As he recalled that regardless of the extent of the deep diver's summoning ritual, he must devise a means to thwart it. After all, the intentions of these deep divers were far from benevolent for humanity. But how could one obstruct the ritual of the deep divers? Chen glanced at the book, only to discover that its text had begun to fade, the contrast diminishing, rendering the characters increasingly indistinct. A sense of urgency gripped him, for he understood that his awakening was imminent. Yet, a multitude of questions lingered unanswered. Should he awaken now, he might miss the opportunity to seek clarity. If he were truly to awaken, given Dr. Wang's demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would consent to administer another injection without his cooperation. The previous surreal vision would become an intricate labyrinth, making it exceedingly difficult for Chen to navigate this realm of memory alone. Thus, he swiftly perused the pages of the book. The knowledge contained within, which in a mundane world would have settled into the dust of forgetfulness, held the potential to be a lifeline in this realm. He could not afford to be complacent. Every moment was of the essence. At this moment, he was perusing an article titled Through the Gates of Silver Key, with the translation being. His gaze lingered on the phrase, "The resident of this house is the custodian and executor of Carter's will, a renowned scholar of mysticism and Eastern antiquities, a Creole, a mystic. If anyone in the world were likely to possess the knowledge to thwart the ritual, it would undoubtedly be the mystic." However, he recalled that in this world, there were not only no enigmatic mystics to speak of, but nothing even remotely related to the mystical. He had yet to encounter a roadside fortune-telling booth, tarot card reader, or even an AI fortune-teller online. Initially, Chen believed the absence of these charlatans was due to the commendable state of spiritual civilization in his city, which left these frauds unable to profit, ultimately leading to their demise. Yet, upon further reflection, the situation appeared more intricate. It seemed that, akin to feng shui masters, their lineage had been severed. This was an evident truth. After all, they did not possess the I Ching or anything of the sort, resulting in the complete disappearance of the fortune tellers who relied on such knowledge for their livelihoods. Much like vines that cling to a grand tree, once the tree falls, the vines cease to exist. Strangely, the closest individuals to mystics were now those pragmatic and truth-seeking archaeologists. They capture fragments of knowledge from artifacts, at the very least being aware of the esoteric theories that pepper history. In this world, they possess a fundamental understanding of a mystical practice known as divination, and have reconstructed the rituals associated with it. Chen, during his tenure in the history department, encountered relevant scholarly literature, rendering him quite familiar with the subject. The research findings he reviewed bore a striking resemblance to those from a previous era, representing one of the few notable achievements worthy of his attention within the realm of historical studies. If this qualifies as mysticism, he quickly perused the book, discovering that esotericism and its practitioners held considerable significance within its pages, with much of the information and progress reliant upon these figures to advance the narrative. Logically, in the face of numerous mysterious phenomena, one might expect that even if mystics were deemed untrustworthy, there would still be whispers of their existence, much like in ill-omened locales. Where suspicions of hauntings arise, it is customary to summon monks or priests to conduct rituals, even though everyone recognizes their charade. It provides a semblance of comfort for those who seek solace through expenditure. Concerning all matters related to Cthulhu, initial information remained shrouded in secrecy, and even to this day, its very name cannot be publicly disclosed. Humanity remains blissfully unaware of the architect behind it all. What they perceive, comprehend, and sense bears a striking resemblance to the uncanny. Is it that those within his entourage and the individuals he encounters are excessively steadfast and materialistic? Surely there must be someone who broaches this topic? Even if it is merely skepticism, such doubts are entirely reasonable. With so many individuals and a multitude of scientists, has not a single mind ventured toward such imaginings? Their demeanor suggested not a belief in the unreliability of the mystics, but rather an assertion that such mystics did not exist at all. This, perhaps, requires further investigation. This encounter yielded bountiful insights. However, Chen remained unsatisfied, as he sought a means to thwart the summoning ritual. Yet, after skimming through the book, extracting only certain keywords, he found no resolution. With a sigh, the book in his hands came to a halt, its pages turning completely blank, rendering any further perusal futile. Upon raising his gaze, Chen discovered that his surroundings had transformed into a realm of pure white, reminiscent of an untextured model in a game. Only his past self retained color, frozen in the moment of looking down at the book. Soon, Chen noticed his own form beginning to fade and gradually become transparent, until he ultimately dissolved into this space, along with his dreams and consciousness. The small figure slowly turned its head towards the spot where Chen had vanished. Its expression devoid of emotion, yet its eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. It seemed to grasp something elusive, yet remained unfulfilled in its desire. As these thoughts lingered, the space emitted a sound akin to the shattering of delicate glass. The walls, bookshelves, and windows bore cracks akin to porcelain under slow pressure. And these fissures began to widen. The very fabric of this realm was fracturing inch by inch, revealing the outside world through transparent windows, now marred by black cracks. Enveloped in a shroud of darkness, teeming with writhing tendrils, the sunlit scenes outside appeared as if they were merely reflected upon the glass of the window. When the glass shattered, those dreamlike images and the warm afternoon disintegrated alongside it. Tentacles reached into the dream through the crevices, and had Chen still been present, he would have recognized the bizarre appendages from the dark world he had traversed. They had never departed and remained just beyond this space, seeking ways to invade this small realm untouched by their influence. Now, they had found their opportunity. However, the little figure merely cast a fleeting glance at these tentacles and shook his head, eager yet too late. How intriguing, so resilient. It seems you do not require my intervention after all? The tentacles, having discovered the gaps, impatiently morphed in their forms, attempting to squeeze into this uncharted territory, revealing a hint of madness within their essence. The crevices widened under their pressure, and fragments emitted groans of imminent shattering, culminating in a crisp sound. Ultimately, these tentacles grasped at emptiness. Chapter 163. Awakening. As Chen began to stir from his slumber, he found before him a vast source of light. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could perceive only a brilliant white radiance. It was only when he slowly opened his eyes that he realized a grand 24K lamp was illuminating his face. However, for some unknown reason, there was a persistent discomfort in the eyelids of both eyes. "Dr. Wong, what is the purpose of shining that light on me?" Chen inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He soon realized that not only was his voice hoarse, but his mouth was also parched beyond measure. Additionally, he felt an overwhelming weakness, a throbbing in his head, and a slight sense of disorientation. It was akin to the exhaustion one feels after completing a grueling kilometer-long race. Utterly spent yet devoid of pain, Chen quickly deduced that this was one of the side effects of the medication. Perhaps having heard Chen's voice, the light was swiftly moved away, and then came Dr. Wong's pleasantly surprised tone. "Ah, my esteemed Officer Su, you have finally awakened. Please remain calm and tell me if there is any discomfort in your body." As he spoke, Dr. Wong produced a small flashlight and deftly lifted Chen's eyelids to examine his pupil's reactions. In an instant, Chen understood the reason behind the pain in his eyes. He began to wonder just how long he had been unconscious for Dr. Wong to need to check his eyelids so many times. He attempted to rise from the bed, but soon discovered that he was utterly immobile, unable to sense his limbs at all. The only part of his body he could control was his head. The once soft recliner now felt as though it were forged from steel, ensnaring his body. making even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. Goodness, could it be that I am paralyzed? Su Chen was struck motionless, then anxiously turned his gaze toward Dr. Wang. After examining Su Chen's condition, Dr. Wang was focused intently on the nearby monitoring equipment, his expression grave as he pondered something deeply. He soon noticed that Su Chen was laboriously gazing at him. Thus he sighed and slowly spoke. You are currently unable to move, which is a temporary paralysis. The 1P LDS within your system has exhibited an extraordinarily heightened activity, disrupting your central nervous system. I have never encountered such an astonishing phenomenon. Fortunately, it has not resulted in permanent damage. However, you may no longer be able to utilize such substances in the future. Otherwise, I cannot assure your safety. It was merely a temporary paralysis. Su Chen, having just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. More troubling was the possibility that he might not even be able to pay the price for this information. In comparison, the mere fact of transient paralysis, especially since it was not permanent, seemed insignificant. Even if it were true paralysis, the cost paled in comparison to that borne by martyrs. No, that won't do. Su Chen's voice was hoarse, yet resolutely firm. The quickness of his refusal surprised Dr. Wang, who then pondered. It appears you are still unaware of your physical condition. Since you have studied medicine, you should possess some medical knowledge. Why not take a look for yourself to understand the severity of your situation? With that, Dr. Wang stepped aside, allowing Su Chen to witness the data displayed on the nearby monitor. Su Chen immediately sensed a slight return of feeling in his body, only to be met with a tightness in his chest accompanied by sharp pains. The onset of this discomfort was so abrupt that he instinctively wished to press against his chest to alleviate the pain, yet his limbs lacked the strength to respond. Then he beheld the data on the monitor. A particularly striking piece of data is the heart rate, which now displays a terrifying figure of approximately 170 beats per minute. Su Chen's eyes widened in realization, understanding the source of his sensations. It is paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, one of the side effects induced by 1P LDS. During your unconscious state, your heart rate even reached a staggering 200 beats. I have administered a blocker for treatment, and your awakening indicates that the medication has taken effect. Dr. Wang rose and gently patted Su Chen, seemingly offering comfort. Your survival is a stroke of luck. I have devoted time to mastering the management of such emergencies. Furthermore, your body is sufficiently robust. Had your constitution been even slightly weaker, it could have led to ventricular fibrillation and cardiac arrest. Currently, even your temporary paralysis is a result of the abnormal activity of 1P LDS. Therefore, this agent poses a significant danger to you, with too many variables at play. It is likely that this medication will be discontinued, and I shall not pursue the development of such drugs any further. A heart rate this rapid? Su Chen inexplicably recalled the cause of Elder Ji's demise, though this thought was fleeting. Is it not possible to improve these agents? Su Chen inquired skeptically. Reluctant to abandon this medication, Dr. Wang shook his head, saying, No, these medications have indeed been validated and tested on others. It is only in your case that this extraordinarily heightened activity has manifested. I am currently unaware of the mechanisms behind this phenomenon and have no means to improve it. However, aside from you, there is no one else in need of this obscure medication. Su Chen observed the monitor as his heart rate gradually stabilized. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in response. Please, continue your research. This medication is of utmost importance to me. At most, I assure you that unless absolutely necessary, I would never resort to using it. Dr. Wang fixed his gaze on Su Chen, questioning, Am I not being clear enough? This drug is far too perilous. I cannot take that risk. Su Chen replied, I understand. Dr. Wang, intrigued, glanced at the paralyzed Su Chen. You actually say that? It appears that even though I administered the blocker to awaken you prematurely, you have indeed acquired something significant. Su Chen noticed that his heart rate had returned to a nearly normal rhythm, and simultaneously, he felt a considerable alleviation of the chest pain. It seemed that once he regained consciousness, he would indeed be fine. A subtle smile graced his lips, unmistakably indicating his good spirits. Indeed, while I have numerous uncertainties, at the very least, I have discerned the crucial answer. Dr. Wang, I am unable to move at the moment. Please assist me in retrieving my phone from my jacket. Dr. Wang extracted an exceedingly hefty mobile phone from the coat left on the bench by Su Chen. It resembled a compact brick, formidable enough to serve as a weapon. This device was a military-grade 3-proof mobile phone. He glanced around and recognized its significance. The SIM card within this phone had been issued by the military and boasted functionalities such as satellite communication and radio. Its substantial weight was a testament to the robust materials designed to withstand harsh environments. Indeed, it was military-issued, using my left-hand fingerprint for unlocking. I dialed 2211 and held it to my ear. Dr. Wang complied, placing the phone next to Chen's ear. The big fish has entered the water. Please respond promptly. He then observed Chen nodding in satisfaction. A sense of curiosity arose within him. As one of the core members of the strategic think tank, he was taken aback by Chen's urgency to make this call without any prior explanation, especially since it likely pertained to military matters, indicating significant developments were afoot. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of confidentiality. This was evidently some sort of coded language, and it would be prudent to refrain from prying further. When the phone screen dimmed, Dr. Wang realized the call had ended. After stowing the phone, he turned his gaze back to Chen and posed his most pressing question. Your steadfast commitment to the ongoing research of the 1PLDS agent, does this imply that 1PLDS has indeed met the anticipated results? I have indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge, and shortly, I shall endeavor to elucidate it to you. However, I would first appreciate your assistance in assembling the advisory team, followed by reaching out to some folklorists and artists, as there are certain matters I wish to delve into. Chapter 164. Speculation. Detective Liu sat behind the round table, his brow furrowed, intently gazing at Chen as he pondered deeply. Although his eyes were fixed upon Chen, a closer observation revealed that his gaze was not truly directed at Chen's face. Rather, it appeared somewhat vacant as he stared at the wall behind him. Chen, in turn, patiently awaited, refraining from urging him. Prior to engaging with the think tank, he deemed it essential to converse with this quintet, for it was the very purpose behind Captain Chu's establishment of this 5-member advisory group, to filter out the pollution of knowledge. All information that Chen possessed would first be communicated to these individuals. Should any tainted knowledge surface, it would solely be borne by this 5-member team, preventing the contamination from spreading to the advisory group. Although it remained possible for someone to excavate polluted knowledge from the depths of untainted wisdom, this was, at that time, the best strategy that Captain Chu could conceive. Chen felt that this approach was indeed quite appropriate. Are you suggesting that the deep divers may have even premeditated our reactions following an assault? Detective Liu queried skeptically, his focus once more sharpening upon Chen's countenance. Chen nodded affirmatively, displaying considerable conviction. Let us put it this way. This is a ritual conducted by cultists, and the fleet we have lost serves as their sacrificial offering. If they had not devised a plan, such coincidences would not arise. Cultists? Rituals? Sacrifices? Officer Liu displayed a look of astonishment, as if the notion were entirely foreign to him. Chen gazed at Officer Liu in disbelief, a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that he has never heard of such cultists? Officer Liu appeared even more bewildered than Chen. Shoe cultists? Are you referring to a master shoemaker teaching his apprentice? Chen stared blankly at Officer Liu. Officer Liu, how many years have you been working? Officer Liu regarded Chen with curiosity. Over 30 years, I suppose. I have spent the majority of my life in the police force. Indeed. The criminal investigators are all seasoned veterans. Chen mentally calculated the years and then expressed his admiration. You must have solved numerous cases, then? Officer Liu nodded. I do not boast, but having weathered many storms over these decades while maintaining such a prominent position, it is not without merit. It is all due to this. He gestured to his heart and then to his head. I have received first-class merit 3 times, Officer Liu added. Chen understood. With that single statement, he grasped Officer Liu's standing within the public security system. However, it made sense. Captain Chu's selection of these 5 individuals was not arbitrary. He sought a team capable of making swift decisions, composed of the cream of the crop. Thus, Chen was not overly surprised. Have you ever heard of the omnipotent deity in rural areas, the all-powerful God organization? Chen inquired with curiosity. Officer Liu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Are there individuals who exploit the guise of divinity to perpetrate financial gain and harm? None. Is it the same abroad? Have you heard of the Jonestown massacre? The suicide count in that small town nearly approached 1,000. Nearly 1,000? The expression on Detective Liu's face was one of shock and disbelief. A place I have never heard of. When did this event occur? Approximately 50 years ago? No, I have not heard of it. Such a large-scale suicide case. What could have driven them to it? This case simply cannot exist. Detective Liu asserted emphatically, making Chen feel somewhat uncertain. However, Detective Liu continued to ramble. But what exactly is the shoe cult? I find it rather significant. Could you not provide a thorough explanation? Su Chen felt a twinge of irritation. Please hold your tongue for a moment. I am contemplating how to elucidate. He had not anticipated that this world was seemingly devoid of cults. Su Chen did not attribute this to a global advancement in spiritual civilization. It was evident that there were darker forces at play. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he recalled something from his studies. Detective Liu, have you ever encountered a historical custom known as human sacrifice? Have you seen the human figurines in museums? Detective Liu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I have not heard of it. I have not studied history since childhood. Su Chen was momentarily exasperated. You did not study this? What if you come across a cult? Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine and halted the words on the verge of escaping his lips. He suddenly recalled something, prompting Su Chen to swiftly change his inquiry. What are the classifications of motives behind homicidal behavior? Detective Liu unexpectedly gazed at Su Chen, inquiring. Are you asking me about this? Well, it shouldn't be confidential, right? The classification of motives behind homicide is a comprehensive summary of any perpetrator's motivations. It can be asserted that regardless of how intricate the murder method may be, the underlying motives invariably fall within a few definitive categories. Once the motive is discerned, the investigative direction becomes markedly clearer. Consequently, when faced with homicide cases, law enforcement typically exhausts all avenues to ascertain the motive behind the killing. For instance, if the victim's money is missing, it may indicate a financial motive. If the body has been violently mutilated, it could suggest a motive rooted in vengeance. However, Su Chen was not merely seeking to assess Detective Liu's foundational knowledge of criminal investigation. He had notably observed that Detective Liu had overlooked one crucial category, the superstitious motive behind homicides. Such cases of superstitious killings have been prevalent throughout criminal history, especially before the enlightenment of society, as numerous individuals have perished due to various superstitions. These can be as simple as the lack of subjective intent, such as believing in shamans and refusing medical treatment, or seeking out shamans even when injured. More complex instances might involve incitements to suicide. The repercussions of such beliefs can be devastating, particularly in tragic cases of spousal or child murder, which, when they occur, yield catastrophic consequences and grave societal impacts, often intertwined with the presence of cult organizations. Thus, it is no surprise that in his past life, the state undertook relentless efforts to eradicate these pernicious entities. Furthermore, during criminal investigations, the superstitious motive for murder also emerges as a significant focal point. This contemplation prompted him to delve deeper into his thoughts. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. He could not fathom that Cthulhu would exhibit such benevolence. The only plausible explanation was that these cults had been inadvertently affected as well. These superstitions could be regarded as derivatives of mysticism, perhaps even the very inception or remnants of it, akin to fruits plucked from a tree, leaving nothing behind. If such remnants were absent, how could mysticism endure? A means to verify this must be devised. For now, it was crucial to ensure that these experts comprehended his intent. The term evil denotes something malevolent, and cults signifies a religion. Thus, cultists are the disciples of a nefarious faith, a band of malevolent organizations. Do you understand? Su Chen succinctly elucidated. After a moment's hesitation, Detective Liu nodded, grasping this concept. The act of sacrifice, the ritual slaughter of offerings to appease deities, constitutes the sacrificial goods. Do you comprehend this? It is a straightforward explanation. Is it not akin to tending to graves? Liu's expression, however, betrayed his lack of understanding. Your explanation has illuminated some aspects. Yet why do they engage in such sacrificial rites? Must one even inquire? Did I not clarify that it is to release his avatar? I comprehend this. Yet the question remains, what purpose does it serve? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, suspecting that Detective Liu was attempting to provoke him. Nevertheless, upon observing the profound confusion in Liu's gaze, he patiently endeavored to clarify. Deep diving has transformed our military exercises into a form of ritual, with the deceased potentially serving as offerings to awaken his avatar. Liu, the police officer, interrupted Su Chen, displaying a hint of impatience. I understand. But what is the principle behind it? They obliterated our fleet, yet he is indeed real, not an ethereal deity. What, then, did they truly gain? A cloud of nuclear dust? Or perhaps contaminated seawater? Su Chen was taken aback. He had not considered it from this perspective. Logically, after a nuclear explosion, at the epicenter, aside from molten metallic substances, nothing substantial remains. Most matter transforms into a mushroom cloud due to the shockwave and flames, while some sinks into the ocean. To put it bluntly, even a fleet that emerges unscathed, along with the living warriors, is essentially a mere amalgamation of organic and inorganic substances. What could possibly be salvaged from a nuclear strike? Radioactive isotopes of strontium and cesium? Were the previous underwater nuclear detonations not sufficient? Chen inhaled sharply, realizing he was unaware of the principles behind these sacrifices. Given this line of reasoning, he found it difficult to comprehend their motivations. This scenario neither adheres to the law of conservation of mass nor thermodynamic principles. At first glance, it seems utterly disconnected. Chen pondered, still struggling to grasp the concept, yet remained resolute in his belief. Officer Liu, they wield extraordinary powers. Perhaps they can manipulate some ethereal souls or similar entities. Although I am currently unaware of the underlying mechanics, surely you cannot dismiss my insights and judgments, can you? Detective Liu expressed his agreement, remarking, I find it somewhat perplexing, yet I shall comply with your orders. That is reassuring, Chen replied, observing the contemplative expression on Detective Liu's face, unable to suppress his curiosity. What concerns you? Detective Liu stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating, I am pondering the significance of their actions and the potential ramifications that may follow. Significance? It is of little consequence. Detective Liu collected his thoughts, affirming, I am in good health, and there are no issues on my end. Let us share this information with the advisory team. They may offer further insights. Suddenly, Chen recalled something. What about those oceanographers? A faint smile graced Chen's lips as he replied, a secret. Chapter 165. The sacrifice. After Chen compiled a document regarding the potential ritualistic behaviors of deep divers, he submitted the materials for Detective Liu and his team to analyze. Following Detective Liu's review of the documents, Chen noticed that Detective Liu appeared distracted, unresponsive to several inquiries, seemingly lost in thought over a challenging dilemma. However, this was not Chen's concern. He had more pressing matters at hand, primarily his request for certain folklorists and archaeologists. Some were drawn from the advisory team, while others were newly recruited professors well-versed in folklore studies. Upon entering the conference room, Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a professor among the murmuring crowd. Professor. Chen was somewhat taken aback as the crowd in the conference room, particularly the professors drawn from the advisory team, turned their curious gazes toward him. They were eager to discern the appearance of their boss's mentor. Among the crowd, a man clad in a Zhongshan suit also regarded Chen with surprise. He was Professor Chui, Chen's instructor from the Department of History at Nanhua University. Chen, what brings you here? Professor Chui inquired, somewhat perplexed. However, upon glancing at the guard by the entrance, a look of incredulity crossed his face. Could it be that the leader summoned to assist us is you? Indeed. Professor Ding has also arrived? Chen replied without a hint of embarrassment, shifting his gaze to the individual beside Professor Chui, who was the professor assisting him in the exploration of Taihao Tomb. Is everything settled over at Taihao Tomb? Though Professor Ding was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. It's not as simple as that. However, I've delegated my current tasks to my students. This time, the nation has finally called upon us for assistance. We must respond. They had received word from the Ministry of Education regarding directives from the central government and military region. Once these scholars confirmed that their expertise could be of use, they eagerly consented, even at the expense of temporarily setting aside various plans and commitments. Thank you for your efforts. Chen remarked as he glanced at Professor Chui. By the way, do you also conduct research on folklore? Professor Chui regarded Chen with the same expression one might reserve for a student who had not paid attention in class. I have also established an elective course on folklore studies. Admittedly, this field is somewhat niche, and thus not many students choose it. Is it truly necessary to look down upon me for this? Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not even glanced at the elective courses offered by the entire history department, let alone the folklore elective, as he had once held them in disdain. However, he recognized the need to understand the aspects of this world that diverged from the traditions of the past, and thus, he found it imperative to acquire knowledge in this area. Chen, Professor Ding interjected, I have conversed with my colleagues, and they are among the foremost experts in the areas you have expressed interest in. Many of them are distinguished figures on a global scale within this field. Therefore, may I inquire what specific matters you wish to discuss during your visit? Understanding Chen's profound expertise in history, Professor Ding approached the inquiry with gravity. Chen hesitated momentarily before asking, Professor, have you finalized the agreement? Professor Chui paused, quickly realizing that Chen referred to the confidentiality agreement. We have indeed signed the non-disclosure agreement. Now, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Well, I would like to ask. Chen recalled Professor Chui's earlier remark. You mentioned that folklore studies are quite niche? To Chen's knowledge, folklore studies in his previous life were far from marginal. After all, fields such as anthropology, sociology, and cultural studies held significant importance. This discipline plays a crucial role in the preservation and transmission of ethnic cultures, as well as in promoting cultural diversity and fostering intercultural dialogue. By relying on folklore studies, one can gain profound insights into the cultural traditions, values, customs, and historical evolution of a society or group, thereby unveiling both the commonalities and peculiarities that exist within diverse cultural contexts. If one could delve into the folklore of deep-sea divers, assuming they possess such traditions, it would yield a wealth of information regarding their culture and historical development. Although this endeavor may seem akin to administering medicine directly into the mouths of insects, understanding their folklore would seemingly facilitate a comprehension of the cultures and histories that lie across from them. However, the greatest significance of folklore studies does not reside solely in this aspect. Rather, it lies in its capacity to trace origins. This function parallels that of archaeology, fulfilling a profound spiritual need of humanity and holding immense significance. Therefore, it stands to reason that folklore research is of considerable importance and cannot be deemed obscure. Professor, when you refer to it as a niche field, do you mean in relation to the entire history department? Chen inquired. Professor Chui nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the historical significance of studying folklore is somewhat limited. We have discovered that only a small fraction can be traced through historical texts. The majority remain elusive due to a lack of historical documentation. We face countless challenges in this regard, which inevitably leads to a scarcity of exploration in this direction. Upon hearing this, Chen began to comprehend the situation. The incompleteness of classical texts in this world renders the study and tracing of these customs exceedingly difficult. These ancient texts serve as a bottleneck. Unlike artifacts, which can be analyzed based on their condition and inscriptions, folklore represents a different realm altogether. This intangible cultural heritage relies solely on written records for inference. In light of the extensive damage to ancient texts, the dearth of research in this area is, indeed, quite understandable. Furthermore, Chen harbors suspicions that, for various reasons, a significant portion of folk customs has vanished into the annals of history. One such custom is the ancestral incense offering festival. At the Taihao Mausoleum in Huaiyang, an ancestral incense offering fair, colloquially referred to as the February Fair by locals, is held annually from the second day of the second lunar month to the third day of the third lunar month. This fair is said to have originated in ancient times as a spring gathering aimed at beseeching the proliferation of the populace. During this period, individuals would visit the Taihao Mausoleum to pay homage to their ancestors and deities, seeking their protection and blessings for prosperous descendants. However, this raises a query. As Chen is aware, the world of the Taihao Mausoleum has only recently been unearthed, a discovery he personally oversaw. While the majority of the site remains under the careful excavation and study of Professor Ding's students. Thus, does the ancestral incense offering fair still exist? If it does, Chen would be seized by a sense of horror. If even Taihao's identity remains unknown, who, then, is being honored at this ancestral incense offering festival? And for whom are the offerings made? Chen momentarily disengaged from his thoughts. Indeed, what I wish to inquire about is the ritualistic ceremonies. I wonder if you possess any knowledge in this regard. Ritualistic ceremonies? Professor Ding furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the sacrificial rites? While there has been considerable research in this domain, it is not what Chen seeks. No, I desire something far more visceral. Far more visceral? Professor Ding exchanged a glance with Professor Chui before turning to Chen and inquired. You are not referring to human sacrifices, are you? This subject is rather obscure, with very few researchers. Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Professor, are you familiar with this topic? Professor Ding shook his head but then looked towards an elderly gentleman beside him, wearing round glasses and with graying hair, and asked, Professor Pei, you seem to have a dedicated research project on human sacrifices, correct? If anyone here possesses knowledge on the subject, it would undoubtedly be you. Initially, Professor Pei had been a quiet listener, but upon being addressed by Professor Ding, he promptly retorted, do not heed old Ding's words. My understanding of this research is quite modest. My mentor and his senior colleagues possess far greater expertise in this area. Chen's gaze sharpened as he pressed. Professor Pei, could you elaborate on this matter? After a brief hesitation, Professor Pei nodded in agreement. However, Chen soon realized that despite the professor's earnest efforts to share their extensive knowledge, their explanations still diverged from his expectations. Thus, we propose that an ancient and prehistoric ritual involved the use of human sacrifices, which persisted even before the liberation, only to vanish thereafter. Chen stared blankly at Professor Pei. You are merely speculating about the existence of such sacrificial rituals rather than confirming them? Indeed, Professor Pei affirmed, after all, we must present evidence. Professor Pei sighed and remarked, to speak candidly, the research concerning these topics was originally explored by my mentor, one of the first historians after the establishment of the Republic. After our discussions, he expressed thoughts on human sacrifice, which should be regarded as a rather prevalent phenomenon since the dawn of human civilization. Regrettably, due to various constraints, we lack well-preserved sites pertaining to such sacrifices. Consequently, my mentor could only hastily conclude his findings, unable to pursue further investigations. Chen scratched his head, pondering. Your mentor, another elderly professor, sighed. He has long since departed from this world, though one could say he passed away peacefully. Then, do we possess any research materials? Chen inquired. Professor Pei shook his head decisively. No, our understanding of these matters is exceedingly limited due to the loss of my mentor's materials. A pity. Loss? Chen furrowed his brow. How did they become lost? Professor Pei contemplated for a moment, uncertain. His research manuscripts were stored in a designated box. Following his passing, these materials were bequeathed to the institution as per his will. Subsequently, I assisted in organizing them alongside my mentor's students. But we are quite certain a significant portion is missing. It appears these manuscripts were too uncertain for him to consider donating. As for how he managed them, we remain unaware. They have all departed as well. After all, we old fellows are all nearing our final resting places. Professor Pei shook his head in resignation. Thus, the individuals most knowledgeable about these matters have already passed away, leaving nothing behind? Chen remarked. Professor Pei was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, replying, But you still have me. Chen, listening attentively, noticed the professor's lips, dry, chapped, and tinged with a faint purple hue. Professor Pei, do you smoke? Chen inquired abruptly. To this inquiry, Pei responded, I do not smoke. Chen gestured for a nearby guard. Please summon the health assurance team to conduct a medical examination for this professor and inform me of the results shortly. Yes. Chen then turned to the assembled professors. I believe I have gathered sufficient information for now. Shortly, you will have the option to join our advisory team or depart. Should you choose to join, I will provide more detailed information, allowing you to comprehend the situation and offer the necessary support. At this moment, I cannot divulge too much. I can only state that we are on the brink of a war. Should you decide to join, you will be entering an entirely different battlefield. Rest assured, I will be at the forefront, leading the charge. Until we meet again. With that, Chen abandoned the gathering of experts. Were it not for the unabridged knowledge residing in Chen's mind, he might remain oblivious to the possibility that the deep divers were conducting a ritual. 4. As Professor Pei's mentor once articulated, human sacrifice has been a prevalent phenomenon since the dawn of human civilization. One need not scour through academic papers or historical records. Such occurrences are abundantly evident in the esteemed literary classics familiar to all. Before the arrival of the Tang monk and his disciples at Qinjia village, it was customary to sacrifice a pair of young boys and girls each year. It is evident that humans cannot fathom that which they have never encountered or heard of. In the era when the dissemination of information was not as advanced, Wu Chengyan must have been aware of, if not witnessed, such occurrences. However, Chen pondered over the shortcomings of the renowned Western classics and let out a sigh. His lack of surprise was palpable. Nevertheless, although he had not unearthed clues pertaining to the sacrificial rituals, discovering other matters would not be entirely fruitless. Chapter 166. Mysticism. The report has been released, revealing that Professor Pei's left atrium harbored a mass measuring 4,035 millimeters. Upon examination, it was diagnosed as a primary cardiac myxoma, which is the root cause of his circulatory issues. Chen, upon receiving the report, wore an expression that conveyed disbelief. Given the heart's unique nature as the engine of the human body, it necessitates extraordinary robustness and high fault tolerance. The heart is equipped with numerous mechanisms to defend against cancer, making cardiac malignancies among the rarest forms of cancer. It is important to note that primary cardiac tumors originate in the heart itself and are not metastasized from other sites. Chen reflected that while the incidence of heart cancer is indeed low, it is merely a matter of relative probability. According to clinical statistics, the occurrence of cardiac tumors stands at a mere 0.0017. However, this does not imply that Professor Pei is entirely exempt from such an affliction. What is Professor Pei's current condition? The military doctor shook his head. It is not promising. The organization of cardiac myxoma is quite loose, and fragments or thrombi from the tumor's surface can dislodge and travel through the bloodstream, potentially causing cerebral or pulmonary embolism. The fact that he has survived until now, seemingly unscathed, is nothing short of a miracle. Chen also discerned the gravity of the situation. Had he not heard that nearly all of Professor Pei's colleagues had met with dire fates and instinctively glanced at his complexion, he might not have detected any issues at all. Moreover, at that moment, he had merely harbored suspicions without any concrete evidence. Is it possible to ascertain when his cancer developed? The military doctor examined the report. Based on the documentation, the progression of the disease would typically require several years to reach this magnitude. However, Professor Pei's tumor exhibits somewhat atypical characteristics. Atypical? Chen inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Based on our examinations, inquiries, and imaging assessments, we suspect that the tumor's onset may have occurred more recently than anticipated. However, this remains uncertain, and we require further biopsies to ascertain the precise timeline. Chen instinctively stroked his chin, pondering deeply. This situation has become intriguing. Please ensure that the finest physicians are assigned to him. His significance cannot be overstated, and his recovery is imperative. What are your plans? Professor Pei is indeed of great importance, and Chen still relies on the knowledge he possesses. Certainly, we will transfer him to 9111 Hospital and arrange for a collaborative consultation with specialists from Tianping Hospital. Absolutely. The military doctor promptly exited the room. Indeed. Every passing minute exacerbated Professor Pei's condition. Although Professor Pei appeared to be in good spirits, akin to an ordinary person, the uncertainty of when the tumor fragments or blood clots might dislodge loomed ominously. They were racing against time. Yet, Chen's gaze remained fixed on the door through which the military doctor had departed. Previously, he harbored a faint suspicion. Now, he was convinced that something nefarious was afoot. He had conducted a thorough investigation into the eminent scholars of the history department, and statistical evidence revealed an unsettling anomaly in the mortality rate due to illness. Chen easily deduced that there were forces at play intent on silencing these individuals. The rationale behind this sinister agenda likely stemmed from the scholars' potential to explore or even grasp knowledge that deep-sea entities preferred to remain concealed from humanity. Consequently, a more subtle method was employed to eliminate these scholars than Chen had initially imagined. He surmised that the intensity of their assaults might correlate with the knowledge possessed by human scholars, much like the cases of Elder Gu, Professor Tang, Lieutenant Chu, and Professor He. According to the severity of the situation, their attacks became increasingly unrestrained, culminating in a moment when they were willing to risk exposure of their existence. The sole exception appeared to be himself. Despite his extensive knowledge of hidden truths, he had, thus far, remained untouched by these enigmatic aggressions. He shook his head, beginning to synthesize the information he had